In the bustling city, an ordinary young man named Chen Hao, after being betrayed by his materialistic girlfriend, unexpectedly inherits the legacy of a powerful immortal. From that moment onward, he commands the forces of nature, becoming a celestial being in the urban realm. Renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are his disciples, underworld leaders are his subordinates, and top-tier magnates serve under him. With one hand, he conjures fortunes, and with the other, he dispenses justice, relishing in the exhilaration of life. After completing his affairs, he departs quietly, concealing his achievements and renown, leaving behind only the legend of his existence. Chapter 1. Becoming a Cultivator. At noon in Donglin City, beneath a grand tree in the Tianyuan community, Chen Hao stood, shivering. Just a minute ago, he had witnessed his girlfriend, Wu Sha, intimately entwined with a corpulent, ostentatious middle-aged man. They exited the community and entered a sleek black Audi A6, which sped away into the distance. Perhaps he's a relative of hers, Chen Hao attempted to console himself until he saw the man lewdly grope Wu Sha's chest, and instead of being outraged, she giggled and leaned against him. In that moment, reality struck him hard. Why? A torrent of rage surged within Chen Hao as he struck the tree with his fist. If Wu Sha had ended their relationship before finding someone new, he might have felt hurt but would not have harbored resentment. After all, choosing a partner is her prerogative. However, she had cheated on him while they were still together. This was deceit. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Hao pounded the tree relentlessly, his fist soon raw and bleeding. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain, consumed by his inner turmoil. Compared to the agony in his heart, this physical pain was trivial. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens above. God, strike me down! Chen Hao, mistaking the noise for thunder, ripped open his collar and howled at the sky. Then he beheld a strange, meteor-like light descending from above, merging into his head. Instantly, his mind felt as if it were about to explode, an overwhelming tide of information flooding in, causing him to slump against the tree, unconscious. Time passed, and Chen Hao awoke, blinking in confusion. Could it be that he had truly been struck by lightning? He gazed upward into the azure sky, devoid of clouds. Suddenly, he sensed something and raised his hands, eyes widening in astonishment. His once damaged hands were now pristine, unmarred save for the dry blood. What is happening? Chen Hao was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a surge of immense memories coursed through his mind. After a while, he grasped the truth. He had not been struck by lightning, but had fortuitously merged with the remnants of a soul from another world, a cultivator named Tian Chenzi, who had reached the late stage of ascension but had been sabotaged during a critical moment, resulting in the destruction of his physical body and primordial spirit. Only a fragment of his soul escaped, traversing to Earth. Knowing he could not survive, Tian Chenzi imparted his memories and residual energy to Chen Hao, hoping that one day, if Chen Hao achieved success in cultivation, he might return to the other world to avenge him. Chen Hao was elated. From Tian Chenzi's memories, he learned that cultivators were indistinguishable from the deities of legend, creating fire from nothing, solidifying water into ice. Soaring through the skies, these abilities were merely the beginning. The powerful could even shift mountains and shatter the earth. To his surprise, he too possessed such power. Abruptly, Chen Hao felt something surging within him, an uncomfortable, sticky sensation. He opened his shirt to find a layer of dark impurities clinging to his skin. This was the residual energy from Tian Chenzi's soul, which not only cleansed his essence, but also elevated him to the initial stage of qi refinement. Instantly, he felt an unprecedented sense of lightness and vitality, his entire being radiating with energy. His dantian brimmed with potent power, the essence of a cultivator, ready to be unleashed at will. Additionally, a marvelous perception enveloped him, allowing him to see everything around him without relying on his eyes. This was the divine sense of a cultivator, akin to a radar, capable of scanning and perceiving all things. Overjoyed, Chen Hao declared, Tian Chenzi, though we have never met, since I have inherited your memories and legacy, I am your successor. If I ever achieve mastery in my cultivation, I shall return to the other world to avenge you. He bowed several times to the sky, speaking sincerely. Afterward, he glanced at the Tianyuan community, filled with deep emotion. Not long ago, he was engulfed in despair, yet now he was imbued with confidence and tranquility. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voluptuous woman passed by, plugging her nose in disgust at the odor emanating from Chen Hao. Instinctively, he scanned her with his divine sense, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly retracted his perception and turned away. Richness, democracy, civilization, harmony, rule of law. He recited the core values quietly, calming his mind. If my divine sense can penetrate, does that mean I could? Chen Hao thought mischievously. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from himself. No wonder the woman found him repulsive. No matter, it was easily rectified. Channeling his energy, he performed a slight tremor, causing the impurities to detach from him, transforming into dust that dispersed from his sleeves and collar. He lowered his head to inspect himself, now clean and devoid of any foul scent. It seems I can forego bathing from now on. Chen Hao shrugged and turned to leave. Someone has fainted. Call an ambulance. Just as he exited the Tianyuan community, he heard an urgent shout. Turning, he saw a crowd gathered around a red Maserati in the square. Using his divine sense, he scanned through the throng and spotted a young girl lying unconscious on the ground. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be a caretaker, was flustered and panicking near the girl. Oh no, there's a risk to her life. Chen Hao observed the girl's pale complexion and rapid breathing, his heart racing as he rushed toward the crowd. I can't believe you're pushing me. A portly man was shoved aside by Chen Hao, his annoyance palpable. Just one, Chen Hao replied without looking back. The man was taken aback before he could react. Chen Hao was already within a crowd. Is this young girl suffering from heat stroke? She might also be anemic, the onlookers speculated. Hello, ma'am, I'm a medical student. May I assist you in examining her? Chen Hao approached the middle-aged woman. Oh, thank goodness. Please help me. My young lady just got out of the car and suddenly fainted. The woman was frantic, her eyes lighting up at his offer. Chen Hao crouched down, feigning examination while discreetly utilizing his divine sense to probe the girl. Moments later, he understood the situation. Ma'am, your young lady is experiencing acute pulmonary embolism. The pulmonary artery has been obstructed. Immediate rescue is essential, or her life is in jeopardy. Chen Hao informed the woman. I called for an ambulance, but they said it would take half an hour to arrive. Will that be too late? The woman queried anxiously. It will be too late. This is an acute embolism without effective treatment within 10 minutes. It could lead to death. Chen Hao shook his head. What should we do? The woman was struck as if by lightning. Auntie, I can treat your young lady and ensure she remains alive until the ambulance arrives. But you must trust me. Chen Hao spoke calmly. In truth, he could easily heal the girl, but he knew better than to express his confidence too boldly. I believe you, please save my young lady. The middle-aged woman, already in a state of panic, had no room for refusal. Chen Hao knelt down and supported the girl, propping her against himself. What a beautiful young lady. It was only then that he noticed her snow-white skin, her exquisite features akin to a celestial masterpiece, with elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and a stunningly captivating visage. Her figure was equally remarkable, possessing an alluring hourglass shape and long, perfectly straight legs that could rival those of a Victoria's Secret model. Even through her clothing, Chen Hao could feel the smooth, supple, and elastic texture of her skin, and a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He felt a stirring in his heart, but quickly steeled himself, focusing on the task at hand. Now is not the time for such distractions. What are you doing? Stop. Just as he was about to use his powers to heal her, a commanding voice interrupted. Chen Hao looked up to see a young man in a white coat with sharp eyebrows and a middle-aged man resembling a driver pushing through the crowd, both regarding him with hostility. Pull him away. The young man ordered the driver without waiting for Chen Hao to respond. The middle-aged man lunged forward, grabbing Chen Hao by the shoulder and attempting to pull him away. Chen Hao furrowed his brow and released a surge of energy, instantly sending the middle-aged man staggering back. The man stumbled several steps, wincing in pain, his expression one of astonishment. What are you doing? He is treating my young lady. Do not disturb him. The middle-aged woman cried out urgently. You are Aunt Lee of the Du family, correct? The young man shot an icy glare at Chen Hao and continued. I am Ling Kai, grandson of the esteemed Dr. Ling. I heard that Miss Du Shiweching was coming for a consultation today, and my grandfather specifically sent me to fetch you. Upon seeing your vehicle, I rushed over. You are the grandson of the revered physician. That is wonderful. My young lady collapsed just as she stepped out of the car, and fortunately, this young man was here to assist, the middle-aged woman exclaimed, her surprise evident as she pointed at Chen Hao. Aunt Lee, you must get this person to release Shiweching. He knows nothing of medicine. I discerned upon my arrival that the reason for Zwieking's collapse was an acute myocardial infarction. His actions will only exacerbate her condition, effectively putting her life at risk. Ling Kai declared, his demeanor frigid. What? Aunt Li's expression shifted to one of alarm and anger as she regarded Chen Hao. Why are you not releasing my young lady? Chapter 2. Who was slapped in the face? Aunt Li, do not trust his words. Your young lady is indeed suffering from pulmonary embolism. If I cease treatment, her condition will become perilous, Chen Hao explained. Do you doubt my words? Ling Kai scoffed. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Master Yang, enlighten him about my identity. Young man, have you heard of the miraculous physician Ling Zhangzi? This is his grandson. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is a distinguished master's student at the prestigious Beijing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, inheritor of the revered Ling family medical legacy, and possesses extensive clinical experience. How dare you suggest others doubt him? Such audacity is laughable. The middle-aged man regarded Chen Hao with scorn. Ling Kai raised his chin slightly, pride evident in his demeanor. Wow, Ling Zhangzi, the miraculous physician, is renowned in our Donglin city. Indeed, I have heard that Ling Zhangzi is a national treasure, having treated state leaders. His family's Songan silver needle technique is an extraordinary acupoint therapy that has cured countless complex ailments. Given his lineage and education, he must also be a prodigy in medicine, another chimed in. Just look at his bearing. It's exceptional. Others in the crowd murmured in awe. Ling Kai looked down at Chen Hao, questioning, pray tell, how did you diagnose Miss Xueqing's pulmonary embolism? Chen Hao's expression shifted, leaving him speechless. He could not reveal that he had perceived it through his spiritual insight. Do you possess a medical license? Ling Kai continued, a mocking tone in his voice. No. Chen Hao replied, resigned. Without a medical license and any legitimate diagnosis, you dare assert that Miss Xueqing suffers from pulmonary embolism? You even presume to treat her? Such audacity is beyond belief. Do you realize this constitutes illegal medical practice? To speak more bluntly, you are endangering a life. Ling Kai rebuked sharply. Release my young lady at once. Aunt Li glared at Chen Hao, her fury palpable. Even with an ordinarily good temper, Chen Hao could no longer contain his anger. I am acting to save her, yet you accuse me without basis. Ling Kai sneered. Spare me your pretenses. I see through your intentions. You have noticed Miss Xueqing's Maserati and her beauty, and now you harbor ulterior motives to ingratiate yourself with her, hoping to win her affection. How shameless. Understanding dawned on the onlookers. No wonder he was so eager to rescue her. His intentions were premeditated. Their gazes turned to Chen Hao, now laced with disdain. If you do not release my young lady, I shall call the police. Aunt Li fumed, nearly beside herself. Chen Hao, his face stern. Release Du Xueqing. What you are doing endangers her life. Aunt Li spat. Am I to believe you? A fraud? She ignored him and beseeched Ling Kai, young miraculous physician. My young lady is in grave danger. I implore you to treat her. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands, Ling Kai declared confidently. From within his white coat, he retrieved a slender jade box, placing it upon the car's hood. Upon opening it, a row of gleaming silver needles was revealed. Aunt Li, Master Yang, assist me in lifting Miss Xueqing. I shall administer acupuncture, and shortly, she will be well. Ling Kai promptly withdrew several silver needles, preparing them with medicinal cotton soaked in alcohol. Aunt Li and Master Yang complied without hesitation. Chen Hao could not hold back any longer. Dr. Ling, it would be prudent to reassess your diagnosis. Treating her as though she has a myocardial infarction will only exacerbate her condition. You are toying with her life. Ling Kai scoffed. Who are you to instruct me? Aunt Li barked. Why are you still here? Leave at once. Just remember not to regret your actions, Chen Hao sighed. Turning to depart. Suddenly, Ling Kai obstructed his path. You think you can leave so easily? He coldly instructed Master Yang. This fraud has no medical license and is practicing illegally. Keep an eye on him. Once I have treated Miss Xueqing, I will deal with him. Master Yang glared at Chen Hao, nodding in agreement. Understood. Chen Hao, infuriated yet amused, replied, Fine, I shall remain. I am keen to see how you intend to cure Miss Xueqing. Do you even comprehend her condition? Ling Kai regarded him with disdain, then began the treatment. Within 3 minutes, he completed the acupuncture. In that brief period, Du Xueqing's complexion transformed from ashen to rosy, her labored breathing normalizing, as if her condition had significantly improved. Such is the Ling family's unparalleled Songyan silver needle technique. I am witnessing its efficacy firsthand. Indeed, this is genuine medical intervention. That earlier fellow was merely flailing about. Thankfully, the young miraculous physician intervened. Otherwise, it might have ended in tragedy. The crowd murmured in admiration. It is done. Aunt Li, assist Miss Xueqing into the car for a brief rest. She will soon regain consciousness. Afterward, take her to my grandfather for further recuperation, and she shall recover fully. Ling Kai smiled faintly, putting away the silver needles. Thank you, young miraculous physician. Without your intervention, my young lady would have been in grave peril. Truly. You are deserving of your family's esteemed reputation. Aunt Li expressed her gratitude. tearful. Ling Kai turned to Chen Hao, mocking. Did you not claim I would worsen Miss Xueqing's condition? How does it feel to be slapped in the face now? The crowd regarded Chen Hao with derision. You shall soon discover who has truly been slapped in the face, Chen Hao retorted coolly. Still defiant, Ling Kai sneered, instructing Yang to call the police to detain him. Master Yang produced his phone. Very well, I shall make the call. Quickly, young miraculous physician. Come see. Miss Xueqing is suddenly coughing up blood. Li's urgent voice pierced through the air. What? Ling Kai froze, swiftly turning around. To his horror, Du Xueqing, who had just shown signs of improvement, was now violently expelling blood, her complexion more pallid than before. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Little miraculous physician, what is happening? Li cried out. This is impossible. I distinctly alleviated her myocardial infarction with the silver needles. How could it have deteriorated to this? Ling Kai's calm facade shattered, panic engulfing him. It is quite simple. You misdiagnosed Miss Xueqing's condition as myocardial infarction and attempted to forcibly dilate her cardiac vessels with silver needles. While it may have appeared to provide temporary relief, it was ultimately futile. Moreover, due to the delay, her pulmonary embolism has worsened, resulting in her coughing up blood. Chen Hao's voice resonated coldly. The crowd turned in astonishment towards him. Could it be that Chen Hao was correct, and the young miraculous physician had erred? Preposterous. Ling Kai's forehead throbbed with veins. Who do you think you are to accuse me of error? If you believe yourself correct, then continue your treatment. Chen Hao replied evenly, but do not say I did not warn you. Because of your misguided treatment, Miss Xueqing could have held on for another 10 minutes. Now, at most, she has 5 minutes before she succumbs to asphyxiation from coughing up blood. Ling Ka, dear brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. I implore you, lives are at stake. Please save the young lady. Li, in a state of desperation, was on the verge of tears, repeatedly apologizing, nearly ready to kneel before Chen Hao. Enough. Chen Hao merely uttered these words in a moment of anger. Naturally, he would not remain indifferent. He approached, pointed at Du Xueqing, and pressed down on several points. Instantly, her vomiting of blood ceased, and her complexion rapidly returned to normal. The onlookers were left in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. To halt the blood flow with just a few taps was truly miraculous. What kind of medical skill is this? Ling Kai was equally shaken, unable to suppress his astonishment as he asked. He vaguely discerned that Chen Hao seemed to employ acupressure techniques, yet what method could yield such immediate results? Even as a member of a traditional Chinese medicine family, he had never encountered anything like it. Bring me the silver needles, Chen Hao commanded. What? Ling Kai was taken aback. Chen Hao, disinterested in further conversation, swiftly seized the jade box from Ling Kai's hands and extracted the silver needles, methodically inserting them into the acupoints on Du Xueqing's lung meridians. In an instant, his energy flowed through the needles, dissolving the clots obstructing her pulmonary arteries. Immediately, Du Xueqing's breathing stabilized. Chen Hao put away the needles, but did not cease his treatment. Instead, he continued to examine her condition with his spiritual awareness. The pulmonary embolism did not arise without cause, indicating an underlying issue that, if left unresolved, would surely recur. Soon, Chen Hao's expression shifted as his awareness detected a defect in Du Xueqing's heart. It turned out to be a congenital heart disease. After observing for a while, he understood. Since he had already initiated treatment, he would see it through to the end. He gently cradled Du Xueqing, placing his palm against her back, channeling his energy continuously into her heart. He did not notice that beneath her closed eyelids, her eyes slightly shifted. At this moment, Du Xueqing had regained consciousness, but chose not to open her eyes. For in Chen Hao, she sensed an unprecedented purity of essence. This aura was so pure and beautiful, akin to a magnet, deeply attracting her. Even though it was their first encounter, she felt an unwillingness to part ways with him. Furthermore, the warmth emanating from Chen Hao's hand flowed steadily into her frail heart, which had endured torment throughout her life. Under this force, Du Xueqing could distinctly feel her heart rejuvenating, growing strong and vigorous. Ah! The sensation of comfort intensified, and she could not help but emit a soft, intoxicating moan. Chen Hao, taken aback by the sound, turned to glance at her face, mistakenly believing Du Xueqing had awakened. Yet, her eyes remained tightly shut. Perhaps it was an unconscious response. Not giving it much thought, he turned back to continue his treatment. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Du Xueqing's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, reaching her ears. Mortified, she wished she could vanish, regretting the sound she had let slip. Thankfully, she had acted quickly enough to escape Chen Hao's notice. After several minutes, once Chen Hao confirmed her heart was no longer problematic, he helped Du Xueqing into the back seat of the car. She is fine now. If you're still worried, we can have her checked once the ambulance arrives. Chen Hao reassured Li. Thank you, dear brother. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Aunt Lee expressed her boundless gratitude. You are the true little divine doctor. We all misunderstood you earlier. I apologize, dear brother. Indeed, we are truly sorry. Aunt Lee is correct. You are the little divine doctor. The onlookers felt embarrassed, collectively apologizing to Chen Hao. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Ling Kai, overhearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him, his heart filled with resentment and jealousy. He had always prided himself on his medical skills, and it was intolerable to be overshadowed by an inconspicuous young man in public. Although you saved Miss Xueqing, you lack a medical license and experience, surely. It was merely a stroke of luck. I may have misjudged you, but that does not reflect my true abilities. If you wish, we can compete and see whose skills are truly superior, Ling Kai asserted defiantly. Mr. Ling, did you study medicine merely to compare yourself with others? Chen Hao frowned slightly, replying coolly, if you believe your skills are exceptional, then perhaps you should focus on not making mistakes in the future and treat more patients with sincerity instead of competing with me. Well said. This is the heart of a true healer. Let us applaud our brother. The crowd regarded Chen Hao with newfound respect, applauding enthusiastically. Ling Kai was left speechless, his face a mask of fury. Suddenly, Chen Hao's phone rang. Hello? He answered. A boorish middle-aged woman's voice came through. Chen Hao, where are you? Let me tell you. If you don't pay the rent today, I will throw your belongings out. Please, Aunt Kai, I'm on my way to pay the rent. Just wait a moment. Chen Hao panicked as he remembered it was rent day. Several days ago, the landlord, Aunt Kai, had aggressively demanded payment. Unfortunately, Aunt Kai hung up before he could finish. Aunt Lee, I must leave now, Chen Hao said hastily, waving goodbye and departing in a hurry. Dear brother, I still don't know your name. Please leave me your number. Aunt Lee called after him. Suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind. Turning around, she saw it was Ling Kai. Aunt Lee, since Miss Xueqing is already well, you need not chase after him. Ling Kai's eyes flickered as he whispered, I'd like to discuss something with you. Once Miss Xueqing awakens, will you say I was the one who healed her? Absolutely not. How can you think like this? Aunt Lee exclaimed, her anger flaring. I'll give you 50,000 yuan, Ling Kai murmured. Aunt Lee hesitated, taken aback. As a mere maid, the prospect of unexpectedly receiving 50,000 yuan was enticing. After all, that young man had already left. It was unlikely she would see him again. Ling Kai observed her expression and continued. Moreover, Miss Xueqing's root cause of illness remains. She will need my grandfather's continued care. Claiming I healed her would benefit both you and me. Fine. After much deliberation, greed overcame her, and she nodded. Ling Kai smiled slightly. Mr. Ling, your shamelessness is astounding. Does your grandfather know? Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Both Ling Kai and Aunt Lee were startled and turned to see Du Xueqing, who had inexplicably awakened, leaning against the car door with a sardonic smile. Miss Xueqing, please don't misunderstand. I only wanted to. Ling Kai's expression shifted as he attempted to justify himself. Du Xueqing cut him off. You needn't say anything further. I was initially looking forward to the medical skills of the Ling family, but your character has utterly disappointed me. Aunt Lee, I appreciate your care over the years. However, from today onward, please return to your hometown. I will provide you with a pension as gratitude for your years of service. With that, Du Xueqing sighed softly, looking at Aunt Lee. I was just confused for a moment. I beg you. Aunt Lee's face turned pale as she cried out in distress. Du Xueqing shook her head and took her place in the driver's seat, pressing the ignition button. The Maserati roared to life. Miss Xueqing, please reconsider. You have congenital heart disease, and only my grandfather may be able to cure you. Ling Kai protested loudly, unwilling to concede. That may not be the case. Du Xueqing replied, her left hand gripping the steering wheel, her fair right hand extending as she smiled faintly. In the palm of her hand lay a work ID adorned with a photograph, inscribed with the name of Guangming Advertising Company and the title of salesman Chen Hao. This ID had inadvertently fallen to the ground during Chen Hao's recent treatment of her and was picked up by Du Xueqing. Chen Hao, I will find you, she vowed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light as she drove away in her Maserati, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Recently, financial constraints had tightened around him, compelling Chen Hao to seek assistance from his childhood friend, Wang Jie, affectionately known as Fatty. Wang Jie hailed from a privileged background, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. Although his father was quite strict, he was still far better off than Chen Hao, who often struggled financially. As Chen Hao made his way to the bus station, he rummaged through his phone. After reaching Wang Jie, it took a while for the call to connect. Before Chen Hao could utter a word, Wang Jie's voice, laced with tears, burst forth. Chen Hao, I'm finished. What happened? Chen Hao asked, momentarily taken aback. I lost money, lots of it, Wang Jie sobbed. Fatty, you went gambling again. Chen Hao felt a surge of irritation. Wang Jie had a good nature and was quite loyal, but his penchant for gambling was a persistent flaw. Despite Chen Hao's numerous pleas for him to quit, Wang Jie always laughed it off, claiming that a small bet was harmless. I lost 2 million. They're demanding repayment within a week. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. Wang Jie wailed, tears streaming down his face. How could you lose that much? Chen Hao exclaimed, shocked. And where did you even get that kind of money? Isn't your dad strict about your finances? I gave them an IOU, Wang Jie replied. His voice choked with despair. Chen Hao was at a loss for words. Where are you? I'm coming over. His tone remained composed. 2 million was not a trivial amount. It was evident that Wang Jie had been schemed against. After receiving an address from Wang Jie, Chen Hao hailed a taxi and arrived at an upscale club 15 minutes later. As he stepped out of the cab, he spotted Wang Jie, lost and despondent, seated on a wooden bench outside the establishment. What is going on? Chen Hao approached and patted his shoulder, taking a seat beside him. Wang Jie recounted his tale of woe. It turned out that he had met a man named Li Wei at a gambling table not long ago, and after a few games, they had struck up a friendship. Today, Li Wei had invited Wang Jie to experience the casino, and out of curiosity, he had agreed. Initially, he was winning, but soon lost everything, refusing to stop until he had gambled away 2 million after writing an IOU. You lost everything, and didn't he stop gambling? Why write an IOU? Chen Hao asked, perplexed. I don't know. It felt like I was under a spell, wanting to win back what I lost. And the deeper I went, the more I wanted to recover my losses. If one of the casino staff hadn't forcibly thrown me out, I might still be gambling. Wang Jie lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Take me inside. I want to meet Li Wei, Chen Hao said, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Why? You can't gamble. Wang Jie was taken aback. Don't you want to get your money back? Chen Hao stated matter-of-factly. Of course, but what can you do? Wang Jie replied. If you want to recover it, just follow my lead. Trust me, I have a plan, Chen Hao asserted confidently. Wang Jie stared at him blankly, suddenly sensing that his friend seemed different than before. Stop daydreaming and do as I say, Chen Hao urged, pushing him gently and whispering a few instructions. All right. I'll give it a shot, Wang Jie replied, steeling himself, reassured that Chen Hao would not lead him astray. Together, they entered the club. Upon arriving at the second-level gaming room, they were met with a thick haze of smoke and the raucous cheers of gamblers gathered around tables, their eyes bloodshot. That's Li Wei, Wang Jie pointed. Chen Hao glanced over to see a man in his 30s, sporting a small mustache, reclining casually as he smoked a cigarette at an empty gaming table. Beside him sat a young man in a floral shirt, while across from them was a bald man whose face was flush with excess. Both were burly, adorned with tattoos, exuding an aura of menace. Damn it. If it weren't for the casino staff, we could have made that little fatty lose 5 million today. The bald man cursed. Keep your voice down. We don't want to draw attention. This place is under the protection of Sisterling, Li Wei warned, his brow furrowing. The bald man instantly quieted, Li Gu. Does that little fatty actually have money? We can't afford to go through all this trouble only to end up empty-handed. Rest assured. Li Wei exhaled a plume of smoke. I've investigated thoroughly. That fatty's father is in construction, worth at least several million. He can definitely cough up 2 million. That is good to hear. All your efforts in befriending him won't be in vain. The young man in the floral shirt chuckled. These foolish rich kids are the easiest to deceive. Those bastards are setting me up. Wang Jie's anger flared as he overheard, unable to contain himself. Stay calm. Chen Hao restrained him. We'll settle this score slowly. Wang Jie nodded, suppressing his rage as they approached the trio. Chapter 5. Methods of cheating. What are you doing back here? Li Wei and his companions were taken aback upon seeing Wang Jie. Li Gu, I wasn't done playing. So I took a stroll outside and brought my friend back to continue. Wang Jie responded as Chen Hao had instructed. Li Wei and his companions exchanged glances, smirking at the unsuspecting duo, thinking to themselves how they were willingly offering more money. Fatty, if you want to continue, we certainly welcome you, Li Wei said nonchalantly. But let me remind you, that 2 million you owe me must be paid back within 7 days. Otherwise, you know my reputation, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, his expression darkened, revealing a hint of malice. Wang Jie gritted his teeth in frustration. What's the fuss? It's just 2 million. No problem. I'll cover it for Fatty. Let us not ruin our friendship over such a trivial sum. Chen Hao interjected with a smile, casually taking a seat. Li Wei and his companions looked at him in surprise. Who is this kid? He seems unassuming yet speaks so boldly. Allow me to introduce my dear friend, Chen Hao. He not only shares a passion for gambling, but is also a wealthy second-generation heir, far richer than I am, Wang Jie said, emphasizing the last part. Li Wei's group perked up at the mention of wealth. They had just lamented not being able to extract more money from Wang Jie. But now they saw an even bigger target in Chen Hao. My apologies, Chen Hao, honored to meet you. Care for a smoke? Li Wei quickly changed his demeanor, offering a pack of cigarettes. Thank you, Li Gu, but I don't smoke. Chen Hao politely declined, producing a bank card instead, slapping it onto the table with flair. I didn't bring cash, but this card has 10 million. After repaying Fatty S 2 million, the rest will serve as my gambling funds for the day. In reality, it was merely his salary card, devoid of any actual funds, a mere display of bravado. 10 million. The trio's spirits lifted at the revelation. Go fetch some water for Chen Hao. Li Wei ordered the young man in the floral shirt, exchanging a knowing glance. Right away, the young man hurried off. Before long, he returned with a steaming cup of tea, which he handed to Chen Hao. As Chen Hao accepted the drink, his senses tingled with suspicion. He discerned that the tea was tampered with, likely laced with a drug. Although ordinary individuals would not notice, it was impossible to deceive someone of his caliber. Wang Jie had likely fallen victim to this very concoction. He took a generous sip, only to sputter it out in a fit, splattering Li Wei and his companions. My apologies, esteemed gentlemen. I choked on the tea. Truly sorry about that, he exclaimed, hastily putting the cup down and offering tissues. It's fine. While they were displeased, they could not show their anger, accepting the tissues to wipe themselves. Brother Chen Hao, let us have another cup, Li Wei said as he donned a floral shirt once again. Sorry about that. Chen Hao clasped his hands together, chuckling mischievously. He intentionally sprayed a mouthful, not only extracting the potency from the tea but amplifying its effect with his magic, intent on making the three men taste the bitter fruit of their actions. Brother Chen Hao, are you up for a game? Li Wei resumed his smile. Shall we play a round of Texas Hold'em? Or something else? Brotherly. I prefer something straightforward and bold. Let us play a high card game. 1 round for 10,000. Winner takes all. What do you think? Chen Hao proposed. No problem. I like your style, brother. We'll play as you say. Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed even more joyfully, retrieving a deck of cards. At that moment, the floral shirt brought over another cup of tea. Chen Hao didn't even glance at it, and downed it in one go. The minuscule potency posed no threat to him. The rules of the high card game dictated the removal of the jokers, with 2 being the lowest and A the highest. In the event of a tie, suits were ranked in the order of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. Is that correct? Li Wei asked, skillfully shuffling the cards. Indeed. Let us get started, Chen Hao nodded. For the first round, please draw first, brother. Li Wei laid the cards face up on the table, gesturing for Chen Hao to proceed. I won hold back then. Chen Hao casually drew a card. He refrained from using his spiritual perception, wanting to discern how his opponents were cheating, intending to turn their own tactics against them. The trio exchanged knowing glances, fully at ease. This fellow appeared brash. Yet he was merely a novice. His actions revealed he had little experience. Chen Hao, are you sure you can handle this? Wang Jie, observing nervously from the side, approached to whisper. Trust me, my friend. Chen Hao replied confidently with a smile. Miss Ling, that little chubby fellow you had me chase off has returned. And he brought along a young lad. In a neighboring room of the game hall, a well-dressed, robust man watched the surveillance monitor and spoke to a woman seated on a leather sofa in the corner. The woman, known as Ling, appeared to be around 25 or 26, possessing a captivating beauty with fiery red lips and sultry eye makeup that exuded a wild allure. She wore a deep crimson vest, accentuating her curves, and her slender waist contrasted with a form-fitting black skirt, showcasing her long legs clad in nude stockings. I anticipated this, Ling remarked without a hint of surprise, focused intently on slicing an apple with an exquisite butterfly knife. Should I intervene again? The man inquired. Li Wei and the others are quite unscrupulous, running a con in our territory, likely deceiving many. It's none of our concern. It's a matter of mutual consent. If you intervene, both sides will resent you. We're not saints. A single act of kindness suffices, Ling replied coolly. Meanwhile, at the card table, Li Wei, the floral shirt, and the bald man each drew a card. Chen Hao remained unperturbed, discreetly observing. He noticed that as they drew, they all lightly caressed the card faces before selecting one. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Hao employed his spiritual perception to examine the cards, realizing the surface was deceptively normal while the center bore subtle markings, indicating they had been marked. No wonder his friend was losing so badly. Yet, curiously, Li Wei and the others had not drawn high cards, but rather lower ones. Li Wei drew a 6 of diamonds, while the floral shirt and the bald man revealed a 2 of spades and a 4 of hearts, respectively. After a moment's thought, Chen Hao understood. They were deliberately drawing low cards to let him win, anticipating he would raise the stakes before they began their true cheating. All cards are drawn. Brother Chen Hao, reveal your card, Li Wei urged. Chen Hao unveiled his card, a 9 of clubs. The trio followed suit, naturally revealing lesser cards. A splendid opening. Chen Hao laughed heartily. Brother Chen Hao is truly formidable. Winning the first hand like that, It seems we're in for a rough day, Li Wei feigned distress, though a glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes. After one round concluded, according to the winner-takes-all rule, Li Wei and his companions lost entirely. With Chen Hao pocketing 30,000, Wang Jie was tasked with keeping track of the accounts, calculating the totals at the end. In the second round, Chen Hao drew a jack of hearts, while Li Wei and the others fell short again, allowing him to gain another 30,000. Before long, after over 10 rounds, Chen Hao experienced a mix of wins and losses, but overall, his victories outweighed his defeats, raking in around 100,000. As the game progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with the men bonding as brothers and raising their bets. Brother Chen Hao, your luck is truly remarkable. Shall we seize the moment and increase the stakes for something more exhilarating? After another round concluded, Li Wei scrutinized Chen Hao's expression, noticing his flushed face, a clear sign of the potion's effects, and seized the opportunity to propose. How about a wager of 50,000 a hand? Too little. Chen Hao waved dismissively. Let us raise it to 200,000. The three men rejoiced, having initially planned to coax Chen Hao gradually, but this fellow had decisively lost his wits. Excellent, brother. You're quite the sport. Li Wei thumbed up. Then it's 200,000. After shuffling, it was once more Chen Hao's turn to draw first. With a sweep of his spiritual perception, he drew the ace of spades and placed it before him. Having thoroughly discerned the trio's cheating methods from the previous rounds, he was now ready to unleash his full potential. As Li Wei prepared to draw his card, the stakes raised 20-fold. His expression grew serious. He ran his fingers across the card face, sensing the minute markings. Moments later, he drew a card, and his eyes lit up with delight, an ace of hearts. The markings were not precise. They merely hinted at a limited range of high cards. His luck in drawing the ace of hearts was fortunate, despite there being a higher card still on the table. I've won for sure, Li Wei declared, placing his card down. Subtly tapping the table with his middle finger, an agreed signal with the floral shirt and the bald man, indicating he had drawn a strong card, and they could draw it well. The floral shirt and the bald man understood, casually drawing their cards. Reveal your cards, brother Chen Hao. I suspect my luck surpasses yours this time, Li Wei remarked with a hint of mockery. Is that so? Chen Hao replied, smiling as he unveiled his card. Li Wei's smile froze, and the other two were equally stunned. They hadn't anticipated such a low probability would play out in their favor. Brotherly, it seems your prediction was off, Chen Hao chuckled. Splendid work, Chen Hao. Wang Jie watched anxiously, then rejoiced at the unexpected turn, just as they raised the stakes. He received a grand surprise. What luck! Chen Hao snapped his fingers, signaling Wang Jie to record the winnings. All right, my goodness, that's a total of 600,000. Wang Jie recorded gleefully. Li Wei and his companions watched the two revel in their fortune, feeling a surge of frustration. Brotherly, what card did you draw? Let me have a look. Chen Hao, seemingly insatiable in his glee, asked playfully. Since you've already won, perhaps it's best not to look. Li Wei forced a smile. Why not? Let us see, Chen Hao insisted, flipping over the card in front of Li Wei. Ah, an ace of hearts, Chen Hao exclaimed, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Just perfectly countered by my ace of spades. Tell me, brotherly, when you drew your card, did you truly believe victory was assured? What a dramatic twist. Li Wei nearly spat blood in frustration. Don't celebrate too early. Let us continue. He gritted his teeth, his voice laced with an eerie chill, before forcefully slamming the cards onto the table after sorting them. In the first round, consider yourself lucky, but I doubt your fortune will hold in the second, he declared. Brotherly, please. Chen Hao smiled broadly, extending his hand. Li Wei took a deep breath to calm himself, then began to scrutinize his cards with intense focus. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of cunning glimmered in Chen Hao's eyes. Illusion. The illusion is a simple spell that deceives one's senses, leading to erroneous judgments. In the second round, Li Wei drew first, followed by the floral shirt and the bald man, leaving Chen Hao for last. Naturally, Chen Hao would not allow them to draw the highest cards, not even by chance. Li Wei, oblivious to the deception of the illusion, passed over 4 aces and drew a king of hearts. Upon seeing the card, a satisfied expression spread across his face. Although not an ace, it was still a formidable card. Unless Chen Hao's luck continued to defy the odds, victory was impossible for him. Li Wei then placed his cards down, tapping his middle finger lightly against the table. The floral shirt and the bald man casually drew their cards. It was now Chen Hao's turn. Using his mental prowess, he effortlessly drew the king of spades. Now that we've all drawn, I shall reveal my cards, Li Wei announced, slowly flipping his cards over while subtly glancing at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, momentarily taken aback, displayed a look of disbelief. Li Wei's heart lightened, revealing a smile, convinced that Chen Hao's expression meant he had drawn a lesser card. Next, the floral shirt and the bald man revealed their cards. Both modest in value, 7 of hearts and 10 of clubs. It's your turn now, brother Chen. I wonder if your streak of good fortune continues? Li Wei chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. You are the only one left who could possibly defeat Brotherly, so do not let us down. The floral shirt and the bald man chimed in, eager to witness Chen Hao's misfortune. Fear not, I shall not disappoint, Chen Hao replied with a grin, slamming his card onto the table. What? The three of them froze in shock, their expressions a mix of rage and disbelief. This was uncanny. How could he draw such powerful cards every time? My apologies, but it seems I have won again. Chen Hao laughed, beckoning the plump man. Keep track of the score. Certainly, Wang Jie replied enthusiastically. Having just seen Li Wei reveal his King of Hearts, he had been quite anxious, fearing Chen Hao would lose the second round. But it turned out to be a close call. Chapter 7. The $500,000 gamble. Since your card is greater than mine, why did you appear so flustered earlier? Is it amusing? Li Wei asked, irritation evident in his voice. The floral shirt and the bald man also wore grim expressions. Chen Hao's earlier reaction made them feel as though they had been played for fools. Flustered? You are overthinking it. I merely found it coincidental, Chen Hao replied, feigning astonishment. After all, my ace of spades countered your ace of hearts, and now my king of spades counters your king of hearts. Brotherly, it seems fortune is not on your side, haha. He laughed heartily. Who are you calling unfortunate? Li Wei's anger flared as he stood abruptly. Are you jesting? Brotherly, you are not one to lose gracefully, are you? Chen Hao feigned concern, but it was merely adding fuel to the fire. Me, unable to lose? Damn. Li Wei, unable to contain his fury any longer, declared, Chen Hao, do not think that just because you have won 2 rounds by sheer luck, you are impressive. Shall we continue with a larger wager? How large? Chen Hao inquired, intrigued. 50,000 a round. Do you dare? Li Wei challenged. No problem, Chen Hao shrugged. But Brotherly, let us make it clear from the outset. 50,000 a round. Do you truly have that much money? I prefer not to play on credit. You think I lack funds? How absurd. Li Wei retorted, pointing at the floral shirt and the bald man. Show him. The floral shirt and the bald man, equally incensed, produced 3 leather cases from beneath the table, placing them neatly on the surface. Upon opening them, stacks of $100 bills were revealed. See, each case contains $1 million. 3 cases total $3 million. Do you dare claim I lack money? Li Wei ground his teeth. Impressive. I believe in your capabilities now, Brotherly. Let us proceed as you suggested. 50,000 a round. Chen Hao commended, giving a thumbs up. Li Wei sat down forcefully, resolutely shuffling the cards. Chen Hao, we have already won over $1 million. That is quite sufficient. Perhaps we should stop here. I can manage the remaining amount myself. Do not take unnecessary risks. Wang Jie approached, his voice low and trembling. Listen, my friend, just keep the score. You need not worry about anything else. I assure you, I will reclaim every cent of that $2 million, and I shall make these scoundrels pay dearly for it. Chen Hao reassured him, patting his hand. Speaking in a hushed tone, Wang Jie felt his eyes welling up. Such a good brother was hard to find. I promise you, I shall never gamble again, he whispered, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Chen Hao was taken aback but smiled in appreciation. Eh? Why isn't this unfolding as expected? In the adjacent room, a burly man watched the surveillance footage, a look of surprise etched on his face. What is it? Sister Ling, still peeling an apple, asked without looking up. Li Wei's cheating backfired, causing that little fatty's companion to win 2 rounds, leading to a loss of 120,000. It seems Li Wei is losing his composure. As if he has been outmaneuvered, the burly man commented, stroking his chin with interest. Oh? Sister Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that young man skilled? Is he pretending to be a fool to catch the wise? Not quite. The burly man shook his head. His movements seem rather juvenile. He is clearly a novice. Oh. Sister Ling's tone became flat. In that case, it is useless. Just pure luck. If he continues to gamble, he will inevitably lose. That is precisely my thought. The burly man sighed. However, I must admit, I hope that young man's luck persists, allowing Li Wei and his companions to suffer a significant loss. Your turn now. Draw wisely. At this moment, Li Wei had finished shuffling the cards and placed them on the table, speaking to the floral shirt with double entendre. Rest assured, Brotherly. The floral shirt, with fervor, blew into his palm and began to carefully select his cards. Surely, with 3 of them at the table. Marked cards could not outmatch someone relying solely on luck like Chen Hao. Chen Hao observed with a smile, a glimmer in his eyes as he activated the illusion once more. Moments later, the floral shirt drew a card, and, upon inspection, his face fell. A jack of diamonds. While still a strong card, it was the weakest among the high-ranking cards. Dejected, he placed it down, signaling to the bald man and Li Wei that his card was not particularly strong. Li Wei's frustration mounted. He wanted to curse them, but under the circumstances, he could only hold his tongue. The bald man took his turn to draw, determined to select wisely, yet under the influence of the illusion. He drew a 10 of spades, inferior even to the floral shirts card. Witnessing the bald man's subtle signal, Li Wei's expression darkened further. These two useless fools were faltering at such a critical moment. Now it was Chen Hao's turn. He drew a queen of hearts, deliberately avoiding drawing top-tier cards to prevent arousing suspicion. Throughout the card-drawing process, Li Wei scrutinized Chen Hao's expression, attempting to discern any telltale signs. However, to Li Wei's dismay, Chen Hao remained utterly composed, revealing no hint of joy or concern. Finally, it was Li Wei's turn to draw. Anxiously, he repeatedly rubbed his fingers across the cards, yearning for a top-tier draw. Yet, under Chen Hao's illusion, such a feat was virtually impossible. After a considerable pause, Li Wei finally drew a card. He cautiously picked it up and felt a chill run through him. A queen of clubs. While it was decent, it fell far short of the high card he had hoped for. Regardless, there were only 10 cards above the queen, and the probability of Chen Hao drawing one of them was merely 1 in 4. My chances of winning remained substantial, Li Wei consoled himself. I reveal my card, he announced. The flamboyantly dressed player was the first to unveil his card after the 4 players had drawn. Li Wei glanced at it and immediately redirected his gaze toward Chen Hao. Chen Hao maintained his calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. A sinking feeling gripped Li Wei's heart. Something felt amiss. In a high-stakes game worth 500,000, it was improbable that Chen Hao could remain so indifferent if he had lost. This suggested that his hand must be stronger than the flamboyant player's, but whether it surpassed Li Wei's remained uncertain. Anxiously, Li Wei fidgeted, wishing he could unveil Chen Hao's card to ascertain the truth. Next was the bald man revealing his card, but as it was inferior to the flamboyant player's, it elicited no reaction. It's my turn, Chen Hao said, extending his hand to flip his card. It couldn't possibly be higher than a queen of clubs. It simply couldn't. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly, his focus unwavering, his heart racing. Unbeknownst to him, perspiration soaked his shirt, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, twisting his features into a grimace. Chen Hao revealed his card, the queen of spades. Li Wei felt as though he had been struck a devastating blow, letting out a cry as his face turned ashen. The flamboyant player and the bald man's expressions shifted dramatically. Though they were unaware of Li Wei's card, his countenance clearly indicated defeat. Brotherly, judging by your expression, it seems I've once again countered your hand perfectly, Chen Hao remarked with a smile, subtly twisting the knife deeper into Li Wei's heart. Li Wei sat rigidly, unable to utter a word. In this round involving 500,000, combined with the flamboyant player and the bald man, they had collectively lost 150,000. Adding the previous losses of 120,000, his remaining funds were dwindling to a mere 300,000. This brutal blow pushed Li Wei to the brink of collapse. No, I have yet to reveal my card. I can still salvage the situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. Just then, Chen Hao reached over and flipped his card. What are you doing? Li Wei exclaimed in shock, his fury igniting. With the card revealed, defeat became inevitable, and there was no turning back. I saw you sitting there in silence, so I decided to help you reveal your card. What is wrong with that? Chen Hao replied, astonished. Li Wei's complexion darkened. Haha. Chen Hao's luck is truly extraordinary. I can only imagine the pain in Li Wei's heart, chuckled a robust man watching the surveillance footage with delight. Another win? Sister Ling abruptly paused her apple peeling and inquired. Indeed, 3 consecutive rounds, and Li Wei has nearly lost all his possessions, the robust man replied. Sister Ling said nothing, suddenly standing up to observe the monitor closely. What is the matter, Sister Ling? The robust man asked in surprise. Chen Hao is no ordinary individual. Not only did Li Wei fail to recognize this, but you also overlooked it, Sister Ling said, skillfully toying with a butterfly knife, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Hao. Could it be? While my eyesight may not match yours, I can tell that Chen Hao has never gambled before, the robust man said, bewildered. It must be sheer luck. Those who seek conflict will perish. In a casino, one may be fortunate once or twice, but such luck cannot persist indefinitely. A glint of brilliance flashed in Sister Ling's eyes. Chen Hao is undoubtedly a master. Fatty, how much have we won? Chen Hao stretched lazily. 283,000. Wang Jia exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Not only had he cleared his debts, but he had also gained over 80,000. Excellent. Chen Hao smiled slightly, feeling satisfied with the day's play. Brotherly, let us settle up. Settle up? You think you can just win and leave? Li Wei gritted his teeth. What do you propose? Chen Hao retorted with a cold smile. I challenge you to one final bet. All or nothing. Do you dare? Li Wei's eyes burned with intensity, as if he were ready to devour Chen Hao. Why would I hesitate? Chen Hao replied, but brotherly. Do you still have any money left? Most of your 300,000 now belongs to me, leaving you with barely 20,000. Are you joking by betting your entire fortune? Li Wei felt blood rush to his head, producing a note and a car key, slamming them onto the table. This is Fatty S200,000, plus my car, a BMW X5 I just acquired last week, and the remaining 20,000. Is that sufficient? Brotherly, don't act rashly. Today feels a bit ominous. Perhaps we should reconsider and seek revenge another time, the flamboyant player and the bald man urged, still holding on to some semblance of reason. You need not worry. I possess absolute confidence that I will win. Li Wei retorted, his forehead veins bulging, his teeth clenched. He pressed down his sleeve. The flamboyant player and the bald man exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something, and nodded slightly. That should suffice. Very well, I'll accompany Brotherly for this final bet. A gleam of determination flickered in Chen Hao's eyes as he spoke softly. Do you still perceive Chen Hao as a novice? In the adjacent room, Sister Ling observed the monitor and slowly inquired. I no longer think so, the robust man replied with a wry smile. If he were a novice, how could he maintain such composure in a nearly 300,000 wager? If I were in his shoes, I would undoubtedly be trembling. However, Sister Ling, I have been observing the entire gambling match between Chen Hao and Li Wei. I understand all the tricks Li Wei employed. Yet I cannot discern how Chen Hao countered them. Curiously, the robust man asked, if you could see through it, would he still be considered a master? Sister Ling replied with a hint of indifference. Li Wei shuffled the cards and laid them out neatly on the table. For the final round. You may go first. He seemed to regain his composure as he spoke. Very well. Chen Hao drew a card, not even glancing at it, and placed it face down on the table. You're not going to look at your card? Li Wei asked, taken aback. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is bestowed from above. My previous wins were based on luck, so naturally, this last round will follow suit. If I win, it is my destiny. If I lose, then I simply did not deserve it. There is no point in pleading, Chen Hao replied leisurely. All right, for this final round. I too shall gamble on luck. Let us see whose favor the heavens bestow. Li Wei sneered, not selecting his card with the same meticulousness as before, but rather drawing one randomly like Chen Hao. However, upon drawing, he did not place it down immediately. Instead, he held the card in his palm, pretending to inspect it. Simultaneously, Li Wei subtly slid his left thumb across the card, and in an instant, the card he held slipped into his sleeve, only to be replaced with another card drawn from within. After flipping his card down, he cast a cautious glance around. Chen Hao appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Li Wei's sleight of hand. Relieved, Li Wei smirked coldly. The card he had drawn was none other than an ace of spades. This was the strategy he had just concocted. Since he could not draw a top card, he would simply exchange it for another. Having navigated the casino scene for years, Li Wei was well versed in various methods of deceit. Chen Hao, reveal your card. I assure you, this round, you are destined to lose. Li Wei squinted, enunciating each word deliberately. Brotherly appears quite confident, Chen Hao remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he flipped over his card. A 9 of diamonds. Wang Jie's expression shifted dramatically. That card is rather weak. Yet Li Wei had drawn his card by chance, and it was possible that his card was even lower than Chen Hao's. The flamboyant player and the bald man, however, displayed expressions of delight. Although they had not witnessed what card Li Wei had swapped, they were certain it was superior to the 9 of diamonds. Such a low card. I had thought your streak of good fortune would continue. Indeed, Li Wei wore a mocking expression as he forcefully slammed his cards onto the table. The final round was truly a victory devoid of honor. Had Li Wei actually won? A wave of dread washed over Wang Jie as he quickly glanced over, only to be taken aback. Li Wei's card was, astonishingly, a 4 of spades. Was this not inferior to Chen Hao's card? Chapter 9. Public exposure. Ha ha. Yet Li Wei seemed oblivious, bursting into laughter. Chen Hao, you managed to earn a fortune from me, only to lose it all in the last round. How does it feel to be overturned? I am genuinely curious about your current state of mind. He taunted with reckless abandon, as if wishing to unleash all the pent-up frustration within him. However, amidst his laughter, a sudden sense of unease crept upon him. For apart from himself, the floral shirt and the bald man wore expressions of anger, their faces turning pale. Chen Hao and Wang Jie regarded him with a look of utter disbelief. You. Li Wei's smile gradually stiffened, a profound sense of anxiety washing over him. Chen Hao pointed at the cards before him, gesturing for him to take a closer look. With a rigid neck, Li Wei slowly lowered his gaze. In an instant, he felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen. Impossible. Li Wei erupted, springing to his feet and shouting. It was clearly an ace of spades. How could it be a 4 of spades? You must be mistaken. Chen Hao chuckled, brotherly. I understand that this is hard for you to accept, but it is the truth, whether you like it or not. Utter nonsense. Li Wei bellowed in fury, slamming his hand on the table. I personally swapped the cards. How could I have made a mistake? There must be something fishy going on here. Swapped cards? Chen Hao scoffed. You were cheating, weren't you? Li Wei's expression turned rigid. Just before he could react, several playing cards tumbled out from his sleeves. Concealed cards. You truly were cheating. Wang Jie exclaimed. So this trickster is you. Chen Hao smirked coldly, attempting to cheat. Yet your poor eyesight led you to mistakenly exchange the ace of spades for the four, ultimately leading to your own downfall. He had long perceived the cards hidden in Li Wei's sleeve, employing a simple sleight of hand to ensnare Li Wei, and with a touch of his minor magic. He had caused Li Wei's sleeve to unravel, exposing his deceitful tactics. No. Li Wei's eyes widened in terror, trembling uncontrollably. In this final round, he not only lost his entire fortune but also exposed his cheating methods, his reputation thoroughly tarnished. Not only would he be unable to continue his schemes, but even his survival would be in jeopardy. I truly despise you for resorting to such despicable means, Chen Hao remarked with a cold smile. Fatty, hand over the money. We are leaving. Very well. Wang Jie cast a disdainful glance at Li Wei and stepped forward. Suddenly, Li Wei drew a spring knife from behind his waist, pointing it menacingly at Wang Jie. Startled, Wang Jie quickly retreated. You two little brats think you can win my money and my car? Don't even dream about it. Li Wei's face contorted with madness. You wish to play dirty? Chen Hao stood up, his eyes glinting with coldness. If you dare touch a single cent of mine, I'll stab you. Li Wei shouted furiously. And let me tell you, Chen Hao, this matter isn't finished. Await my revenge. Li Wei cursed venomously, stuffing the IOU and car keys into his pocket. We are leaving. Yes, brotherly. The floral shirt and bald man menacingly brandished their daggers, hastily following Li Wei out. The surrounding gamblers were left aghast, hastily retreating to safety. Bin. In the adjacent room, Sister Ling's face turned icy as she witnessed the scene unfold. I understand, Sister Ling, the burly man responded, his anger evident as he strode out of the room. I want to see if you can actually leave. Chen Hao sneered, stepping forward to block the trio. Chen Hao, come back. They have knives. Wang Jie urged anxiously. Be careful. The burly man named Bin had just opened the door when he saw the unfolding events and gasped in alarm. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare stab you? Li Wei, consumed by hatred for Chen Hao, acted impulsively and lunged forward with the knife. A collective gasp filled the air. Chen Hao smirked, delivering a powerful punch that struck Li Wei squarely in the face. Li Wei screamed as he was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Chen Hao stepped forward, placing a hand on the floral shirt's shoulder. Applying slight pressure, the floral shirt let out a wretched scream as his arm dislocated, the dagger clattering to the floor. With a single hand, Chen Hao seized him and swung him like a human sandbag, slamming him into the unsuspecting bald man. The thud echoed, both men bloodied and writhing on the ground. Howling in anguish, the gaming room fell into a stunned silence. All eyes fixated on Chen Hao, their astonishment palpable. Even the burly Bin stood frozen. A martial artist? In the adjacent room, Sister Ling's eyes widened in surprise as she observed the scene, her gaze suddenly gleaming with an extraordinary brilliance. Chen Hao remained calm. With his nascent cultivation, defeating mere mortals was exceedingly effortless. He approached Li Wei, bent down, and retrieved the IOU from Li Wei's pocket, tearing it into shreds. Before pocketing the car keys, Fatty, we are leaving. All right. Wang Jie, still in a daze, took a moment to regain his senses before hastily picking up another suitcase, following Chen Hao outside. Chen Hao, do not push me too far. Li Wei, bloodied and struggling to rise, shouted in rage. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can retaliate against your family. If you wish for them to avoid losing limbs or encountering calamity, leave the money behind. You dare threaten me? Chen Hao halted abruptly, turning to face Li Wei, his eyes glinting with an unparalleled coldness. Family was his Achilles heel. Li Wei's words ignited a murderous rage within Chen Hao. Li Wei shivered, feeling as though he were being targeted by a bloodthirsty beast, engulfed in terror. Try to retaliate. I dare you. Suddenly, a chilling female voice pierced the air. The door to the surveillance room swung open, and Sister Ling stepped out gracefully. Sister Ling. The other gamblers expressed their awe in unison. Li Wei's complexion turned ashen. Li Wei, you dare to devise schemes in my establishment, cheat, and threaten others' families? Sister Ling sneered. How utterly despicable. Do you realize that according to the rules, I could easily sever one of your hands? Sister Ling, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. With a thud, Li Wei fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. He was merely an ordinary thug, bold enough to threaten regular folks, but faced with Sister Ling, he immediately crumbled. If you dare harm Chen Hao or his family in any way, do not blame me for being merciless, Sister Ling declared ominously, tossing a butterfly knife that lodged itself deeply into the gaming table with a resounding thud. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Li Wei quivered in fear. You have 3 days to transfer the car to Chen Hao, and then get lost. Do not let me see you again. Sister Ling waved her hand in disgust. Yes. Li Wei cast a resentful glance at Chen Hao before leaving in disgrace with the floral shirt and bald man. Chapter 10. Chu Lingling. Chen Hao observed coldly, fully aware that Li Wei had developed a deep-seated hatred for him, and this would likely not end here. However, he was unfazed as a cultivator. He possessed ample means to ensure Li Wei would vanish without a trace. Thank you, Sister Ling, Chen Hao said, acknowledging her intervention. Though he could have dealt with Li Wei and his companions himself, Sister Ling's involvement was preferable. Moreover, it was likely that Wang Jie had been expelled from the casino on her orders. Out of respect and gratitude, he felt compelled to express his thanks. Sister Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Given her beauty and status, other men regarded her with either fear or desire, but only Chen Hao's gaze was clear and sincere, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. You're welcome, Chen Hao. After witnessing your gambling skills, I am quite eager to engage in a game with you. Would you do me the honor? Suddenly, Sister Ling smiled radiantly and said, You don't need to. Do you, Chen Hao? To be honest, I'm not fond of gambling, so I'd rather not embarrass myself in front of you. Chen Hao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Rest assured, I won't be winning any of your money, Sister Ling replied with a charming smile. I simply wish to have a light-hearted wager with you. Would you grant me this favor? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Behind them, Bin was taken aback. As a loyal subordinate for many years, he had never witnessed Sister Ling display such a delicate demeanor in front of a man. Well then, Chen Hao conceded, seeing no way to refuse her request. Let us go to my room. With a slight smile, Sister Ling swayed her graceful figure and walked ahead. Chen Hao, it appears Sister Ling holds you in high regard. You must seize this opportunity. If you can get close to her, you'll have nothing to worry about in the future. Wang Jie said excitedly as he and Chen Hao followed behind. What kind of person is Sister Ling? Chen Hao inquired nonchalantly. Her full name is Chu Lingling. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you. She is quite influential in Donglin City and is considered a figure of considerable power. There are many legends about her, and they are rather fascinating. I'll tell you more when I have the chance, Wang Jie explained. Chen Hao nodded but didn't pay much attention. Regardless of her stature, she was ultimately just a person of the secular world, and he had no reason to ingratiate himself with her. The group entered the surveillance room, with Bin being the last to come in and close the door. Let us play a game of high card, Chu Lingling suggested, pulling out a brand new deck of cards with a smile. Would you like to inspect them? I assure you, I haven't tampered with them. I trust Sister Ling. Chen Hao chuckled. Though it's merely a casual game, there should be some stakes involved. Chu Lingling replied. Chen Hao, if you win, this card will be yours. As she spoke, she produced a golden card as if performing a magic trick. This exquisite gold card shimmered, seemingly crafted from pure gold, with two vigorous characters inscribed upon it. Wanong. Wang Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister Ling, this is a gift personally presented to you by Chairman Lin A. Bin's expression also changed, unable to suppress his reminder. Chu Lingling waved her hand dismissively, prompting Bin to fall silent. Chen Hao was taken aback. He had never heard of the Wanong gold card before. It's a privately issued gold card by Wanong Group. Possessing this card grants you VIP status with various privileges. There are only a handful of these cards in Donglin City. Even wealth cannot buy one. It symbolizes identity and status, Wang Jie clarified. Realizing Chen Hao was unaware of its significance. Only then did Chen Hao comprehend. He had heard of Wanong Group, a colossal corporation boasting assets exceeding hundreds of billions. Chairman Lin Wanyin was a powerful figure in Donglin City. Sister Ling, this gold card is far too precious. I have nothing to wager, Chen Hao remarked. You need not offer anything. If you lose, just do me a favor. Chu Lingling smiled gently. What favor? Chen Hao asked, somewhat surprised. I cannot disclose it at this moment, but it will certainly be within your capabilities. I would never compel you to do anything against your will, Chu Lingling assured him. Chen Hao felt a stirring in his heart. What could someone of Chu Lingling's stature possibly need from an ordinary person like him? Did she see something in him? All right, he mused, agreeing to her terms. Let us begin. Chu Lingling placed the cards on the table. I'll draw first. She casually drew a card and placed it face down in front of her, smiling. Chen Hao scanned it with his spiritual sense, and his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. He said nothing and drew a card as well. I'll reveal my card now. Chu Lingling flipped hers over, and both Bin and Wang Jie gasped in astonishment as it turned out to be a two of clubs. I said we play high card, but I never specified whether high or low wins, Chu Lingling teased, looking at Chen Hao with a mischievous glint. I now declare that the player with the lower card is the winner. Wang Jie exclaimed in disbelief, while Bin chuckled, casting a sympathetic glance at Chen Hao. No matter how skilled you are at gambling, it seems you've fallen for Sister Ling's trick. I wouldn't even need to look. I've lost. Chen Hao sighed in resignation. I'll honor your request, Sister Ling. In truth, I was being a bit cheeky. but I trust you won't hold it against me? Chu Lingling winked playfully at Chen Hao, her captivating gaze exuding an indescribable charm. Despite being a cultivator with considerable composure, Chen Hao felt his heart race. Sisterling, Fatty, and I will take our leave now. Should you need to reach me, just call. Chen Hao recited a string of numbers. Wait, take this, Chu Lingling said, approaching him with the one-on gold card in hand. But I lost, didn't I? Chen Hao was taken aback. I intended to give it to you all along. I was merely concerned you might refuse, which is why I approached it this way. Chu Lingling replied with a radiant smile. You needn't decline. Consider it a reward for helping me. As she spoke, she leaned closer and tucked the wonton gold card into the pocket of Chen Hao's jacket. Thank you. Sisterling, Chen Hao said, inhaling her floral fragrance while her delicate fingers brushed against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He quickly grabbed his suitcase and departed with Wang Jie. You're quite shy, Chu Lingling teased, playfully flipping her hair and laughing. Abin observed her with a look of hesitance. If you wish to say something, feel free to express it. It's burdensome to keep it bottled up. Chu Lingling remarked leisurely. Sisterling, even if Chen Hao possesses exceptional gambling skills and remarkable abilities, he lacks influence and connections, and this is our first meeting. Does he truly warrant your attention? Abin inquired. Absolutely. To a martial artist, what significance does a one-on gold card hold? Chu Lingling replied with a faint smile. Sitting back in her executive chair, skillfully twirling a butterfly knife in her hands. A martial artist? Abin questioned, puzzled. Are you implying that Chen Hao is formidable in combat? Not in the sense you imagine. Merely someone who knows a few flashy moves, Chu Lingling clarified. When I refer to a martial artist, I mean someone with genuine skill. Sisterling, are you certain you're not mistaken? Abin said, disbelief etched on his face. If defeating someone like Li Wei, a mere thug, qualifies as a martial artist, then I suppose I am one too. Chapter 11. You truly know how to count your beans, I ask you. If someone were to stab you with a knife, what would you do? Chu Lingling inquired. Naturally, I would dodge first and then counterattack. Abin replied without hesitation. What did Chen Hao do when Li Wei stabbed him earlier? Chu Lingling posed another question. Abin paused, realizing that Chen Hao hadn't moved at all, but instead had sent Li Wei flying with a single punch. That's quite difficult to accomplish. He finally said, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Of course, striking first is impressive, and it may appear simple, but it requires extraordinary skill. Even I can only recognize it. I cannot replicate it. Your discernment requires further honing, Chu Lingling remarked. Indeed, Sisterling, Abin acknowledged, nodding earnestly. By the way, Sisterling, when you mentioned Chen Hao helping you, was it regarding the upcoming Red Flower Society? Abin inquired once more. Correct. I've caught wind of some developments indicating that someone might target me during the Red Flower Society, so I must prepare accordingly. Chen Hao serves as a hidden trump card, Chu Lingling stated, casually picking up the cards Chen Hao had left on the table. After glancing at them, she suddenly froze. What's wrong? Abin leaned over to take a look and was taken aback. Chen Hao's card was, in fact, a 2 of diamonds. It turned out he had already seen through her trick and was merely feigning a loss. Chen Hao deliberately pretended to lose. Chu Lingling said slowly. But why would he do that? Abin asked, perplexed. Wouldn't it have been easier to win and take the one-on gold card? Take a look for yourself. Chu Lingling handed the card to him. Abin took it and noticed some small words scratched into the back, repaying a favor for a friend. This is the little fatty you had me chase away earlier, isn't it? Abin realized the situation. Chu Lingling nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling once more. What a remarkable Chen Hao. My anticipation for you is growing by the day. Chen Hao, you truly are impressive. When did you acquire such skills? I knew nothing about it. After leaving the club, Wang Jie exclaimed with immense excitement. I have been working out consistently. One day, I encountered a skilled Sans Ho coach who provided me with substantial guidance, which came in handy, Chen Hao replied vaguely. It's best to keep matters concerning cultivators confidential. Then, when you have the time, teach me as well. Wang Jie, known for his carefree nature, did not think much of it. Can you endure that level of hardship? When I first trained, I was beaten black and blue every day. Chen Hao chuckled. Then perhaps it's best if you refrain. Wang Jie immediately deflated upon hearing that. He was a quintessential rich second generation who preferred indulgence over exercise. He would rather be carried than walk a few steps. Suddenly, Chen Hao's phone rang. Oh no. I completely forgot about the rent. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, Aunt Kai, I'm on my way back. Please wait a moment, you no longer need to pay the rent, Aunt Kai interrupted. I've found a new tenant, and I've thrown out your belongings. Hurry back to tidy up, or else they might be taken by scavengers. How can you do this? The lease isn't even up. Chen Hao shouted in anger. Aunt Kai hung up the phone without a second thought. What happened? Wang Jie inquired. Chen Hao angrily recounted the incident. Forget it. Why bother arguing with such a stubborn woman? Besides, you're quite wealthy now. Why rent that rundown place? Just buy a house instead. You can stay at my place for a few days since my parents are away, and we can enjoy ourselves. All right, but I need to retrieve my belongings first. My identification is inside, and I can't afford to lose it, Chen Hao thought to himself. The two of them got into Li Wei's BMW X5, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the apartment complex. From a distance, Chen Hao spotted a pile of his belongings outside the building. That wretched woman. Chen Hao gritted his teeth as he hurried over to check. Thankfully, his documents were all intact. He gathered his papers and stuffed his clothes into his suitcase. As for the bedding, it was old and tattered, so he decided to discard it straight into the trash bin. Then, with a sweep of his divine sense, he saw Aunt Kai standing in the living room, her ample figure confronting two young male students, passionately urging them. For just 800 a month. You won't find a cheaper place in Donglan City. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay. So, the apartment was rented, yet Chen Hao thought quickly and used an illusion technique. Instantly, the room appeared cramped and dim to the two boys, creating an eerie atmosphere. Aunt Kai, in their eyes, transformed into a fearsome old witch. I'm sorry, we'll have to pass. The two boys turned pale and fled. You already agreed. How can you go back on your word? Aunt Kai shouted in frustration as she chased after them. Those poor fools. They can't even spare 800 a month. Aunt Kai pursued them out of the building, but, realizing she couldn't catch up, spat angrily on the ground. Aunt Kai, it seems your apartment remains vacant. Chen Hao said with a satisfied smile. It has been rented out to you. Aunt Kai snapped, turning to see him. Take your junk and leave. Don't blame me if something goes missing. You threw away their belongings, and you still have the audacity to scold them? Wang Jie said, his anger flaring. What's wrong with that? If they can't pay rent, should I keep their things for the new year? Aunt Kai retorted defiantly. Yu Wang Jie was about to respond, but was stopped by Chen Hao, who smiled and said, Aunt Kai, I actually returned to settle the rent. And I intended to pay 2 years in advance. Unfortunately, you didn't give me the opportunity. Don't be ridiculous, Aunt Kai scoffed. I know you're so broke you can't even afford to eat, yet you claim you'll pay 2 years' rent? What a joke. Chen Hao pulled out a suitcase from the car and casually revealed several stacks of cash. See this? It's my bonus from the company. I've grown accustomed to living here, so I was willing to continue renting even if you raised the rent to 1,000 a month. I called to offer you the money, but you've now forfeited that opportunity. Over 20,000, I suppose we are fated to part ways. Aunt Kai's expression turned sour. Chen Hao's offer of 1,000 a month was rejected, while others eagerly sought the place for 800 and were turned away. Aunt Kai, your arithmetic skills are truly remarkable. Wang Jie laughed heartily, adding an extra jab. Get lost. Aunt Kai's face turned green with rage as she stormed back inside. Chen Hao and Wang Jie exchanged amused glances. Once back in the car, Chen Hao's phone rang again. Hello. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID and answered calmly. Chen Hao, are you at your place? A cold female voice came through, his ex-girlfriend, Wu Sha. Yes, but I'm about to leave. What do you want? Chen Hao replied coolly. What else with your attitude? Just come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Wu Sha was taken aback by his tone. She was about to explode in anger but seemed to reconsider. Fine. Chen Hao pondered for a moment before agreeing and hanging up. Wu Sha? Wang Jie asked. Chen Hao nodded. That shameless woman still has the nerve to seek you out. Wang Jie exclaimed angrily. Let us go. I'll accompany you to confront her. On their way back, Chen Hao recounted the tale of Wu Sha's betrayal, which infuriated Wang Jie. No need. I'm no longer involved with her. It's time to put an end to this, Chen Hao said as he stepped out toward the entrance of the complex. From a distance, he spotted Wu Sha clad in a brand new Kenzo outfit, her shoulder adorned with a pristine Louis Vuitton bucket bag. As a mere office worker, she could hardly afford such luxury, clearly a gift from her new wealthy partner. Wu Sha noticed Chen Hao but did not greet him. Her expression cold and laced with arrogance. You arrived just in time, Wu Sha. I have something to discuss with you. Chen Hao approached her and stated flatly. You have something to say? Wu Sha was taken aback. Indeed, I believe we are incompatible. Let us break up and avoid seeing each other again. Chen Hao declared bluntly before turning to walk away. Wu Sha froze. She had intended to end things with him, expecting Chen Hao to be shocked and pleading for her to stay, but reality slapped her in the face. Stop right there. Wu Sha regained her composure, urgency and anger in her voice as she blocked his path. What do you want? Chen Hao replied indifferently. How dare you propose a breakup? Wu Sha shouted defiantly. You think you can just dismiss me? Please move aside. We are no longer connected, Chen Hao said, casting her a disdainful glance. Regretting ever having been attracted to such a woman, Wu Sha immediately understood the contempt in his gaze, igniting her fury. I want to move, she declared, filled with rage. Chen Hao, unless you clarify things today, you shall not leave. Wu Sha, stop being unreasonable. I'm not clarifying anything out of respect for our past, Chen Hao said, noticing the stares of onlookers. How laughable. You think I owe you any respect? Who do you think you are? Your behavior is utterly ridiculous. You are the one who cheated. Chen Hao has also become popular. Do you think this matter is quite glamorous and want the whole world to know? Fine. I shall indulge you. Wu Sha was suddenly taken aback, revealing an expression of utter shock. Did you think I was unaware of your affair with that nouveau riche? Chen Hao sneered. I witnessed it with my own eyes. And you came here precisely because that wealthy man sent you. The car is parked over there, isn't it? He pointed. What a plot twist. This woman can be so brazen. I initially thought the man was at fault, but it turns out she is the one who cheated. Huh. She assumed this young man was oblivious, demanding to know the reasons for the breakup, only to be publicly humiliated. The onlookers whispered in gossip. You're talking nonsense. Wu Sha's face flushed crimson, vehemently denying, I don't know any nouveau riche, and I have not cheated. Chen Hao, you have no evidence. Don't bite like a rabid dog, slandering my innocence, or I will sue you for defamation. Shall I read aloud the hotel records between you and that nouveau riche? Would that count as evidence? Suddenly, Wang Jie's voice rang out. He approached with his phone in hand, a mocking expression on his face. I just asked a friend to check, and this month alone. You've booked a hotel room with that nouveau riche no less than 10 times. Don't tell me you two were neatly dressed, lying under the covers discussing ideals and life. Haha. The crowd burst into laughter. Wu Sha's face turned a deep shade of pig liver color. Utterly humiliated. So what if I'm with someone? It's my freedom to choose whom I associate with, and no one can dictate that. She shouted angrily, Chen Hao. Even if he is a nouveau riche, he is 1,000, 10,000 times better than you. A person like you is destined to be a loser, with no future. I should have left you long ago. The crowd looked on with disdain. Not only did this woman cheat, but she was also shameless, truly repulsive. Loser? Wang Jie sneered. Foolish woman, let me tell you, the money Chen Hao has could crush you. Fatty, you truly can boast for your unscrupulous friends. Wu Sha, who was at a loss on how to regain her dignity, heard this and scoffed. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? A miser who counts every penny even when dining out, wearing the same few outfits all year round. And when it comes to buying me a perfume worth a few hundred, it's as if I were asking for his life. You think he could crush me with money? It's simply laughable. The onlookers regarded Chen Hao with suspicion. Although this young man was handsome, his attire seemed cheap, hardly resembling a wealthy individual. Fatty, let us go. There is nothing more to discuss with her. Chen Hao also disdainfully chose not to engage further with Wu Sha. Why are you leaving, Chen Hao? Didn't he, the fat man, say you have so much money you could crush me? Come on, prove it. Don't be a coward. Wu Sha, now completely losing her composure, grit her teeth and blocked Chen Hao's path. My financial situation has nothing to do with you. Chen Hao replied. Please step aside. My patience is limited. How does it not relate? Didn't you despise me for being with that nouveau riche? Didn't you resent me for being poor? Wu Sha spat. Yes, you're correct. I do despise you for being poor. If you're so bold, bring out 3 million to slap me in the face. Make me regret it. Otherwise, you're not even human. By the heavens, is there such a thing? Wang Jie could not stand it any longer, pulling 2 suitcases from the car. Chen Hao, since she has asked so explicitly, what are you hesitating for? Act. Keep acting. Wu Sha shouted loudly. Open them now, and let everyone see what worthless junk is inside. As you wish. Chen Hao chuckled coldly, opening the suitcase and suddenly scattering its contents. In an instant, 1 million in cash poured forth, raining down upon Wu Sha. Ah! Wu Sha screamed, caught off guard and collapsing to the ground. That is 2 million. Chen Hao opened the second suitcase, and another pile of $100 bills came crashing down on her head. 3 million, entirely fulfilling your wish. Wang Jie opened the third suitcase, bundles of red bills raining down like a shower upon Wu Sha. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Though one often sees such spectacles of money being thrown online, it is often mere entertainment. Now, witnessing 3 million in cash raining down in reality was astonishing. For a moment, silence enveloped the vicinity. Chapter 13. Shocking the nouveau riche, was that satisfying? Chen Hao smirked. Wu Sha, dazed from the onslaught of money, had her makeup smeared and sat on the ground, her expression vacant. After a while, she hoarsely asked Hao, do you have so much money? To tell you the truth, Chen Hao is actually the son of a wealthy family. He refrains from disclosing this to avoid people associating with him for his wealth. Initially, he was sincere towards you. But who knew you would cheat for a trivial sum of money? It's a pity. You forsook a vast forest for a crooked tree. Wang Jie fabricated tales with ease. Upon hearing this, Wu Sha felt as if she had been stabbed by a knife, utterly collapsing and bursting into tears, covering her face. The onlookers shook their heads, sighing. Although her end was tragic, she brought it upon herself and was hardly worthy of sympathy. Chen Hao and Wang Jie began to gather the money back into the suitcases. After all, it was 3 million. One cannot just walk away nonchalantly after such a display. Sha, what is wrong? At that moment, a plump middle-aged man entered the crowd, shocked by the scene, quickly helping Wu Sha to her feet. It was indeed the nouveau riche. Darling, they bullied me. Wu Sha cried out, burying herself in the arms of the nouveau riche. You must be Sha Sha's ex-boyfriend. The nouveau riche, holding Wu Sha, glared at Chen Hao with a dark expression. Just because she broke up with you, you bullied her? Are you even a man? He had not witnessed the earlier events and had concocted an entire narrative in his mind. I didn't bully her. As for what transpired, you can ask her yourself. Chen Hao replied coolly, Fatty, we're leaving. You think you can bully my girlfriend and just slip away? How could it be that easy? The nouveau riche shouted. Immediately demanding Chen Hao apologize to Wu Sha. He released Wu Sha and approached Chen Hao, ready to grab him. Chen Hao waved his hand, and the nouveau riche was pushed back several steps. The nouveau riche was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly inconspicuous young man to possess such strength. Do you think just because there are two of us, I can't handle you? Do you believe I want to call someone to deal with you in a minute? He dared not advance further, but his tone remained threatening as he pulled out his phone. Chen Hao merely scoffed, turning to leave with Wang Jie. Chen Hao, you may evade the initial confrontation, but you cannot escape the consequences. Sha has already informed me of your background. Aren't you supposed to be working at Guangming Advertising Company? Just wait. I will ensure you lose your job. And then I'll find someone to block you every day, making it impossible for you to stay in Donglin City. The nouveau riche threatened ominously. You're threatening me? Chen Hao paused, turning to face the nouveau riche with a cold gaze. What does threatening you even accomplish? The nouveau riche boasted. I have connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. How could I not handle a loser like you? If you don't want to be beaten into a cripple, apologize to Sha immediately. Darling, I want Chen Hao to kneel and bow to me. Wu Sha, with tear-streaked eyes, shouted angrily. Did you hear that? Do as she says. The nouveau riche commanded. Who do you think you are? Wang Jie retorted angrily. Fatty, no need to get worked up. Chen Hao calmly pulled out a one-on gold card from his pocket, displaying it before the nouveau riche. Since you're so confident, you should recognize this card, right? What a worthless thing. The nouveau riche glanced dismissively but abruptly changed his demeanor, scrutinizing it closely. Want on gold card? He gasped in shock. How do you have that? That's none of your business. Chen Hao replied. I merely wish to inquire. Do you still intend to threaten me? The nouveau riche's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly turned and, with a resounding slap, struck Wu Sha across the face. Wu Sha screamed and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Have you lost your mind? She exclaimed, rising and covering her face in anger. You wretched bitch, you've ruined me. The nouveau riche cursed, then turned to Chen Hao, his face plastered with a forced smile. Brother Chen, I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize your stature as a distinguished guest of Bustling. Had I known, not even 100 men could have compelled me to provoke you. In the blink of an eye, his demeanor shifted from arrogant to submissive, as if it were a natural transformation, devoid of any pretense. If you know you cannot afford to offend, then be gone, Chen Hao said coolly. Yes, Brother Chen. I will immediately sever ties with that wretched girl. I implore you, please do not stoop to my level. The nouveau riche responded, yet he did not leave. Instead, he pleaded pitifully, on the verge of tears. I have no interest in squabbling with you. Leave at once. Chen Hao dismissed him with a wave, recognizing his fear of retribution. Thank you, Brother Chen. Should you need anything in the future, I assure you I will handle it with utmost care. The nouveau riche scurried away, as if granted a reprieve, ignoring Wu Sha entirely. Chen Hao tucked away his wonton gold card, surprised by its effectiveness. It seemed he owed a considerable favor to Chu Lingling. The onlookers gazed at Chen Hao with a newfound respect, though they were unaware of the card's significance. They could tell it had swiftly transformed the arrogant nouveau riche into a supplicant, a clear indication of immense power and influence. This young man is truly not to be underestimated. Why didn't you reveal it sooner? Letting him boast for so long, Wang Jie complained. I simply forgot, Chen Hao replied. Let us go. Wait, Chen Hao. Suddenly, Wu Sha called out, her voice trembling. Chen Hao regarded her with a blank expression. Chen Hao, I realize my mistake. It was wrong of me to betray you, but could you find it in your heart to forgive me this once, considering our years of friendship? Wu Sha's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pleaded softly. How shameless can you be, Wu Sha? You dare to ask for Chen Hao's forgiveness? Wang Jie retorted angrily. The crowd scoffed in agreement, deeming her utterly disgraceful. Ignoring the jeers, Wu Sha continued to look at Chen Hao. After all these years together, I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings for me. I remember every kindness you showed me, and I deeply regret my actions. Please, Chen Hao, grant me another chance. Let us start anew. She desperately squeezed out a few tears, a tactic she had often employed to soften Chen Hao's heart. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Chen Hao is no longer the same man, and her ploys only repulsed him. You will not receive another opportunity. Do not harbor such delusions. Suddenly, a melodious voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's attention. A tall, model-like girl gracefully approached, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her exquisite features enhanced by a touch of makeup, resembling a work of art. The crowd was entranced. They had never encountered such beauty before. And many men gaped in awe. Miss Du Xueqing? Chen Hao was taken aback. This girl was the one he had saved at noon. Shoo. Du Xueqing smiled at him, delicately placing her slender finger on her rosy lips, signaling him to keep quiet. A simple gesture from her was utterly enchanting. She then stepped closer to Chen Hao, linking her arm with his. Who are you? Wu Sha's face turned ashen. With Du Xueqing's arrival, Wu Sha's presence faded into insignificance, akin to a wild chicken encountering a beautiful swan. Moreover, Du Xueqing was clad in the same fashionable attire from Kinzo, making the comparison even starker. I am Chen Hao's new girlfriend. You have no right to inquire further, Du Xueqing replied with a gentle smile. However, I must thank you for relinquishing him, as it allowed me to find such a wonderful boyfriend. With that, she tilted her head and leaned against Chen Hao's shoulder, exuding charm and allure. The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. Let go of that scoundrel. Allow me to take my place. Wu Sha trembled, her face pale, and suddenly burst into tears. Fleeing in shame, she simply could not bear to remain. Thank you, Miss Xueqing, for coming to my rescue, Chen Hao said. Knowing that Du Xueqing did not genuinely consider him her boyfriend. I am not merely assisting you, she replied playfully. Sensing his thoughts, Du Xueqing looked at him with captivating eyes. A person as remarkable as you is rare to find. I must seize the opportunity. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, his face flushing. He had not anticipated Du Xueqing's boldness. Was she joking or speaking from the heart? The onlookers were equally astonished. Hey, what are you doing? Do you think I don't exist? Wang Jiao exclaimed, still in disbelief over his friend's transformation, not only in demeanor, but now accompanied by a goddess-like girlfriend. You must be Wang Jia, right? Hello, I am Du Xueqing, a new friend of Chen Hao's, she said, smiling as she extended her hand to shake his. Wang Jia. She knows me, he thought, feeling elated. Chen Hao, your friend is quite amusing. Du Xueqing laughed heartily. Miss Xueqing, how did you find me? Chen Hao inquired curiously, recalling he hadn't left any contact information. When you saved me, I accidentally picked up your work ID, she explained. I simply used my connections to look you up. You don't mind, do you? Not at all, Chen Hao replied, while Wang Jia interjected. A beauty like you taking the initiative to look up Chen Hao? He must be overjoyed. You glutton, always meddling, Chen Hao chided playfully, his mind racing at the implications of Du Xueqing's connections. That's a relief. I was worried you might be upset. Du Xueqing sighed in relief, her gesture eliciting wide-eyed admiration from the crowd. Chen Hao, Miss Xueqing must have a reason for seeking you out. I'll take my leave now, and you can come to my place later. Wang Jia suggested. Sounds good. You can take the car back, Chen Hao nodded. As Wang Jia prepared to leave, he suddenly approached Chen Hao with a mysterious air, slipping a wad of cash into his pocket. What's this for? Chen Hao asked, surprised. With such a beautiful girl showing you interest, this is a rare opportunity. Wang Jia winked. Spend the night in a nice hotel, and indulge yourself. Get lost. Chen Hao laughed, kicking him lightly. Goodbye, goddess. Wang Jia waved cheerfully to Du Xueqing as he drove away. Your friend seems quite understanding, Du Xueqing remarked with a playful smile, clearly aware of Wang Jia's teasing. He enjoys joking around. Don't take it to heart, Chen Hao chuckled. Shall we find a place to sit? Du Xueqing suggested. Certainly. As two individuals exited the residential complex, they entered Du Xueqing's Maserati and drove to a secluded park, settling in a pavilion. Chen Hao, I have come specifically to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, Du Xueqing stated earnestly. Without you, I fear I would no longer be among the living. As she spoke, she retrieved a pristine bank card from her bag. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. There is no need for such formality, Chen Hao replied, waving his hand. I merely stumbled upon the situation by chance and happened to save you. He continued, though I am not a medical professional. I am aware that congenital heart disease is universally recognized as an incurable affliction. Du Xueqing gazed intently at him. However, I just had an examination at the hospital, and the doctor declared my heart to be in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever. Her eyes sparkled. You are not merely fortunate, you possess hidden depths. Chen Hao smiled but remained silent. He understood that Du Xueqing would eventually uncover the truth. He had initially thought their paths would not cross again, yet here they were, reunited so soon. Chen Hao, I know you are a person of great wisdom, indifferent to any form of recompense, Du Xueqing continued. However, to me, you have granted me a new lease on life. Thus, I implore you to accept my gift. Very well, I shall not refuse, Chen Hao conceded, recognizing the sincerity of her gesture. However, I am not a sage. I am merely an ordinary person with a modicum of medical knowledge. In my eyes, you are indeed extraordinary, Du Xueqing replied, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. I was just contemplating that if you insisted on declining, I would have no choice but to offer myself in gratitude. Chen Hao found it difficult to meet her bright gaze, his heart racing. He mused to himself, are modern young women truly this audacious? Du Xueqing smiled coyly, accustomed to the attention of many suitors, including numerous talented young men, yet she felt no attraction towards them. For reasons unknown, she found Chen Hao unremarkable, yet irresistibly appealing, compelling her to tease him. Chen Hao, aside from my expression of gratitude, I wish to request your assistance, Du Xueqing declared. Speak freely. You see, my heart condition is hereditary, stemming from my father. He underwent surgery in the past, yet it was never resolved. As he ages, and with the burden of company affairs, his health is deteriorating. He has consulted numerous doctors, but none have provided a viable solution. Therefore, I would like to request your help in treating my father. I understand you prefer to remain discreet, so aside from my parents, I will not disclose your involvement in my treatment to anyone else, Du Xueqing added. What an astute young woman, Chen Hao thought to himself, nodding in agreement. As long as your father trusts me, I have no objections. Splendid, Du Xueqing exclaimed with delight. Tomorrow evening is my birthday celebration, and I would like to invite you to attend, where you can also treat my father. The two exchanged phone numbers and addresses, conversing for a while longer until Du Xueqing received a call and had to leave abruptly. Chen Hao then made his way to a nearby bank to check the balance on the bank card. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the long string of numbers, 20 million. Chen Hao couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Just hours prior, he had been a penniless individual, and now he possessed a fortune. Cultivation truly alters one's fate. Upon returning to Wang Jie's residence, he found his friend astonished. You're back so soon? Did you not go to a hotel? Surely you didn't finish 7 times already? Shut it, Chen Hao retorted, slightly annoyed. Miss Du had matters to attend to, and we parted ways after a brief conversation. Oh, I see. Wang Jie grinned lewdly. You must be feeling quite pent up. Should I call a few girls over for an unrestricted night of revelry? You're out of your mind, Chen Hao replied. If you want to call them, go ahead. I'm not interested. I need to rest. With that, he entered his bedroom and closed the door behind him. Going to bed so early? Must be a sign of weakness, Wang Jie muttered before returning to his gaming. In the privacy of his bedroom, Chen Hao sat cross-legged on the bed, hands clasped over his abdomen, eyes closed. He was not preparing to sleep, but rather to cultivate. The path of cultivation comprises 9 realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Each realm, except for tribulation crossing, is further divided into early, mid, and late stages. From the memories of the celestial being Tian Chenzi, he learned that the journey of cultivation is not only lengthy, often spanning centuries, but also fraught with challenges. Very few succeed in reaching the late stage of great ascension and successfully navigating the tribulations. However, with the inheritance of Tian Chenzi's memories, Chen Hao effectively possessed the experience of a late-stage cultivator, and with sufficient resources, reaching the pinnacle would merely be a matter of time. Yet, merely minutes into his cultivation, Chen Hao opened his eyes in shock. Despite exerting all his effort, the ambient spiritual energy was alarmingly sparse. What is happening? He rose from the bed, opened the window, and gazed at the smog-laden sky, furrowing his brow. He had not anticipated the spiritual energy on Earth to be so thin. In such an environment, the speed of cultivation would be exceedingly slow, potentially taking decades to progress through a single realm. This was unacceptable. In the world of cultivation, one could utilize spirit stones when spiritual energy was insufficient, but where could one find such items on Earth? If only I had a magical artifact. Chen Hao sighed. With a magical artifact, he could use it as a conduit to arrange a spirit-gathering formation, attracting spiritual energy from all directions. Alas, he had no idea where to procure spirit stones, let alone a magical artifact. Chen Hao extended his spiritual awareness, aimlessly scanning the surroundings for areas with abundant spiritual energy. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his expression and turned towards the direction of Wang Jie's living room. Through the door, his spiritual awareness detected an ancient bronze coin resting atop a cabinet, emanating a faint white glow. Spiritual energy. Wang Jie, what is this coin? Chen Hao inquired as he exited his bedroom, picking up the coin and tapping Wang Jie, who was engrossed in his game. My dad brought it back. It was a gift from a friend. It seems to be a coin from the Qing dynasty, called Jiaqing Tongbao, Wang Jie replied nonchalantly. An antique? Chen Hao's eyes lit up at the sight of the coin. I never expected that antiques could contain spiritual energy. This is quite a serendipitous discovery. I shall visit the antique street tomorrow, and perhaps I can also select a birthday gift for Miss Xueqing, he contemplated before returning to his bedroom to continue his cultivation. The night passed without incident. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, Chen Hao opened his eyes. Though the spiritual energy was sparse, having cultivated throughout the night left him feeling invigorated, filled with an explosive sense of vitality. The experience of cultivation was truly exquisite. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he was met with the resounding snores of Wang Jie from another room. Chen Hao shrugged, opting not to wake his friend. He left a note and descended the stairs instead. Wang Jie had played video games until the early hours of the morning, and waking him now would surely lead to a confrontation. After enjoying breakfast at a porridge shop, Chen Hao arrived at the antique street. After parking, he began to wander through the bustling pedestrian area, flanked by antique shops on both sides, with various stalls lining the street. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Come take a look. Han Dynasty ceramics, only 2,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan? This is the cheapest price in the entire Donglin city. Don't miss out. This sword was personally used by Emperor Wu of Han, sharp enough to cut through iron. I am the 82nd descendant of Emperor Qin. Due to urgent family matters, I am selling this ancestral treasure. I beg for the kindness of good-hearted people. Each vendor called out enthusiastically, claiming to offer rare treasures at bargain prices, drawing in numerous curious passers-by. Yet, Chen Hao walked past them without pause. His consciousness was continually expanded, and as he glanced around, he found that the antiques on these small stalls possessed not a trace of spiritual energy. It was evident that they were merely modern forgeries. After strolling through most of the street, Chen Hao had not encountered a single genuine antique. He decided to disregard the stalls and turned his gaze towards the antique shops on either side. Compared to the roadside stalls, the antique shops held a certain depth of character. Soon, Chen Hao discovered several authentic antiques imbued with a white spiritual energy. Some of these antiques not only contained a substantial amount of energy, but also exhibited a richness that far surpassed the dispersed spiritual energy in the environment. Chen Hao was elated and approached them, eagerly absorbing the energy. After consuming just a few, he felt a surge that exceeded the total he had cultivated overnight the previous day, experiencing a sense of comfort and fullness in his dantian, as though his cultivation had slightly enhanced. Excellent. Although genuine antiques are scarce, this entire antique street is sufficient for me to absorb energy for a while. Chen Hao mused contentedly. As he absorbed the energy, he also searched for a suitable birthday gift. After several minutes, his expression shifted as he paused in front of an antique shop named Baquintang. Found it. Chen Hao pushed the door open and entered. Inside Baquintang, a handful of people stood scattered about. Chen Hao paid them no mind and headed straight for the jade counter. He had just spotted a blood-colored jade bracelet rich in spiritual energy mingled among a collection of energyless jade pieces. Clearly, the antique shop was unaware that this was a genuine antique, presenting an opportunity for a lucky find. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Chen Hao turned to see a young man in a long white shirt looking at him with surprise from a nearby counter. Beside the young man stood a middle-aged man resembling a second-hand dealer, holding an open snakeskin bag and eagerly saying, "Boss Joe, these are all the antiques I painstakingly sourced. I assure you they are genuine. Please take them, and we can negotiate the price." "No." The young man in white waved his hand dismissively. "I've seen these. They are all fakes, not worth more than 200 altogether. You might as well try another antique shop." He then turned to Chen Hao. "What brings you here?" "I came to peruse antiques. It's been a while since we last met, Zhou Xian." Chen Hao replied, somewhat surprised. This Zhou Xian was his university classmate. Known for his family's involvement in antiques and considerable wealth, but he was also quite snobbish and narrow-minded, leading to minimal interaction after graduation. "Are you looking for me?" Zhou Xian asked, his demeanor somewhat indifferent, assuming Chen Hao sought his assistance. "Not at all, just a coincidence," Chen Hao replied. "I have a friend with a birthday coming up and thought to buy an antique as a gift. I didn't realize this was your shop." "An antique for a birthday gift? Are you serious?" Zhou Xian exclaimed, taken aback. "What's wrong?" Chen Hao asked, surprised. "Setting aside your knowledge of appraisal, do you have any idea how much genuine antiques cost?" Zhou Xian chuckled, as if he were looking at an ignorant individual. Chen Hao shook his head. Throughout his journey, none of the antiques had clear price tags, so he truly had no idea of their worth. "Knowing nothing and still daring to come?" Zhou Xian scoffed. "I heard you've been working as a salesman in an advertising company since graduation, probably earning a few thousand a month at best. To be frank, you shouldn't even consider buying antiques like this. It's beyond your means." Those around them chuckled, finding it absurd that someone with a meager income would think of purchasing antiques as gifts. "If you really want to buy something, I suggest you check the outdoor stalls for a decent imitation. It might impress someone as clueless as you." Zhou Xian patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, teasing. "For the sake of our old friendship, I can have my staff help you negotiate the price, so you don't get taken advantage of." Chen Hao slightly shook his head. His relationship with Zhou Xian had always been tenuous, and there was no need to engage further. He approached the jade counter and pointed at the blood-colored jade bracelet, asking, "How much for this bracelet?" "Sir, this is a blood jade bracelet, and it's quite expensive. You might not be able to afford it," the attendant behind the counter said with a grin. Having overheard the exchange between Chen Hao and Zhou Xian, he took the opportunity to mock Chen Hao while trying to curry favor with Zhou Xian. "Chen Hao, are you trying to save face in front of me?" Zhou Xian said impatiently. "I have other customers to attend to and can't waste time with you." Chen Hao remained unfazed, calmly producing a wonton gold card and slapping it down on the counter. "Do you know what this is?" Both Zhou Xian and the attendant were momentarily taken aback, genuinely unaware of its significance. The wonton gold card. Suddenly, a middle-aged gentleman in an expensive suit, exuding charm, exclaimed. "So, the young man know. The esteemed gentleman is a VIP of Chairman Wan Onglin. My apologies." He quickly approached Chen Hao with a warm demeanor, his tone laced with deference. Everyone exchanged glances, astonished that a mere card could elicit such respect from the seemingly affluent man. "Is it really that valuable?" Zhou Xian thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The wonton gold card can be used as a credit card within Donglin City, with a minimum credit limit of 10 million. The middle-aged gentleman glanced at Zhou Xian. "What do you think? Is it valuable?" "What?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "A 10 million credit limit? Surely. Even the most elite diamond credit card would pale in comparison. Moreover, the wonton gold card offers numerous exclusive privileges and high-end services, serving as a hallmark of the upper class, a card many dream of obtaining, yet so scarce that it's nearly unattainable." The middle-aged gentleman looked at Chen Hao with envy. The onlookers fell silent, their expression shifting as they regarded Chen Hao with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a source of amusement. With such a card, he could not possibly be an ordinary salesman. Zhou Xian must have been mistaken. Zhou Xian's expression stiffened. Just moments ago, he boasted about earning tens of thousands annually, only to realize that Chen Hao's card had a credit limit many times greater than his annual income. He had never even heard of the wonton gold card, highlighting the vast divide between his status and Chen Hao's. "Chen Hao, in school, you were far beneath me. How could you surpass me so much now?" Zhou Xian felt a mix of shock and jealousy. "You were too kind." Chen Hao smiled and nodded at the middle-aged gentleman before turning to the attendant. "Can I inquire about the price now?" The attendant, still in awe of the wonton gold card, stammered, "Of course, the price of the blood jade bracelet is." Before he could finish, Zhou Xian abruptly interrupted, striding over and pushing the attendant aside. "I'm sorry, Chen Hao, I didn't realize you've done so well. It was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Xian then flashed a broad smile, completely shedding his earlier embarrassment. "It's fine. I simply wish to purchase this bracelet. How much is it?" Chen Hao replied, uninterested in quarreling over petty matters. "Chen Hao, you truly have an eye for quality. This blood jade bracelet is something I painstakingly sourced. It's absolutely top-notch. Normally, I would sell it for 300,000, but since we are old classmates, I'll sell it to you for a mere 100,000 today." Upon hearing this, the shop attendant was momentarily stunned before realizing what was happening. Although antiques were not clearly priced, they had a tacit understanding of the price range. This blood jade bracelet was merely a high-quality imitation worth a maximum of 10,000. Yet Zhou Xian was attempting to sell it for 10 times that amount, claiming it was a cost price. It was evident he sought to exploit Chen Hao's wealth. Chapter 17. The ancient compass. The other guests also displayed a change in demeanor. Most of them were well-versed in the field and could immediately discern the true nature of the blood jade bracelet. Yet, none dared to speak up. In the antique trade, the discerning eye is paramount. A lack of acumen could lead one to spend exorbitantly on forgeries, a fate referred to in industry parlance as missing the mark. Furthermore, as they were not closely acquainted with Chen Hao, there was no incentive to offer a warning. "Boss Zhou, is this really ethical?" A middle-aged patron suddenly interjected coldly. Zhou Xian felt a pang of anxiety and forced a smile. "What do you mean by that?" "You know exactly what I mean," the middle-aged man retorted with a sneer. "This blood jade bracelet is dull in color, with chaotic and impure blood patterns. It is clearly a high-quality imitation and might not even be worth 1,000 yuan. How dare you claim it costs 100,000 at cost? Are you attempting to dupe Mr. Chen? What nonsense are you spouting? How I sell it is none of your business." Zhou Xian, exposed, was instantly filled with rage. The middle-aged man ignored him and turned to Chen Hao. "Mr. Chen, you may be new to antiques and not fully aware of the intricacies involved, but this blood jade bracelet is definitely not genuine. Please do not be deceived." Noticing that Chen Hao possessed a wonton gold card, he felt inclined to befriend him and, disliking Zhou Xian's underhanded schemes, chose to offer a warning. "Thank you for your advice," Chen Hao replied, "but I find this blood jade bracelet quite appealing and would still like to purchase it. Please wrap it up." He turned to Zhou Xian. Everyone was taken aback. Despite the middle-aged man's clear warnings, Chen Hao still intended to buy it. Mr. Chen, do you not believe what I said? The middle-aged man asked, astonished. That is not the case. I simply think this blood jade bracelet is beautiful and would make a suitable gift. Chen Hao smiled. He understood the man's good intentions but could not articulate his reasoning, so he offered a casual excuse. The middle-aged man was left speechless. How foolish to spend 100,000 for mere aesthetics. One might as well buy a plastic imitation. He had initially thought this young man, possessing a wanton gold card, was someone of substance, only to discover he was quite the naif. The others exchanged amused glances, their eyes glinting with derision. However, Zhou Xian was overjoyed. He had anticipated that the middle-aged man's interference would dissuade Chen Hao from purchasing, but unexpectedly, this classmate of his proved to be a boon, inadvertently assisting him. Indeed. It is beautiful. Old classmate, you truly have an eye for quality. I admire your taste. He laughed heartily, giving Chen Hao a thumbs up. The shop assistants stifled their laughter. The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment, realizing his efforts to befriend Chen Hao had been wasted on someone so uninformed. At that moment, a second-hand dealer's eyes lit up as he approached Chen Hao with a snakeskin bag. Mr. Chen, since your discernment is so remarkable, why not take a look at the antiques I've collected? Surely you will find something to your liking, and I guarantee fair prices. The crowd scoffed at this, clearly unimpressed by the dealer's opportunistic tactics, sensing he aimed to exploit Chen Hao's ignorance. Chen Hao cast a casual glance, prepared to decline, when suddenly he felt a jolt of surprise. His spiritual awareness detected a dazzling aura emanating from the snakeskin bag. Having absorbed spiritual energy along his journey, he had discerned a pattern. The older and more valuable an antique, the richer the spiritual energy it contained. The intensity of this aura was nearly equivalent to all the genuine antiques on the street combined. To Chen Hao's astonishment, the surrounding ambient spiritual energy was gravitating towards this brilliant glow. This was far beyond what mere antiques could achieve. Chen Hao focused intently and discovered that the source of the spiritual energy was an ancient compass, appearing tattered and unremarkable. The compass's rusty surface was engraved with intricate patterns, which were responsible for continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Hao recognized the compass for what it truly was. It was not merely an antique, but a magical artifact. He had been so preoccupied with the blood jade bracelet that he had nearly overlooked this treasure. The second-hand dealer, having observed Chen Hao's reaction, was secretly elated and quickly asked, Mr. Chen, have you found something you like? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Chen Hao pointed at the ancient compass. How much for this? The dealer's eyes twinkled with greed. You have a good eye, sir. Although this compass may appear unassuming, it is among the finest of my collection. As today is my first day of business, I'll offer it to you for a special price of 200,000. How does that sound? The crowd erupted in disdain. They had clearly heard the dealer begging Zhou Xian to purchase his wares, which Zhou Xian had dismissed as forgeries worth no more than 200 yuan. Now, seeing him demand 200,000 from Chen Hao was utterly shameless. Zhou Xian snorted in dissatisfaction but chose not to expose the dealer. Instead, he grinned, Old classmate, this ancient compass is clearly a valuable item. At just 200,000. It's a steal. You should buy it quickly. He was eager for Chen Hao to be duped once more. Absolutely, Chen Hao replied, producing his bank card. I didn't bring cash. Can I transfer? Encountering a magical artifact on Earth is a rare opportunity. Chen Hao would not hesitate to spend even 1 million for it, let alone 200,000. Certainly, I have a POS machine, the dealer said, overjoyed, thinking he had encountered an exceptionally gullible customer. It seemed this naif had money to burn, first spending 100,000 on a fake, now 200,000 on a piece of junk, providing them with endless amusement. The onlookers watched with growing contempt as the middle-aged man observed in silence, pondering how this fool had acquired a wanton gold card. Soon, the funds were transferred, and the middle-aged man handed over the ancient compass to Chen Hao, who accepted it with uncontainable joy. With this magical artifact, he could set up a spiritual gathering array, continuously drawing in spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, alleviating his concerns about running out of antiques to absorb. This trip to the antique street had proven immensely worthwhile. Mr. Chen, I have other antiques, each a rare gem. Would you care to take a look? The middle-aged man, delighted with his 200,000 profit, sought to entice Chen Hao further. No need. I am content with acquiring one genuine item, Chen Hao replied with a smile. The crowd scoffed, mocking him for being so easily deceived into buying a piece of junk. Zhou Xian, is the blood jade bracelet wrapped up? Chen Hao inquired, turning to him. It's already packaged, Zhou Xian replied, gesturing for an assistant to bring forth a beautifully crafted gift box. Chen Hao accepted it, scanned it with his spiritual awareness to confirm its authenticity, and proceeded to complete the transaction. Mr. Chen, do visit Beiwantang often. I welcome patrons like you, Zhou Xian chuckled. The others joined in the ridicule, filling the store with a light-hearted atmosphere. At that moment, the door swung open, and a refined middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped inside. Upon spotting the jade display case, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 18. A plot gone awry, boss. Where is that blood jade bracelet? Why is it missing? The elegant middle-aged man hurriedly approached. Zhou Xian, startled, pointed at Chen Hao. It was just purchased. The elegant middle-aged man immediately turned his attention to Chen Hao. Sir, I have a keen interest in that blood jade bracelet. Would you consider selling it to me? The crowd was taken aback. It was merely a high-quality imitation. Was it truly necessary to be so eager? I'm sorry, but I have a use for this blood jade bracelet, so I cannot sell it, Chen Hao replied. Somewhat surprised by the request. How much did you pay for it? I can offer you double. The elegant middle-aged man appeared quite anxious. You spent 10,000 on that bracelet, and now you want to pay double? A patron interjected, unable to contain himself. Absolutely, the elegant middle-aged man responded without hesitation. As long as the gentleman agrees, I'll pay immediately. With that, he pulled out a checkbook from his pocket. The crowd was left in stunned silence. A faux blood jade bracelet was initially purchased by Chen Hao for 100,000 yuan. Yet this cultured middle-aged gentleman was now offering to acquire it for double the price. Was he out of his mind? It's not about the money. I bought the blood jade bracelet as a gift and have no intention of selling it, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the refined middle-aged man deflated like a punctured balloon and bitterly remarked, "It seems you are indeed a connoisseur, aware that the blood jade bracelet is genuine." I arrived too late, alas. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. You must be mistaken, a middle-aged customer interjected. That blood jade bracelet is merely a high imitation. How could it possibly be authentic? The cultured gentleman shook his head and sincerely asked Chen Hao, Sir, may I borrow the blood jade bracelet for a closer examination? Chen Hao opened the gift box and handed over the bracelet, confident that there was no need to worry about any trickery. The gentleman took it carefully, producing a magnifying glass from his pocket. As he positioned it under the sunlight streaming through the display window, he scrutinized it meticulously, revealing an expression of exhilaration as he murmured, Indeed, it is truly remarkable. The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Sir, could you enlighten us on how one can discern the authenticity of this blood jade bracelet? The middle-aged customer inquired curiously. Observe, the gentleman pointed out, under the focused sunlight. The blood jade bracelet emitted a halo, serving as the most compelling evidence of its authenticity, an attribute unattainable by any imitation. As they gazed, the once-dull blood jade bracelet radiated a circle of crimson light, shimmering like a rainbow, breathtakingly beautiful. The crowd was taken aback. Had they all misjudged the situation? But sir, if it is indeed genuine blood jade, why does it appear so dull, with dense and chaotic blood patterns? It shouldn't be like that. The middle-aged customer questioned, bewildered. Others turned their curious eyes toward the cultured gentleman. This is not ordinary blood jade. It is top-grade blood jade, which takes millennia to form, he explained. Common blood jade has a shorter history and insufficient blood infusion, resulting in fewer patterns. However, top-grade blood jade is different. Its age allows for ample infusion, resulting in numerous intricate patterns. The minerals penetrate the jade's texture rather than resting on the surface, leading to its darker hue. These characteristics can easily be mistaken for a counterfeit, especially since top-grade blood jade is exceedingly rare, making it easy for even knowledgeable individuals to misjudge. Now I understand. It became clear why Chen Hao had insisted on purchasing it despite the warnings. He had recognized its authenticity all along. Alas, what a pity that our discernment has failed us, causing us to miss out on such a treasure. The crowd sighed deeply, their expressions a mix of regret and complexity. They realized they had misjudged the genuine article, deriding Chen Hao in their ignorance, a truly foolish act. The middle-aged customer felt his face flush with embarrassment. He had fervently advised Chen Hao against the purchase, only to find himself in the wrong. Thankfully, Chen Hao had not heeded his counsel. Mr. Chen must have known of my good intentions and refrained from exposing my blunder to save me from humiliation. After all, he is a person of status, holding a platinum card, and surely does not concern himself with others' opinions. As the middle-aged customer pondered further, he found himself filled with newfound respect for Chen Hao. Zhou Xian, however, was pale with shock. He had never anticipated that this casually acquired blood jade bracelet would turn out to be top grade. Not only had he misjudged its value, but he had also attempted to deceive Chen Hao, ultimately falling into his own trap. The cultured gentleman remarked, I discovered this blood jade bracelet a few days ago, but I was hesitant to confirm its authenticity, so I did not purchase it. I merely took a photograph to consult with a master before finally confirming it. I rushed here only to find I was too late. He returned the bracelet to Chen Hao and reflected, I, Huang, have been involved in the antiques trade for decades. While I do not consider myself a master, I am certainly seasoned, yet I still could not ascertain the authenticity of this blood jade bracelet. I am astonished that you, a young man, possess such keen insight, truly commendable. Mr. Huang is being overly modest. I am merely fortunate, Chen Hao replied, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. His honesty was perceived as humility by the crowd, who found themselves in awe. This, they thought, was the hallmark of a true expert, humble and understated, unlike themselves, who were merely pretenders. Mr. Huang, how much might this top-grade blood jade bracelet be worth? A customer inquired. It is difficult for me to say specifically, as top-grade blood jade is exceedingly rare, Mr. Huang replied. However, 5 years ago, at a prestigious international auction, I had the fortune of witnessing another top-grade blood jade bracelet that sold for 13 million yuan, which may serve as a reference. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed around the room. Though the crowd had suspected that top-grade blood jade would command a high price, they had not anticipated such an astronomical figure. If it had sold for 13 million 5 years ago, one could only imagine its current value would be even higher. In that instant, the gazes directed at the blood jade bracelet in Chen Hao's possession became fervently intense. Zhou Xian trembled, his heart bleeding with regret. A priceless antique had been sold to him for a mere 100,000 yuan. Boss Zhou, it seems you have suffered a tremendous loss this time. The middle-aged customer remarked with a sly smile, driving another dagger into Zhou Xian's heart. The crowd's sympathetic glances fell upon Zhou Xian. While they lamented their own failure to recognize the top-grade blood jade bracelet, they had not incurred any losses. Zhou Xian's attempt to deceive had backfired, leaving him to bear the consequences of his actions. To Chen Hao, Zhou Xian's self-important scheming must have seemed like a clown's antics. Chen Hao, I never expected you to be so cunning, knowing full well the blood jade bracelet was authentic yet feigning ignorance to take advantage of me, Zhou Xian seethed, his mind racing with regret and resentment. Is this how you treat an old classmate? The crowd looked upon him with disdain. He had attempted to deceive others, only to turn around and bite back, truly shameless. Zhou Xian, you know full well who is deceiving whom, Chen Hao replied coolly. Had you treated me sincerely, I might have informed you of the bracelet's authenticity and purchased it at a high price, sparing you from loss. But since you sought to manipulate me, I owe you nothing. Don't act innocent now, Zhou Xian retorted, his anger flaring, as if you had such discernment. If you were so capable, why did you spend 200,000 on a worthless ancient compass from him? At that, the crowd paused, remembering that after purchasing the blood jade bracelet, Chen Hao had indeed spent 200,000 on what appeared to be a trivial ancient compass. Could it be that Chen Hao was merely lucky rather than possessing genuine insight? Mr. Huang was momentarily taken aback, only just noticing the ancient compass in Chen Hao's hand. After scrutinizing it for a moment, his expression shifted to one of uncertainty, and he approached Chen Hao, saying, Mr. Chen, may I borrow the ancient compass to examine it more closely? Chen Hao felt a flicker of curiosity. Could it be that Mr. Huang had discerned something significant? He said nothing, simply nodded and handed over the compass. Mr. Huang donned a pair of white gloves before taking the compass into his possession. He gently brushed away the dust and began to examine it with a magnifying glass. Gradually, his expression became increasingly animated, even more so than when he had first seen the top-grade blood jade bracelet. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Given Mr. Huang's reaction, might this ancient compass also be a rare treasure? The dealer grew tense, swallowing nervously as he watched. What an incredible fortune it is to personally authenticate a magical artifact. After a moment, Mr. Huang finally set down the magnifying glass, exhaling deeply, and exclaimed, Magical artifact? Curiosity sparked in the crowd, including Chen Hao. Mr. Huang, when you refer to a magical artifact, do you mean items used in Buddhism or Taoism, such as prayer beads, staffs, or bells? The middle-aged customer inquired. These items are often seen in the antiques world and are not particularly rare. No. Mr. Huang shook his head and remarked. What you refer to are merely ritual implements, common items that cannot be compared to true sacred artifacts. He paused briefly and continued. Sacred artifacts are genuine treasures of Buddhism and Taoism, such as the relics of Buddha, gilded Dharma discs, and the seal of the Celestial Master. Only these can truly be deemed sacred artifacts. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Mr. Huang, what you speak of are world-renowned national treasures. The middle-aged guest exclaimed in shock. If these are the criteria for sacred artifacts, then surely this ancient compass is. He fell silent, unable to conceal his disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Huang acknowledged, nodding. Among sacred artifacts, some are renowned, while others remain obscure. The ancient compass belongs to the latter category, however, in terms of value. It is by no means inferior to those famous artifacts. As his words resonated in Baoquan Hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone fixated their gaze on the ancient compass, unable to fathom that this unassuming object was, in fact, a top-tier national treasure. Just moments ago, they could have acquired it for a mere pittance from a reseller, dismissing it as worthless debris, only to watch as Chen Hao purchased it, believing they were witnessing a farce. In truth, they were the jesters of this tale. Regret, sorrow, resentment, and shame surged within each individual like a tempest. The reseller, overwhelmed, began to pound his chest in despair, suddenly dropping to his knees before Chen Hao, pleading, "Mr. Chen, I will refund you 200,000. Please return the sacred artifact to me. I beg you. If you were in my position, would you return it?" Chen Hao calmly countered. The reseller was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in tears. Zhou Xian's face turned pale, nearly unable to stand. The loss of the exquisite blood jade bracelet had already inflicted immense pain upon him, and now the blow had multiplied tenfold. It should be noted that the reseller had initially sought him out to acquire the sacred artifact, but he had disdainfully turned him away. "Mr. Huang, if sacred artifacts are so precious, their price must surely exceed billions, correct?" After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged guest murmured, "Haha, you underestimate sacred artifacts." Mr. Huang chuckled lightly. "Their worth lies not merely in their rarity but also in their unique properties. Owners of sacred artifacts can not only nourish their bodies and avert disasters, but they can also enhance their fortunes, ascertain feng shui, and even bless their families, ensuring prosperity for their descendants. Such treasures cannot be merely bought for a paltry sum of billions." "What?" The crowd displayed expressions of incredulity. "Mr. Huang, is this truly the case?" The middle-aged guest's voice trembled. Although it sounded mystical, it was indeed true. Mr. Huang asserted earnestly, "I have had the privilege of visiting several owners of sacred artifacts alongside my predecessors. I witnessed firsthand that, despite their varying circumstances, without exception, all were prosperous, successful in their endeavors, and held significant status within their communities. Is it merely coincidence? Therefore, the value of sacred artifacts transcends any monetary assessment. They are treasures beyond price." The assembly remained silent, their faces reflecting shock. The rarity of sacred artifacts far exceeded their imaginations. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed through the hall as the reseller, unable to bear the shock, collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Simultaneously, Zhou Xian also rolled his eyes back, involuntarily falling backward, saved just in time by two attentive associates. "So this is the true essence of sacred artifacts," Chen Hao mused, initially believing Mr. Huang had merely perceived the artifact's extraordinary nature, but it appeared he had misjudged. Nevertheless, the ancient compass, as a treasure, could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Even if an ordinary person lacked the knowledge to utilize it, simply carrying it would bolster their health and extend their lifespan. In this regard, it indeed bore resemblance to Mr. Huang's claims of unique properties. There was no need for everyone to dwell on their missed opportunity regarding the sacred artifact. Mr. Huang glanced at the fallen reseller and Zhou Xian, his gaze laden with meaning. "As far as I know, sacred artifacts possess spirits. They only recognize those with capability and affinity. Even if an ordinary person acquires one by chance, they are likely to lose it easily. All the sacred artifact owners I have encountered are formidable figures. From this perspective, Mr. Chen must indeed be an extraordinary individual, blessed with deep fortune to have obtained a sacred artifact." The crowd turned their attention to Chen Hao. This time, their expressions bore not even a hint of envy, only a profound respect befitting someone of unattainable stature. Mr. Huang's words resonated deeply. Individuals like them, upon realizing the rarity of sacred artifacts, were already rendered awestruck, unable to contain their emotions, let alone possess such treasures. The middle-aged guest expressed, "Mr. Chen, my name is Huang Wenwei. It is an honor to meet you. Although you are younger than I, in any field, the accomplished are worthy of being mentors. I hope to engage in more exchanges with you and seek your guidance." Mr. Huang respectfully returned the ancient compass to Chen Hao, offering a business card with both hands. "Mr. Huang, you are too kind. Should you come across any news of sacred artifacts, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am quite interested," Chen Hao responded, casually producing a business card from an advertising firm, exchanging it with Huang Wenwei. According to Huang Wenwei, there were more than one sacred artifact, which implied that other treasures might exist on Earth. Although the ancient compass allowed for the arrangement of a spirit-gathering formation, possessing more treasures would enhance the accumulation of spiritual energy, greatly benefiting one's cultivation. Thus, Chen Hao would not allow such an opportunity to slip by. "Very well, Mr. Chen," Huang Wenwei replied, taking the card and glancing at it before pausing in astonishment. Could it be that Mr. Chen is merely an ordinary salesperson? He thought. Impossible. Huang Wenwei immediately dismissed this absurd notion. A person of Chen Hao's caliber would surely far surpass the title of an advertising firm's general manager. He must have designed this facade for the sake of discretion, Truly, an extraordinary individual. Even his business card was distinctive. Huang Wenhui was filled with admiration. Carefully storing the card, bidding farewell, and departing. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my earlier foolish remarks. The middle-aged guest approached sheepishly to apologize. Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand, leaning in to whisper. I just passed by an antique shop called Zongfui Wan and noticed that the statue of Buddha on the far left of the second cabinet is genuine. The shopkeeper has yet to realize it. If you are interested, you might want to seize the opportunity. The middle-aged guest was taken aback, surprised yet delighted. Mr. Chen, I never expected you. I am truly overwhelmed with excitement. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Hurry, go. Chen Hao urged with a smile and a wave of his hand. The middle-aged guest, filled with gratitude, repeatedly bowed in thanks before leaving Baoquan Hall. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that Chen Hao had generously assisted the middle-aged guest, and they couldn't help but smile ruefully. Had they known, they would have also sought to offer guidance. As Chen Hao exited Baoquan Hall, he checked his phone to find it was still not yet 10 o'clock. The birthday celebration for Du Xueqing was scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, leaving him ample time. Presumably, the hefty man was still asleep. Since he had nothing pressing to return to, he decided to take this opportunity to explore some properties. Driving away from the antique street, Chen Hao meandered through the bustling avenues. Hours passed, and despite viewing over a dozen properties, none piqued his interest. It was not that he was overly selective, rather, his requirements had drastically changed since becoming a cultivator. For instance, while cultivating techniques required mere meditation, what about spells and divine abilities? A few vigorous punches could easily bring a house crashing down. Moreover, cultivation necessitated a plethora of elixirs. Chen Hao would undoubtedly need to refine pills in the future, and perhaps even cultivate spiritual herbs. Surely, he couldn't rely on a gas stove and flower pots for such endeavors. Additionally, the city was shrouded in smog. Under such conditions, even the spirit-gathering formations would suffer from compromised purity of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Chen Hao comprehended why cultivators in other realms constructed caves. Only caves could meet such demands. Did that mean he too would need to burrow into the mountains to carve out a cave? Chen Hao pondered, a bitter smile crossing his face as he shook his head. Presently, he could not detach himself from society, nor had he achieved the requisite strength. As the clock approached 5 o'clock, he reluctantly abandoned his house-hunting endeavors and drove towards the address provided by Du Xueqing. Following the navigation, he soon arrived at a luxurious villa district named Mingyu Villa located on the outskirts. From a distance, Mingyu Villa was perched atop a gentle hill, with several artificial peaks created around it. Each peak housed a 3-story villa, not only elevated but also spacious. The estate boasted ample amenities, including front and backyards, an outdoor swimming pool and sports facilities. The public spaces were adorned with lush greenery, flower beds, bamboo groves, pavilions, and streams, resembling a picturesque landscape, truly delightful to behold. Chen Hao's eyes brightened. Mingyu Villa indeed met his requirements. The houses were large, distanced apart, providing convenience for both cultivation and alchemy, and the fresh air of the suburbs promised an environment free from pollution. Excellent. He inquired of the security guard at the entrance. Are there any villas for sale at Mingyu Villa? What is the price for each? Yes, 70 million for one, the guard replied. Chen Hao was speechless. He had to work harder to earn money. Upon entering the villa district and parking his car, Chen Hao walked towards villa number 5, where Du Xueqing resided. From afar, he noticed the villa's door was open. Although the sky had yet to darken, the interior was brightly lit, bustling with people, and laughter echoed intermittently. It seemed that Miss Xueqing's birthday party was quite grand. Chen Hao mused. Chen Hao, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out. Chen Hao turned to see a pale-faced young man, whose appearance suggested excessive indulgence, swaggering towards him with a heavily made-up woman in tow. Zhang Chao. Chen Hao was taken aback. Zhang Chao was the son of the owner of the Guangming Advertising Company where Chen Hao currently worked, holding the position of vice president. Although he was titled vice president, Zhang Chao was utterly inept, merely a playboy who spent his days indulging in debauchery. If that were all, it would be tolerable. But Zhang Chao also wielded his status to bully others in the company, frequently reprimanding and belittling employees to assert his dominance, proudly proclaiming his understanding of corporate management. Being the only child, the boss spoiled him and paid little attention to his antics, leaving the employees feeling resentful yet powerless to speak out. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Zhang Chao's displeasure grew as Chen Hao did not approach him to greet. Honey, who is this? Your friend? The heavily made-up woman asked in a flirtatious tone. Uft. He is not worthy to be my friend, Zhang Chao scoffed. Just a salesman from my team. Why are you speaking so harshly? The woman giggled. Shouldn't a boss treat their employees well? This is me being polite, Zhang Chao retorted, in the company. I slap them hard to maintain authority. As a boss, you must instill fear in your employees. Otherwise, they won't work properly. Wow, darling, you're so impressive. The woman gushed with admiration. Chen Hao let out a cold laugh, choosing not to engage and turning to leave. He had previously felt the need to be cautious of Zhang Chao for the sake of his job, but that was no longer necessary. Did I give you permission to leave? Zhang Chao bellowed in anger. Get back here. Chen Hao ignored him. Honey, this salesman is quite audacious. Isn't he? The woman remarked in surprise. Chen Hao, do you want to fight? Zhang Chao seethed with humiliation, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Chapter 21. Mockery and embarrassment. Zhang Chao, what are you shouting about? Suddenly, an irritable voice resonated from behind. Who is it? Zhang Chao fumed, turning around to see his expression change abruptly. 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman in their 20s, approached, exuding an air of superiority. The leading young man was handsome, his demeanor commanding. The other 2, also elegantly dressed, radiated arrogance. In comparison, Zhang Chao and the heavily made-up woman appeared distinctly inferior. Qi Gu, Zhao Gu Linjia. My apologies. I didn't realize it was you. My bad. Zhang Chao quickly donned a smile, hastening forward to curry favor. The birthday party for Xueqing is about to commence. Why are you causing a ruckus here? Had I known, I wouldn't have sent you an invitation. The young man named Qi scolded. I didn't mean to, Zhang Chao replied with a sense of grievance, pointing towards Chen Hao's retreating figure. I just saw one of my salesmen and asked a few questions. Your salesman? What is he doing here? Zhao inquired, astonished. I don't know either. He ignored me when I questioned him. I was about to teach him a lesson when you arrived, Zhang Chao fumed. Go ask him what's going on, Qi commanded. His expression turning serious. Disruptions were intolerable at Xueqing's birthday party. By now, Chen Hao had reached the entrance of the villa. Sir, please present your invitation. The security guard halted him. Chen Hao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that an invitation was required for the birthday party, and Du Xueqing had not provided him one. Just then, he recalled that Du Xueqing had mentioned calling her upon arrival, and she would come to fetch him. He took out his phone, ready to dial, only to discover it had powered off due to a dead battery. I apologize, my friend. My phone is dead. Could you please notify Miss Du Xueqing? My name is Chen Hao, and I am her friend. Could you ask her to come out and meet me? Chen Hao requested the guard. The guard scrutinized him, thinking this young man appeared ordinary yet spoke with a certain confidence, expecting Du Xueqing to come personally to receive him. However, Chen Hao's politeness earned him the guard's favor, and he nodded slightly. Friend? Suddenly, a cold laugh interrupted. I've known Xueqing for quite some time. How could I not know that she has a friend like you? As the words fell, Qi and his companions approached with unfriendly expressions directed at Chen Hao. Aren't you one of Zhang Chao's salesmen? With Xueqing's status, how could you possibly be her friend? Absurd. And you expect her to come and fetch you? You think you're worthy? Zhao and Lin mocked. Chen Hao, why don't you just leave? When you return to work tomorrow, I'll ensure you regret ever showing your face. Zhang Chao seethed, his teeth clenched in anger, feeling utterly humiliated. The guard's expression shifted to one of suspicion, believing Chen Hao was attempting to deceive him. You should speak more courteously. Chen Hao frowned. I only met Miss Xueqing yesterday. She personally invited me to the birthday party. Which is why you wouldn't know. Don't try to deceive us. Qi sneered. Xueqing is the executive assistant of the Du Group. Her birthday party is a grand event organized by the Du family, attended by social elites and corporate executives. Even your boss, Zhang Chao, would have to plead for an invitation. You, a mere salesman, claim to have been personally invited by Xueqing? What a joke. I'm not here for the business event. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Hao replied, growing irritated. If I didn't know Miss Xueqing, why would I ask her to come and meet me? You're trying to distract the guard to sneak in, aren't you? Such a clumsy trick. Do you think we can't see through it? She derided. So that's your intention, the guard's anger flared. What exactly do you want? Zhao demanded. Chen Hao, maintaining his composure, produced a Wantua gold card. Displaying it prominently, even if you don't believe me, surely you must acknowledge the legitimacy of this card. The guard, unfamiliar with the gold card, was momentarily taken aback. However, Qi and his companions were taken aback. Given their backgrounds, they were well aware of the significance of the Wantua gold card, a privilege their families had not managed to obtain. How could the salesman possibly possess it? Suddenly, Qi Song seemed to have an epiphany, a cold smile crossing his lips. I never expected that as a mere salesperson, you not only knew about the Wanton gold card, but also managed to forge one. Quite impressive, I must say. However, while it may suffice to fool the average nouveau riche, you are woefully inadequate to deceive us. It turns out it was fake. No wonder I felt something was amiss. Zhao, the young man with the surname Zhao, exclaimed, awakening to the truth. Chen Hao was speechless, astonished that this group failed to recognize the genuine card laid out before them. Qi Song, Zhao Yang, I now understand his intentions, a woman surnamed Lin interjected, capturing their attention. Since he is a salesperson, he must be diligently seeking clients. I suspect he heard about Xueqing's birthday banquet, which many business executives are attending, and he aimed to infiltrate under false pretenses. However, fearing exposure and being escorted out by security, he resorted to fabricating a wanton gold card to disguise his identity. The crowd nodded in realization. I must admit, you are quite the industrious salesperson, willing to employ any tactic to attract clients, Qisong mocked. Chen Hao, are you out of your mind? Coming here to solicit clients is a disgrace to the company. Zhang Chao bellowed, infuriated. If you doubt me, just ask Miss Xueqing, and you'll know the truth. There's no need for this self-righteous posturing, Chen Hao retorted, unable to contain his anger. Once we get inside, you think you can just slip away? Zhao Yang scoffed. Zhang Chao, this is your subordinate. I expect you to handle this matter appropriately. Or else you can forget about associating with us in the future, Qisong stated coolly. Understood, Qige, Zhang Chao replied, pointing at Chen Hao with a fierce glare. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I will make you regret it tomorrow. There's no need to wait for tomorrow. I quit right now. And you can leave as well, Chen Hao said coldly. You are asking for trouble, Zhang Chao roared, striding forward and raising his hand to strike Chen Hao. In response, Chen Hao delivered a swift kick to Zhang Chao's abdomen. Zhang Chao cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Husband, a heavily made-up woman gasped, rushing to assist him, only to lose her balance in her high heels, falling beside him with a scream. Trash, Chen Hao spat disdainfully. Qisong and his companions were taken aback and furious, astonished that Chen Hao dared to retaliate. What are you waiting for? Chen Hao is openly assaulting a guest and maliciously disrupting the banquet. Hurry and call security to apprehend him, Qisong ordered sharply, directing his gaze at the guards. Yes. The guards finally responded, rushing towards the villa. Chapter 22. Utter shock. What is going on? It's so chaotic. Don't you know the banquet is about to commence? At that moment, a tall man in uniform, visibly displeased, approached, flanked by several security personnel. Captain Qin, someone is deliberately causing trouble and has assaulted a guest. I was just about to summon you, one of the guards at the entrance reported, halting to salute. What? Captain Qin's expression shifted dramatically. Captain Qin, you arrived just in time. We discovered this individual without an invitation, claiming to be a friend of Xueqing, attempting to sneak into the banquet. When we exposed him, he became furious and assaulted our friend. Qisong pointed accusingly at Chen Hao. Indeed, his name is Chen Hao, a salesperson from an advertising company, whose sole purpose for infiltrating the banquet was to solicit clients. Captain Qin, this behavior is utterly reprehensible. You must take serious action to address this and provide us with an explanation. Zhao Yang and the woman surnamed Lin echoed, equally incensed. Rest assured, Mr. Qi, Mr. Zhao, and Ms. Lin, our security team's duty is to maintain order at the banquet and ensure the safety of the guests. We will not tolerate those who maliciously disrupt proceedings, Captain Qin assured them, clearly recognizing Qisong and the others. He then cast a dark glance at Chen Hao and commanded, immediately escort this person away. Yes. The guards responded in unison. Wait, you're just going to let him walk away? Qisong protested. Is there something else, Mr. Qi? Captain Qin asked, taken aback. Chen Hao assaulted my friend and insulted us as trash, Qisong replied, his expression darkening. Such a serious offense should not be dismissed lightly. Do you want us to suffer in vain? Qige, you must avenge me, Zhang Chao exclaimed bitterly, having managed to rise with the help of the heavily made-up woman, though still clutching his abdomen in pain. What do you mean? Captain Qin inquired. Take him to a secluded place and give him a good beating to let off some steam for us, Qisong stated coldly, casting a glance at Chen Hao. This. Captain Qin hesitated. Mr. Qi, although we are security personnel, we cannot just assault someone at will. What if he calls the police? You need not worry. Chen Hao intended to infiltrate the banquet to solicit clients. He is in the wrong and wouldn't dare report us, Qisong scoffed. Moreover, he is merely a lowly salesperson, without power or connections. Does he really have the audacity to provoke the Du family? He patted Captain Qin's shoulder. You know, we are all friends of Xueqing, with a good relationship. If you deliver a few flattering words about your dedication and outstanding abilities, surely your position at the Du Group will see a promotion. Captain Qin's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and delight crossing his face. Having worked at the Du family for many years, he had remained stagnant in his position as head of security, longing for a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. Rest assured, Mr. Qi, I will ensure this fellow receives a thorough lesson, allowing you and your friends to vent your frustrations, Captain Qin declared, thumping his chest confidently. That's more like it, Qisong said, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Captain Qin, you may not fully understand the situation, So I urge you not to be easily swayed and become a pawn in someone else's game, Chen Hao warned coldly. If Miss Xueqing learns that they are not affiliated with the Du family, she may not react as you expect, but you will undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Do not invite disaster upon yourself. Though Qi Song spoke in a low voice, Chen Hao was far from oblivious, feeling a surge of anger. Captain Qin and Qi Song's expression shifted. Quite the intimidator, aren't you? Unfortunately, the miss will not recognize you, so don't attempt to flaunt your influence here. Captain Qin sneered, before commanding, apprehend him. Yes, Captain. The guards responded, surging towards Chen Hao. Stop. What are you doing? A clear, furious voice suddenly rang out. As the words fell, a stunning girl in a pristine white dress rushed forward, none other than Du Xueqing. Noticing it was 5 o'clock and Chen Hao had yet to call her, she grew concerned and stepped out to investigate, witnessing the scene unfold with shock and anger. Miss Xueqing. The guards quickly halted, saluting in unison. Miss Xueqing, this individual has ulterior motives, attempting to disrupt the banquet. I was in the process of having him apprehended. Captain Qin reported, eager to take credit for his efforts. Silence. How dare you treat Mr. Chen Hao this way? He is my esteemed guest, whom I specifically invited. Du Xueqing trembled with anger. You are utterly lawless. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chen Hao, are you all right? I am so sorry. It's entirely my fault for not coming to meet you sooner. Du Xueqing rushed to Chen Hao's side, repeatedly apologizing, her face pale. Chen Hao was not only crucial to her father's potential recovery but also stirred an inexplicable fear within Du Xueqing. If he were to leave in anger, he might never acknowledge her again. Why was she so concerned about this young man? Having known him for only a day, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. To their astonishment, Chen Hao was indeed acquainted with Du Xueqing, and even more surprisingly, she appeared so humble before him. It was common knowledge that while they were both second-generation wealthy individuals, Du Xueqing's family background and capabilities far surpassed theirs. Though they were friends, the power dynamics were not equal. They typically adopted a fawning attitude around her. Witnessing this scene left them utterly flabbergasted. Qi Song's face turned an ominous shade of pale. He had long been infatuated with Du Xueqing, persistently pursuing her with careful flattery, yet she had never bestowed upon him a single kind word. Now, witnessing his goddess displaying such anxiety over Chen Hao, he was truly consumed by a mix of jealousy and resentment. I'm fine. My phone ran out of battery, so I couldn't make any calls. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Chen Hao stated, shaking his head. Only then did Du Xueqing feel a slight sense of relief. Turning her head, her delicate face icy, she addressed Captain Qin. Why did you have the security apprehend Mr. Chen Hao? Miss, I only heard from Mr. Qi and the others that Mr. Chen Hao is a salesman from an advertising company attempting to sneak into the banquet and even assaulted and insulted a guest, Captain Qin replied, his face pale with dread. Silently pleading with Qi Song for assistance. Xueqing, Chen Hao claims to be your friend, but we have never seen him before, so naturally, we cannot believe him. Additionally, we did not lie. Chen Hao is indeed a salesman and did indeed strike someone. His victim is my friend, his boss. Suppressing his jealousy, Qi Song stepped forward, subtly signaling Zhang Chao. Yes, I can confirm that. I am Zhang Chao, the vice president of Guangming Advertising Company. Chen Hao is indeed my employee. He just assaulted me. Zhang Chao stepped forward timidly, unable to muster the courage to breathe in the presence of such a captivating beauty as Du Xueqing. Chapter 23. The banquet begins. Xueqing. Chen Hao said he only met you yesterday and was invited to the banquet, yet he has no invitation to prove it. We certainly have our doubts. Indeed, he even insulted us as trash. Who could tolerate that? Zhao Yang and a woman named Lin chimed in, though they tactfully avoided mentioning their own mockery of Chen Hao. You need not say more, Du Xueqing interjected, her intelligence shining through. Although she had not witnessed the incident, a mere glance allowed her to piece together the situation. Captain Qin, you are dismissed. Immediately hand over your duties to the vice captain, then proceed to the finance department to settle your salary and pack your belongings. Leave this place. With that, Du Xueqing turned her icy gaze towards Captain Qin. The latter was struck dumb, as if thunderstruck. He had thought this was an opportunity for promotion, only to find himself facing disgraceful dismissal. Mr. Chen, I realize my mistake. I apologize to you. Please, say a few good words to the young lady on my behalf, so I can keep my job, he pleaded, not entirely foolish, recognizing Chen Hao as the key player. Chen Hao shook his head. I already warned you. It was your own obstinacy that led to this. I can't assist you. Captain Qin slumped to the ground. Despair etched on his face. I reviewed the guest list for the banquet, and there is no Guangming Advertising Company. How did you arrive here? Du Xueqing coldly directed her gaze at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao was rendered speechless, glancing helplessly at Qi Song. Xueqing, it's like this. Zhang Chao is my friend and wanted to witness. Qi Song stammered, trying to explain. I have no interest in hearing it, Du Shueqing interrupted. Mr. Zhang, please leave at once. The Du family does not welcome you. Zhang Chao's face turned pale. Though humiliated in public, he dared not utter a word. And you, Qi Song, along with Zhao Yang and Lin Wei, are officially invited guests of the Du family. I will not expel you. But do not expect any investment from the Du family in your Qi family project. Du Shueqing's expression remained impassive. Qi Song's face turned ashen. Shueqing, for Chen Hao's sake, are you willing to forsake multiple billion-dollar projects? He exclaimed in anger. Our long-standing relationship means nothing compared to a friend you just met yesterday? Qi Song, mind your tone. I have no feelings for you. We are merely acquainted due to family business relations. Your Qi family's project was never promising and lacks essential conditions. Investing in it would only burden the Du family. I have long wished to terminate it, and am merely informing you formally now, Du Shueqing replied coldly. Qi Song's face turned a deep shade of anger, leaving him at a loss for words. Chen Hao, let us proceed inside. Ignoring Qi Song further, Du Shueqing intimately linked her arm with Chen Hao's and walked inward. Let us go. Qi Song, his fury palpable, turned to leave. Qi Song, do not act impulsively. Our families rely on the Du family and business. We must maintain good relations and not easily offend Shueqing, Zhao Yang quickly advised, grabbing him. Indeed, if you leave like this, it will only embolden Chen Hao. Perhaps he wishes for it, Lin Wei added. Qi Song paused, remaining silent for a moment before nodding grimly. Brother Qi, what should I do? Can't you devise a way to get me inside? I have boasted to others that I was invited to Miss Du's birthday banquet. Returning in shame would be humiliating. Zhang Chao had not yet departed, his face a mask of despair. Get lost. You bring misfortune. Qi Song snapped, his frustration boiling over. He kicked Zhang Chao hard in the stomach. Zhang Chao yelped and fell to the ground in a heap. Husband! The heavily made-up woman screamed, rushing to assist him. Qi Song huffed, adjusted his attire, and turned to enter the mansion with Zhao Yang and Lin Wei. Chen Hao, are you satisfied with how I handled that? Du Shueqing inquired gently as they entered the villa. If you are still upset, please let me know. Content to the point of speechlessness, Chen Hao smiled. This girl, with her intelligence and capability, surpassed ordinary individuals, truly worthy of her esteemed lineage. That's wonderful, Du Shueqing beamed at his smile, her heart blooming with joy as if she had successfully captured the affection of the one she cherished. At this moment, they had entered the grand hall on the first floor, and the guests, upon seeing Du Shueqing intimately linked with Chen Hao, could not hide their astonishment. It was well known that with Du Shueqing's beauty and status, her suitors were as numerous as the stars, yet none had managed to win her heart. All had met with failure. The topic of her romantic inclinations had become the most fervent subject among the elite. Daily discussions revolved around who might pluck this exquisite rose. Now, witnessing this scene, could it be that the Du family princess had finally found a partner? Yet, how come this young man had never been seen before or even heard of? In an instant, all eyes shifted to Chen Hao. Many of the talented youths who had previously sought Du Shueqing displayed overt hostility. They had exerted tremendous effort to win her favor, yet this young man, appearing rather unremarkable, somehow managed to embrace the beauty? Miss Shueqing, happy birthday. May you grow younger and more beautiful with each passing day, and may the Du family thrive. Happy birthday. Miss Shueqing, may all your wishes come true. Although surprised, the crowd, composed of elites from various fields, maintained their composure, warmly offering their blessings. Thank you, Mr. Yu. I wish you abundant wealth and prosperous business, Du Shueqing replied graciously. Thank you, President Zhang. I wish you good health and success in your career. Du Shueqing returned each greeting with elegance, her politeness coupled with warmth, leaving everyone feeling as if they were basking in the spring breeze. Miss Shueqing, could you have someone take me to see your father's condition? Chen Hao, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze, spoke up. My father is on the 3rd floor undergoing a medical examination. I believe he will be finished around the same time this gathering concludes. And I will take you there afterward, Du Shueqing replied, tightening her hold on him. As long as she could be near Chen Hao, she could sense that pure and pristine aura, intoxicating her. She wished to remain by his side forever. Just as Chen Hao was about to inquire about the expected duration of the event, he suddenly noticed someone familiar among the guests, Huang Wenhui. What a coincidence! Huang Wenhui had evidently spotted him as well, but it was not the right moment to greet him, and they merely exchanged polite nods and smiles. At that moment, a suave middle-aged gentleman approached briskly, addressing the young lady. Miss, all the guests have arrived. The madam is upstairs accompanying the chairman for a health check, and may take a while to come down. Shall we commence the banquet now, or shall we wait a bit longer? Let us not keep the guests waiting. We shall begin at once, replied Du Shueqing. The middle-aged man nodded and proceeded to the podium. The hall fell silent. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the birthday celebration of Miss Du Xueqing, the executive assistant to the president of the Du Corporation soon. A passionate opening speech concluded, and the gentleman stepped away from the podium, clapping his hands. The lights dimmed momentarily, and a spotlight illuminated the central curtain on the hall wall, revealing a stunning full-body portrait of Du Xueqing. Suddenly, several staff members wheeled out a large cake adorned with colorful candles from a side room. Concurrently, the familiar melody of the birthday song filled the air. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Everyone smiled and clapped along. Thank you all. Du Xueqing gracefully performed a curtsy and flashed a smile at Chen Hao. Come join me in blowing out the candles. Her lovely face radiated happiness, glowing even more under the shimmering candlelight. Chen Hao inwardly chuckled, realizing he was likely to become the target of envy among the men present. Having just mingled with Du Xueqing, he had already sensed the palpable hostility. As the two approached the birthday cake, Du Xueqing closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering as she made a wish, then opened her beautiful eyes and blew out the candles in one breath. The crowd erupted into applause, cheering in unison. Do you know what I wished for? Du Xueqing leaned closer to Chen Hao, her breath fragrant as she whispered. What? Chen Hao asked, curiosity piqued. I won't tell you, she teased with a shy smile. Chen Hao was left speechless. Their intimate exchange did not go unnoticed by the crowd, causing yet another stir. It was all too evident. The young heiress's demeanor was unmistakably that of someone deeply enamored. Qi Song's face turned pale, trembling slightly. He had tried to convince himself that Chen Hao was merely a friend who had known Du Xueqing for a day, no matter how well they got along. It couldn't possibly be that kind of relationship. But witnessing this scene was utterly devastating. What sort of spell had Chen cast upon her? Indeed, I find it hard to believe they have only just met. Zhao Yang and Lin Wei grumbled in discontent. Would you like to see Chen Hao humiliate himself in public? Qi Song suddenly turned, his teeth clenched. Qi Song, don't act rashly. We have already annoyed Xueqing. We cannot escalate the conflict, the two hastily replied. Rest assured. I haven't lost my wits, Qi Song said, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. I ask you, do you wish to see? Zhao Yang and Lin Wei exchanged glances. Their interest piqued. What do you have in mind? After all, we have brought gifts. Qi Song whispered a few words, and their eyes brightened in understanding, nodding in agreement. At that moment, the lights brightened again, and staff began cutting the cake and distributing it to the guests. Xueqing, happy birthday. Lin Wei was the first to approach, presenting a gift box with a smile. This is a small token of my appreciation for you. Upon seeing her, Du Xueqing's expression slightly cooled. But in front of so many people, she still accepted it politely, saying, thank you. Open it. I'm sure you will adore it, Lin Wei encouraged with a smile. With no choice but to comply, Du Xueqing opened the box to reveal a string of deep red gemstone necklaces, each the size of a pinky finger, shimmering beautifully under the lights. Agate! Exclaimed a knowledgeable guest, causing an audible gasp among the crowd. Everyone was astonished. Given the current trend in jewelry, such a lavish string of agate necklaces could be valued at hundreds of thousands. Despite the elite company, few would present such an extravagant gift. Thank you, Lin Wei. I truly appreciate it, Du Xueqing replied, her demeanor softening. While the agate necklace itself held little value for her, the thoughtfulness behind the gift was evident. I'm glad you like it, Lin Wei smiled, stepping aside and discreetly signaling to Zhao Yang and Qi Song. Zhao Yang strode forward, wearing an equally bright smile as he presented his own gift box. Xueqing, this is a carefully prepared birthday gift from me. Open it and see. I guarantee it will surprise you. Intrigued by his words, Du Xueqing accepted the gift with thanks and opened it. The crowd leaned in with curiosity to see what lay inside, revealing a silver clutch adorned with twinkling stars. What is this? The men were still deciphering, but the women were already buzzing with excitement. Oh my goodness, it's an Egyptian queen clutch. I have always wanted this bag, but it's so rare and limited edition. I can never manage to order one. Yes, if I could order it now, I would pay not just 60,000, but even 80,000 without hesitation. The chatter left the men in awe. Who would have thought that such a simple bag could carry such value? Many exchanged wry smiles. Initially eager to mimic Lin Wei and Zhao Yang as public displays of gifting, they now reconsidered, realizing their own gifts paled in comparison. Thank you, Zhao Yang. Du Xueqing's eyes sparkled with delight. As a young woman, her affinity for bags, jewelry, and clothing was innate. Think nothing of it. A fine sword for a hero. A beautiful bag for a lady, Zhao Yang replied gallantly, stepping aside. Qi Song inhaled deeply, showcasing a smile as he stepped forward. The crowd watched expectantly, eager to see what this young man would present. Xueqing, I owe you an apology. Previously, I was unaware of your friendship with Chen Hao and misjudged the situation. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness, Qi Song said earnestly, bowing slightly to Du Xueqing. Given the public nature of his apology, Du Xueqing could not hold a grudge. Responding coolly, It's all right. Chi-Song exhaled. Today is your birthday, and I pondered long over what to gift you. Ultimately, I realized. What gift could surpass a sincere heart? With that, he solemnly produced a small gift box, presenting it to Du Shuiqing with both hands. What kind of gift is a sincere heart? The crowd looked on in confusion, and Du Shuiqing felt a tinge of curiosity. Chi-Song smiled slightly, remaining silent as he gestured for her to open the box. As Du Shuiqing opened the box, she revealed a small, transparent heart-shaped item, fastened with a platinum chain. Disappointment washed over the audience as they realized it was merely a common crystal heart, far too small to be presented publicly. Shuiqing, this heart, crafted entirely from diamonds, has been a long time in the making, specifically for today, Zhao Yang interjected at the opportune moment. Diamonds? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Diamonds are among the most precious of jewels, with the value of a carat varying from tens to hundreds of thousands based on clarity, color, and cut. A single carat weighs merely 200 milligrams. Thus, a 5-carat diamond would equate to a mere 1 carat. This transparent heart, though small and delicate, weighed at least 10 grams. Even crafted from the lowest quality diamonds, it would still command a price in the millions. Chi-Song's pride was evident as he refrained from elaborating, allowing Zhao Yang's words to carry the weight of their significance. Chi-Song, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Du Shuiqing was equally astonished and shook her head. She had just terminated a significant project for the Qi family. How could she possibly accept it? Shuiqing, with your extraordinary beauty and status, any gift before you pales in comparison, Chi-Song remarked with a smile. Moreover, as I just said, this is not merely a gift. It is a heartfelt token of appreciation, not just from me, but from the entire Qi family for the years of close cooperation with the Du family. Therefore, I implore you to accept it. His words were articulate, leaving Du Shuiqing momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, and she could only nod. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is my honor, Chi-Song replied. Offering a slight bow, he turned to Chen Hao, casually inquiring, Mr. Chen, I am curious, since you share such a close relationship with Shuiqing, what gift would you present her on her birthday? All eyes turned to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen was invited for other important matters. His attendance at the birthday banquet is merely incidental, so there is no need for gifts, Du Shuiqing interjected hastily. She had invited Chen Hao to treat her father. How could she expect him to bring a gift? Shuiqing, I understand you are indifferent to gifts, but on such a significant day, how could Mr. Chen not express his sentiments? Surely he has prepared something special. Let us see it. Chi-Song laughed, looking around as if seeking agreement. Indeed, Mr. Chen has been blowing out candles with Miss Shuiqing. With such a close bond, how could he not bring a gift? That would be quite impolite. I believe Mr. Chen's gift must surpass that of Chi's. Otherwise, how could he possibly deserve such treatment from Miss Shuiqing? Let us behold it. The young men, filled with hostility towards Chen Hao, seized the opportunity to heckle. Du Shuiqing shot an irritated glance at Chi-Song. With her intelligence, she easily discerned his deliberate provocation. I almost forgot, Chen Hao said with a smile. He produced a gift box and handed it to her. Miss Shuiqing, happy birthday. A small token, nothing grand. Thank you. Du Shuiqing replied, her smile somewhat forced. She found herself in a precarious position, although Chen Hao had given her a gift. It could not possibly compare to those from Chi-Song and his companions. If she were to open it in front of everyone, wouldn't that embarrass Chen Hao? However, as fate would have it, the crowd urged, quick, open it and let us admire. Indeed, others opened their gifts publicly. Mr. Chen should not be an exception. They were eager to witness Chen Hao's embarrassment, pressing her on. With no choice, Du Shuiqing reluctantly opened the box. The moment she saw the blood jade bracelet, a chill ran through her. Although she was not an expert in antiques, having been raised in a prominent family, she had seen enough to recognize that Chen Hao's gift was a counterfeit. Chi-Song's eyes brightened. While he too lacked expertise in antiques, he possessed enough knowledge to discern the imitation, and his delight was palpable. Everyone look. This is a blood jade bracelet, an exceedingly valuable antique. Chi-Song exclaimed, choosing not to expose the truth, instead praising. Mr. Chen's taste is truly remarkable. I am in awe. He clapped enthusiastically, yet no one joined in. The expressions around the room were ones of disdain. What antique? It's merely a high-quality replica. Do you think we can't tell? Even calling it a replica is flattering. It's clearly a shoddy counterfeit. While others have given genuine gifts, Mr. Chen, with such a close relationship with Miss Shuiqing, presents her with a fake worth only a few hundred. It's truly contemptible. Taunts erupted from the crowd. Du Shuiqing's face turned pale with anger. Chi-Song was blatantly stirring trouble. Don't speak nonsense, she snapped. Chi-Song feigned ignorance, theatrically stating, Mr. Chen is a salesman from an advertising agency, well-traveled and knowledgeable. How could he possibly buy a counterfeit? Everyone was taken aback. A salesman. Many began to feel a surge of excitement. They had expected him to be someone of great merit, but it turned out he was merely an inconsequential salesman. A salesman? Huh. Mr. Chun's position is utterly unexpected. No wonder he gifted a fake to Miss Xueqing. He simply can't afford anything better. The young elites intensified their mockery. Chen Hao remained silent, his demeanor calm, his gaze akin to observing a troupe of clowns. Suddenly, Du Xueqing inhaled deeply, finding her composure, and then, before everyone, she adorned the blood jade bracelet. The sight stunned the crowd. Chen Hao, regardless of what you gift me, in my heart, it surpasses all others. I absolutely adore it. Du Xueqing declared earnestly, her words clear and resolute. The hall fell silent, all eyes wide with astonishment. The young men who had mocked Chen Hao were now a mix of surprise and fury. Unable to fathom Du Xueqing's unwavering support for him in such circumstances, Qi Song's face grew rigid, his envy boiling within him. He had endeavored to humiliate Chen Hao, yet Du Xueqing stood resolutely by his side, a bitter mockery of his efforts. Chen Hao, while others treat Xueqing like a princess, you intentionally present her with a counterfeit on such a momentous day. What is your true intention? Qi Song could no longer contain his rage, questioning loudly. Chen Hao did not even glance his way, instead addressing Du Xueqing with sincerity. Xueqing, thank you. While gifts symbolize sentiment, how could I give you a fake on your birthday? Rest assured, this blood jade bracelet is authentic and looks splendid on you. Du Xueqing's actions deeply moved Chen Hao. At this moment, are you still deceiving Xueqing? Qi Song, seeing Chen Hao ignore him, grew more furious. Do you think the elite here are blind and cannot see your worthless trinket? You are indeed the blind one. A cold voice suddenly pierced through the tension. To think having seen a few antiques makes one an expert, mocking others. What a farcical display. As the words fell, Huang Wenhui strode forward. Mr. Huang. Good to see you again, Chen Hao acknowledged, having remained silent, knowing Huang Wenhui's presence negated the need for him to defend himself. Mr. Chen. There is no need for anger. This world is never short of the self-righteous. Huang Wenhui replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Miss Xueqing, I know you may not care for the gifts Mr. Chen presents, but I must inform you that this blood jade bracelet is not only genuine but exceedingly rare and was meticulously selected by Mr. Chen for you. Huang Wenhui added, addressing Du Xueqing. She was taken aback. Who are you to assert the blood jade bracelet is real? Qi Song interjected angrily. You're not just a pawn hired by Chen Hao, are you? Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Huang Wenhui retorted with a scoff, tossing a business card. Take a good look. I'm a formal member of the National Cultural Relics Association, a first-class appraiser, enjoying special allowances. I have authenticated more antiques than you have ever seen. Recognition dawned upon many. They recalled seeing Huang Wenhui on a television antiques appraisal show, confirming his expertise. No wonder he looks familiar. I've seen him too. Echoed voices in the crowd. Even if you are an expert, what does that matter? It doesn't guarantee you're always right. Perhaps you've made a mistake. Qi Song retorted, his face stiffening but still defiant. I suspect many share your sentiment. No matter, I shall enlighten you today. Huang Wenhui declared coldly. He stepped forward. Miss Xueqing, may I borrow the blood jade bracelet for a moment? Du Xueqing removed it and handed it over. Chen Hao was curious. Earlier in the antique shop, with ample sunlight, Huang Wenhui could use a magnifying glass to focus the light to prove the bracelet's authenticity, but now that darkness had fallen, how would he demonstrate it? Please, kindly extinguish the lights and prepare the projection. Huang Wenhui, holding the blood jade bracelet, stepped to the front of the curtain on the central wall of the hall. Du Xueqing turned her head slightly to signal. Soon, the hall was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a focused beam of projection that fell upon the pristine white screen. Now, let us take a moment to behold what truly constitutes a premium blood jade bracelet. Huang Wenhui gently placed the blood jade bracelet within the beam of light. Instantly, the bracelet radiated a dazzling crimson glow, casting a circular rainbow upon the backdrop, shimmering with an exquisite beauty that seemed almost celestial. The crowd gasped in unison, exclaiming, wow, so beautiful. Some ladies were particularly thrilled, their eyes sparkling like stars. The blood halo brilliance is indeed the most distinctive feature of premium blood jade, Huang Wenhui declared. Many mistakenly believe it to be a counterfeit due to the nature of premium blood jade. He reiterated the points made earlier that morning. It was enlightening to discover the depth of knowledge surrounding premium blood jade. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for allowing us to witness such a magnificent blood halo. This truly is a rewarding experience. The crowd came to a realization, applauding in admiration. As Huang Wenhui removed the blood jade bracelet, the projection faded and the lights returned. In the world of antiques, professionalism, experience, and discernment are paramount. Some individuals should not assume that having seen a few antiques qualifies them to authenticate treasures. as their loud proclamations of authenticity or forgery only serve to make them the subject of ridicule. Huang Wenhui scoffed. Upon hearing this, those young elites who had earlier mocked Chen Hao turned crimson with embarrassment. Qi Song's complexion fluctuated between green and red as he orchestrated this scene, intending to humiliate Chen Hao publicly, only to find himself the one in disgrace. Even if it were genuine, it would merely fetch a few 100,000. Far inferior to my diamond heart. Qi Song thought bitterly, unable to contain his resentment. The crowd shook their heads. To make such a statement publicly was indeed a breach of decorum. Huang Wenhui, smirking, was about to speak when suddenly a mocking voice broke through. If you do not understand, then refrain from babbling nonsense. A few 100,000? You cannot even purchase a fragment of premium blood jade with that. The crowd turned to see a man in a tang suit, in his 50s, stepping forward with a face full of derision directed at Qi Song. Mr. Ma, you have also arrived? Huang Wenhui exclaimed in surprise. Old Huang, it has been 5 years. Do you still remember me? The man in the tang suit greeted him. How could I forget? Huang Wenhui quickly approached, shaking the man's hand with a smile. At the New York auction 5 years ago, you purchased the premium blood jade bracelet for an astonishing 13 million, shocking the entire auction house. Haha. 13 million is but a relic of the past. Mr. Ma smiled faintly, stating that the premium blood jade bracelet has now soared to 20 million internationally. Yet it remains scarce in the market. As he spoke, he proudly rolled up his sleeve, revealing another blood jade bracelet on his wrist. The crowd looked on in utter astonishment, realizing the immense value of such a seemingly simple blood jade bracelet. Initially, I believed that Mr. Chen had gifted Miss Du a counterfeit, but upon seeing you, old Huang, I recognized its authenticity. Mr. Ma continued, unable to tolerate the audacity of those who claim that premium blood jade is worth only a few 100,000. He cast a cold glance at Qi Song. Do you still believe that the blood jade bracelet pales in comparison to your diamond heart? Qi Song's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Not only does it pale, but I have also examined it closely, and I can assure you that his diamond heart is suspect. It is undoubtedly a South African rough diamond. Huang Wenhui coldly remarked that while South African rough diamonds are indeed diamonds, they are of inferior quality when polished. And in terms of value, they fall far behind genuine diamonds. The so-called diamond heart is worth at most 800 to 900,000. And it cannot exceed 1 million. The crowd gasped, their gazes at Qi Song now filled with disdain. Look at this fellow, prancing about, only to discover that his gift is of questionable value. Qi Song's expression drastically changed, realizing his secret had been unveiled in public, an utter disgrace. Why do you all stare at me? Since rough diamonds are still diamonds, does that imply I am fraudulent? He retorted, anger and shame mingling in his voice. At that moment, Qi Song suddenly recalled something and exclaimed loudly, however, someone is certainly committing fraud. May I ask if Mr. Lin Wanyan, chairman of Wanong Group, is present? I report that Chen Hao has forged a Wanong gold card and is deceiving us. Will you not intervene? Qi Song, do not spout nonsense. Du Shueqing shouted angrily. I am not speaking falsely. I personally witnessed Chen Hao produce a forged Wanong gold card before entering the villa. Qi Song declared loudly, not only did I see it, but Zhao Yang and Lin Wei also witnessed it, as did the security at the entrance. He pointed towards the two. Zhao Yang and Lin Wei nodded. Mr. Chen Hao, is what he said true? A deep, authoritative voice reverberated. Subsequently, a tall, robust middle-aged man with an imposing presence stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. His narrow eyes gleaming with intensity fixed upon Chen Hao. The surrounding guests instinctively recoiled from him. Chapter 27, Lin Wanyan even among the elite. Lin Wanyan stood as a figure of utmost prominence. Chairman Lin, this is likely a misunderstanding. Chen Hao does not even know you. How could he possibly possess a Wanong gold card? Du Shueqing quickly interjected. Miss Du, I did not inquire of you, Lin Wanyan replied coolly. His piercing gaze fixed on Chen Hao. Du Shueqing's complexion paled, although she was a leading figure of her generation. She felt inadequate in the presence of someone as formidable as Lin Wanyan. Chen Hao pulled her behind him, calmly stating, Chairman Lin, I do possess a Wanong gold card, but it is not forged, it is genuine. If you do not believe me, you may examine it. He produced the Wanong gold card and extended it toward him. Lin Wanyan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. His commanding aura rendered even exceptional individuals like Du Shueqing respectful, while ordinary people quaked in fear and dared not meet his gaze. Yet, Chen Hao spoke to him with the ease of addressing an ordinary person, neither servile nor overbearing. This young man is no ordinary individual. Lin Wanyan took the Wanong gold card, scrutinizing it closely, narrowing his eyes without uttering a word. Chairman Lin, it must be a forgery, right? Qi Song anxiously inquired. Du Shueqing's heart raced. If Chen Hao offended Lin Wanyan, even her parents present might not be able to shield him from the repercussions. It is genuine, Lin Wanyan said. glancing again at Chen Hao before slowly continuing. Qi Song's face fell into despair. Du Shuiqing exhaled in relief. The crowd was taken aback. Earlier, they had heard Qi Song claim that Chen Hao was merely an ordinary salesperson. How could a salesperson possess a genuine Wantong gold card? Although it is genuine, Lin Wanyin's tone shifted. Every Wantong gold card is personally bestowed by me, and I do not know you. How did you come by it? It was given to me by Chu Lingling, Chen Hao replied. Chu Lingling. The crowd gasped, some even changing color. This name may not be well known in the business world, but it certainly strikes fear into the hearts of many in Donglan City. Lin Wanyin was equally taken aback. I did indeed give Chu Lingling a Wantong gold card, but to my knowledge, she is exceptionally discerning. Why would she transfer it to you? Chairman Lin, your inquiry seems somewhat excessive. Chen Hao replied coolly. While the Wantong gold card was issued by you, once it was given to Lingling, it became her property. As for why she chose to give it to me, that is none of your concern. With that, Chen Hao reached out, reclaiming the Wantong gold card from Lin Wanyin's grasp. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Given Lin Wanyin's status and influence, every elite present held him in great respect. How could Chen Hao dare to speak to him in such a manner? Du Shuiqing's face turned pale as she instinctively touched Chen Hao, fearing he was unaware of Lin Wanyin's formidable reputation. Yet Lin Wanyin stood frozen, staring at Chen Hao in disbelief. To others, he appeared to be a top-tier figure, commanding both the underworld and the legitimate realm, capable of summoning the winds and calling the rains. Yet, few were aware that he was also a martial artist of remarkable prowess. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person, let alone a typical expert, to snatch anything from him. However, Chen Hao effortlessly extracted the golden card from his grasp, as if he were merely taking a piece of paper, leaving him utterly unresponsive. How could this be possible? Chairman Lin, are you all right? Chen Hao inquired with a slight smile, having discerned that Lin Wanyin possessed considerable skill, and that reclaiming the Wantong golden card was a deliberate show of authority. Lin Wanyin finally regained his composure, casting a complex gaze at Chen Hao and softly asking, are you also a martial artist? And what do you think? Chen Hao neither confirmed nor denied the assertion. He was unaware of the intricacies of martial arts, however, as long as he could instill a sense of intimidation, any misunderstanding was of little consequence. Lin Wanyin remained silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. My apologies, Brother Chen Hao, I misspoke earlier. Please do not take it to heart. He jovially patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, adding, no wonder Chu Lingling would entrust the Wantong golden card to you. You truly are exceptional. From this moment forth, you shall be my esteemed guest. Do not hesitate to voice any requests. The crowd stood in astonishment. Just moments earlier, Chen Hao had spoken with such firmness, yet the notoriously irritable Lin Wanyin not only refrained from anger, but also exhibited an unexpected warmth, even hinting at deference. It was utterly inconceivable. Thank you, Chairman Lin. Chen Hao responded with a smile, harboring a newfound respect for the man. Truly, he was a person of stature, capable of both humility and strength. You are too kind, brother. Lin Wanyin chuckled, though his eyes flickered with an unmistakable wariness. The seemingly casual pats on Chen Hao's shoulder had, in fact, been executed with significant force, intended as a test of Chen Hao's abilities. Yet Chen Hao had shown no sign of having felt it, indicating that his martial prowess was profound and far beyond Lin Wanyin's comprehension. Could he be a master of internal energy? Lin Wanyin's mind swirled with uncertainty, yet he maintained a calm facade, coldly remarking, who was it that claimed Mr. Chen Hao forged the Wantong golden card? Not only do you slander Mr. Chen Hao, but you also cast aspersions upon me. Thud. Qi Song's face turned pale as he collapsed onto the ground in fear. Chairman Lin, there is no need to be angry. I will handle this, Du Shuiqing interjected, stepping out from behind Chen Hao and calling out, security. Several security personnel rushed over. Take him away, Du Shuiqing commanded. Understood. The security guards lifted Qi Song and escorted him out. Lin Wanyin snorted, his tone laden with meaning as he remarked, Miss Du, you have truly chosen an exemplary boyfriend. Du Shuiqing's face flushed slightly, yet she offered no explanation, casting a shy glance at Chen Hao. This young man seemed like a hidden treasure, appearing ordinary. Yet the more she interacted with him, the more surprises he revealed. How could she have been so foolish? Was Chen Hao truly just a salesperson? Are you foolish? A salesperson could not possibly purchase a $20 million premium blood jade bracelet. A salesperson would not possess a Wantong golden card. If he were merely a salesperson, would we not all be beggars? Indeed, did you not notice Lin Wanyin's attitude towards Chen Hao? He is undoubtedly a concealed powerhouse. We simply have yet to realize it. Damn, I almost fell for Qi Song's deception, nearly causing us to offend Mr. Chen. The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Chen Hao transformed into ones of reverence. Those young elites who had previously mocked him now looked pale, filled with regret and unease. If even Lin Wanyin had publicly yielded to Chen Hao, How could they dare to provoke him? What if Chen Hao sought vengeance afterward? In truth, they were overthinking it. Chen Hao had no interest in causing them trouble. At that moment, the middle-aged man hosting the banquet hurried over, his expression grave as he whispered to Du Xueqing, "Miss, the chairman is facing an urgent situation. The madam requests that you come upstairs immediately." Du Xueqing's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. "Understood. Please attend to the guests for me. Contact me if anything arises." "Yes, Mississippi." The middle-aged man nodded. "Chen Hao, we must go upstairs," Du Xueqing said, turning to leave. Chen Hao waved at Huang Wenwei, signaling that they would reconnect later, before following her upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, Du Xueqing pushed open a pair of double doors, leading Chen Hao inside. The spacious room was filled with various medical instruments, humming with activity. Against the wall in the center stood a multifunctional electric hospital bed. Lying on the bed was a man in his 50s, eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen, chest heaving rapidly. An oxygen mask covered his face. And he was connected to various lines, while several doctors in white coats surrounded the bed, urgently administering aid. At the foot of the bed stood a stately, well-preserved middle-aged woman, her face etched with anxiety. "Mom, what happened to Dad?" Du Xueqing rushed over, alarmed. Xueqing, the middle-aged woman, turned to see her, her eyes instantly reddening. "Your father suffered acute heart failure. Doctors Liu and the others are trying to save him. How could this happen? He was perfectly fine before I went downstairs." Du Xueqing looked anxiously at the bed. "I don't know. There were no warning signs. It just suddenly occurred," Mrs. Du choked out, trembling slightly. "Fortunately, your father was undergoing a checkup, and all the specialists were present, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do not worry, Mom," Du Xueqing comforted, wrapping her arms around her mother's shoulders. "I have invited a miraculous doctor. He will surely be able to save Dad." As she spoke, she beckoned Chen Hao over. "Hello, Annie, my name is Chen Hao, a friend of Xueqing's. I have some knowledge of medicine and hope to assist." Mrs. Du was taken aback. She had assumed Chen Hao was merely accompanying them and had not realized he was a doctor. "Xueqing, can you not be reckless?" she retorted, her face darkening with irritation. This young man could not be more than 25 or 26, dressed casually, utterly lacking the demeanor of a miraculous doctor. "Mom, Chen Hao truly is a miraculous doctor," Du Xueqing insisted, knowing her mother's skepticism. "I didn't have the chance to tell you. I fainted during my checkup yesterday." She quickly recounted the events of the previous day. "So, your heart has completely recovered?" Mrs. Du expressed astonishment and joy upon hearing this. "Yes," Du Xueqing nodded. "I specifically went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor declared me to be in excellent health, with no issues whatsoever. That is why I invited Chen Hao to treat Dad. I have never heard of anyone curing congenital heart disease solely through acupuncture, especially within such a short time frame. This is simply preposterous. Miss Du, you may lack medical knowledge. Do not allow yourself to be deceived." A cold sneer interrupted the conversation. It came from a bespectacled middle-aged doctor, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Chen Hao. Though the other doctors remained busy, they also shook their heads in amusement, as if listening to a joke. "I may not understand medicine, but the results from the instruments are never wrong, are they?" Du Xueqing countered, producing a test report from her bag and handing it to the middle-aged doctor. He glanced at it briefly before shaking his head. "This does not prove anything. Instrument tests are not infallible. Perhaps Miss Du's heart function appeared normal at the time, which is why no issues were detected. Then why do I feel perfectly fine now? Completely different from before?" Du Xueqing pressed, refusing to back down. "In just one day, what could you possibly feel? Heart disease does not strike at all times." The middle-aged doctor replied. "Moreover, you are young and healthy. As long as you are not excessively stimulated, you would not be markedly different from a normal person. Regardless, Chen Hao will undoubtedly cure me." Du Xueqing found herself at a loss for words, unable to suppress her impulsive retort. The middle-aged doctor chuckled softly, shaking his head as he addressed Mrs. Du. "Madam, I understand that Miss is quite concerned about Chairman Du's health, but one must not resort to desperate measures. Nowadays, fraudsters are adept at exploiting the anxieties of family members, catering to their hopes to swindle money. Please, do not fall victim to such deceit." As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hao. "Indeed, Dr. Liu, you are correct," Mrs. Du replied, her expression shifting from joy to disappointment, and she nodded solemnly. She then turned to Chen Hao with a cold demeanor and commanded, "Please leave immediately." "Mother, do you not trust me either?" Du Xueqing exclaimed. "I trust the doctor more." Mrs. Du interrupted, her voice firm. "Your father is in critical condition. Do not speak further. Miss Xueqing, I shall take my leave to avoid disturbing your father's rescue." Chen Hao stated calmly, turning to exit. He felt no anger. After all, healing congenital heart disease through supernatural means was beyond the realm of belief for ordinary people. "Chen Hao, do not go," Du Xueqing urged, hurrying after him. "Xueqing, return at once." Mrs. Du exclaimed, both surprised and angry, unable to comprehend why her usually astute daughter was so concerned about a charlatan. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an elderly man clad in a white robe entered, carrying a light yellow medical box. Beside him was a young man dressed similarly. "It's you." Chen Hao reached the doorway and came face to face with them, both he and the young man exclaiming in surprise. This young man was Ling Kai, whom he had encountered the previous noon. "What brings you to my home?" Du Shiweching asked, her expression cooling as she recognized Ling Kai. "Silence." Shiweching, Mrs. Du hastily approached. "This is Ling Zhongsa, the esteemed physician I specifically invited to treat your father. How can you speak so rudely?" "Mother." Du Shiweching pointed angrily at Ling Kai. "Did I not tell you that he misdiagnosed me yesterday, nearly costing me my life? Thankfully, Chen Hao saved me." And then Ling Kai attempted to bribe Aunt Li, claiming he was the one who cured me. "How can such an unethical man be invited to treat my father?" "Miss Shiweching, you were unconscious and may not fully understand. In truth, I was the one who saved you. It was Mr. Chen Hao who made the misdiagnosis." Ling Kai coughed lightly, feigning seriousness. Chen Hao's expression changed. He did not expect this man to lie so boldly in front of him. "You are speaking nonsense. Who saved me is quite clear," Du Shiweching retorted, her anger mounting. "Miss Du, please calm down. I heard Ling Kai recount the events yesterday," Ling Zhongsa said slowly, "though it is merely his side of the story. I have been informed that Mr. Chen Hao lacks a medical license and any experience as a physician. Is that true?" Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Chen Hao, who nodded in response. "Such audacity among fraudsters these days," Dr. Lu scoffed. "To claim to be a divine healer while possessing nothing, truly outrageous." Miss Du, while my grandson may not be exceptional, he at least possesses a medical license and has been practicing under my guidance for several years. Surely, he is far more qualified than Mr. Chen Hao. Need I say more about who made the misdiagnosis?" Ling Zhongsa stated coolly. "Dr. Ling, many witnessed the events yesterday." Du Shiweching argued, her frustration evident. "Enough, Shiweching," Mrs. Du shouted in anger. "Do you still believe this fraud? Leave my sight at once." She pointed at Chen Hao, her voice sharp. With a sigh, Chen Hao turned to Du Shiweching and said, "Miss Shiweching, it seems I can no longer assist in your father's treatment. I am sorry. Goodbye." He began to walk away. "Chen Hao, I believe in you. Do not leave, please." Du Shiweching grasped his arm, unable to contain her tears. Mrs. Du watched in shock, perplexed by her daughter's unusual concern for this man, who was nothing more than a fraud in her eyes. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could her daughter have developed feelings for this swindler? Just then, the sound of the cardiac monitor intensified, resembling an alarming siren, piercing through the tension. Everyone turned in shock to see the man in the bed convulsing, his breathing becoming increasingly erratic, as if he were struggling for air. "Quick! Bring the respirator and inject the cardiac stimulant. Apply pressure to the chest. We must not let his heart stop." The surrounding doctors, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, scrambled into action. "What is wrong with my husband?" Mrs. Du called out, her attention diverted from Chen Hao, urgency in her voice. "Madam, Chairman Du is experiencing heart failure coupled with respiratory distress. His condition is extremely critical," Dr. Lu replied gravely. "We will do everything we can, but there are no guarantees. It is best you prepare yourself mentally." As he spoke, he busied himself once more. Mrs. Du felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion paling. "Esteemed physician, please, I beg you, save my husband." She snapped back to reality, urgently imploring Ling Zhongsa. "Do not worry, madam. I will attend to the chairman immediately," Ling Zhongsa reassured her, his expression serious as he hastened toward the bed. The other doctors, recognizing his expertise, stepped aside. "Chen Hao, my father will be all right, won't he?" Du Shiweching cried. "Do not worry, your father will surely recover," Chen Hao reassured her, discreetly snapping his fingers to channel a thread of supernatural energy into Chairman Du's body. Despite his frustration, he could not turn a blind eye to Du Shiweching's plight. With this energy, he could at least ensure her father's life was secured. At the bedside, Ling Zhongsa grasped Chairman Du's wrist, feeling for his pulse. Suddenly, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Although Chairman Du's pulse was weak, it was surprisingly steady, indicating a hidden resilience that contradicted his seemingly critical state. "What is happening?" Ling Kai had opened the medical box and was now handing over silver needles, which Ling Zhongsa took without hesitation. After a brief moment of concentration, he swiftly inserted the needles into key acupuncture points along Chairman Du's heart and lungs. His movements were swift and skilled, exuding professionalism that left the onlookers in awe. Chen Hao nodded slightly. While Ling Zhongsa's acupuncture techniques seemed trivial to him, they were indeed commendable among ordinary practitioners. Minutes later, Ling Zhongsa completed the needlework, exhaling deeply as his complexion flushed. He coughed lightly a few times, prompting Ling Kai to hand him a pill and a thermos, which he accepted and consumed. Esteemed physician. How's my husband? Mrs. Du inquired anxiously. For the moment, he is out of immediate danger and should regain consciousness shortly, Ling Zhongsa replied. As he spoke, Chairman Du ceased convulsing, and his rapid breathing began to stabilize, indicating a positive turn. Thank you, esteemed physician. I am immensely grateful, Mrs. Du exclaimed, both astonished and relieved. Truly, you are a master of your craft. Just a few needles, and Chairman Du is revived from the brink. Remarkable. Indeed, today has been an eye-opener. The Ling family's renowned song and silver needle technique is truly deserving of its reputation. Dr. Liu and the others expressed their admiration fervently. Ling Zhongsa smiled gently. Yet a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Logically, even with his intervention, Chairman Du should not have shown such rapid improvement. It felt as though an unseen force was aiding his recovery. Reflecting on the unusual pulse he had felt earlier, a sudden realization struck him. By all indications, even without his assistance, Chairman Du seemed poised to survive. Why are you still here? Mrs. Du suddenly spotted Chen Hao and fumed. If you do not leave at once, I shall call security. Mother, Chen Hao could never be a fraud. Please allow him to examine father, just once, if you would. Du Xueqing pleaded earnestly. You still defend him. Mrs. Du trembled with anger. Suddenly, Ling Kai approached her and whispered, this Chen Hao is quite the smooth talker. Yesterday, he misdiagnosed the situation, yet he deceived Miss Xueqing into believing he was her savior, earning her unwavering trust. Given the current circumstances, forcibly expelling Chen Hao would only deepen the rift between Miss Xueqing and yourself. Madame Du was taken aback, but regaining her composure, she nodded. You are absolutely correct. Ling the young healer. Do you have any solutions? My grandfather's song and silver needle technique can induce a state of near death in Director Du, but it is merely an illusion. Causing no harm to his body and allowing for a swift recovery, Ling Kai continued in a hushed tone. Then, Madame Du, you can deliberately let Chen Hao attempt to save him. Should he fail, his true nature as a fraud will be revealed, and without your prompting, Miss Du will naturally sever ties with him. What a clever plan. Thank you, Ling the young healer, Madame Du exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ling Kai then reiterated the plan to Ling Zhongsa, who expressed no dissent, feigning to examine the condition of Du Xueqing's father while discreetly twisting the silver needles. Soon, Du Xueqing's father's complexion turned ashen, his breath faint and barely perceptible. Ling the healer, what is happening? Dr. Liu and others asked in shock. Ling Zhongsa feigned a grave expression and after a moment of inspection, sighed, Director Du has suffered for years, his constitution is too weak, and acupuncture is ineffective. Madame Du, I am truly sorry, I have done my utmost. Is there truly nothing even you, Ling the healer, can do? Madame Du gasped in feigned horror. Mother, quickly, let Chen Hao take a look. He must have a way. Du Xueqing, unaware of the ruse, was frantic. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Madame Du seized the opportunity. Chen Hao, my mother has agreed. Make haste. Du Xueqing urged. Chen Hao cast a cold glance at Ling Kai before approaching the bedside. Ling Kai, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, unable to meet Chen Hao's eyes. Having lied initially, he could only resort to this insidious scheme to avoid exposure. Although Chen Hao possessed commendable medical skills, he could not possibly rival Ling Zhongsa. This was a conundrum with no solution. Chapter 30. Apology. Chen Hao glanced at the arrangement of silver needles on Du Xueqing's father's body and smirked slightly. To him, this insoluble predicament was but a farce. He flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck a silver needle. In an instant, the energy disrupted the song and silver needle technique, traveling through the needle and swiftly repairing the damaged heart and other organs of Du Xueqing's father. Chen Hao flicked again, channeling another wave of energy. What is he doing? Is this some sort of game? This is sheer nonsense. Several doctors marveled at his antics. Madame Du, I understand your desire to save Director Du, but this charlatan knows nothing of medicine. Why persist? Dr. Liu could not help but furrow his brow, speaking softly. I have my own methods. Just watch and see, Madame Du replied with a cold smile. Dr. Liu, surprised by her demeanor, glanced at Ling Zhongsa and Ling Kai, who wore expressions of indifference, seemingly understanding something, and ceased further commentary. After Chen Hao channeled several waves of energy, he extended his consciousness and discerned that Du Xueqing's father's condition had nearly stabilized. Nodding slightly, he returned to Du Xueqing's side. Chen Hao, how is my father? Du Xueqing asked anxiously. No issues. He will awaken shortly, Chen Hao assured her. The crowd scoffed, for Director Du lay still, and this charlatan dared to make such claims. Chen the healer, you assert my husband will awaken momentarily. May I inquire when exactly is this moment? Madame Du questioned with derision. Precisely when you finish speaking, Chen Hao replied. Enough. Madame Du could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming. You fraud, we. Before she could finish, a sudden exclamation rang out. Director Du has awakened. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning in unison. They beheld Du Shiwecheng's father opening his eyes, gazing at them in mild confusion. He has truly awakened. The onlookers displayed expressions of disbelief. Then, a more astonishing scene unfolded. Du Shiwecheng's father reached up, removed the oxygen mask, pulled out the silver needles, and sat upright against the bed, staring in shock. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Dad! Only Du Shiwecheng rushed to the bedside, her excitement palpable. Shiwecheng, was I just revived? Director Du inquired, his voice robust, showing none of the weakness of a patient. Yes, father, I invited a divine healer, and he has cured you. Du Shiwecheng beamed, gesturing towards Chen Hao. Hello, Director Du. I am Chen Hao. He introduced himself, stepping forward. Why not call me uncle? Addressing me as director feels too formal, Du Shiwecheng chided playfully. Uncle, greetings, Chen Hao responded, somewhat embarrassed, feeling as though he were meeting his future father-in-law. Thank you, young man, Director Du, taken aback by Chen Hao's youth, expressed his gratitude. Jian Guoyu. You are all right? Madame Du finally regained her senses and hurriedly asked. I feel excellent. I should be just fine, Du Jianguo replied, placing a hand on his chest. Quick, check on my husband. Madame Du called out, both astonished and overjoyed. Dr. Liu and the others, snapping out of their stupor, rushed forward to connect various medical instruments. Grandfather, did you not say that the Tsang and silver needle technique is our family's secret art, and that inducing a near-death state would make it impossible to reverse, even if all the needles were removed? Ling Kai, pale-faced, quietly inquired. Indeed, I am as perplexed as you. Ling Zhongzi murmured, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Blood pressure normal. Blood sugar normal. Breathing normal. Heart rate normal. Dr. Liu and the others scrutinized the data displayed on the medical equipment, their voices trembling in disbelief as they reported one result after another. This was not the condition of a patient. He appeared exceptionally healthy. The cardiac ultrasound results are in. Suddenly, one doctor exclaimed, pulling a report from the laser printer. What is it? Dr. Liu asked urgently. Complete recovery, no defects whatsoever. The doctor's voice trembled, and even his hands shook as he held the report. Let me see. Dr. Liu seized the report, anxiously scanning it. The other doctors crowded around. Soon, they all widened their eyes, astonished. He's truly recovered. This is a congenital heart condition. How could this be? Dr. Liu muttered. He suddenly turned to Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, may I be so bold as to inquire how you cured Director Du? His tone was now filled with respect rather than disdain. The other doctors looked at Chen Hao with awe, their eyes reflecting a thirst for knowledge. Chen Hao shook his head. The methods I employ are confidential. The crowd immediately displayed disappointment. You all mocked Chen Hao as a fraud, and now that he has healed my father, should you not feel ashamed and offer him your apologies? Du Shiwecheng stated coldly. Dr. Liu and the others were taken aback, their faces turning crimson. Miss Du is correct. We apologize, Mr. Chen, for our earlier remarks. Please forgive us. We were ignorant and naive, quick to judge. We sincerely apologize, they all admitted, filled with shame. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively. He had no intention of stooping to their level. Shiwecheng, do not blame them, after all. Given Chen Hao's youth and lack of medical credentials, who would believe he could be a divine healer? Madame Du remarked. Thank you, Chen Hao, for healing my husband and daughter. There was a slight misunderstanding earlier. Please do not take it to heart. She then addressed Chen Hao again. Mother, how could you have been so harsh with Chen Hao, and now treat it as a mere trifling matter? Du Shiwecheng expressed her dissatisfaction. I will make amends to Chen Hao, Madame Du replied indifferently. Seeing her mother's formal politeness, Du Shiwecheng felt displeased, yet being her own mother, she refrained from saying more. Mr. Chen Hao, I must also apologize to you. I am truly sorry for previously thinking you were a fraud. Only now do I realize I have encountered a genuine expert. I even set a trap for you, which was utterly foolish of me. Ling Zhongzi calmed down, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Chen Hao with a wry smile. Chen Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Ling Zhongzi, a renowned physician, to lower himself to apologize. It's no trouble at all. However, Mr. Ling, do you still believe your grandson's words to be true? Chen Hao inquired. Ling Zhongzi turned a serious gaze towards Ling Kai. Speak the truth to me. What transpired yesterday? How could Mr. Chen, with his medical skills, possibly misdiagnose? Grandfather, I was wrong. Ling Kai, realizing he could not hide the truth, fell to his knees. I misdiagnosed Miss Shiwecheng. I was afraid you would scold me. So I lied and said it was Chen Hao who made the mistake. When I saw Chen Hao today, I feared being exposed and devised that plan earlier. Chapter 31. Please accept my apology. You wretched creature. Before he could finish, Ling Zhongzi was already furiously kicking him to the ground. Grandfather, I understand my mistake. You are unwell. Please do not be angry. Ling Kai trembled with fear, quickly getting back up and kneeling, pleading tearfully. Ling Zhongce's face flushed red as he clutched his chest, coughing violently for a time before regaining his composure. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I never expected this wretched creature would deceive me and cause me to misunderstand you. Mr. Ling, this is not your fault, Chen Hao replied. It is my failure to discipline him properly. Ling Zhongce shook his head, sternly looking at Ling Kai. Wretched creature, hurry and bow to Mr. Chen and Miss Du to apologize. If it weren't for Mr. Chen's timely intervention yesterday, you would have caused Miss Du's demise. Yes, yes. Ling Kai wept profusely, repeatedly bowing to Chen Hao and Du Xueqing. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Chen. Miss Du, I acted thoughtlessly and, fearing my grandfather's reprimand, did something so foolish. I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. Mr. Chen, Ling Kai has committed a grave error, and I cannot shield him. How do you wish to handle this? Ling Zhongce inquired. Mr. Ling, I am not a police officer. I have no authority to punish others. Chen Hao chuckled upon hearing this. After a moment, he added, Ling Kai's actions are indeed reprehensible. However, since he has not broken the law and no serious consequences have arisen, I asked Mr. Ling to discipline him more rigorously in the future to prevent recurrence. After all, as a physician, it is not merely about the height of one's medical skills, but rather the virtue of medicine, treating each patient with the care of a parent. A commendable point regarding the virtue of medicine. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Chen, Ling Zhongce expressed with profound gratitude. You are to return home immediately and kneel before our ancestors' shrine in repentance. He shot a fierce glare at Ling Kai, declaring, once we return, I will re-establish the rules for you. Yes, grandfather. Ling Kai dared not utter a word, rising and departing in a dejected manner. Mr. Chen, your medical skill is beyond compare. I am in utmost admiration, with no words to express it. However, I have a query that I hope you can clarify. Ling Zhongce said sincerely. You wish to know how I unraveled your Tsangyan silver needle technique, correct? Chen Hao responded with a smile. Ling Zhongce nodded in embarrassment. But Tsangyan silver needle technique is a treasured legacy passed down through my family. Unless one has learned it, it is challenging to decipher. I am curious how you achieve this. If it is inconvenient to disclose, consider my inquiry unasked. There is nothing inconvenient about it, Chen Hao stated. Mr. Ling, if I am not mistaken, your ancestral Tsangyan silver needle technique is actually incomplete, particularly the final needle, which contains significant flaws, does it not? Ling Zhongce was taken aback. Indeed, the Tsangyan silver needle technique was incomplete, and the last needle did have defects. However, such secrets could only be discerned after reaching a certain level of expertise. Even Ling Kai's father, who had studied under him for many years and was already a Chinese medicine expert, was unaware. The fact that Chen Hao noticed it after only one glance was simply astounding. Mr. Chen, you are truly miraculous. After a long pause, Ling Zhongce exclaimed. Chen Hao continued. While the Tsangyan silver needle technique can be utilized despite its incompleteness, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a seamless flow. Flaws can lead to stagnation, gradually resulting in blockages in the meridians. This is why you have felt a lack of energy and experienced coughing and shortness of breath after each treatment, which has become increasingly severe with repeated needle applications. Ling Zhongce smiled wryly in acknowledgement. He had experienced coughing after each needle application, with others, including family, attributing it to his age, not realizing the truth. Ling Zhongce understood that ceasing the needle applications would alleviate the issue, but how could a physician, with a parent's heart, ignore the pleas of patients? Chen Hao approached the bedside, retrieving several silver needles from the needle box. With a casual flick, the silver needles shot forth, precisely piercing several acupoints on Ling Zhongce's body. Flying needle acupuncture. Dr. Liu and the others were left wide-eyed in astonishment, exclaiming in unison. I thought flying needle acupuncture was merely a fictional technique from ancient texts. It truly exists, one of the doctors murmured. Ling Zhongce was even more thrilled. As the ancients said, to hear the truth in the morning is worth dying in the evening. To witness the ancient technique of flying needle acupuncture with my own eyes is enough to leave me without regrets, even if I were to die immediately. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly coughed, expelling a large mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. The crowd gasped in horror. Could it be that the divine physician's words had tragically come to pass? Mr. Ling, how do you feel? Only Chen Hao remained calm, inquiring with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for helping me expel the long-stagnant blood from my body. I have never felt so unburdened, as though a heavy weight has been lifted. Ling Zhongce patted his chest, catching his breath before expressing his gratitude. As he spoke, the redness on his face faded, returning to a healthy hue, and his voice regained its strength. Only then did everyone realize that Chen Hao was treating Ling Zhongce. Mr. Ling, observe my needle technique again, Chen Hao urged. Ling Zhongsa looked down and was immediately taken aback. This needle technique was one he knew all too well. It was indeed the Zhongyan silver needle technique. He did not find it strange that Chen Hao could perform it. After all, he had discerned the flaws in the Zhongyan silver needle technique at a glance, making imitation quite simple. Wait, something is off. Suddenly, Ling Zhongsa's expression shifted, revealing doubt. He understood that the Zhongyan silver needle technique was incomplete and flawed. However, Chen Hao's needle method was seamless from beginning to end, with no flaws whatsoever, especially the final needle, which served as a crowning touch. Not only completing the technique, but elevating it to an entirely new level. This realization sent a tumultuous wave through Ling Zhongsa's mind, surfacing a thought he dared not entertain. Sensing his contemplation, Chen Hao smiled. Indeed, I have perfected the Zhongyan silver needle technique. From now on, this skill is complete, without any flaws. Once you master it, your treatments will not only avoid taxing your body, but will also yield significant benefits. Ling Zhongsa trembled all over, then suddenly fell to his knees before Chen Hao with a heavy thud. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Mr. Ling, what are you doing? Please rise. Chen Hao was equally surprised and rushed forward to assist him. Mr. Chen, no, master, please accept my humble bow. Ling Zhongsa insisted on remaining kneeling. How have I become your master? Mr. Ling, please, do not do this. I cannot bear it. Chen Hao said, bewildered yet amused. You have healed my chronic ailment, for which I am profoundly grateful. To impart the complete Zhongyan silver needle technique to me is akin to bestowing a second life upon me. Ling Zhongsa expressed his excitement, stating that in one's lifetime there are 5 respects: heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher. Regardless of the circumstances, you are deserving of such reverence. Mr. Ling, I merely feel respect for your dedication to healing despite your own health concerns. I intended only to assist you, without ulterior motives, Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. For you, it may have been a casual act, but to me, it is an immense favor. Ling Zhongsa implored, since meeting you, I have grasped the concept of there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and I feel acutely aware of my ignorance and superficiality. I am eager to learn your medical expertise. Please accept me as your disciple. He bowed deeply as he spoke. Chen Hao, given Mr. Ling's sincere intent, you should accept him. Mr. Ling is a renowned doctor with substantial influence. If you can learn advanced techniques from him, you will be able to treat more patients, which is undoubtedly a positive outcome, Du Shueqing advised. Indeed, Mr. Ling's heartfelt sincerity is moving. Mr. Chen, please acquiesce, urged Lu and the others. Very well. Chen Hao conceded. I can accept you, but let us simplify the formalities of apprenticeship. After all, we live in modern times and need not adhere to antiquated traditions. Thank you, master. Please allow your disciple to bow thrice. Ling Zhongsa exclaimed joyfully, promptly kneeling. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, on acquiring an esteemed pupil. Congratulations, Mr. Ling, on gaining a distinguished master. Lu and others applauded in celebration. After the bows, Chen Hao quickly helped Ling Zhongsa to his feet, feeling uneasy at the sight of an elder kneeling before him. Master, when would you prefer to guide your disciple for proper arrangements? Ling Zhongsa inquired respectfully. Medical guidance must not be mere theoretical discourse. It must be tied to specific conditions to be effective, Chen Hao stated. At your current level, you do not require conventional instruction. For now, return and master the complete Zhongyan silver needle technique. Continue with your practice as before. And should you encounter a case beyond your capability, I will provide guidance then, which will facilitate genuine improvement in your skills. Understood, master. Ling Zhongsa agreed without hesitation, leaving his contact information before departing joyfully. Mr. Chen, our hospital is eager to offer you a lucrative position as an authoritative expert. If you could make an appearance once a week, no, once a month, we will pay you a net sum of 100,000. Lu and others surrounded him enthusiastically. Please, everyone, save your breath. Chen Hao is knowledgeable in medicine, but is not a licensed practitioner. How could he possibly make public appearances? Du Shueqing remarked, rolling her eyes. Lu and the others paused, recalling that Chen Hao lacked a medical license, and shared a bemused glance. How could the master of a national champion not possess a medical license? Chen Hao, would you be interested in becoming our family's private physician? A license is unnecessary. If you are willing, I can offer you an annual salary of 10 million, Du Jiangwo stated, intrigued. Father, Chen Hao is an extraordinary individual. Why must you be so mundane? Du Shueqing retorted, pouting. What's wrong with being mundane? He still needs to eat and sleep, Du Jiangwo chuckled. Since Chen Hao possesses such abilities, he can certainly earn more. There is no conflict in that. Uncle Du, I am not an extraordinary person. I am merely ordinary. Chen Hao interjected. However, I currently have no intentions of becoming a private physician. I hope for your understanding. Du Jiangwo nodded. though he admired Chen Hao even more for refusing a 10 million salary, recognizing the young man's lofty aspirations. Xueqing, since your father has recovered, you should go downstairs and attend to our guests. Chen Hao will stay. I have matters to discuss with him, Mrs. Du instructed. Mother, what do you wish to discuss with Chen Hao? Du Xueqing asked, suddenly anxious. Your father's recovery merits a proper expression of gratitude towards him, Mrs. Du replied calmly. With that, Du Xueqing relaxed. Chen Hao, please find me downstairs shortly. Chen Hao nodded as Du Xueqing departed. Chen Hao, come with me. Mrs. Du beckoned. They left the medical room and entered a study, where Mrs. Du closed the door. Approaching the window, she crossed her arms and gazed quietly outside, showing no inclination to speak. Mrs. Du, what would you like to discuss? Chen Hao inquired, perplexed, sensing that this was not merely a matter of gratitude. Mr. Chen, I have just heard from Xueqing about yesterday's events. So, you and she have only known each other for a day? Mrs. Du finally inquired, still not turning around. Chen Hao nodded. A day's acquaintance hardly qualifies one to be regarded as friends, let alone anything deeper. Wouldn't you agree? Mrs. Du's words held a veiled meaning. Chen Hao nodded again. Xueqing has an outgoing personality and is warm towards others, especially after you saved her. Thus, her gratitude and trust in you is entirely natural. However, that does not equate to romantic feelings between them. Do you understand? Suddenly turning to face him, Mrs. Du spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao understood her implication, stating coolly, Mrs. Du, I am not harboring any delusions. As long as that is the case, Mrs. Du responded. Mr. Chen, I recognize your medical prowess and your esteemed position in the field. However, the Du family is not merely a commercial entity. We possess a profound background that cannot be succinctly articulated. To put it plainly, you and the Du family inhabit entirely different worlds. Chen Hao smiled, but remained silent. Thus, I hope you will limit your interactions with Xueqing in the future. It is ultimately an impossibility, so do not harbor misguided hopes, Mrs. Du continued. I can assure you that I will not pursue Miss Xueqing, but I cannot prevent her from seeking me out. Chen Hao replied. Do you truly believe Xueqing would actively pursue you? A hint of disdain flickered in Mrs. Du's eyes. What I mean is, I cannot interfere with Miss Xueqing's choices, Chen Hao clarified. As long as you do not seek out Xueqing, I assure you she will never see you again, Mrs. Du retorted with a cold laugh. Chen Hao remained silent. Mrs. Du approached the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a blank checkbook. Tearing off a page and presenting it to him. The maximum amount is 50 million. This is your reward for healing my husband. Chen Hao shook his head, declining the offer. What is it that you desire? Mrs. Du furrowed her brow. I seek a villa at Mingyu Mountain Villa, Chen Hao stated plainly. Mrs. Du was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of disdain. Your appetite is quite large. Are you aware of the cost of a villa at Mingyu Mountain Villa? She thought to herself that Chairman Du's life was not worth even 70 million. That's merely my perspective, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Chapter 33, Gathering Spirit Array Mrs. Du's expression darkened. So it appears that even the extraordinary are greedy. I had assumed you were above worldly concerns. I never claimed to be extraordinary. Chen Hao retorted coldly. Please speak respectfully. Without my intervention, you would already be a widow. You Mrs. Du glared at him. Chen Hao smirked. After a moment, Mrs. Du composed herself, picking up the phone on the desk. Qian, please come to the study. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened to reveal a sharp-eyed man in his 40s, who entered and inquired. Madam, you called for me? Take Mr. Chen to Villa 18. Also, prepare the property transfer documents and expedite the transfer to him, Mrs. Du instructed. Yes, madam, Qian replied, giving Chen Hao a surprised glance before nodding in acknowledgement. The Du family is now settled with you. Remember what you promised. Madame Du cast a cold glance at Chen Hao before swiftly exiting the study. Mr. Chen, please follow me, Butler Qian said. Chen Hao nodded, and the two departed from Villa number 5, making their way towards Villa number 18. Does the Du family own 2 villas in Mingyu Mountain Villa? Chen Hao inquired as they walked. Indeed, Mr. Chen. The chairman initially purchased 2 villas. Villa No. 18 was originally intended for the young lady, but due to its location on the farthest hill of Mingyu Mountain Villa, she found it too desolate and was not particularly fond of it, so it has remained unoccupied, Butler Qian explained. Chen Hao nodded in understanding. After a short while, they arrived in front of Villa number 18. By this time, night had completely fallen, and Chen Hao could only conduct a mental probe. He observed that Villa No. 18 was enveloped by bamboo groves on 3 sides, with an expansive, desolate wilderness beyond the fence. It indeed appeared quite forlorn. However, Chen Hao was very pleased for him. The more desolate, the better. Villa number 18 was akin to a modern, earthly abode. Mr. Chen, Villa No. 18 has long been fully furnished and is ready for you to move in at any time, Butler Chen remarked, handing over a gleaming yellow key. Please let me know when it is convenient, so I can assist you with the transfer procedures. I should have time tomorrow. Please leave me your contact number. Chen Hao replied, Certainly, Mr. Chen. After they exchanged contact information, Butler Chen departed. Chen Hao entered the villa, which indeed lived up to Butler Chen's description. It was elegantly furnished with high-end furniture and appliances, fully equipped with all necessary living amenities. The spacious house was visually delightful. Chen Hao couldn't help but feel excited, exploring every corner of the place. Subsequently, Chen Hao charged his phone and called Wang Jie to inform him that he would not be returning that evening. Wang Jie, aware that he was attending Du Xueqing's birthday party, immediately understood and enthusiastically congratulated him, teasing him about his romantic exploits, which prompted Chen Hao to hang up in frustration. Next, Chen Hao contacted the business manager of Guangming Advertising Company to resign. The manager was unsurprised. The turnover rate among sales personnel was typically high, and it was common for people to come and go. He merely instructed Chen Hao to come in the next day to complete the resignation formalities, to which Chen Hao agreed. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. The caller ID displayed Du Xueqing. Chen Hao hesitated for a few seconds, sighed, then rejected the call and powered off his phone. It was not that he feared Madame Du. As a cultivator, he had no such concerns. Rather, his mindset had evolved far beyond that of an ordinary person. After cultivating, his only focus was on the path to immortality. He was well aware of Du Xueqing's feelings towards him, and he realized that pursuing a relationship might become a hindrance on his cultivation journey. It was better to sever ties sooner rather than later. I'm sorry, Miss Xueqing. Consider me a fleeting visitor in your life. Chen Hao thought as he left the villa and drove his BMW X5 into the villa's private garage, retrieving an ancient compass from the trunk. He then ascended to the rooftop of Villa number 18 to arrange a spirit-gathering array. With a wave of his hand, the ancient compass floated before him, its rust vanishing to reveal a polished surface that gleamed under the starlit sky, emitting a faint glow. The intricate patterns on the compass became visible, significantly enhancing its ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Hao observed it for a moment, a look of delight crossing his face. The compass was primarily designed to absorb spiritual energy, meaning it was inherently a treasure for gathering spirits, making it far superior to other treasures for establishing such an array. From now on, it shall be called the spirit-gathering disc, Chen Hao mused, channeling his energy and casting a spiritual technique onto the compass. Instantly, the compass radiated immense light and began to spin rapidly, projecting straight beams of light that intertwined to form intricate and mysterious patterns within a radius of several dozen meters. Chen Hao continued to cast the technique, and as the patterns gradually took shape, the spiritual energy from all directions seemed irresistibly drawn towards Villa No. 18 like a black hole. After half an hour, Chen Hao ceased his incantation, letting out a sigh of relief. The spirit-gathering array was complete. Sensing the richness of the spiritual energy in the area, he nodded in satisfaction. While it still fell short of the quality of antiques, it far surpassed the scattered spiritual energy. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the array continued to operate, the spiritual energy would accumulate, eventually reaching or even surpassing the level of antiques. Next, Chen Hao employed a technique to conceal the spirit-gathering array to prevent any unwanted scrutiny. Upon returning to the villa, he did not begin his cultivation immediately. Instead, he headed to the bathroom to enjoy a hot bath. Although he was not particularly dirty, after a day of busyness, he felt he deserved a moment of indulgence. Half an hour later, a graceful figure dragging a large suitcase approached the entrance of Villa number 18. It was Du Xueqing. Why should my freedom to associate be restricted? She muttered angrily, her face marked by tears, as she retrieved a key and unlocked the villa's grand door. After Chen Hao had rejected her call, Du Xueqing attempted to reach him again, only to find his phone off. She then went upstairs to inquire about the situation and coincidentally encountered Madame Du, who sternly warned her against meeting Chen Hao again. An argument ensued between mother and daughter, ending in discord. In a fit of anger, Du Xueqing packed her belongings and headed straight for her own villa number 18. Although she had never stayed there, she had kept the key, and with time having passed, Butler Qian had long forgotten about it. Upon entering the villa, Du Xueqing suddenly caught a whiff of something unusual. Despite the villa having been vacant for an extended period, and even with regular cleaning, the air should have felt stale. Yet, it smelled incredibly fresh, even more so than the fragrance of flowers. Taking a deep breath, she felt invigorated, her entire being filled with vitality. I wonder what Butler Qian used to purify the air. Du Xueqing mused curiously as she set down her luggage and began to explore the interior, making her way upstairs. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, having thoroughly enjoyed his bath, emerged from the bathroom without a robe, his body bare. Just as they crossed paths, Both were taken aback. What the? Chen Hao exclaimed, bolting back into the bathroom and slamming the door shut. Du Xueqing, momentarily startled, burst into laughter, her earlier gloom dissipating in an instant. Chen Hao, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to peek at you. I hope this doesn't leave you psychologically scarred. She called out, chuckling as she knocked on the door. There was no response. Moments later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a fully dressed Chen Hao. Miss Xueqing, what brings you here? Chen Hao inquired with a straight face, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Ha ha ha. Du Xueqing, remembering the earlier scene, couldn't help but laugh again. What is so funny? What is amusing about this? Chen Hao asked, his expression darkening. Chen Hao, you looked so adorable just now. You're not a virgin, are you? Du Xueqing teased, her laughter ringing out. Chen Hao was left speechless. Ha ha. Chen Hao, you're not so much of a mysterious figure after all. She continued, her laughter almost causing her pain. I never claimed to be a mysterious figure. Chen Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Exactly. This is the kind of youthful demeanor I expect from you. Stop acting so enigmatic, like an old man. Du Xueqing finally ceased her laughter, noticing that his collar was askew, and stepped forward to straighten it. As they stood facing each other, the scent of her body wafted into Chen Hao's senses, and their bodies occasionally brushed against one another, causing his face to flush. By the way, Chen Hao, what are you doing here? Du Xueqing asked, glancing at his reddened face, unable to suppress a smile. Your mother gifted me renown. 18 as a reward for curing your father, Chen Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Du Xueqing's expression turned frosty. Does my mother have another condition, requiring you to ignore me? She is only looking out for your best interests, Chen Hao said after a moment of silence. Why are you thinking of me? Du Xueqing exclaimed angrily. She believes that her mother wishes to arrange a marriage for her benefit, hoping that one day it will aid the Du family in reclaiming their power in Yanjing. I am merely a pawn. Reclaim Yanjing? Chen Hao felt a stir in his heart, recalling what Madame Du had previously mentioned about the deep background of the Du family. It seems there is truth to her words. Enough of this. I never agreed to sever ties with you. If she forces me, I shall leave home. Du Xueqing huffed, casting a wary glance at Chen Hao. You must not ignore me. Continuing the standoff with your mother is unwise, Chen Hao advised. You should find an opportunity to discuss it. What conflict could there possibly be between mother and daughter? Discussion is out of the question. Absolutely out of the question. Du Xueqing insisted vehemently. My mother is a strong-willed woman who does not tolerate dissent. If I approach her first, it would signify my submission. And I could never defy her again. For my freedom and happiness, I must resist until the end. As she spoke, a pitiful expression crossed her face. Chen Hao, I know that villa number 18 belongs to you now, but I am homeless. My mother has not only stripped me of my position, but also cut off my financial resources to force my compliance. I am left without work or money. If you abandon me as well, I might as well starve on the streets. Would you truly cast aside someone as beautiful, kind, and lovely as I? Now that you say it, how could I bear to do so? Chen Hao replied with a wry smile. Hee, I knew you would want to keep me. Du Xueqing's face brightened with a smile. Miss Xueqing, do you trust me so easily? Chen Hao asked, puzzled by her sudden faith. After all, we have only known each other for a day. Even saving her does not warrant such trust. I must take responsibility for your pure and innocent self, Du Xueqing declared. Come on, can you not be serious for a moment? Chen Hao nearly choked. I cannot help but express that you possess a uniquely pure aura that draws people in. Du Xueqing remarked earnestly. Moreover, you are unlike other men who see me merely as an object of desire. Being with you feels so pure and comfortable. I cherish this feeling. Chen Hao was taken aback. The purity she spoke of was undoubtedly the essence of his cultivation as a practitioner. Yet, the puzzling part was that he usually concealed this aura. It was unlikely that even another practitioner could detect it. How did Du Xueqing sense it? Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Hao considered a possibility that shook him to his core. What is it? Du Xueqing inquired, noticing his silence and the change in his expression. Whether true or not, it was impossible to ascertain at present. He would have to wait until he solidified his foundation to explore this further. Chen Hao thought. Returning to the moment, I was pondering the proximity of villa number 18 to villa number 5. What if your mother discovers you are residing here? He concealed his thoughts. Let her discover. The deed is done. What more can she do? Du Xueqing dismissed it nonchalantly. Miss Xueqing, you should refrain from such reckless talk. What reckless talk? I have seen your body, she said with a playful grin. Chen Hao was speechless. Could this truly be the girl's true nature? I'll go fetch your luggage. You can choose a bedroom for yourself, he offered, heading downstairs. Initially, he thought he would not see Du Xueqing again, yet here they were, living together. Life is indeed full of drama. I wish to stay across from you. This large house frightens me, Du Xueqing called out as she clutched the handrail. After Chen Hao brought her luggage upstairs and settled her in, he glanced at the clock, which read 10:30 in the evening. It's quite late, Miss Xueqing. You should rest. From now on, just call me Xueqing. Good night, Chen Hao. Good night, Xueqing. They exchanged smiles before retreating to their respective rooms. It seems that moving forward, cultivation would require more discretion. Chen Hao reflected as he sat on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Chen Hao opened his eyes, exhaling a puff of white mist that gradually dissipated a good distance away. This was a sign of progress in his cultivation, and a smile of joy illuminated his face. With the spirit gathering array, his cultivation speed was at least 10 times faster than it had been just 2 nights prior. Remarkable. Suddenly, a burnt smell reached Chen Hao's nostrils. Surprised, he expanded his senses to peer downstairs, only to be met with a comical sight. Du Xueqing was in the kitchen, flustered and overwhelmed. The porridge in the rice cooker had burned, sending up wisps of smoke, while the eggs in the frying pan had turned into charred fragments, emitting a pungent odor. Chen Hao shook his head with amusement as he stepped out of his room and into the kitchen. I intended to quietly prepare breakfast for you as a surprise, but it seems I have made quite the mess, Du Xueqing said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having always lived in luxury, she was unaccustomed to cooking and had underestimated its challenges. Allow me to take care of it. Simply wait to enjoy. Chen Hao smiled, guiding her to a chair. Feeling his concern, Du Xueqing's heart warmed. Chen Hao discarded the burnt food, opened the refrigerator, retrieved the ingredients, and reignited the stove. In his previous rented accommodations, he had often cooked to save money, honing his culinary skills over time. In less than 15 minutes, fragrant meat and vegetable porridge, golden sweet and sour eggs, and a variety of delightful dishes were presented on the dining table. This is delicious, Chen Hao. How did you manage to create this? Du Xueqing exclaimed, unable to contain her delight after just one bite. Having tasted countless delicacies, even her usual breakfast paled in comparison to this seemingly simple meal, which was far more delectable. The fresh and pure aroma tantalized her taste buds. What a true indulgence. Then eat more. Finish it all without leaving any behind. Chen Hao chuckled, seating himself across from her and serving himself a bowl of porridge. These ingredients had been nourished overnight in the spirit-gathering array, brimming with vitality, far surpassing ordinary food. And after careful preparation, they were naturally delectable. All right, Du Xueqing exclaimed, her mouth already busy. Before long, the two of them had consumed every last morsel of breakfast. Despite feeling full, they still yearned for more. Du Xueqing glanced at her stomach and playfully chided, it's all your fault for making it so delicious. What if I gain weight? Rest assured, Chen Hao replied with a smile, I specifically selected high-nutrition ingredients with low fat content. You can indulge without fear of gaining weight. In fact, you'll grow healthier and even more beautiful. Chen Hao, you are so thoughtful, Du Xueqing beamed. From now on, I will handle the cooking. You just need to enjoy your meals. As Chen Hao tidied up the dishes, he handed her a bank card. What is this for? Du Xueqing asked, taken aback. This card is the one you intended to use to thank me, Chen Hao explained. But didn't you say you have no job and no money? Just use it for now, he replied. Dr. Chen, are you planning to support me? Du Xueqing teased, refusing to take the card. Have you ever heard of a benefactor who cooks for the one they support? Chen Hao retorted, slightly annoyed. Take it back, Du Xueqing insisted, playfully pushing it back to him. I only cried poor yesterday to find a place to stay. I am not at the point of needing your money. But didn't your mother cut off your financial resources? Chen Hao inquired. I anticipated that my mother might resort to such tactics. So I prepared a secret stash of funds long ago, Du Xueqing replied with a triumphant smile. Her stopping my job is actually advantageous. I can now venture into business on my own terms, free from any constraints. So you had already prepared an escape route, Chen Hao remarked with admiration. Chen Hao, once I find a suitable project, let us embark on a grand venture together, shall we? Du Xueqing entwined her arm with his, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. Let us discuss it after I resign, Chen Hao replied noncommittally. I truly do not understand why you would choose to become a salesperson at a small advertising firm. Du Xueqing pouted. I am merely an ordinary person. Is it not quite normal to be a salesperson? Chen Hao chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. I must take my leave now. Return early. I shall await your return. Du Xueqing meticulously adjusted his attire, offering gentle reminders. Suddenly, Chen Hao felt a strange disorientation, as though he were a married man departing for work, bidding farewell to his beloved wife. How should he navigate his relationship with Xueqing moving forward? He stepped outside with a mixture of emotions. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived at Guangming Advertising Company, parked his car, and entered the office of the business manager. You're here. Here's your resignation form. Fill it out. The business manager, Su Qian, a plump man in his 30s, handed Chen Hao a form upon his entrance. Chen Hao took the form and filled it out swiftly. All right, you may head to the lobby to gather your belongings once the boss arrives. I will have him sign it, and you can settle your final paycheck with the finance department. Su Qian nodded after glancing at the form. Thank you, manager. Chen Hao replied politely, stepping out of the office and into the lobby. Chen Hao, why are you so late? Did you forget today is Monday? And you were required to arrive half an hour early for the morning meeting? Such laxity. If I were the boss, I would have dismissed you immediately. A woman, heavily made up and flamboyantly dressed, scolded him. This woman, Lu Yan, was a longtime employee known for her brash demeanor, often sidelining newcomers like Chen Hao. What does it matter to you? Chen Hao retorted indifferently. The surrounding employees looked on in astonishment. It was well known that Lu Yan was not only a longtime employee, but also had a favorable relationship with the young boss, Zhang Chao. Even Su Qian would think twice before crossing her. Did Chen Hao just dare to confront her? Before Lu Yan could respond, a cheerful voice interrupted. Everyone stay in for lunch today. It's on me. A short, pockmarked youth, Jiang Xing, strutted in with an air of triumph. Oh, Jiang Xing. What good fortune has befallen you? Did you win the lottery? Curious murmurs arose among the crowd. I recently closed 2 significant deals, and last Friday, my bonus was issued. This weekend, I purchased a car, Jiang Xing proclaimed proudly, tossing a brand new set of car keys onto his desk. An employee leaned in, picking up the keys. A Dongfeng Peugeot 301. Not bad. It must have cost around 80 to 90,000, right? So you bought a new car. That calls for a celebration. Jiang Xing, after work, may I hitch a ride in your car? The crowd expressed their envy. Sister Lu, why do you look so glum? It detracts from your beauty, Jiang Xing said, moving closer to Lu Yan with flattery. Good brother, you've really made something of yourself. I haven't wasted my affection on you. Lu Yan affectionately patted his shoulder. Chen Hao, look at Jiang Xing. He joined the company around the same time as you. And now he has a car. Then look at you, lacking performance and attitude. What grounds do you have to boast? She continued with a cold sneer. Chapter 36. A plot for revenge. Chen Hao smirked disdainfully. Jiang Xing's success was not due to skill, but rather his sycophantic behavior towards Zhang Chao, constantly catering to him. Zhang Chao rewarded his loyalty by transferring several prime clients that originally belonged to the company to Jiang Xing's account. This was an open secret in the company. While no one would openly speak of it, they certainly looked down upon it in their hearts. Lu Yan is correct. Chen Hao, you truly need to put in more effort. We both used to take the bus to work, but now you're still riding the bus while I'm driving my own car. How do you feel about that? Jiang Xing, who had always maintained a mediocre relationship with Chen Hao, seized the moment to chime in. Doesn't it make you uncomfortable? You must be seething with envy and resentment. Lu Yan sneered. Chen Hao, don't be like that. Jiang Xing laughed heartily, teasing. How about I give you a ride today after work? To let you experience the luxury of a private car? No need. I have my own vehicle, Chen Hao replied calmly. A new bicycle, I presume? Jiang Xing laughed even more heartily, teasing. That's right. Riding it to work every day will save you a couple of bucks on bus fare. It's quite fitting for your current financial situation. At that moment, a property security guard entered. Excuse me, may I ask whose BMW X5 is parked outside? You must be mistaken. We don't have anyone here with a BMW X5. Jiang Xing scoffed. It's my car. What's wrong? Chen Hao inquired. Sir, the guard replied politely. Could you please move it? It's occupying our property's designated parking spot. Certainly, Chen Hao said, retrieving his car keys and stepping outside. The lobby fell into silence as everyone exchanged glances. Did I hear correctly? The BMW X5 belongs to Chen Hao? An employee muttered. Chen Hao has gone outside. There can't be any mistake. A BMW X5? That's a luxury vehicle worth 8 to 900,000, at least 10 times the price of a Dongfeng Peugeot 301. Another employee exclaimed dramatically. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Xing and Lu Yan, who had just moments ago been disparaging Chen Hao, now facing a stark reality. How ironic. Jiang Xing and Lu Yan's expression soured. They could never have imagined that in just one weekend, Chen Hao would acquire a BMW. Who knows if Chen Hao is just bragging? I'm going to check it out for myself, Jiang Xing muttered as he left the lobby, followed curiously by the others. As they reached the entrance, they watched as Chen Hao entered the car and started the engine. The gleaming BMW emblem sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, dazzling everyone's eyes. Jiang Xing stood frozen, unable to move, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why is everyone out here? Chen Hao, after moving his car, noticed the crowd and asked in surprise. Chen Hao, when did you buy a BMW? An employee asked, his tone even tinged with respect. Just this weekend. I made a little windfall and decided to get a vehicle for convenience, Chen Hao replied casually. You can afford a BMW X5 and call it a mere windfall? You must have at least a few million, the employee gasped in astonishment. Chen Hao smiled. remaining silent. His expression undeniably affirmed the employee's words, inciting a mix of envy and shock among the onlookers. So having wealth makes one arrogant? You're still an employee of this company. Shouldn't you adhere to the company's regulations? Lu Yen retorted, her jealousy evident. I resigned yesterday. Today, I am here to complete the departure formalities. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. I don't need to report to you, do I? Lu Yen's expression stiffened, left speechless. Everyone suddenly understood why Chen Hao was so assertive. It turned out he had the backing to be so. Chen Hao, congratulations on your newfound fortune. Let us keep in touch, okay? Yes, you're now a wealthy man. Don't forget us colleagues. They all enthusiastically gathered around him. Jiang Xing and Lu Yen were left sidelined. What is so impressive about having a few extra bucks? Lu Yen, let us go, Jiang Xing spat, pulling her away. Everyone, let us head back. It wouldn't be wise for the manager to see us out here. Chen Hao said, exchanging a few pleasantries before returning to the lobby. Minutes later, a white Audi A4 pulled up and stopped at the entrance. Subsequently, Zhang Chao stormed out of the car, striding angrily into Su Qian's office. Zhang, the boss. Su Qian quickly rose from his chair, astonished. Zhang Chao had never arrived at the office this early before. Has Chen Hao arrived? I want to publicly dismiss him and send him packing, Zhang Chao said through gritted teeth. After being driven away by Du Shueching the previous night, he returned in shame, only to be mocked by his so-called friends. Even the heavily made-up woman found him too embarrassing, leading to a fierce argument that ended their association. Zhang Chao's anger only intensified as he attributed all his misfortunes to Chen Hao. After drowning his sorrows in alcohol until dawn, he eagerly rushed to the office on Monday morning, seeking revenge. Su Qian was taken aback and hesitated. Zhang, Chen Hao's indeed here, but he has already resigned. What? Zhang Chao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Chen Hao's preemptive move. How could he exact his revenge now? What did Chen Hao do to make you so angry? Su Qian inquired. Don't ask. I simply need to vent my frustration, Zhang Chao seethed. If you want to vent, it's simple. Spend some money to hire a few people to teach him a lesson, Su Qian suggested with a smile. That won't be enough. I want to completely ruin Chen Hao's life, Zhang Chao replied venomously. Su Qian remained silent, thinking to himself that Zhang Chao was being excessively ruthless. After all, Chen Hao was merely a junior salesperson. Was such an extreme reaction truly warranted? Su Qian, think of a way to make Chen Hao suffer immensely, Zhang Chao insisted. Zhang, what can I possibly do? I'm just a business manager. While Chen Hao is employed, I could manage him, but now that he has resigned, I have no authority over him. Su Qian expressed his predicament. Don't be sly. I know you're resourceful, Zhang Chao scoffed. If you manage this for me, I will recommend you for the position of vice president to my father. Su Qian was taken aback, revealing a flicker of interest. Once this task is completed, you will be under my command, and I assure you, you will reap ample rewards, Zhang Chao continued. Thank you for your trust, Zhang. Su Qian, both surprised and delighted, thought for a moment and replied, with your connections, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with a mere salesperson. Do you have a plan? Zhang Chao asked. It can't just be the two of us. We need others to cooperate. Su Qian approached Zhang Chao and whispered his scheme. All right, let us proceed as planned. I will ensure Chen Hao pays the price. Zhang Chao nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with a mix of excitement and malice. Chapter 37. The Hotel Conspiracy in the Lobby. Chen Hao's expression was icy. He had already sensed Zhang Chao's arrival and had overheard the conversation and conspiracy between him and Su Qian. He was astonished that this fool, after last night's lesson, still dared to act recklessly. He could not let this opportunity slip by. At that moment, Su Qian entered the lobby, handing Chen Hao his resignation form with a beaming smile. Zhang has already signed it. You may go to finance to settle your salary, but do stay for lunch afterward. We'll bid you farewell. The employees looked on enviously. Previously, when salespeople resigned, they would simply complete their formalities and leave without any send-off. Clearly, the manager recognized Chen Hao's rising fortune and wished to leave on good terms. Chen Hao smirked, fully aware of Su Qian's true intentions. No need for that, manager. I'll leave after settling my matters, he feigned reluctance. No way. You've been with me for quite some time. How can you leave without a meal? You must stay. Su Qian insisted in an irrefutable tone. Then thank you, manager. Chen Hao acquiesced. No need to be polite, Su Qian replied, calling Lu Yen over. Lu Yen followed Su Qian out. Chen Hao scanned the room, and soon noticed Su Qian leading Lu Yen into Zhang Chao's office, closing the door behind them to whisper conspiratorially. Chen Hao continued to observe while making his way to the finance department. Within 2 minutes, he had settled his salary and returned to the lobby. After a while, Lu Yen returned, her previously sour expression now calm. She discreetly glanced at Chen Hao, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Soon after, several employees who were Zhang Chao's confidants were called away by Su Qian. Chen Hao feigned interest in his phone while secretly monitoring the situation. Time passed quickly until noon, when Su Qian approached the lobby. Chen Hao, I've booked a room at the Qinglong Hotel. Besides us, a few colleagues will join us. I heard you drove here, so let us go. All right. I'll head to the car first, Chen Hao nodded, exiting the company and getting into his BMW X5. How fortunate he was, now. It was time for Zhang Chao to pay dearly. Su Qian, watching through the glass, felt a twinge of deep jealousy. He had learned from Jiang Xing and others about Chen Hao's newfound wealth and BMW, which shocked him and left him feeling unsettled. As a business manager, after years of hard work, he earned just over 10,000 a month and drove a modest Haval H2. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, a mere junior salesperson, had surpassed him due to a stroke of luck. Why should this be? Initially, Su Qian felt some pity for Chen Hao, thinking the revenge was excessive. But now he felt it was justified. He then exchanged glances with Jiang Xing and Lu Yin, who discreetly departed. Su Qian got into his car, started the engine, and drove away, with Chen Hao following closely. Jiang Xing, in his new car, trailed behind with Lu Yin and others. It wasn't long before Zhang Chao appeared at the company entrance, smoking a cigarette. He coldly finished his smoke, discarded the butt, extinguishing it with his foot before getting into his Audi A4 and departing. In under 10 minutes, the three cars arrived at the Qinglong Hotel. After parking, they entered the hotel and went to the reserved private room 601. Chen Hao glanced around and smirked slightly. The entire 6th floor was empty except for their room. Clearly a deliberate arrangement. The circular table was set, and the wine and dishes were ready. Today, you are the guest of honor, so please take the main seat. Su Qian gestured. I want to be polite then. Chen Hao smiled, moving to the main seat. Su Qian sat beside him, and the others took their seats. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, Lu Yin also chose to sit next to Chen Hao on his right, seemingly feeling the room was too warm. She removed her outer layer, revealing a pink tank top that accentuated her delicate shoulders and deep neckline, appearing quite alluring. Come, let us fill our glasses. Chen Hao, let us toast to your bright future and great achievements. Su Qian raised his glass. The others echoed his sentiment. Thank you, manager. Thank you all, Chen Hao replied, raising his glass and drinking it all in one go. For the second toast, I will toast Chen Hao individually. Lu Yin refilled her glass, raising it as she said, Bro, we had a little spat before, and I feel quite bad about it. I've been wanting to apologize, and now I finally have the chance. You're a real man. Can you forgive your sister? She gazed at Chen Hao with watery eyes, feigning an emotional expression. What are you talking about, Lu? It was just a minor misunderstanding. There is no need for such formality, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly, raising his glass again. Come, let us drink. He downed the drink once more, prompting applause from the others. You're so generous, bro. I like your character. Let us drink a lot today. We won't stop until we're drunk. Lu Yin smiled coyly, affectionately patting Chen Hao's shoulder, her ample bosom brushing against his arm. For the third toast, I toast you. Jiang Xing stood, raising his glass. I also want to apologize. I didn't realize you were doing so well and said some hurtful things. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. It's nothing, Jiang. We're brothers. No need to dwell on it. Chen Hao laughed, standing up to drink again. Chen Hao, I raise my fourth glass to you, wishing you a bright future and smooth sailing ahead. Chen Hao, after today, we might not meet again. So we must share a toast. One by one, others came to toast, almost without pause. Chen Hao did not refuse, and the drinks flowed until the cups were empty. In the blink of an eye, the drinks had circulated thrice, and the dishes had been savored 5 times. Chen Hao had lost count of how many cups he had consumed, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, his speech slurred, an unmistakable sign of inebriation. Su Qian exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood, feigning sadness. She said, Ah, my dear brother Chen Hao, after this meal, you shall depart. Just thinking about it makes my heart heavy. I truly hate to part with you. As she spoke, Su Qian and the others excused themselves, claiming the need to visit the restroom. It's nothing, Sister Lu. We have phones, we can keep in touch, Chen Hao replied, seemingly oblivious, his gaze unfocused. But we can't meet every day. What if I miss you? Lu Yin said with a flirtatious smile, leaning forward, subtly tugging at her strap. This is inappropriate. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she let out a piercing scream. Chapter 38. Together we clean up bang. The door of the private room was forcefully swung open, and Su Qian and the others burst in. What happened, Sister Lu? Jiang Xing asked in alarm. He.s. tearing my clothes off, trying to assault me, Lu Yin exclaimed, standing abruptly and taking a few steps back, her face a mix of shame and anger as she adjusted her strap, pointing accusingly at Chen Hao. The others glared at Chen Hao in outrage. Chen Hao, why would you do this? Su Qian demanded darkly. I didn't tea. She took it off herself. This is a setup. Chen Hao coldly scoffed inwardly, while outwardly feigning panic. Nonsense. Lu Yin retorted angrily. You were clearly drunk, your baser instincts unleashed. And when none of your colleagues were around, you decided to take advantage of me. And now you dare to turn the tables. You are truly despicable. We all know Sister Lu's character. She has always been virtuous. How could she possibly remove her own clothing? Your defense is utterly ridiculous. Jiangxing scoffed. Exactly. You've already resigned. What motive would Lu Yin have to frame you? You clearly harbor resentment and sought to insult her while under the influence. Others echoed in fury. On what grounds do you all accuse me? Isn't what Lu Yin says just her word against mine? Chen Hao pretended to be indignant. Whether it's one-sided or not. There are cameras in the room. We can simply review the footage. I trust you won't object to that? Su Qian pointed to the camera in the corner. Very well, let us see it then, Chen Hao retorted. The others exchanged glances, a hint of cold amusement flickering in their eyes. Jiangxing. Have the staff retrieve the surveillance footage so we can uncover the truth. We mustn't be wrong, Chen Hao, Su Qian ordered calmly. Jiangxing nodded and departed. After a short while, Jiangxing returned, followed by a staff member carrying an open laptop. Manager, I had the staff transfer the surveillance footage to the computer. Jiangxing said. Let us take a look. The staff member placed the laptop on the table and opened a video file. Everyone leaned in to watch. The footage revealed Lu Yin's strap falling, exposing her chest, followed by her screaming about the assault. Chen Hao, do you see? What else can you say now? Jiangxing sneered. This footage is incomplete. Where is the preceding part? Chen Hao's expression changed. Sir, the surveillance captured only this moment of you and this lady in dispute. Nothing else was recorded. If you don't believe me, you can check, the staff member replied, clicking through other video files, which showed everyone enjoying their meal and drinks normally. This is impossible. The footage has been tampered with. Chen Hao exclaimed loudly. Shut up. Su Qian yelled. The staff at Qinglong Hotel wouldn't know us. Why would they need to edit the footage? The undeniable truth is right before you. Do you still want to deny it? Manager, we should call the police immediately and have this beast arrested. Jiangxing asserted loudly. No. If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. How could I ever face anyone again? Lu Yin cried, collapsing onto the sofa, her face buried in her hands as she sobbed. What is happening here? A voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Chao entered, surprised by the scene before him. President Zhang. Everyone exclaimed in unison. What brings you here? Su Qian inquired. I had a lunch meeting with a client here and, having just seen them off, I remembered you mentioned Chen Hao's farewell at Qinglong Hotel. So I came to check in, Zhang Chao explained. In truth, he had been waiting downstairs and rushed up upon receiving Su Qian's message. President Zhang, you must stand up for me. Lu Yin suddenly slid off the sofa, kneeling before Zhang Chao, crying out. Lu Yin, please get up. What on earth is going on? Zhang Chao quickly helped her up, bewildered. President Zhang, we meant well in sending Chen Hao off, but unexpectedly, after getting drunk, he audaciously insulted Lu Yin. We are currently confronting him about it, Su Qian reported angrily, recounting the events. President Zhang, we have the surveillance footage. It is irrefutable evidence. Jiangxing declared loudly. Replaying the video from the laptop, Zhang Chao's expression turned cold. Lu Yin, please sit down and rest. Don't worry, I will ensure justice for you today. He guided Lu Yin back to the sofa. Thank you, President Zhang, she sniffled. Zhang Chao cast a fierce glance at Chen Hao and waved. Let us put everything else aside for now. Su Qian, you and the others should give this beast a good beating first, once he is down. I will deal with him. Understood, everyone agreed in unison. Chen Hao, you tried to show off. Let's see how I handle you now. Jiangxing was the first to charge forward, cursing. Having been humiliated by Chen Hao earlier, he bore a grudge and was eager to vent his frustrations. Chen Hao smirked, kicking a chair across the room, which collided forcefully with Jiangxing's chest. Puff. Jiangxing immediately spat out blood, collapsing backward, unconscious. The crowd gasped in shock. Before they could react, Chen Hao raised his foot and kicked several more chairs, sending them crashing into Su Qian and the others, who fell to the ground. Writhing in pain, Zhang Chao and Lu Yin were momentarily stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Do you still wish to strike me? Chen Hao glanced at Zhang Chao indifferently. Zhang Chao's face turned pale, and he turned to flee. Bang! A chair flew through the air, striking him hard in the back. Zhang Chao cried out in pain, falling to the ground. Just as he tried to rise, a foot kicked him back down, and Chen Hao mercilessly stomped on his chest. You think you can retaliate against me with your incompetence? Chen Hao said, looking down with a cold smile. Chen Hao, you humiliated Lu Yin. And you dare to act violently? If I call the police, you will undoubtedly face criminal charges. Just wait for it. Zhang Chao, pinned beneath Chen Hao's foot, was unable to move, his chest feeling as if it might burst from humiliation. Such a clumsy plot. Do not attempt to intimidate me with it, Chen Hao mocked. If it weren't for waiting for your foolish self to arrive for a reckoning, I would have exposed them long ago. He pulled out his phone, pressed a few buttons, and opened a video, revealing Lu Yin intentionally leaning close to him, removing her strap herself. Even her words, "What if I miss you, sister?" were recorded clearly, echoing in the room like a lewd courtesan, brazen and seductive. Lu Yin stood up in shock, unable to believe that Chen Hao had captured this moment on his phone. How could this be possible? Wasn't he already drunk? Su Qian and the others were equally astonished, even forgetting their pain, halting their cries. You knew we were planning to deal with you all along? Zhang Chao stammered, utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 39. Conclusive evidence. Chen Hao smirked coldly. When Lu Yin approached him earlier, he appeared unguarded. But secretly, he was using his magical abilities to remotely control his phone, silently capturing the scene. Lu Yin remained completely oblivious. Zhang Chao, you conspired with Su Qian to set me up through Lu Yin, colluding with the hotel to edit the surveillance footage in order to secure my conviction. You planned to beat me severely, then coerce me into paying a hefty sum, ultimately handing me over to the police for charges of indecent assault, leading to my detention or even imprisonment, thereby utterly ruining my life. How malicious. Chen Hao spoke slowly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Chao was taken aback, displaying an expression of disbelief. This was indeed Su Qian's idea, without a doubt. But how did Chen Hao come to know of it? Chen Hao had not disclosed the reason, instead bending down to retrieve Zhang Chao's phone from his pocket. What are you doing? Zhang Chao immediately became alert, struggling desperately to reclaim it, but he found himself unable to move. The reason you could manipulate Lu Yin into doing this was precisely because you had been intimate with her and recorded numerous videos as mementos. How romantic. Chen Hao sneered disdainfully. I shall send this to the company group for everyone to enjoy. Having previously observed their relationship, he was fully aware of the secrets within Zhang Chao's phone. No, don't. Lu Yin suddenly shrieked, trembling as she fell to her knees before Chen Hao, pleading. Please don't post it. If everyone sees it, how will I ever show my face again? Do you still have the audacity to care about your reputation? Chen Hao scoffed. Lu Yin, you are also a married woman, yet you have been engaging in an extramarital affair with Zhang Chao, assisting him in scheming against me. How wicked and shameless you are. I cannot let you off so easily. I will not only post these videos in the company group, but also send them to your husband, so he can see your true colors. As he spoke, Chen Hao began to operate Zhang Chao's phone. No. Lu Yin's face was filled with despair as she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Hao, you truly are ruthless. Zhang Chao hissed. But what of it? I'm the boss, and I'm not married. Even if you post this in the company group, no one would dare to say anything. Instead, you injured us and damaged hotel property. If I call the police, you will not escape unscathed. Do you think this is the end? Chen Hao smiled ominously. The video is merely an appetizer. Your phone contains irrefutable evidence of tax evasion, as well as transfer records and calls indicating that, under your father's orders, you bribed government officials to win municipal advertising contracts. What do you think will happen if I report these to the tax bureau and the prosecutor's office? Zhang Chao's complexion changed dramatically. This was conclusive evidence. If Chen Hao reported it, not only would he face imprisonment, but his father and the company would also face catastrophic consequences. Chen Hao's move was exceedingly ruthless, effectively ruining his life. You little brat, how dare you? Suddenly, a furious shout echoed. As the words fell, the private room door was violently pushed open, and a group of imposing individuals stormed in. Leading the charge were two men. One, a man in his 50s with grizzled hair, resembling Zhang Chao but far more authoritative. The other, a stout man in his 40s with a face full of excess flesh, sporting a buzz cut and a large gold chain around his neck, exuding the air of a gangster. Behind them followed a group of burly thugs wielding gleaming knives, all wearing fierce expressions. Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. This grizzled man was none other than Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Xingchen, the owner of Guangming Advertising Company. Dad, Zhang Chao, seeing a glimmer of hope, escaped from Chen Hao's feet and scrambled to his father's side. Boss. Su Qian and the others also managed to stand, albeit with difficulty, and approached. What a disgraceful child. Zhang Xingchen glared at Zhang Chao. Dad, how did you and boss you come here? Zhang Chao asked, shame flooding his face. You called boss you to request a private room, intending to deal with someone. Bossy was concerned about you causing trouble and informed me. I came to see. And indeed, you've stirred up a mess. Zhang Xingchen replied darkly, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had worried that Zhang Chao might go too far and cause a fatal incident, only to find the opposite scenario unfolding. Didn't you have several people with you? Can't you handle this one, brat? Bossy tilted his head, scrutinizing Chen Hao, clearly astonished. This young man, though tall, appeared to be an ordinary office worker, lacking any combat prowess. Su Qian and the others exchanged wry smiles. They never expected that Chen Hao had only kicked a few chairs to bring them all down. It was simply outrageous. Dad, Chen Hao took my phone, and it contains evidence detrimental to us. We must get it back. Zhang Chao pleaded anxiously. I told you to destroy it long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Xingchen snapped. I know I was wrong. Zhang Chao lamented, his face filled with regret. He had thought no one would see his phone, so he neglected to delete anything, only to end up falling into his own trap. Zhang Xingchen shot him another glare before turning his icy gaze upon Chen Hao. You're quite impressive. In all this time at the company, I never realized you possessed such capabilities. Mr. Zhang, are you aware of what your son intended to do to me? Chen Hao asked calmly. I don't know. Nor do I care to know, Zhang Xingchen replied with a cold smile. Hand over the phone quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite. And after I do, will you let me go? Chen Hao arched an eyebrow. Dad, we absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Zhang Chao insisted, his eyes reddening. You saw it for yourself. This bastard not only trampled on me and insulted me, but also threatened to report us. He aims to drive us to our doom. Zhang Xingchen nodded, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He turned to boss you. This is your territory. I appreciate your assistance. No problem. Just remember to arrange a few free advertisements for my Qinglong hotel. Boss Yu grinned, waving his hand. A few thugs immediately approached, brandishing their knives menacingly. Boss Yu, it seems you also have connections in this world. Have you heard of Chu Lingling? Chen Hao inquired. Upon hearing this, the thugs froze in their tracks. Boss Yu was also taken aback, then sneered. What? You're claiming to know Sister Ling? Yes. Chen Hao nodded. I consider myself a friend of Sister Ling. So you might want to think twice before taking action. While he could handle these thugs, it would be even better to subdue them without a fight. Did you hear that, brothers? This kid claims to be friends with Sister Ling. Boss Yu exclaimed mockingly. Ha ha. The thugs erupted into sarcastic laughter. You don't believe me? Chen Hao's expression shifted. I believe you're a fool, Boss Yu shouted. In Donglin City, there are at least 80,000 people who know Sister Ling's name. You think you can scare me with that? You're truly a simpleton. With a sinister grin, he waved his hand. Cut out this fool's tongue. Let him continue boasting. All right. The thugs laughed heartily, surrounding Chen Hao. Chapter 40. This is self-inflicted, kid. Open your mouth yourself. It'll save me the trouble of prying it open. One thug pointed a knife at Chen Hao, sneering. In response, Chen Hao delivered a swift kick to his chest. Crack. A distinct sound of bones shattering echoed, as the thug spewed blood and flew backward like a broken kite, crashing violently against the wall. Bang. The entire private room shook violently. Chen Hao continued his assault, delivering kick after kick. Bang, 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 bang. Before the remaining thugs could react, they were all sent flying, following in the wake of the first thug. Not a single one screamed in agony. The moment they were struck by Chen Hao, they lost consciousness. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone stood still, as if under a spell, staring blankly at the scene before them. Boss Yu, I had no intention of this. You brought this upon yourself. Chen Hao sighed and walked towards Boss Yu. It was only then that Boss Yu realized the situation, his face paling as he urgently shouted, Quick, kill him. However, not a single thug stepped forward. They were all pale and trembling. Many could not even hold on to their knives, which fell to the ground. The sight they had just witnessed had terrified them to the core. Thud. Chen Hao approached and delivered a kick to Boss Yu's abdomen. In an instant, Boss Yu felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and involuntarily knelt on the ground. Chen Hao stepped on the back of his neck and said calmly, Let me ask you again. Do you believe I know Chu Lingling? Boss Yu, pressed to the ground and bleeding profusely, could not utter a word. Zhang Xingchen's old face twitched as he quietly retreated, fumbling for his phone to call the police. Without so much as a glance, Chen Hao stomped down with his other foot, causing a knife that had fallen to the ground to suddenly fly up and pierce through Zhang Xingchen's palm. Ah! Zhang Xingchen screamed in agony, the phone clattering to the ground. Dad! Zhang Chao was both shocked and frightened, wanting to rush forward to bandage his father, but too afraid to move. Boss Zhang, it's time to settle our accounts, Chen Hao said coldly. Chen Hao, you are ruthless, Zhang Xingchen said, his face ashen, clutching his bleeding hand, and enduring the pain. But we have no deep-seated enmity. You need not go to such extremes. Speak. What will it take for you to let us go? No deep-seated enmity. You might want to ask your son why. Over a trivial dispute, he sought to ruin my life, Chen Hao scoffed. Zhang Xingchen turned to Zhang Chao, gritting his teeth. What on earth did you do? Dad, I was wrong. Zhang Chao wept and recounted the events. Regret coursed through him. Had he known Chen Hao was so formidable, he would never have dared to retaliate recklessly. Beast, you have truly let your father down. Zhang Xingchen trembled with rage upon hearing this. Chen Hao's close relationship with Du Xueqing, coupled with the public embarrassment suffered by Qi Song and others, clearly indicated he had a hidden backing or support. Zhang Chao, in his foolishness, had not considered this and still dared to act recklessly. I don't believe it. Suddenly, a weak voice emerged. Chen Hao paused and looked down to see Boss Yu, who had stopped bleeding and was stubbornly attempting to raise his head. Boss Yu, are you dissatisfied? Chen Hao said lightly, choosing not to press further and releasing him. Boss Yu, supported by a few thugs, struggled to stand, gasping for breath. Chen Hao, you are indeed formidable. Yu Jifeng, concede today. But if you dare impersonate Ling Ling's friend and tarnish her reputation, even if I cannot defeat you, I will fight to the bitter end. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Are you one of Chu Lingling's subordinates? Chen Hao frowned, suddenly realizing something. I am merely an ordinary leader. I do not have the qualifications to be Lingling's subordinate. Yu Jinfeng replied. But my boss is a person close to Lingling, so I am also her person, and I must protect her reputation. Chen Hao was speechless, thinking that if Chu Lingling were here to hear you refer to her as an elder, she would certainly have you killed. Chen Hao, if you have the courage, do not leave. I will call my boss over, Yu Jinfeng said sternly. Our matter can be settled, but your impersonation of Lingling's friend must have an explanation. Call him. I will wait. Chen Hao replied, somewhat helpless. Had he known this would happen, he should have asked for Chu Lingling's phone number from the start. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a troublesome situation. Very well, you are a man of your word. When my boss arrives, I will do my utmost to ensure he does not make things difficult for you. Yu Jifeng regarded him with surprise, his tone softening as he extended his hand. A thug handed over a phone. Brother Ben, could you come to Qinglong Hotel? Yu Jifeng dialed a number, respectfully explaining the situation. Moments later, he hung up the phone. In 10 minutes, my boss will arrive. First, take your men to the hospital. I only broke their ribs. They are not in any life-threatening danger, Chen Hao instructed, pointing to the thugs lying on the ground. Since they were Chu Lingling's subordinates, he spoke with considerable courtesy. Thank you for your mercy, Yu Jifeng sighed in relief, waving his hand as the other thugs hurriedly carried the unconscious ones away. Boss Zhang, have you thought about what to do? Chen Hao turned his attention back to Zhang Xingchen. Chen Hao, killing us will not benefit you. Zhang Xingchen said with a bitter smile. The Guangming Advertising Company is worth about 20 million. If you show mercy and let us go, I will sell the company immediately and give you all the money. We can settle this once and for all. How about it? Dad, if we sell the company, how will we live? Zhang Chao exclaimed anxiously. Beast, how dare you ask that? If it weren't for you, how would I have fallen into this state? Zhang Xingchen spat, slapping Zhang Chao hard across the face. Chen Hao nodded. Zhang Xingchen was a clever man, although selling the company would leave him with nothing. His connections and client relationships remained intact. With hard work, he could rise again. However, if he were reported and imprisoned, he would never have a chance to rise again. Let us go with your suggestion. Chen Hao tossed his phone to Zhang Xingchen. Do not try any tricks. I have already backed up the evidence inside. What if you receive the money and then do not keep your word and report us? Zhang Chao asked, covering his face. Beast, can you shut up? Zhang Xingchen retorted angrily. Do we have any options left? Zhang Chao fell silent. And you? If it weren't for your foolish idea, I wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhang Xingchen turned his gaze, filled with fury, towards Su Qian. Boss, please spare me. Su Qian's face turned pale, his heart filled with despair. Had he known this would happen, he would never have assisted Zhang Chao in plotting against Chen Hao. But alas, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret in this world. Yu Jinfeng, who impersonated Lingling's friend. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 41. The Realm of Warriors. As the voice faded, another group of people surged into the private room. Leading them was a robust man in a suit, his square face adorned with sideburns, exuding an air of authority. Brother Ben. The thugs stood at attention, their expressions serious as they greeted in unison. Brother Ben, you have arrived. Yu Jinfeng quickly approached. The one impersonating Lingling's friend is Mr. Chen. However, before he could finish, Brother Ben turned to Chen Hao, astonished. Brother Ben, it's good to see you again. Chen Hao smiled slightly. This robust man was none other than a Ben, one of Chu Lingling's subordinates. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Just call me a Ben. A Ben quickly replied with respect. Given that Chu Lingling was keen to cultivate a close relationship with Chen Hao, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Furthermore, after understanding the power of warriors, a Ben grew increasingly respectful towards Chen Hao. Yu Jifeng and the others stood dumbfounded. They had not expected their boss to not only know Chen Hao but to also treat him with such deference. Akin to a subordinate, even towards Lingling, it was likely he would not show such respect. A Ben, you have come at the right time, Chen Hao said. Your subordinates had a conflict with me, They do not believe I am Ling Ling's friend and insisted on demanding an explanation. Yu Jifeng, how dare you offend Mr. Chen? Bin's expression darkened immediately. Do you realize that Mr. Chen is a distinguished guest of Ling Ling? Even she holds him in the highest regard. Yu Jifeng's face turned pale. Just how terrifying a figure had he provoked? Brother Bin, I truly did not know. Mr. Chen was telling the truth. I thought he was boasting. Yu Jifeng stammered, trembling. Since you are so blind, say no more. Mutilate one of your limbs as an apology to Mr. Chen. Bin's expression was icy, causing a chill to sweep through the crowd. The world of the underworld is indeed brutal. Yes, Mr. Chen, I was wrong. I offer my sincere apologies. Yu Jinfu said with a grim smile, trembling as he picked up a sharp knife from the ground, resolutely preparing to stab it into his left eye. Enough, Bin. Chen Hao, though indifferent towards Yu Jinfu, admired his loyalty to some extent. He waved his hand and said, ignorance is no crime. Furthermore, Yu Jinfu has been quite protective of Ling Jie behind the scenes. He is a loyal man. Let us spare him, shall we? Mr. Chen, whatever you decide is fine with me, Bin quickly replied, then turned to Yu Jinfu. You should thank Mr. Chen. If it weren't for his generosity and restraint, you would have certainly lost that eye. Yu Jinfu, filled with shock and joy, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in gratitude. The onlookers were trembling in fear, utterly astonished by Chen Hao's immense power, which seemed to dictate Yu Jinfu's fate with a single word. Zhang Xingqian's face turned pale, his body shaking. He had been forced to sell his company, harboring resentment and aspirations for revenge. However, witnessing this spectacle, his desire for retribution vanished without a trace. After bowing for quite some time, Yu Jinfu finally stood up, not daring to breathe too loudly, standing quietly to the side. Mr. Chen, how did you end up in conflict with Yu Jinfu and the others? Bin asked, somewhat puzzled. A figure like Yu Jinfu, a low-level thug, should have no intersection with someone of Chen Hao's stature. Chen Hao briefly recounted the events. So that's how it is. I didn't realize there were so many reckless individuals. Mr. Chen, would you like me to take care of them for you? Bin nodded coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Xingqian and the others, causing them to shudder. Having just witnessed Bin's ruthlessness. No need. I've dealt with them already, Chen Hao replied, waving his hand. You may leave now. Thank you. Zhang Xingqian and his companions felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly made their exit. Bin, please give me your and Ling Jie's phone numbers. I didn't take them last time, and if I had been able to contact you sooner, this conflict might have been avoided, Chen Hao said. Of course, Bin replied, handing over the numbers. Thank you for today, Bin. I'll take my leave if there is nothing else. Chen Hao noted the information and said, please hold on a moment, Mr. Chen. I have something I wish to consult you about. Bin said urgently. Chen Hao paused, nodding. You may leave first. Bin signaled to Yu Jinfu and the others, who then exited, closing the door to the private room behind them. Mr. Chen, I know your time is precious, but this opportunity is rare. I hope you can spare a moment to guide me, Bin said, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Guide you in what? Chen Hao asked, intrigued. You are a martial artist. I wish for you to instruct me in my skills, Bin replied. Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly. This was the second time he had heard the term martial artist, the first being from Lin Wanyin at Du Xueqing's birthday banquet. Are you referring to the kind depicted in martial arts films? Or are you speaking of skilled fighters like those in mixed martial arts? Chen Hao inquired curiously. Mr. Chen, you yourself are a martial artist. How can you not know? Bin was taken aback. I have trained in secrecy, away from the world, so I am not well informed. Chen Hao fabricated an excuse. I see, Bin nodded. I learned from Ling Jie that martial artists indeed refer to those with genuine skills. Quite different from what is shown in movies. Martial artists cultivate real killing techniques, far more potent than mixed martial arts, taekwondo, or karate. They belong to entirely different realms. Martial artists are categorized into 3 realms based on their level of cultivation: external strength, internal strength, and transformation strength, each further divided into early, mid, and late stages. External strength martial artists focus on muscle and bone cultivation, able to create explosive sounds with their strikes, which is the fundamental distinction between martial artists and ordinary practitioners. Internal strength martial artists connect their meridians and vital organs, far surpassing external strength martial artists, and are true masters. As for transformation strength martial artists, they are considered grandmasters. It is said that their power and intent are intertwined, capable of killing with a mere flower petal or leaf, even able to withstand bullets with their protective chi. I'm not sure how true that is, Bin concluded, scratching his head, clearly finding it rather mystical. Now I understand, Chen Hao realized. Evidently, both Chu Lingling and Lin Wanyin regarded him as a martial artist. I wonder what stage my initial cultivation of chi corresponds to in martial arts? Chen Hao pondered, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency. Initially, He believed that as a cultivator, there would be no one left in this world who could threaten him. However, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. He needed to devote more time to his training. Chapter 42. Am I not your brother? Bin, show me a set of your martial arts, Chen Hao instructed. Yes, Mr. Chen, Bin replied. Focusing his breath, he began to demonstrate in the private room. After observing for a moment, Chen Hao signaled for Bin to stop and began to offer guidance. With his keen eye, he easily pinpointed Bin's shortcomings, providing a few concise yet impactful suggestions that pointed him in the right direction. Bin was overjoyed, realizing that Chen Hao's advice would greatly benefit his training. If he continued in this manner, even if he couldn't become a martial artist, his skills would undoubtedly improve significantly. Bin felt immense gratitude towards Chen Hao. After leaving the Qinglong Hotel, Chen Hao called Manager Qian to arrange a meeting at the property transaction office. Soon, Manager Qian arrived, and within 20 minutes, the transfer of ownership was successfully completed. The villa, numbered 18, officially belonged to Chen Hao. Meanwhile, Chen Hao received a text message from the bank notifying him of a massive transfer of 22 million to his salary account. The funds had been secured. He was urged to proceed with caution. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived, signed by Zhang Xingchen. Chen Hao was quite surprised, not expecting Zhang Xingchen to sell the company so swiftly. He was unaware that Guangming Advertising Company had financial issues that would eventually come to light, prompting Zhang Xingchen to seek a fresh start by selling the company. As Chen Hao prepared to reply, indicating he would not pursue the matter further, he reconsidered and ultimately deleted the message. Given the nature of Zhang Chao and his father's character, if they had no lingering concerns, they might devise some scheme. Although Chen Hao was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. Having this leverage would ensure they would never dare to retaliate against him. Subsequently, Chen Hao drove towards Wang Jie's residence as it was time to retrieve his belongings from the new house. Soon, he arrived at the high-rise where Wang Jie lived. But as he stepped out of the elevator, he was astonished to find the front door wide open. A group of thuggish individuals, their expressions malicious, stood at the entrance armed with clubs and knives. Boss Wang, it's been over a month. When will you repay me for the materials you owe? One of the men sneered. You took steel from my shop without paying a dime. I brought the IOU, totaling 800,000. Don't say you're out of money. We've heard that the client just paid you the final project funds, and you're about to pay your workers. In the living room, several portly men, each resembling small-time bosses, smoked cigarettes while aggressively confronting a man in his 50s, whose face was clouded with worry. Beside him stood a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman, her sunken eyes displaying signs of fatigue. These two were Wang Jie's parents, Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying. Wang Jie stood behind his parents, equally troubled. Boss Liu, Boss Sun, Boss Wu, could you please grant me a few more days? Wang Zhanquan pleaded. The client did indeed pay me, but there was an incident yesterday afternoon. I had just withdrawn the funds from the bank when I was robbed. I've reported it to the police and am waiting for news. I genuinely have no extra money at the moment. Indeed, esteemed colleagues, we never anticipated such an occurrence. We kindly ask for your understanding. Once the police resolve the case and recover the project funds, we shall promptly transfer the money to you. Yang Xiuying also pleaded for leniency. What does your accident have to do with us? Lu Boss scoffed. Are you attempting to withhold our payments simply because of your financial troubles? Such reasoning is absurd. Exactly. How can we be certain you truly encountered an accident? Sun Boss remarked ominously. Perhaps you have concocted this excuse to evade repaying us. Wang Zhanquan, visibly distressed, implored. You all witnessed our previous collaborations. Have I ever failed to settle my dues? Why must you resort to such intimidation? Spare us your excuses. Wu Boss spat, exhaling a cloud of smoke. If you cannot produce the funds, then you shall pay with your life. With a menacing gesture, he commanded, attack. Beat him to a pulp. You dare lay a finger on my parents, and I will fight to the death. Wang Jie shouted, tears welling in his eyes as he clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively before his parents. Jie, run. Don't worry about us. Yang Xiuying urged, her face pale as she pushed him away. No, I refuse to leave. Wang Jie cried, tears streaming down his cheeks, overwhelmed by self-loathing for having been so indulgent in pleasures while his parents faced peril. Such audacity from a mere child. Wu Boss sneered cruelly. Today, I shall ensure that your family has a proper reunion. The thugs approached, brandishing their weapons with sinister grins. Suddenly, one thug was hurled through the air, crashing violently against the living room wall, bloodied and unconscious. The crowd gasped, turning in shock to see a young man enter with an icy demeanor. Chen Hao, Wang Jie exclaimed, both astonished and relieved. Fatty, why didn't you call me about this incident? Chen Hao retorted angrily. It is my family's affair. I didn't wish to involve you. Wang Jie lowered his head. You are truly something else, you know? Chen Hao scolded, pointing at him. Let me ask you, am I not your brother? Wang Jie could no longer contain his tears. Chen Hao, why are you here? These individuals are not to be trifled with. You should leave at once. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying, though surprised, felt a sense of urgency, fearing for Chen Hao's safety. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, you have watched me grow. In my heart. You are akin to family. How could I stand by idly while you're bullied? Wang Jie. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying's eyes glistened with tears. You dare to lay hands on others? Wu Boss finally realized the gravity of the situation, erupting in rage. He had hired these thugs, and should anyone be harmed, the responsibility would fall on him. Witnessing the earlier scene, he knew he would incur significant losses. Without looking back, Chen Hao delivered a swift kick to Wu Boss's abdomen. Blood gushed from Wu Boss as he was propelled from the living room, colliding with several thugs before crashing into the staircase wall, rendered unconscious. Is there anyone else who wishes to seek their demise? Chen Hao turned, his voice cold and commanding. Lu Boss, Sun Boss, and the remaining thugs stood in stunned silence. You kicked a living person across the room? This kid is formidable. Have you all perished? Lu Boss yelled in anger. I hired you to act, not to spectate. Attack together. Indeed, he may be strong, but he is but one man. What is there to fear? Sun Boss added, his face darkening. The thugs exchanged glances and, summoning their courage, charged forward with a roar. Chen Hao, be careful. Wang Zhanquan and his wife paled in fear. Chen Hao remained steadfast, delivering flying kicks. The thugs cried out in agony, one by one being sent sprawling. In an instant, aside from Lu Boss and Sun Boss, all thugs lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Chen Hao approached the two remaining bosses with a cold smile. What do you intend to do? Lu Boss and Sun Boss, horrified, stumbled backward, fumbling for their phones. Their hands trembled so violently that their phones clattered to the floor before they could dial. With a swift stride, Chen Hao approached, delivering resounding slaps to Lu Boss and Sun Boss's faces. They both screamed in agony, blood and teeth scattering as they fell to the ground, disoriented. If you wish to live, kneel and apologize to Uncle Wang and Aunt Yang immediately. Chen Hao commanded icily. Yes, Wang Boss, Yang Boss, we were wrong, we apologize. Tears streamed down their faces as they pleaded, no longer daring to be defiant. Chen Hao, thank you. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying were filled with shock and gratitude. Had Chen Hao not arrived in time, they would have faced severe injury or worse. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, how shall we deal with these two? Chen Hao inquired. Wang Zhanquan glanced at the still bowing Lu Boss and Sun Boss, sighing, you two may rise. Upon hearing this, they ceased their bowing but looked anxiously at Chen Hao, too terrified to move. I said rise. Do you not understand Chinese? Chen Hao glared at them. Only then did they timidly stand. Technically, repaying debts is a matter of course. Your visit to collect is understandable, Wang Zhanquan stated. However, we have collaborated numerous times, and it is commonplace in our industry for materials to be delayed in payment for months or even over a year. You have never pressured us before. Why the sudden urgency to collect after my incident? Why resort to hiring thugs to threaten my family? Do you intend to cease doing business with me? Lu Boss and Sun Boss exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Wang Boss, let us speak candidly, Lu Boss said, wincing from his swollen cheek. The truth is, our debt collection was prompted by someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying's expressions shifted. Who is behind this? Yang Xiuying questioned. We do not know. We have never encountered them before, but they wield considerable influence. Sun Boss lamented, we did not wish to confront you. But they coerced us with violence and injured several of our men. We were left with no choice. Wang Boss, Yang Boss, our aim in business is to prosper together. Lu Boss pleaded. We are aware of your good reputation and that you never delay payments. Who would not wish for a long-term partnership? But this time, we truly had no other option. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying exchanged puzzled glances. Although they interacted with many individuals in the industry, they had maintained a cordial approach. And it was hard to fathom who would harbor such malice to employ such underhanded tactics against them. I find this troubling, Wang Zhanquan remarked. My dear, it is only natural that envy arises when one is prosperous. Some may even wish for your downfall, Yang Xiuying mused. Recalling how they had been robbed right after withdrawing project funds, it seems we were indeed being targeted. Wang Zhanquan sighed. Boss Lu, Boss Sun. You are all aware of the situation. I truly have no money, he stated. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, as you two are victims. I suggest you report this to the police quickly. Yes, thank you for your generosity, Boss Wang. Please spare us. Lu and Sun exchanged bitter smiles. They had gone to collect debts only to return empty-handed, having endured a beating and now faced with the additional burden of treating the injured thugs. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune, but they had brought this upon themselves. Even if they lost their teeth in the scuffle, they could only swallow their blood in silence. Uncle Wang's project funds were stolen, And it seems the instigators informed you of this? Chen Hao suddenly inquired. Indeed. Lu and Sun nodded. Since you know Uncle Wang has no money, why did the instigators still send you to collect debts? Chen Hao pressed on. Their intention was to pressure Boss Wang and his wife, Lu replied. If they could extract money, that would be ideal. If not, they would resort to violence. Chen Hao nodded thoughtfully. How much does Uncle Wang owe you? 1,070,000, Lu disclosed. I'm owed 800,000, Sun added, pointing outside. It seems Boss Wu is owed 1,300,000. You all have the IOUs, correct? I will repay this debt on behalf of Uncle Wang and Aunt Yang. Chen Hao said, pulling out a bank card. No, Xiao Hao. This cannot be. We cannot let you repay the material costs we owe. And where would you find such money? Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying were taken aback. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, please listen to me first. Chen Hao waved his hand. This matter is not so simple. I'll deal with them first. Dad, Mom, just trust Chen Hao. He has become quite formidable, Wang Jie urged. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying were stunned into silence. You all brought POS machines, right? I will transfer the funds. Chen Hao extended his hand to Sun and Lu. Hand me the IOUs. Yes, yes. Overjoyed, Sun and Lu quickly handed over the IOUs and retrieved their POS machines. Chen Hao had Wang Zhanquan and his wife verify the IOUs for accuracy before he processed the payment. Next, he instructed Sun to fetch a basin of cold water to wake Boss Wu, and after reclaiming the IOUs, he transferred the funds to repay the debts. When Boss Wu regained consciousness, he trembled in fear at the sight of Chen Hao, daring not even to meet his gaze, earning him the nickname with a second from then on. Once you collect your money, you may leave, Chen Hao stated calmly. Inform your instigators that the funds have been secured. They should not trouble you further. Yes, thank you so much, Lu, and the others expressed their heartfelt gratitude, dragging the still grimacing thugs away as they departed. Chen Hao closed the door behind them. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying stared at the scene in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Chapter 44. Collective wage demand. What had just occurred felt like a surreal dream to them, utterly inconceivable. Is this truly the child we have known since he was small? Xiao Hao, when did you? After a long pause, Wang Zhanquan managed to regain his composure and asked curiously. Uncle Wang, I have recently encountered some extraordinary fortunes, Chen Hao replied. As for my fighting skills, Wang Jie knows the details. Understanding the implications, Chen Hao smiled. Indeed, I have taken a master as my mentor, who is incredibly skilled. With a single strike, he can break 10 bricks. Now that the danger had passed, Wang Jie felt relieved, but continued to chatter excitedly. Chen Hao shook his head in exasperation. You only know how to ramble. When will you become as composed as Xiao Hao? Wang Zhanquan shot Wang Jie a disapproving glance. Aware of his son's nature, Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, please do not mention this to my parents just yet. I fear they may not handle it well, Chen Hao cautioned. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying nodded in agreement. By the way, Xiao Hao, you mentioned that this matter is not so simple. Do you have any insights? Wang Zhanquan asked. Chen Hao nodded. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, did many people know about the stolen project funds yesterday? How could we let more people find out? Aside from notifying the police, both Uncle Wang and I have been trying to suppress the news, Yang Xiuying replied with a bitter smile. The amount is substantial, aside from repaying the material costs. We must also pay the workers' wages, which is their hard-earned money. If they knew it was gone, they would surely cause a scene. Exactly, Chen Hao responded. Since the news has not spread, how did the instigator behind Lu and the others find out? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying's expressions changed. Xiao Hao, are you implying that the instigator Wang Zhanquan, having become a foreman, was quick-witted and realized something, exclaiming in shock? Indeed, it's highly likely they are the ones who orchestrated the theft. Chen Hao affirmed. We must notify the police at once. If we can capture the instigator, we can undoubtedly trace back and recover the project funds, Yang Xiuying urged. Aunt Yang, there is no time. Chen Hao shook his head. If I am correct, those instigators have likely vanished by now. Why is that? Yang Xiuying asked, puzzled. If Lu and the others were unable to collect the debts and severely injured you, it would surely attract police attention, Chen Hao explained. When the investigation ensues, it would lead back to them. How could they possibly remain? What shall we do then? Yang Xiuying's face reflected her disappointment. Oh no. Suddenly, Chen Hao's expression shifted as a realization struck him. What is it, Xiao Hao? Wang Zhanquan inquired. Uncle Wang, if the thieves could secretly instigate Lu and the others, they could also covertly inform your workers and incite them to cause trouble, Chen Hao stated. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying's expressions darkened. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Wang Zhanquan called out. Boss, it's Accountant Xiao He. Came a panicked voice from outside. Wang Zhanquan hurried to open the door. Boss, this is bad. A tense young man rushed in, carrying a box. The workers have learned that the project funds were stolen, and they are being incited to collectively demand their wages. They are already at the residential complex. What Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying were struck as if by lightning. Heartless bosses, refusing to pay wages, utterly devoid of conscience. Such injustice cannot stand. Suddenly, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the ground floor. The group rushed to the window, peering down in shock. In the center of the community's basketball court stood a throng of workers, chanting slogans led by a few ringleaders. Between two basketball hoops, a massive white banner read, "We want to survive, we want food. Wang Zhanquan, return our hard-earned money." Countless residents leaned out from windows and balconies, drawn to the commotion. Wang Zhanquan felt the world spin around him, and he staggered backward. "Uncle!" Chen Hao reacted swiftly, catching him. "Husband! Dad!" Yang Xiuying and Wang Jie exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to his side, "I'm fine." Wang Zhanquan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he stood. "Let's go down." "Husband! We have no money to pay the workers. What good will it do to go down?" Yang Xiuying urged. "We should call the police to disperse them." "Yes, boss. The workers are very agitated. If they don't see any money, it could turn against you," Xiao He added. Wang Zhanquan shook his head. "Even if I am torn apart by the workers today, I must go down. Society is highly concerned about migrant workers' wages. If we allow this unrest to escalate and it reaches the media, the consequences could be dire. Bankruptcy would be the least of our worries. Our reputations could be ruined, and we might even face imprisonment, unable to recover." Chen Hao nodded. Wang Zhanquan's foresight was indicative of his profound understanding of the situation. Yang Xiuying and Xiao He fell into silence upon hearing this. "Uncle Wang, I will go down with you. Let me handle this matter," Chen Hao said. "Xiao Hao, you have already done a great service for Uncle Wang. I cannot thank you enough. How could I ask you to step in again?" Wang Zhanquan shook his head. "Indeed. Xiao Hao, we cannot trouble you further, and besides, this issue seems insurmountable." Yang Xiuying said despondently, "For us in the construction business, the outstanding material costs are merely a small portion. The labor costs constitute the bulk of it. With hundreds of workers' wages suppressed for over half a year, it amounts to at least 10 million. Not a problem." Chen Hao produced his salary card. "There are 22 million in here. Take it and resolve the situation first." "What?" The others were stunned, hardly believing their ears. "Chen Hao, didn't you just win 3 million the other day? Where did you get such a large sum?" After a moment, Wang Jie exclaimed in astonishment. "I earned a bit more afterward. I'll explain later," Chen Hao replied. "Xiao Hao, are you serious? Is there really 22 million in this card?" Wang Zhanquan stammered, astonished. "Uncle Wang, would I deceive you?" Chen Hao chuckled. "Feel free to use it. Once the project funds are recovered, just return it to me." With that, he placed the card in Wang Zhanquan's hand. Wang Zhanquan trembled as if he had shouldered an immense burden. "Xiao Hao, you truly are our family's savior." Yang Xiuying's eyes reddened, her voice choked with gratitude. "Aunt Yang, Uncle Wang, now is not the time for such sentiments." Chen Hao smiled. "Let us hurry down. We must not delay any longer." "All right." Wang Zhanquan clutched the bank card tightly, as if it were a magical scepter granted to an ordinary person, and his previously troubled expression vanished. Chapter 45. Stirring the crowd. "Uncle Wang, once we go down, do not tell the workers that they will receive their wages immediately," Chen Hao cautioned. "The workers are agitated because someone is secretly inciting them. They are unaware that we now have the funds, which is why they are being stirred up. If we can identify the instigators, we may trace back to those who absconded with the funds." "Understood." Wang Zhanquan nodded, unable to conceal his astonishment. Chen Hao's insight was something even he had not foreseen. The boy was meticulous in his words and actions, exhibiting the wisdom of an astute strategist. Soon after, they descended to the community basketball court. Upon seeing Wang Zhanquan, the workers halted their chanting, but their expressions grew even more agitated. "Brothers, the unscrupulous boss can no longer withstand our pressure. He has crawled out from his den," shouted a voice laden with incitement. "Should we extend courtesy to this scoundrel who withholds our hard-earned wages?" "Not at all." The crowd roared in unison. "Then what are you waiting for? Charge forward and give him a good beating," the instigating voice urged. The crowd, already inflamed with emotion, turned wild-eyed and surged forward. Wang Zhanquan and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Hao kicked a stone lion statue beside the basketball court. Boom! The heavy stone lion soared through the air, tracing a long arc before crashing down before the crowd, causing them to halt in shock. "Everyone, please regain your composure." Chen Hao stepped forward, placing a foot on the stone lion. "Your goal is to receive your wages, not to vent your anger. If you harm Boss Wang, not only will you not receive your money, but you could also face legal repercussions. Is that worth it?" The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting to one of fear. Given their earlier impulsiveness, they could have easily harmed Wang Zhanquan on the spot. Wang Zhanquan took a deep breath. steadied his emotions, and stepped forward to address the crowd. Do not rush. I came down to assure you that I, Wang Zhanquan, will never withhold your wages. Wang Zhanquan. Do not try to deceive us. The instigating voice interjected. We have all heard that the project funds were just withdrawn from the bank and then stolen. The police have yet to solve the case. You have no money to pay us. Exactly. Anyone can make empty promises. You are merely trying to buy time. A sharp voice chimed in. We will not rest until we see the money today. The crowd echoed. We will not rest. Their previously quelled emotions ignited once more. The project funds were indeed stolen. I do not deny it. Wang Zhanquan admitted. But who says I lack the funds to pay you? Surely, I can source funds through other avenues? If you have the money, then show it. The instigating voice mocked. Let me ask you, is today the official payday? Wang Zhanquan replied calmly. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback. When the project was completed, we clearly agreed that wages would be paid at the end of the month. As I needed to consolidate the accounts, Wang Zhanquan continued. However, today is only the 25th, and you are demanding wages prematurely. Isn't that a breach of trust? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. They had indeed agreed to this previously. Do not believe Wang Zhanquan's words. The sharp voice cried out. He has no money. He is merely trying to placate you. If he secretly flees in the next few days, where will we find this scoundrel? Exactly, even if we breach trust. You must still pay us. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. The crowd, once again incited, raised their voices against him. Wang Zhanquan exchanged a glance with Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. In their exchange, he had already pinpointed the instigating and sharp voices. Very well, since you insist, I can advance your wages, Wang Zhanquan replied coldly. But let me make it clear, it is you who have breached trust first, so upon receiving your wages, you must leave immediately. I will never employ you again. Humph. I want to see how you will pay. The instigating voice scoffed. Shall he bring out the payroll and distribute wages according to the names on the list? Have them sign and provide a thumbprint. Yes, boss, Shao He replied. Shao He retrieved the payroll from a box, along with a pen and a box of ink, placing them on the flat surface of the fallen stone lion. First up, Zhang Zhaoli. He glanced at the payroll and announced loudly. A 30-something worker with dark skin stepped forward from the crowd. Do you have WeChat? I can transfer the funds directly. It's more convenient. Chen Hao took out his phone. He had long since linked his WeChat to the salary card. Yes, Zhang Zhaoli quickly responded, pulling out his phone and generating a payment QR code. Chen Hao scanned it, and with a beep, the transfer was complete. Received, thank you. Zhang Zhaoli looked at the screen and broke into a wide smile. Come over to sign and provide your thumbprint. Shao He said coldly. Then you can leave. Zhang Zhaoli's smile vanished instantly, and he looked pleadingly at Wang Zhanquan. Boss, I only came with everyone. I thought you would withhold wages. I had no idea this was not the case. Could you please not fire me? I wish to continue working for you. Wang Zhanquan remained silent, his expression cold. Just moments ago, before receiving their wages, they had threatened him with violence. Now that they had received their wages, they sought to remain. Such a good deal was hardly fair. Shao He scoffed. You should leave now. Our boss would never want someone like you again. Zhang Zhaoli, with a sorrowful face, hesitated, unsure of what to plead, and after a long pause, he reluctantly signed and provided his thumbprint before leaving, lamenting. The crowd stirred at the sight. Though they yearned for their wages, they were even more apprehensive about receiving their pay only to be dismissed thereafter. It is known that Wang Zhanquan has always treated his workers kindly, providing meals and salaries that are among the highest in the industry. Leaving this job would mean a struggle to find such a generous employer again. Fear not, for this is merely the disbursement of one person's salary. Wang Zhanquan is simply putting on an act, intending to instill regret and fear in you. Should we retreat and cease our claims, we would fall into his trap. The voice of agitation seemed to perceive the crowd's sentiments and declared loudly. The crowd stirred, nodding in agreement. Chen Hao scoffed, gesturing for Shao He to continue calling names. The second name was Zhou Zhongxiang. Shao He announced loudly. Chapter 46. A perfect resolution. Another worker stepped forward. Chen Hao continued to transfer payments via WeChat. Su Tianhe, Ma Dawei, Li Songling. As Shao He persistently called names, within an hour, Chen Hao had processed the salaries for dozens of individuals. All of these workers were subsequently dismissed, and despite their pleas for retention, Wang Zhanquan showed no mercy. The remaining workers watched, their spirits waning. It must be understood that the wages of dozens of workers for half a year amount to at least several million. Such a sum is not easily fabricated. Could it be that Wang Zhanquan has indeed secured the funds? If so, continuing to protest would be tantamount to jeopardizing their livelihoods. The earlier voices of incitement gradually fell silent. Zheng Yunxiang. Shao He called out again. A small-statured worker approached, but did not step forward to claim his wages. Instead, he knelt before Wang Zhanquan, prostrating himself. The crowd gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Wang Zhanquan asked, equally astonished. Boss, I realize my mistake. I should not have doubted you or joined in their protests. I was merely terrified of not receiving my hard-earned money after such a long toil. The small worker wept bitterly. I can forego my wages for now. I only plead that you do not dismiss me. My wife has just lost her job. My parents are ill, and my child is still in school. I am the sole breadwinner. If I lose this job, how will I support them? Please. As he spoke, he disregarded his dignity and repeatedly bowed his head. Witnessing this, the expressions of the crowd turned somber. Wang Zhanquan sighed. Rise, Zheng Yunxiang. I will not dismiss you. But you must heed this warning. There cannot be a next time. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, boss, Zheng Yunxiang replied, wiping his tears. Boss, considering Zheng Yunxiang's difficult circumstances, shouldn't we offer some assistance? After all, workers without worries can perform their duties well. Chen Hao exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Zhanquan, suggesting a strategy to win their hearts. Wang Zhanquan immediately grasped the implication. Very well, disperse Zheng Yunxiang's wages and add a bonus of 10,000 yuan. If you face any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Zheng Yunxiang, did you hear that? Where else will you find such a benevolent employer? From now on, you must work diligently and avoid any further folly, Chen Hao remarked with significance. Yes, thank you, boss, thank you, brother. Zheng Yunxiang, overwhelmed with gratitude, stood only to kneel again, bowing deeply to both Wang Zhanquan and Chen Hao. Other workers, witnessing this display, could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward to express their contrition. Boss, we all acknowledge our mistakes. We should not have heeded rumors and caused a disturbance. Please forgive us this time. Indeed, a compassionate and righteous boss like you is exceedingly rare. We trust you. We can forego our wages. Just please do not dismiss us. We promise to work diligently in return. Boss, we all have families to care for. The burden is heavy, and we truly do not wish to lose this good job. Many voiced their regrets, tears streaming down their faces. Yang Xiaoying, Wang Jie, and Xiao He exchanged glances, astonished and delighted. Wang Zhanquan sighed with relief, feeling a wave of emotions. He certainly could not dismiss all the workers. Otherwise, there would be no one to undertake the next project. The current situation was just right. A veritable masterpiece. This was all thanks to Chen Hao. Without him, not only would this unrest have been unresolved, but he and Yang Xiaoying might have faced dire consequences. Dear colleagues, the boss is not incapable of forgiveness, but you have erred. Should you not also seek to atone? Chen Hao proclaimed loudly. Brother, just tell us what to do. We would brave any peril without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yunxiang shouted passionately. Whatever you command, we shall comply without question. The crowd echoed. There is no need to face peril, Chen Hao replied. Merely inform me who incited you to come here. As he spoke, the crowd turned to look. At the back of the throng, a burly man in his 30s and a bespectacled young man were stealthily retreating. Upon noticing the crowd's gaze, they bolted. Capture them. Chen Hao pointed. The crowd surged forward, seizing the two men and dragging them back. Who are they? What is their purpose? Chen Hao inquired calmly. Brother, this man is our foreman, Zhao Xuanli, and the bespectacled fellow is his brother-in-law, claiming to be a lawyer from a law firm. It was these two scoundrels who informed us that the boss's project funds had been seized, that he was out of money and preparing to flee, inciting us to demand our wages. We believed them. The bespectacled one even urged us to escalate the situation, to bring in the media, and use public opinion to pressure the boss into giving us money, the crowd clamored. Zhao Xuanli, I have treated you kindly and promoted you to foreman. Why would you stab me in the back? Wang Zhanquan's face darkened. Zhao Xuanli, seemingly aware of his guilt, remained silent. The bespectacled young man, however, grew agitated and began to struggle. Let me go. I warn you, detaining someone without legal grounds is a serious offense. If I report this, you will all be arrested. Do you not realize that inciting workers to riot is an even graver offense? As a lawyer, you are violating the very laws you are supposed to uphold. Yet you dare to threaten others? Chen Hao mocked. The young man's expression shifted, and he fell silent. Speak, Zhao Xuanli. Who instructed you, and how much were you offered? Chen Hao asked coolly. How do you know? Zhao Xuanli replied, astonished. He soon realized he had misspoken and lowered his head. Zhao Xuanli, there is no need for you to conceal anything now. You heard what I said. Inciting a riot is illegal. If we report you to the police, do you think you and your brother-in-law will escape unscathed? I have friends in the police. I will call them to ensure this traitorous scoundrel is apprehended and interrogated thoroughly. Wang Zhanquan, furious, took out his phone. Boss, don't call. I will tell you everything. Zhao Xuanli's complexion paled as he hurriedly exclaimed. Someone offered me 500,000 yuan, claiming the project funds were stolen, and instructed me to incite the workers to protest. They promised me another 500,000 once the matter was settled. I greedily agreed. He lowered his head in shame as he spoke. Who is it? Wang Zhanquan demanded sternly. I only know he goes by Li Wei. He is involved with some unsavory characters, but that's all I know, Zhao Xunli replied despondently. Chapter 47, The Man Named Xia Li Wei? Chen Hao exclaimed in shock, exchanging a glance with Wang Jie. Is this Li Wei in his 30s, sporting a goatee? Accompanied by a bald man and someone in a floral shirt? Wang Jie quickly inquired. Yes, how do you know? Zhao Xunli asked, astonished. This scoundrel. He dares to plot against us. Wang Jie seethed with anger. Xiao Jie, do you know who Li Wei is? Wang Zhanquan asked, bewildered. Father, mother, it is my fault. Wang Jie composed himself, feeling frustrated as he rubbed his head, recounting the events that had transpired. You, of all people, chose to indulge in the vice of gambling instead of focusing on your studies. Wang Zhanquan and Yang Xiuying were visibly enraged, their faces flushed with anger. Uncle Wang, Aunt Yang, please do not blame Xiao Jie. He has learned a lesson from this experience and will surely not repeat his mistakes. Chen Hao interjected, emphasizing that the immediate priority was to apprehend Li Wei and recover the project funds. A timely reminder for the dreamer. Let us notify the police at once. Yang Xiuying suggested. Wait a moment, Aunt Yang. Chen Hao replied, pointing at Zhao Xunli. Li Wei mentioned that he would give you 500,000 once the deal was done. Do you have his contact information? Zhao Xunli nodded. Call him now and inform him that you have incited the workers to create a disturbance, and everything is going smoothly. Ask him where to collect that 500,000. Chen Hao instructed. Zhao Xunli, unwilling to disobey, made the call as directed. Moments later, he hung up. Li Wei told me to come and collect the money right away. And he specifically instructed me not to tell anyone. The address is 84 Dongjiao Road. Aunt Yang, let us call the police now and have them go directly to 84 Dongjiao Road. The project funds must be there. Chen Hao stated. Xiao Hao, your foresight is commendable. Yang Xiuying exclaimed joyfully, pulling out her phone to report the situation. Please wait for news. I shall step away for a moment. Chen Hao said, turning to leave. Hurry back, Xiao Hao. Uncle Wang wants to share a drink with you tonight. Wang Zhanquan added. Chen Hao acknowledged and, leaving the community, swiftly channeled his power, racing towards the address provided by Li Wei. His speed was such that passers-by merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. And by the time they turned to look again, Chen Hao had vanished. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at an abandoned building designated for demolition. A sweep of his consciousness revealed 4 individuals seated on the concrete floor of the 3rd floor, consuming beer and various delicacies. Among them were Li Wei, a man in a floral shirt, and a bald-headed man. The 4th, of average height, appeared unremarkable but had a sturdy physique, resembling a solid iron lump as he sat on the ground, his eyes occasionally flashing with a menacing glint. Brotherly, are we really giving Zhao Xunli 500,000 when he arrives? The man in the floral shirt inquired. Give him nothing. Li Wei snorted derisively. This brat is a fool for money. He is a liability. Now that he knows our business, how can we let him live? You two will act together when the time comes. Understood. The floral shirt man and the bald-headed man exchanged glances, their expressions turning ominous. Chen Hao smirked slightly and leaped up, landing lightly on the 3rd floor as if he were a feather. Who's there? The trio of Li Wei remained oblivious. But the unremarkable man suddenly stood up, barking sharply. Chen Hao. Li Wei and the others quickly stood, turning around in shock. Brotherly. It's good to see you again. I hope you've been well. Chen Hao said with a faint smile that failed to reach his eyes. How did you find this place? Li Wei exclaimed in a mix of anger and surprise. Then realization struck him. That phone call was orchestrated by you, wasn't he it? Indeed. Chen Hao advanced slowly, revealing that Li Wei's covert machinations to pressure the material shop owner, manipulate Zhao Xunli, and incite the workers had all been exposed. Damn it. Li Wei seethed with rage. Is this the formidable subordinate of Chu Lingling you spoke of? The unremarkable man scrutinized Chen Hao with disdain. Yes, Mr. Xia. Li Wei replied respectfully, cautioning, you should be careful. This fellow may seem unassuming, but he possesses formidable skills. You are simply too weak. The man named Xia scoffed. So, you are a martial artist. Chen Hao thought to himself, now understanding why Li Wei and his gang, merely common thugs who had lost all their money, would resort to such drastic measures. It was because of this man pulling the strings behind the scenes. You can see that I am a martial artist? The man named Xia asked, astonished. Why are you standing up for Li Wei? Chen Hao inquired coldly. Li Wei's schemes were evidently aimed at retaliating against him and Wang Jie, yet Xia's motives remained unclear. Not that he knew the other party personally, but as a martial artist, he shouldn't be involved in the petty squabbles of a lowly thug like Li Wei. Mr. Xia. There is no need to waste words with him. Our goal was to lure this brat out, and he has arrived just in time. Once he is eliminated, it will deal a significant blow to Chu Lingling's influence. Li Wei declared vehemently. No problem. Eliminating him will take mere seconds. You all go collect the money. The man named Xia's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he moved, launching a powerful kick aimed at Chen Hao's chest. Boom. The air erupted with a resounding crack. Chen Hao's expression shifted, but rather than retaliate, he sidestepped the attack. He had always been uncertain of his own martial prowess. But this man served as a perfect test. Xia was taken aback. In his view, Chen Hao was at most a practitioner of basic combat techniques, possessing only a modicum of skill, which might intimidate someone like Li Wei but was laughable against a true martial artist. A single kick should easily dispatch him. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Hao evaded effortlessly. How could this be? Though shocked, Xia maintained his composure, immediately executing a sweeping kick as he attempted to regain his balance. This time, Chen Hao did not dodge, but raised his arm, absorbing the blow. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Chen Hao stood firm, while Xia staggered back, nearly losing his footing. You are an internal strength martial artist? The man named Xia's face turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. To be pushed back so far, just from a block, even a late-stage external strength practitioner could not achieve that. In your eyes? Am I equivalent to an internal strength martial artist? Chen Hao countered. Xia offered no response, turning and fleeing towards the exit. Chen Hao summoned his power, a brilliant bolt of lightning illuminating his palm as he struck down fiercely towards Xia. Spell, Lightning Palm. Xia screamed in agony as he was hurled several dozen meters away. His body charred as he collapsed to the ground. Not far away, Li Wei and his companions, having just lifted several large bags, were instantly paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground in terror. So, you are not merely an internal strength martial artist, but a master. Xia, though still alive, looked at Chen Hao as he approached, disbelief etched on his face, and managed to utter, You think I am a master? Chen Hao asked. Of course. Who else but a master could possess such a remarkable ability to project internal strength externally? Xia murmured, astonished. To think, not only did I witness a master, but I also engaged in combat with one. As a martial artist, this truly is an unparalleled honor. With that, he revealed an expression of profound contentment, slowly closing his eyes as he ceased to breathe. Chapter 48. You are a monster. Chen Hao appeared pensive. It was evident that the man named Xia had mistaken the spell for an external projection of internal strength. Yet this also illuminated a standard for a master, or a transformation martial artist, being the ability to project internal strength externally, akin to casting spells for long-range attacks. From this perspective, his current realm should be comparable to that of a transformation martial artist. However, whether it was truly equivalent remained to be seen when he faced an actual master. Subsequently, Chen Hao turned and approached Li Wei and his companions, who were already ghostly pale, trembling on the ground. In their eyes, the man named Xia had been an insurmountable figure, yet he had been effortlessly vanquished by Chen Hao. Speak, how did you come to associate with this Xia? Chen Hao asked coolly. We allied with Yang Pinxian, and Mr. Xia was invited by him. Li Wei stammered, his teeth chattering. Who is Yang Pinxian? Chen Hao pressed for clarification. Li Wei babbled incoherently, and it took a considerable time before Chen Hao finally grasped the situation. Originally, Yang Pinxian was another underworld overlord who, due to certain interests, developed animosity with Chu Lingling. After Li Wei and the others were expelled, harboring resentment, they sought refuge with Yang Pinxian, claiming that Chen Hao was Chu Lingling's capable subordinate, hoping to take revenge through Yang Pinxian. Coincidentally, Yang Pinxian also wished to undermine Chu Lingling, thus enlisting the help of the martial artist surnamed Xia to orchestrate this series of conspiracies. Why doesn't Yang Pinxian let Xia go directly to find Chu Lingling? Chen Hao inquired, perplexed. He could discern that although Chu Lingling's skills were commendable, she was still somewhat lacking compared to a martial artist, and likely not a match for the man named Xia. Mr. Xia is not Yang Pinxian's subordinate. It seems that enlisting his assistance incurs considerable expenses, Li Wei remarked. Moreover, it was said that the top-tier overlord, Lin Wanyin, maintained a favorable relationship with Chu Lingling, forming an alliance. Thus, Yang Pinxian was quite cautious and dared not act openly, resorting instead to covert maneuvers. Chen Hao nodded, showing little interest in the intricate vendettas of the underworld. Li Wei, had you all not provoked me after leaving, I would have had no interest in your affairs. However, since you insist on seeking revenge recklessly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let us proceed, he stated coldly. No, please, I beg you, do not kill us. Li Wei and the others instantly felt paralyzed with fear, crying out in desperation. Suddenly, a piercing siren echoed from afar. Chen Hao, the police are coming. If you kill me, you will certainly be apprehended. Murder is a capital offense. Li Wei exclaimed, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Indeed, murder is a capital crime. But without evidence, how can one be convicted? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly, flicking his fingers to release a flame that landed on the corpse of the man surnamed Xia. This flame, born of magical prowess, burned with an intense heat, transforming the man into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. A gentle breeze swept by, leaving no trace of the remnants. You are a monster? Li Wei and the others were driven to the brink of madness witnessing this scene. No, I am a deity, Chen Hao proclaimed slowly, casting 3 flames that entered the mouths of the 3 men. In an instant, they were engulfed in flames. Collapsing to the ground, Chen Hao's figure flickered and swiftly vanished. Minutes later, a heavily armed group of police rushed to the 3rd floor of the building. However, apart from several large bags filled with cash, the entire floor was utterly vacant. The officers exchanged glances, warily searching the area. After a moment, a strikingly attractive female officer ascended to the 3rd floor. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with an exquisite face, radiant as the autumn moon, and her bright, crystal-clear eyes reflected a determined resolve. Team Leader Lin, apart from the embezzled project funds, no trace of the suspects has been found, the officers reported after conducting their search. I distinctly saw a flash of fire on the 3rd floor. Officer Lin frowned, decisively commanding, expand the search radius and meticulously examine every trace. Understood. The officers echoed in unison, dispersing once more. A few minutes later, Chen Hao returned to Wang Jie's residential complex. Why were you gone for so long? Did you have a bout of constipation? Wang Jie jested. You're the one with constipation, Chen Hao retorted, concocting a casual excuse about running into an old classmate and chatting for a while. Xiao Hao, the police just called. They found the project funds, and after counting, every single cent is intact. They will return it to us shortly, Yang Xiaoying exclaimed joyfully. That's wonderful, Chen Hao replied with a smile. It's a pity we couldn't apprehend Li Wei and the others. They likely sensed something amiss and fled with the funds, Wang Zhanchuan expressed regretfully. No worries, Uncle Wang. The long arm of the law will catch up with them, Chen Hao reassured cryptically. Enough of this, let us go, Xiao Hao. We're going out to eat, tonight. Uncle Wang intends to indulge you, Wang Zhanchuan said, patting him on the shoulder with a grin. Uncle Wang, since the project funds have been recovered, let us distribute the wages to the workers so they can leave happily, rather than coming for nothing, Chen Hao suggested. The workers' faces lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Xiao Hao, you are incredibly thoughtful, Wang Zhanchuan remarked, moved. He then addressed the crowd, announcing loudly, Dear workers, I must inform you that after the project funds were stolen, I truly had no money at hand. The reason I can pay everyone today is entirely due to the young man standing before you. His name is Chen Hao. He is a good friend of my son and a child I have watched grow up. So, if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Mr. Chen Hao. Thank you, Mr. Chen Hao. The workers bowed in unison. I hereby declare that starting today, Mr. Chen Hao will officially become a major shareholder of our company, enjoying an unconditional 30% share of the profits each year. Wang Zhanchuan exclaimed loudly. Uncle Wang, this is too much. Chen Hao was taken aback. Xiao Hao, there's no need for you to refuse, Yang Xiaoying interjected with a smile. This was a decision your Uncle Wang and I made earlier. If it weren't for you, neither of us would have been safe, let alone the company. This is merely a small token of appreciation. No, Aunt Yang, it is my duty to assist you. How could I accept your money? Chen Hao shook his head repeatedly. Stop being so stubborn and just accept it, Wang Jie urged impatiently. This way, your recent changes can also be explained to your parents. Chen Hao's expression shifted. He indeed had not devised a way to explain to his parents. And Wang Jie's suggestion was a reasonable justification. Nodding, he said, Then thank you, Uncle Wang and Aunt Yang. This child is too polite with us, Yang Xiaoying chided gently. After distributing the wages, everyone stay put. We're all going to a restaurant for dinner. It's on me. Today is like an early New Year celebration. Wang Zhanchuan declared with a laugh. Long live the boss. Long live Mr. Chen Hao. The workers cheered jubilantly. Chapter 49. Bathing and drowning there over there. Hurry. The migrant workers collectively sought their wages, a hot news topic that needed to be captured. After the interview, we'll publish it immediately. Aiming for the headline of tonight's news. Suddenly, a few urgent voices rang out. The crowd turned, completely stunned to see a group of media reporters, equipped with cameras and DSLRs, sprinting towards them like athletes in a 100-meter dash. In an instant, a female reporter dashed forward, breathless, thrusting her microphone towards a worker. Sir, we received a tip-off stating that your boss has been withholding your wages, prompting your collective action for payment. Could you elaborate on the situation? That's nonsense. The worker being interviewed, Zheng Yunxiang, exploded in anger. Our boss is the best in the world. Even if the project funds were stolen and he had no money, He would borrow to ensure we receive our wages, and he supports those in need, like me, who spread such rumors. That's pure slander. Our boss not only pays us on time, but is even planning to pay us in advance. Other workers chimed in angrily. The media reporters were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What is going on? This contradicts everything we were told. Wait a moment, didn't you all raise banners? One keen-eyed male reporter pointed to a white banner hanging between two basketball hoops. Isn't this a collective wage claim? The crowd suddenly fell silent, realizing they had forgotten to take it down. So what? Can't we have a little fun with our boss? Zheng Yunxiang shouted defiantly, asserting that their relationship with their employer was quite close-knit. Good grief. The male reporter felt as if a herd of wild horses had trampled through his mind. What kind of reasoning is this? Friends from the media, the situation is as follows. Chen Hao chuckled, explaining that Mr. Wang Zhanquan had encountered an unfortunate incident the previous afternoon, where the project funds were robbed by criminals. Upon hearing the news, the workers were incited by ill-intentioned individuals, fearing that their wages would be delayed, and sought an explanation. However, Mr. Wang had already secured funds through alternative channels and would not withhold any payments. Thus it was merely a false alarm. Upon realizing this, the reporters displayed expressions of disappointment. Their concern was not whether Mr. Wang would delay wages, but rather the societal issue of migrant workers collectively demanding their dues. If this matter were to be dismissed, their visit would have been in vain. Yet, Chen Hao understood their sentiments and exclaimed, "You must recognize that despite the significant loss from the robbery, Mr. Wang has remained true to his principles, diligently arranging funds to ensure his workers receive their wages. Such a responsible, morally upright entrepreneur who actively contributes to society is indeed worthy of your interviews and commendation. Serving as a model for the industry. This too is a valuable newsworthy topic." Upon hearing this, the journalist's eyes brightened, and they hurried towards Mr. Wang, microphones in hand, bombarding him with questions. Mr. Wang glanced at Chen Hao with surprise, realizing that this gesture was akin to a generous gift. Through this positive publicity, his company would undoubtedly gain recognition, leading to an influx of orders and wealth. I, as an entrepreneur, bear significant social responsibility, and I love my country and its people. Mr. Wang accepted the interview with fervor, while Chen Hao distributed wages to the workers. After some time, the interview concluded, and the workers received their full payment. The journalists departed joyously, while Chen Hao, Mr. Wang, and the others celebrated at a restaurant, reserving all seats for a hearty meal. After dinner, which concluded close to 11 o'clock at night, Wang Jie, flushed from drinking, suggested, "Let us head to KTV for some singing." "No, I must return," Chen Hao replied, glancing at his phone with concern. Before dinner, he had messaged Du Xueqing, informing her that he would be late and urging her to prepare something to eat. However, she had not responded, which was uncharacteristic of her. "Wang Jie, you're forsaking your friends for your girlfriend, leaving your buddies behind," Wang Jie grumbled. During dinner, Chen Hao had already mentioned the arrangement regarding the villa at Mingyu Mountain Villa number 18. "It's not cohabitation. We merely reside in the same villa. Furthermore, Miss Xueqing is not my girlfriend. How many times must I reiterate that?" Chen Hao replied helplessly. "Two lonely souls, destined to ignite a spark eventually," Wang Jie leered. "I have a few bottles of Indian aphrodisiac. Would you like some?" "Keep them for yourself," Chen Hao retorted. "I'm leaving now." He bid farewell to Mr. Wang and his wife before departing. Half an hour later, Chen Hao arrived back at Villa number 18. "Xueqing, where are you?" he called out upon entering the lobby, puzzled by her absence. Ordinarily, she would have come down upon hearing the car. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him, and he rushed up to the third floor, kicking open the bathroom door. Inside, the large bathtub overflowed with water, the faucet still running, and Du Xueqing lay submerged beneath the clear surface. Chen Hao swiftly pulled her out, anxiously checking her condition. After a moment of tension, he exhaled in relief. Although she had been submerged for a while and was unconscious, the abundant spiritual energy in the water nourished her, preventing her from losing vital signs. He immediately initiated artificial respiration, channeling pure spiritual energy into her. Soon, Du Xueqing's body began to tremble gently, regaining consciousness. Chen Hao, Chapter 50. Let nature take its course. Chen Hao. Du Xueqing opened her beautiful eyes. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze enchanting, akin to a fairy. Even Chen Hao, whose mind was usually composed, felt his heart flutter. "Xueqing, you're awake." "Chen Hao, what were you just doing?" "You nearly drowned, and I performed artificial respiration. It was an emergency. Please don't take offense." He lifted her, exiting the bathroom and laying her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. "Drowned?" Du Xueqing blinked in confusion. "Yes, what happened?" Chen Hao's expression turned grave. Had he arrived, even a moment later, Despite the spiritual nourishment, she might have perished. I don't know, she replied, bewildered. I was just soaking in the bath, feeling so comfortable that I unintentionally fell asleep. And then you unintentionally fell asleep? Chen Hao was taken aback, suddenly realizing the reason. The dense spiritual energy had likely overwhelmed her. For a cultivator like him, it posed no threat, but for an ordinary person, excessive absorption could lead to a deep slumber, akin to a patient needing ample rest after a substantial tonic. I nearly overlooked this and put Xueqing in jeopardy. Chen Hao felt a wave of regret. He contemplated for a moment before grasping her wrist and channeling a pulse of energy into her blood jade bracelet. This would allow her to absorb the spiritual energy adequately without overindulgence and could also serve as a safeguard in case of emergencies. Chen Hao, are we perhaps progressing too quickly? Du Xueqing misinterpreted his actions, thinking he had ulterior motives, causing her cheeks to redden further. I was merely checking your pulse, Xueqing. Everything is fine. Now, please rest. He stood, intending to leave. Wait. Du Xueqing suddenly threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Chen Hao quickly turned around. Do you dislike me so much? If so, I'll leave and not trouble you. Tears began to form in her enchanting eyes. I swear, absolutely not. Chen Hao raised his hand emphatically. Then why do you ignore my feelings? She retorted. Well, Chen Hao struggled for words. And then a spark of inspiration struck him. Xueqing, I believe that emotions require time to cultivate. Although I have feelings for you, our acquaintance has been brief, and I do not wish to act rashly. That would be irresponsible to both you and me. Are you serious? Du Xueqing asked, half convinced. More genuine than gold. Chen Hao affirmed earnestly. Then why didn't you express your feelings sooner? Du Xueqing's expression brightened. Since we live together, nurturing our bond shouldn't be difficult. She playfully tossed a pillow at him. Now hurry and prepare dinner. You've had your fill outside, while I'm starving. Miss, do you see what time it is? Chen Hao exclaimed, pointing to the wall clock. Besides, didn't I tell you to prepare something for yourself? I want tea. She insisted defiantly. If you don't make me dinner, I'll starve myself to prove a point. She rolled around on the bed, wrapped in her blanket. All right. Miss, I'll make you something. Is that satisfactory? Chen Hao relented, grumbling as he left the room. Hee. Chen Hao, you will never escape my grasp. Du Xueqing giggled, sitting up in bed, her fair legs swaying playfully. In the depths of night, Chen Hao sat on his bed, not meditating as usual, but instead gazing vacantly out the window. His mind was tumultuous, although he had temporarily brushed off the matter with words. The underlying emotional discord between him and Du Xueqing remained unresolved. It was merely postponed. What should he do in the future? Should he genuinely cultivate their feelings? Or should he resolutely part ways and never meet again? A bitter smile crept upon Chen Hao's face. He found it difficult to embrace the latter option. Despite becoming a cultivator, he realized that at his core, he remained indecisive. With a sigh, he reflected on the teachings. Man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. All matters of right and wrong should be allowed to unfold naturally, for sincerity lies in this acceptance. Such is the way of the world, and so it is in cultivation. If one insists on making deliberate choices, it only leads to unnecessary complications. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. Master, are you still alive? Chen Hao gasped, his heart leaping with joy. The voice belonged to Tian Chenzi. However, it faded into silence once more. Regaining his composure, Chen Hao realized that it was not Tian Chenzi resurrected, but rather the memories of his master responding to his current state of confusion, manifesting as an enlightening voice in his mind. To follow nature is to be sincere. Such is the secular world, and so it is in the cultivation of the Tao. Chen Hao contemplated these words, gradually revealing a look of enlightenment. Indeed, between him and Xueqing, it was best to let things unfold naturally. There was no need to choose between the path of immortality and worldly emotions, as, fundamentally, the secular world was also a part of the great Tao. Murmuring to himself, he felt a sense of clarity wash over him, as if he had ascended to a new level of understanding. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. He pressed his palms together in gratitude, bowing several times. Soon after, Chen Hao's heart settled like still water, and he entered a state of cultivation. Perhaps due to his newfound clarity, his cultivation speed noticeably accelerated. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Du Xueqing had long since drifted into slumber, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Du Xueqing remarked, Chen Hao, since you've resigned, why not join me on this project? I spent all day yesterday brainstorming, and I'm beginning to see some prospects. Chen Hao had already recounted the events of the previous day. I know nothing about projects and wouldn't be of any help. You should find a sales job instead. He replied, shaking his head. Come on. Du Xueqing nearly choked on her porridge at his words. You are now a young talent with millions. Why would you want to be a salesperson? I actually think being a salesperson is quite good, Chen Hao shrugged. Initially, he had intended to focus solely on cultivation after leaving Guangming Advertising Company, steering clear of worldly matters. However, after his epiphany last night, his perspective had shifted. Since the secular world was also a part of the Great Tao, engaging sincerely in work and savoring life's myriad experiences could equally be a form of cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, this was referred to as experiencing the worldly dust, where one comprehends the simplest Tao amidst ordinary life, thereby stabilizing the heart of the Tao and enhancing one's cultivation level. If he was to embrace the mundane, he would have to take on the most ordinary jobs, such as salesperson, security guard, or office worker. Du Xueqing rolled her eyes, preparing to continue her persuasion when suddenly, the roar of a car engine echoed from outside. The pair peered through the glass window of the dining room, observing a police car pull up to the villa. Moments later, a stunningly attractive female police officer emerged. What could the police want at our home? Du Xueqing exclaimed, bewildered. I don't know. Let's go check, Chen Hao replied, making his way to the hall and opening the front door. Hello, I am Lin Suxin, the deputy captain of the municipal criminal police team. Are you Mr. Chen Hao? The beautiful officer approached, presenting her credentials before him. I am, Chen Hao nodded. Is there something you need? Mr. Chen. Thank you for providing crucial leads in the investigation of the engineering payment robbery, which aided our police in solving the case, Lin Suxin said politely. I have some questions and would like your assistance in the investigation. Is this a convenient time? Please, come in, Chen Hao responded. What is going on? Du Xueqing inquired. Stepping closer. Lin Suxin's expression shifted slightly. It was rare for her to encounter a girl who could rival her beauty, yet Du Xueqing, in both figure and appearance, was not merely her equal, but perhaps even surpassing her, prompting Lin Suxin to steal a few extra glances. Chen Hao explained the situation briefly. In that case, I'll accompany you, Du Xueqing declared. Mr. Chen, who is this young lady? Lin Suxin asked. I am his girlfriend, Du Xueqing asserted, linking her arm with Chen Hao's as if proclaiming her claim. Sensing Lin Suxin's allure, she instinctively felt a twinge of defensiveness. Mr. Chen, during our investigation, it is preferable for no related individuals to be present. Would it be possible for your girlfriend to step away? Lin Suxin stated with a composed demeanor. Xueqing. Why don't you head back to your room for now? Chen Hao suggested. Du Xueqing pouted, leaning closer to whisper in Chen Hao's ear. I warn you. Don't even think about being taken in by her charm. With a huff, she turned and left. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly, inviting Lin Suxin into the living room and pouring her a glass of water. As Lin Suxin pulled out her notebook and pen, she began to inquire while taking notes. Chen Hao listened attentively, providing answers regarding the events of the previous day. Mr. Chen, do you know that when we arrived at the scene yesterday, although we recovered the engineering payment, the robbers had vanished without a trace? No matter how thoroughly we searched, we found no sign of them, Lin Suxin said, her expression contemplative after a pause. That's unfortunate. It's a shame they got away, Chen Hao remarked nonchalantly. Not necessarily an escape, Lin Suxin replied, her tone laden with implication. It's also possible they were killed and their bodies disposed of. Oh, is that a possibility? Chen Hao feigned surprise, though internally he felt a slight jolt. He hadn't expected Lin Suxin to perceive such intricacies. She was indeed remarkable. Of course, it is possible, Lin Suxin stated, looking at him intently. Mr. Chen, have you heard of martial artists? When she mentioned martial artists, she deliberately lowered her voice. Are you referring to those skilled in boxing or combat sports? Chen Hao pretended to be oblivious. Mr. Chen, are you not a martial artist yourself? Lin Suxin smiled slightly. You need not conceal your identity from me. Although I am a police officer, my knowledge of martial artists is not lacking. Chen Hao smiled but remained silent, though he was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that this beautiful officer was aware of martial artists. It seemed her visit was not merely for investigation. Mr. Chen, as far as I know, the robber who targeted the engineering payment is named Li Wei, and he has two accomplices who previously held a grudge against you. Furthermore, after you reported the incident yesterday, you left the scene for a period, Lin Suxin stated. Surely you don't suspect that I am the one who killed Li Wei and his accomplices? Chen Hao inquired. To be honest, Mr. Chen, I did have my suspicions. But upon further consideration, I found it implausible, Lin Suxin replied. At that time, you were in the Emerald Garden community where Wang Zhanquan's family resides, which is at least several dozen kilometers from the scene. Even under ideal conditions, it would take 20 minutes to drive there at full speed. Moreover, Wang Zhanquan's wife, Yang Xiaoying, had already made a report. Unless you could arrive in mere minutes, kill Li Wei and his accomplices, and thoroughly dispose of the bodies without leaving a trace, something even a peak martial artist would struggle to accomplish. She smiled, adding, of course, if you were a master, That would be a different story. You've met a master? Chen Hao felt his heart stir. Sort of, she shrugged. Officer Lin, your inquiry today is merely a pretext. Isn't it? Your true purpose is to ascertain whether I am a martial artist, Chen Hao said slowly. Indeed, Lin Suxing confirmed without denial. While I am not a martial artist myself, I can still discern whether others are. Now that you've seen, what is your intention? I have conducted an investigation and analysis. And I have concluded that Li Wei and his two companions are merely idle individuals from the lower strata of society. They lack the power to embezzle substantial project funds. And they certainly do not possess enough money to bribe Zhao Xunli to incite the workers to cause unrest. Therefore, it is evident that there must be a mastermind behind this, likely a martial artist. It is also quite plausible that this martial artist, having sensed something amiss beforehand, eliminated Li Wei and his companions, disposing of their bodies and fleeing without a trace. Lin Suxing spoke earnestly, Mr. Chen, as a martial artist. You surely understand the formidable strength they possess. Ordinary police officers simply cannot compete with them. Should a martial artist engage in unlawful activities, it could inflict tremendous harm on society. Thus, I implore you to assist us. I am aware that your time is precious and that you are under no obligation to solve this case. I merely ask that if we encounter a situation we cannot handle, you might lend us your support. As she spoke, Lin Suxing rose and bowed deeply to Chen Hao. On behalf of the police, I extend my utmost gratitude and support to you. Officer Lin, you are too courteous, Chen Hao replied, standing as well. It is the duty of a citizen to assist the police, and I am no exception. Just call me whenever you need assistance. Given that the martial artist surnamed Xia was already deceased, unable to pose any further threat to society, he saw no harm in agreeing. It would also create a sense of indebtedness on the part of the police, which he found quite advantageous. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Lin Suxing exclaimed joyfully. In addition to this, I have a modest personal request. Please, go ahead, Chen Hao encouraged. I have a passion for martial arts and consider myself somewhat adept among ordinary individuals. However, I seem to have hit a plateau, and my progress has stagnated for quite some time. I hope that Mr. Chen might offer me some guidance. Her crystalline eyes sparkled with anticipation. Guidance is too much to ask, Chen Hao replied ambiguously. If there is an opportunity, we could exchange insights together. His words, however, were a subtle refusal. Chen Hao did not wish to provoke any misunderstandings with Du Xueqing, and he was too preoccupied with his own training to have time to instruct others. Lin Suxing was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes reflecting surprise. Throughout her life, she had never encountered a man who could directly refuse her, even if he was a martial artist. This unexpected rejection stirred within her a fleeting sense of defeat. Yet, she quickly rallied her competitive spirit and said playfully, "Very well. Since you have agreed, I shall not hesitate to trouble you in the future. Even if you have a beautiful girlfriend, I cannot believe you would ignore me." She mused slyly. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, thinking Lin Suxing had not discerned his meaning. However, he could not refuse again and could only smile helplessly. Mr. Chen, I wish you a pleasant collaboration. I shall take my leave now. Lin Suxing extended her hand. Goodbye, Officer Lin, Chen Hao replied, shaking her hand. Oh, Officer Lin is leaving? Take care. Du Xueqing remarked cheerfully as she descended the stairs and witnessed the scene. Eager for the beautiful police officer to distance herself from Chen Hao, Lin Suxing discreetly glanced at Du Xueqing. Just as she had released Chen Hao's hand, she suddenly tightened her grip, flashing a sweet smile. Mr. Chen, do not forget our agreement. With that, she playfully blinked her beautiful eyes and turned, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. Du Xueqing huffed and approached Chen Hao. Xueqing, my agreement with Officer Lin is simply to assist the police when necessary. There is nothing more to it, Chen Hao hastily clarified. I know, Du Xueqing replied calmly. She was deliberately putting on a show for me, retaliating against my earlier declaration of being your girlfriend. Are you not upset? Chen Hao inquired, surprised. If I were upset and argued with you, wouldn't I be falling into her trap? Du Xueqing smiled gently. I'm not that foolish. Moreover, though it was our first meeting, I could tell that Lin Suxing is not an ordinary girl. Her standards are quite high, and her admiration for you speaks volumes about your capabilities. Reaffirming my own good judgment, she turned and affectionately draped her arm around Chen Hao's neck. So how could I bear to argue with you? I must be gentle, considerate, and understanding to make you like me even more. You are exceedingly clever, Xueqing, Chen Hao remarked with admiration. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have likely caused quite a scene by now. By the way, I mentioned you as my girlfriend without seeking your permission. You are not upset, are you? Du Xueqing tilted her head, smiling sweetly. You are so adorable. How could anyone be angry with you? Chen Hao gently pinched her small nose. Then give me a kiss. Du Xueqing pouted her lips. Chen Hao, enchanted by her cuteness, leaned in and pressed a kiss to her soft cheek. Now that you've kissed me, I am yours. Du Xueqing said, leaning into him, closing her eyes. From now on, I will cling to you, and you must take responsibility for me for a lifetime. Stop it, Xueqing. I need to go find a job, Chen Hao replied. No way. You must carry me upstairs first. I am too lazy to move. Du Xueqing whined playfully, clinging to Chen Hao like an octopus. With no choice, Chen Hao acquiesced and carried her up the stairs. Once they reached the top, Du Xueqing continued to playfully hold him back for quite some time before finally allowing him to leave. Each day is more exhausting than practicing martial arts. Chen Hao thought as he settled into his car, glancing at the rearview mirror and wiping the kiss mark from his neck with a tissue, letting out a faint smile. He was uncertain whether to feel happiness or annoyance. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived in front of an office building. He had checked online for job openings and found that a company called CEA Group was hiring sales personnel for its advertising subsidiary, which aligned well with his work experience. He proceeded to apply for the position. Upon entering the 20th floor of the building, Chen Hao approached the front desk of CEA Group and stated his intention. Please fill out this resume form, and then you may wait for your interview in the conference room, the receptionist instructed, handing him a form. After completing the form, Chen Hao entered the conference room. 5 individuals were already seated, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Chen Hao's entrance, they turned their heads in unison. Hey, what position are you applying for? A lanky young man inquired. Salesperson for the advertising company, Chen Hao replied. Wow, today is a special event. All 6 of us are here for the same position. The lanky young man exclaimed in surprise. Where did you work before? A plump man reclining with his legs crossed asked, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Guangming Advertising Company, Chen Hao answered. Guangming? I know it, the plump man boasted. I'm close friends with your minor boss, Zhang Chao. We often dine together. He just called me, inviting me to your company as a sales manager. Is that so? Chen Hao responded with a smile. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Do you want me to call Zhang Chao? The plump man sneered at Chen Hao's expression. He didn't say he didn't believe you. Why are you taking it so seriously? The lanky young man, seemingly acquainted with the plump man, interjected with a smile to ease the tension. The plump man huffed. If I had gone, I would already be his superior. Since he invited you to be a sales manager, why didn't you go? Why come here to apply for a regular sales position? A job seeker asked. What do you know? Zhang Chao's my buddy. We are equals. How could I work under him? The plump man scoffed. Moreover, a small company like Guangming is hardly worth my time. Even if they offered me the position of deputy general manager, I wouldn't be interested. That was indeed a truthful statement. Small companies often struggled. The lanky young man nodded in agreement. Not only do they fail to generate profits, but they also come with a heap of troubles. Exactly. Though small companies may have few employees, their interpersonal relationships can be quite complex, often involving relatives of the boss who act like they are royalty. The other job seekers nodded in agreement. You're here to apply because you want to jump ship from Guangming, right? If I tell Zhang Chao, you'll be in trouble, the plump man said, eyeing Chen Hao with a smirk. I happen to know that guy's temper isn't too pleasant. Brother Wang, please don't scare them, the lean young man urged. It's not easy for anyone to search for a job, so why make it harder? He seemed to doubt his own words, perhaps thinking I was merely boasting. The rotund man, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, how can you not prove it? As he spoke, he took out his phone, casting a dubious glance at Chen Hao. Then prove it, Chen Hao replied calmly. The rotund man's expression faltered. He had not anticipated Chen Hao's defiance. With a feigned air of indifference, he shrugged and said, forget it. If I make a call and Zhang Chao fires you, what then? It seems finding a job is challenging enough without me adding to it. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a young girl with a ponytail entered, carrying a resume. You are all here for the advertising company positions, right? She inquired. The group nodded in unison. The girl checked the names against the resumes and said, please follow me. They trailed her out of the conference room and into a hall with an oval conference table. Behind the table sat a sharp and capable woman in her 30s and a middle-aged man with a somewhat portly figure. Minister Yu, General Manager Liang. I have brought the candidates, the ponytailed girl announced, stepping forward to hand over the resumes before taking a seat beside them. Please have a seat, the short-haired woman gestured. The group settled down. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Yu Halian, the Human Resources Minister of CEA Group. This is Liang Da, the General Manager of our subordinate advertising company, the short-haired woman stated. Now, I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, detailing your work experience, reasons for leaving your previous jobs, and why you wish to apply to our group company. I'll go first, the rotund man declared confidently. My name is Wang Tao. I hold a bachelor's degree, and I have 8 years of experience. Previously, I worked as a business manager at another advertising company. The reason for my departure was to seek a better career platform. Wang Tao was articulate and spoke at length about his experiences with great confidence. I am Fong Haifeng, a college graduate with 6 years of experience. I am Sun Ming, a vocational school graduate with 5 years of experience. The lean young man and others introduced themselves in turn, but their qualifications seemed notably less impressive than Wang Tao's. 2 candidates appeared particularly nervous, stumbling over their words. Wang Tao wore a condescending look. Finally, it was Chen Hao's turn. My name is Chen Hao. I hold a bachelor's degree and have over 2 years of experience in an advertising company. I left my previous job because my boss sold the company, and I am now seeking new employment. Upon hearing this, several candidates gazed at Wang Tao in astonishment. The Guangming advertising company was sold? How could they hire Wang Tao as a business manager? Wang Tao's face flushed with humiliation. He had not expected his boast to be so swiftly debunked, especially in such a setting. What an embarrassment. Yu Halian noticed and wore a knowing smile, but refrained from questioning further. She turned to Liang De and said, "Since it's your advertising company that is hiring, why don't you conduct the interview?" Liang De nodded and surveyed the group. "I have reviewed your resumes and listened to your self-introductions, so I won't dwell on your work histories. Instead, I will test your basic qualities and adaptability as business personnel." He pointed to a bottle of mineral water in front of him. "Without any assumptions, how would you sell this 2 yuan bottle of water for 100 yuan? The candidates exchanged glances, silently scoffing at the seemingly cliché interview question. "That's simple, General Manager," Wang Tao replied with a grin. "The reason this mineral water sells for 2 yuan is that it's abundantly available in the city. However, if we were in a desert, water would become a scarce resource. Faced with a group of people on the verge of dehydration, I could sell it for 100 yuan, or even 10,000 yuan. And they would buy it without hesitation. Damn, he beat me to it." The other candidates felt a pang of frustration, as they had shared the same thought. "Did you not hear what I just said?" Liang De frowned, and the group fell silent. The question was posed without any assumptions. "How would you sell this 2 yuan mineral water for 100 yuan? Yu Halian emphasized, "Your mention of the desert is already an assumption." Wang Tao's face turned awkward. He had indeed heard, but chose to overlook it. He stammered, unsure how to proceed. "General Manager, I could add value to this bottle by having a celebrity sign the label. Surely, fans would be willing to pay 100 yuan for it." The lean young man interjected, seemingly struck by inspiration. "Isn't that still an assumption?" Liang De replied tersely. "Do you not understand my point?" The lean young man fell silent, as did the others, who were now deep in thought. "General Manager, without any assumptions, it's impossible to sell this mineral water for 100 yuan. Wang Tao admitted reluctantly, and the others nodded in agreement. Liang De shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. "Minister Yu, may I borrow your pen?" Chen Hao suddenly asked. "Oh, sure." Yu Halian, taken aback, handed him the pen. Chen Hao stood up, took the mineral water bottle, and wrote 4 words on the label. The group looked on in astonishment as he inscribed, "Sell for 100 yuan. You think writing 100 will allow you to sell it for that price? How amusing." Wang Tao scoffed, unable to contain his derision. "Don't embarrass yourself in front of Minister Yu and General Manager Liang." The others chuckled in disbelief. "What do you mean by that?" Liang De inquired, genuinely intrigued. "General Manager, you only mentioned selling the 2 yuan mineral water for 100 yuan without specifying that it must actually be sold," Chen Hao replied. "Thus, all I need to do is raise the price to 100. Whether someone buys it or not is irrelevant." The room fell silent. "Chen Hao, well done," Yu Halian exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "That was excellent." Liang De smiled, adding, "Your ability to think outside the box shows strong adaptability, a quality essential for business personnel." He then turned to Wang Tao and the others. "Did you not think it was impossible? How do you feel now? Don't think I don't know what you were all thinking earlier, believing this interview question was trivial and easily answered. What now?" The candidates exchanged awkward glances. "To be honest, General Manager, I feel this interview question resembles a riddle, hinting at cleverness," Wang Tao retorted, unwilling to concede. "Moreover, it's just one question. Even if Chen Hao answered it correctly, it doesn't necessarily reflect our abilities. Perhaps he just had a sudden insight, and we shouldn't conclude that we lack capability." "You make a valid point. Indeed, a single interview question does not define one's abilities," Liang De conceded with a nod. "Thus, I have a second question." He pointed once more at the bottle of mineral water. Still focusing on this bottle and without any assumptions. "How would you sell it for 100 yuan and ensure it sells?" The group instantly appeared troubled. While the first question allowed for some cleverness, the second question closed off all loopholes. Silence enveloped the room as they pondered. "General Manager, I have an idea." After a moment, Wang Tao's face lit up with excitement. "What is it?" Liang De prompted. "I would tell the buyers that this is not ordinary water, but rather energy water, refined using high-tech methods, possessing miraculous effects. Drinking it can cure ailments and enhance health," Wang Tao declared confidently, with a few misleading technical terms in the packaging. "Selling it for 100 yuan would be no problem. Upon hearing the discussion, the other job seekers displayed varying expressions of intrigue. Indeed, this was a viable approach. What about you? Liang De, after listening, neither affirmed nor denied but instead turned to the others. Mr. Liang, I could market this bottle of mineral water as holy water blessed by Buddhist teachings. After consuming it, one would receive blessings from the Buddha. I assure you, there would be buyers willing to pay even 1,000 yuan. Another chimed in, I would claim this mineral water is an essence extracted from green plants, rich in various vitamins and minerals, promising vitality and longevity. With Wang Tao's proposal, the emaciated youth and others experienced a moment of enlightenment, sparking a flurry of creative ideas. A group of imitators, no matter how eloquent your words, you are merely following my lead. Wang Tao scoffed, crossing his arms and exhaling disdainfully through his nostrils. Chen Hao, what are your thoughts? After the others had spoken, Liang De sighed lightly and shifted his gaze towards Chen Hao. Mr. Liang, I could only sell 2 bottles, one for my father and one for my mother, Chen Hao replied. The room fell silent in surprise. Why is that? Liang De asked. Taken aback. If we disregard any assumptions and consider it merely as a standard bottle of mineral water, then it is inherently not worth 100 yuan, Chen Hao explained. Thus, aside from my parents, no one else would be willing to make a purchase. Why not emulate them and package this mineral water as technological or divine water? Yu Halian inquired. That would not be sales. It would be deception, Chen Hao retorted. As a salesperson, the fundamental quality is integrity. If one relies on deceit, even if they manage to sell a product, it would be temporary. Only honesty can genuinely earn the trust and reputation of consumers, allowing a business to thrive. Well said. Both Yu Halian and Liang De remarked in unison, unable to suppress their applause. Did you all hear that? Liang De remarked, directing his attention to Wang Tao and others. This second interview question assesses integrity, or to be blunt, your character. As sales personnel, lacking professional ethics and resorting to falsehoods to mislead clients is akin to being a fraud. His tone turned stern at this juncture. The emaciated youth and others hung their heads in defeat. Mr. Liang, your points are valid, but integrity is merely a virtue. One can achieve it by maintaining boundaries. Wang Tao said begrudgingly. However, without experience and sufficient ability, even the most honest individual cannot find clients or generate profit for the company. He cast a furtive glance at Chen Hao. It seems you were implying something. Yang De smirked. Fine, since you mentioned it. I will pose another interview question to evaluate your capabilities. He pointed at the mineral water, still under the premise of no assumptions. Now it's my turn to sell it for 100 yuan a bottle, and you must purchase it with only 2 yuan. How would you go about this? The group chuckled bitterly, feeling tormented by the water conundrum. You claim that ability is paramount. You should answer first, Liang De challenged Wang Tao. Wang Tao faltered, unable to respond, and thus deferred. Mr. Liang, I need to think it over. Let others go first. Liang De then turned to the emaciated youth. Can I use Alipay or WeChat? The youth asked, his face clouded with worry. Liang De scoffed, losing interest in evaluating further, and turned to the third candidate. Mr. Liang, may I opt not to buy? I'm not thirsty. The third candidate boldly dismissed the notion, prompting laughter from the group. The fourth and fifth candidates shook their heads, resigning to silence. Chen Hao, do you have an answer? Yang De smiled, directing his attention to them. Mr. Liang, Chen Hao began. If you can sell the water for 100 yuan a bottle and still find buyers, it indicates a high demand, where consumers are eager to purchase irrespective of the price. He continued, thus, I would propose that I assist you in selling the water. If I can sell 5 bottles at 120 yuan each, then you could gift me one for free, allowing me to save my 2 yuan. Excellent. Liang De clapped the table in approval. What a splendid answer. How did I not think of this? Indeed, a seemingly simple solution, yet it reflects a remarkable thought process. This is undoubtedly a showcase of capability. The emaciated youth and other candidates nodded in admiration, acknowledging Chen Hao's ingenuity, though they had previously doubted him. They now recognized the disparity in skill. And you? Have you conjured an answer after all this time? Yang De turned back to Wang Tao sneering. Do not tell me you have the same thought as Chen Hao. A capable individual should possess multiple solutions. Wang Tao's complexion darkened, his silence betraying his inability to respond. Minister Yu, let us conclude the interview. The results are evident. Liang De declared, losing interest in further inquiries. Yu Halian nodded. Chen Hao will stay, the rest may leave. Wait, I have something to say. Wang Tao interjected loudly. Speak. Yu Halian was taken aback, but maintained her composure. It is clear to anyone with discerning eyes that I possess far superior qualifications and experience compared to Chen Hao. Hiring me would be the most prudent decision. Yet, you merely pose a few seemingly clever questions to determine his hiring. This is utterly absurd. I came to apply because I heard Shiyu Group is highly reputable with excellent management, yet this is how you select your talent? Truly disappointing. Wang Tao vented, his frustration palpable. Yangda and Yu Halian exchanged glances, revealing cold amusement. Wang Tao, I initially had no desire to engage with you, Yu Halian said coolly. But since you have questioned us, I will clarify. We never intended to hire you from the outset. Chapter 55. The ice-cold CEO of the room fell silent in astonishment. Why? Are you toying with me? Wang Tao gasped, his outrage intensifying. Actually, your interview began while you were waiting in the conference room, Yu Halian explained. Due to the surveillance. Both Liangda and I observed and heard your discussions. Wang Tao's expression shifted dramatically. The reason we did not ask further questions was that we had already gleaned much from your behavior and mannerisms. We were well aware of your character, Liangda interjected. Wang Tao, do you recall telling Chen Hao that the owner of his previous company invited you to be a sales manager? Liangda continued. Wang Tao's face paled as he fell silent. As it turned out, that was merely a fabrication on your part, and at that time, Chen Hao chose not to expose your lie. Yet, you confronted him aggressively, even pretending to threaten him, Liangda remarked with a smirk. Though we did not articulate it. We observed everything. Thus, despite your commendable resume, your character raises significant concerns, leading both Liangda and me to unanimously decide against your hiring, Yu Halian added. Now, do you understand the reasoning? All eyes turned to Wang Tao, whose complexion fluctuated as he felt humiliated and turned to leave, unable to endure any longer. The emaciated youth and other candidates followed suit. Chen Hao, I have a business trip this afternoon and must head to the airport immediately. After you complete your onboarding with Minister Yu, proceed to the 18th floor to report to Wang Heping, our advertising department's deputy general manager. He will assign you your position and responsibilities, and I will inform him accordingly, Liangda instructed. Understood, Mr. Liang, Chen Hao replied. Liangda hastily departed. Chen Hao accompanied Yu Halian to the elevator and pressed the button. The entire office building belonged to Shiyu Group, with the upper 20 floors housing various departments and the lower floors accommodating subsidiary companies. I will provide you with some material shortly for your review, Yu Halian stated. Chen Hao nodded in acknowledgement. As they conversed, the elevator arrived, and they stepped inside. Inside the elevator stood a stunning woman clad in an elegant gray suit. Her model-like figure boasted standard curves, her skin as pale as snow, and her features were picturesque, though her expression was somewhat aloof. It exuded a distinctive and captivating cold charm. Good day, General Manager Gao, Yu Halian smiled. Is this a new recruit? The icy beauty glanced at Chen Hao and inquired. Her voice, as melodious as her appearance, carried an undertone of detachment. Yes, General Manager Gao. I'm the new business personnel from the advertising company hired by Liangda. Yu Halian replied, then introduced Chen Hao. This is our group's president. Hello, General Manager Gao, Chen Hao greeted politely. The cold beauty appeared slightly taken aback, offering a brief nod without uttering a word. The elevator dinged as it reached the 29th floor. Chen Hao followed Yu Halian out, and the doors closed behind them. Are you not curious? Yu Halian asked, noticing Chen Hao's lack of inquiry. Curious about what? Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. Why our president is so young and beautiful. Yu Halian laughed. It's unexpected. Chen Hao chuckled lightly, revealing his indifference towards the identity of the president, hence lacking any curiosity. Despite her youth, General Manager Gao possessed remarkable capabilities. A few years prior, her father tragically passed away in a car accident, leaving the group without a leader. She stepped up to the challenge amidst her grief. Many doubted her ability to shoulder such a burden, resulting in widespread employee anxiety and resignations. However, her performance astonished everyone. Within just a few years, the group's performance multiplied several times, and she was repeatedly recognized as an outstanding young entrepreneur by the city. The entire organization spoke highly of her, filled with admiration, Yu Halian explained, her tone laced with reverence. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Human Resources Department. Inside the office, two young women were conversing. One was the ponytailed girl Chen Hao had met during the interview, and the other was petite with trendy bangs, exuding a gentle demeanor. Minister, you're back. The petite girl stood up upon seeing Yu Halian. My classmate has arrived. Can you chat with her? Wan Rui, I didn't ask you to bring your classmate for an interview. How could you notify her without permission? Yu Halian frowned. Minister, please, just speak with her briefly. It won't take much time, Wan Rui pleaded, pouting. All right, let your classmate wait a moment. Yu Halian relented, somewhat resigned. Hu Bing, please assist Chen Hao with his onboarding procedures. She turned to the ponytailed girl. Hu Bing nodded in acknowledgement, smiling at Chen Hao. Follow me, please. Soon, Chen Hao completed his onboarding and proceeded to the advertising company on the 18th floor. He located the office of the vice general manager, noticing the door ajar. Inside sat a middle-aged man, frowning as if deep in thought. Chen Hao knocked gently on the doorframe. Excuse me, are you General Manager Wang Heping? Yes. You must be the new business personnel, Chen Hao. Come in, the middle-aged man replied, his brow relaxing into a smile upon seeing him. General Manager Liang has informed me to assign you a role and responsibilities. I have a simple task for you to handle. He picked up a business card from his desk and handed it to Chen Hao. This engineering company, Xingda, owes us an advertising fee of 800,000. They have delayed payment for several months. Please retrieve this sum. General Manager, shouldn't it be the employee who originally managed this account that handles the collection? Chen Hao inquired, somewhat puzzled. This is company business. As long as you recover the funds, there's a generous 10% commission. Wang Heping's eyes flickered momentarily, smiling. General Manager Liang said you performed exceptionally well in your interview. I hope to cultivate your potential. Don't let me down, Chen Hao. Understood, General Manager. I shall proceed at once, Chen Hao affirmed, nodding as he exited the office. After he left, Wang Heping's expression suddenly turned cold as he picked up the phone on his desk. Just wait a moment. I've given the new employee a rather challenging task. If he fails, I will have an excuse to dismiss him and find a way to bring you in. Uncle, you mentioned 2 weeks ago that you would help me in. Now that new personnel have been hired, why has there been no progress? The voice on the other end expressed dissatisfaction. I didn't anticipate the company would hire someone so quickly. Besides, the recruitment is handled by the Human Resources Department, and General Manager Liang has the final say. As the Vice General Manager, my influence is limited. I will keep you updated, Wang Heping replied, frowning as he hung up. Chapter 56, Xingda Engineering Company. An hour later, Chen Hao arrived at Xingda Engineering Company. As he stepped out of his vehicle, he spotted 2 disheveled men, bruised and battered, fleeing the entrance. You're bleeding. Hurry and wipe it off, one young man said, quickly offering a tissue to his companion. This is hardly a company. It's more like a den of thieves. They refuse to pay their debts and resort to violence. It's utterly outrageous. The other man accepted the tissue, dabbing at his nose as he vented his frustrations. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear us, or they might come after us again. Chen Hao, intrigued, approached them. Are you here to collect debts? He asked. Yes, Xingda Engineering owes us for materials. It's been nearly 6 months without a single payment. We came to demand our money, and they assaulted us as soon as we spoke, one of the men replied angrily. Haven't you reported them to the police or filed a lawsuit? Chen Hao inquired. It's pointless, the young man sighed. Though they claim to be a company, they are essentially a criminal gang. When the police arrive, they disperse in an instant. It's impossible to catch them. If we file a lawsuit, they'll just change names and continue operating, making it even harder to retrieve our money. Are you also here to collect debts? The other man asked. Chen Hao nodded. I advise you not to go in. It's safer to leave. The man cautioned. We were beaten, and you'd fare no better alone. I heard about someone who went in to collect debts and ended up with broken legs. He's still in the hospital. Indeed. If you're not collecting for yourself but for your company, there is even less reason to risk your safety, the young man added. Let us go to the hospital. I'm feeling quite dizzy, the other man suggested, and they limped away. Chen Hao's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated such circumstances at Xingda Engineering Company. Wang Heping could not possibly be unaware of this situation. Why then would he assign him the task of debt collection and trivialize it as a mere simple task? Contemplating, Chen Hao turned and used his intuition to observe the internal situation of Xingda Engineering Company. He could easily walk away. Yet the thought of being ensnared in a trap without understanding the circumstances left him unsettled. This kid is quite fortunate. He encountered 2 men who were just beaten before even entering. A young driver in a parked black Hummer SUV remarked to the middle-aged man in the passenger seat. Including this young man, there have been 4 groups attempting to collect debts this morning, and the first 3 were all chased off by Xingda's people. The middle-aged man responded slowly. Indeed, the young driver acknowledged. It's clear that Xingda Engineering is no legitimate company, as the previous individual mentioned. They are part of a criminal organization. Li's expression darkened. It's alarming that our group's advertising company has business dealings with a criminal gang. No wonder we're facing financial issues. I will investigate this matter thoroughly upon our return. As the young driver was about to speak, he suddenly froze. Mr. Li. That fellow actually went in. Mr. Li looked up and saw Chen Hao striding through the entrance of Xingda Engineering Company. They exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. What is he planning to do? Doesn't he fear getting beaten? The young driver murmured. Perhaps he feels aggrieved over the money Xingda owes him. Mr. Li sighed. However, for just one person to go in like this is extremely perilous. Xiao Mao, keep an eye on things. If anything seems amiss, alert the authorities immediately. Understood, Mr. Li. Xiao Mao took out his phone, fixated on the entrance. Upon entering, Chen Hao was met with a scene of utter disarray. Desks and chairs were askew. Trash littered the floor, and clutter was haphazardly piled in the aisles. A group of men, dressed in garish attire with hair dyed in traffic light colors, sat at makeshift desks playing cards, each surrounded by stacks of cash, clearly engaged in gambling. Additionally, some lounged shirtless on a tattered sofa in indecorous poses, while others nonchalantly rested their feet on desks. Indeed, as one of the men had remarked, this was not a legitimate company. It resembled a den of bandits. What do you want? A blonde-haired man, hearing footsteps, turned and impatiently barked at Chen Hao. I am here to collect a debt. Who is in charge here? Chen Hao replied. Damn, what is going on today? It's like a swarm of flies with all these debt collectors, the blonde man exclaimed, surprised. Get lost and don't disturb our game. A shirtless man waved dismissively at Chen Hao, adding, consider yourself lucky. I've been so busy beating people up that I don't want to waste energy on you. The gang burst into laughter. I asked who is in charge. Are you incapable of understanding? Chen Hao said coolly. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the gang's expressions turned icy. Are you looking for death? I'll gladly oblige. The shirtless man fumed, stepping forward and grabbing a wooden stick, advancing angrily toward Chen Hao. Wait. Suddenly, the blonde man restrained him. Why are you stopping me? The shirtless man glared. This kid is different from the others. He has guts. The blonde man chuckled. Let us introduce him to the manager, shall we? With a mocking glance, he gestured for the others to follow suit. All right. I have no objections, the shirtless man replied, his anger dissipating as he turned to Chen Hao with a cold smile. You wanted to see our manager? Follow me. He strode confidently upstairs, with Chen Hao following silently. The gang trailed behind, eyes glinting with amusement. Upon reaching the second floor, the shirtless man approached an office door, knocked, and entered. A minute later, he opened the door and beckoned Chen Hao. Our manager wants to see you. As Chen Hao stepped inside, a fierce barking erupted. A German shepherd, as large as a calf, lunged at him with bared teeth. Chen Hao remained still. Suddenly, the dog halted, its paws thrashing helplessly as it was tethered by a chain to a fixed iron frame, limiting its reach to the center of the room. The gang, initially prepared to laugh, was now rendered speechless. This fellow showed no fear at all. They recalled how in the past, this tactic had terrified debt collectors, some even causing them to wet themselves. You are the person in charge of Xingdao Engineering Company? Chen Hao inquired, ignoring the growling dog and addressing the stout man seated behind the desk. You're quite bold, the stout man replied, regaining his composure and eyeing Chen Hao with curiosity. I am an employee of an advertising company under Xie Group. Your company owes us 800,000 in advertising fees, and I am here to collect. Chen Hao stated flatly. The stout man scoffed, showing no intention of compliance. He opened a drawer and pulled out a gleaming knife, playing with it in his hands. We have money, but we simply don't wish to pay. What can you do about it? He leaned back in his chair, a smug expression plastered on his rotund face. The other gang members crossed their arms, watching Chen Hao with mockery. Remaining unfazed, Chen Hao turned his gaze to the shepherd. If I am not mistaken, this is a rare imported purebred German shepherd, worth at least 100,000 in the market. You certainly invest generously. Indeed, I would rather spend 100,000 on a dog than pay you a single cent, the stout man retorted defiantly. This dog is obedient, but if I were to release it, what do you think it would do to you? He grinned wickedly, revealing his yellowed teeth. Manager, this dog is currently in heat. If you let it loose, it might mistake you for a female and have its way with you. That would be amusing. The shirtless man suddenly chimed in, eliciting laughter from the gang. The stout man's eyes lit up as he slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. You're right. I should. Before he could finish, the knife in his hand mysteriously found its way into Chen Hao's grip. In one swift motion, Chen Hao seized the dog and smashed it onto the desk, plunging the knife down with a decisive thrust. Thud. The blade pierced the dog's neck, embedding itself deep into the wooden surface. Blood gushed forth, splattering the stout man's face and clothes. Ah! He screamed, scrambling backward, chair and all, falling to the ground in terror. The gang members gasped in unison, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. The shepherd let out a mournful howl, struggling briefly before lying still. Can we discuss repayment now? Chen Hao calmly withdrew the knife and wiped it clean, his demeanor unruffled, not a drop of blood staining his clothes. A chill of dread enveloped the gang as they stared at the lifeless dog. Are you all dead men? The stout man scrambled to his feet, furious. Why haven't you taken this scoundrel down? All together, the shirtless man shouted, charging forward like a raging bull. With a swift kick to the chest, Chen Hao sent the shirtless man crashing backward, his ribs snapping under the force, as he fell unconscious outside the door. Chen Hao then brandished the knife, slicing through the air with an invisible edge. The remaining assailants fell to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. The others, witnessing the carnage, let out terrified cries and fled in panic. The stout man, wiping the blood from his face with a tissue, trembled as he dropped it to the floor. Shall we have a proper discussion now? Chen Hao twirled the knife skillfully in one hand, his tone unruffled. The blade danced effortlessly between his fingers, never threatening his skin. The stout man's face twitched, but he refused to back down, a fierce glint in his eyes. You're quite formidable, kid. No wonder you dared to come in alone. I underestimated you. It seems you're not quite convinced? Chen Hao remarked. I know your skills are impressive, but we live in a society governed by law. Brute strength won't suffice. The stout man defiantly wiped his lips with the back of his hand, retrieving his phone. As long as I call the police, you'll find yourself behind bars, no matter how tough you are. Oh, really? Chen Hao chuckled. This is the first time I've seen a gangster willingly threaten to report to the police. I am exercising my legitimate rights as a citizen. The corpulent man sneered, pointing at the lifeless dog on the table. Isn't it true that you killed our company's valuable German Shepherd worth over 100,000? And you also injured our employee lying on the floor, which is a fact. Naturally, we demand police protection to guard against the threats posed by criminal elements. Oh, so I have become a criminal element? Chen Hao exclaimed in surprise. You do not pursue legitimate means to collect debts, but instead resort to violence and intimidation to oppress and harm innocent civilians. This is a classic example of organized crime. The corpulent man sneered. According to Article 294, Section 1 of the criminal law, you could face at least 7 years in prison. You might as well wait in jail for that money. You certainly know the law. Chen Hao remarked, increasingly astonished. Kid, aren't you supposed to be tough? Just wait until the police arrive. Let's see if you dare to fight then. Go ahead. Call the police. I'll be waiting, Chen Hao replied, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, pulling out his phone. Are you not afraid? The corpulent man's brow furrowed at Chen Hao's calm demeanor. What is there to fear? You have no evidence, Chen Hao retorted. Do you think our company's surveillance system is ineffective? The corpulent man coldly gestured towards the camera in the corner of the ceiling. Then see for yourself, Chen Hao shrugged. The corpulent man's expression shifted dramatically. Manager. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man rushed in, and upon seeing the dog's carcass and the blood-soaked floor, he was instantly taken aback. What happened? The corpulent man demanded. Manager, the surveillance system malfunctioned. The main line has been cut by someone, the bespectacled young man reported. What? The corpulent man exclaimed in shock and anger, turning to Chen Hao. Yes, it was me. Chen Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Who are you? Why would you do this? The bespectacled young man asked, astonished. Because your manager owes me money and cannot repay it. So I had to agree to cut your company's surveillance lines and sell them for payment, Chen Hao explained. Manager, is our company in such dire straits? Will we even receive our salaries next month? The bespectacled young man asked, unable to restrain himself. Get lost. The corpulent man roared, angrily throwing a pen holder at him. The bespectacled young man swiftly fled. You've got guts. The corpulent man glared at Chen Hao, believing that with the surveillance destroyed, there would be no evidence. With so many witnesses, your claims are baseless. Chen Hao smiled slightly, but I do have some solid evidence. When the police arrive, I can show it to them. Chapter 58. So you are the boss. Saying this, Chen Hao opened a video on his phone and faced the screen towards the corpulent man. The video displayed the scene of the bare-chested man and the yellow-haired individuals gambling together. According to Article 303 of the criminal law, gathering a crowd for gambling purposes or making a business out of gambling can lead to imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or fines. In severe cases, the sentence can be 3 to 10 years. Chen Hao smiled. You see, not only do you understand the law, but I do as well. The corpulent man's face turned a shade of deep discomfort. And downstairs, your lackeys attempted to beat me with a wooden stick, including your earlier command to let the dog intimidate me and order them to kill me. I recorded all of it. Chen Hao opened a few more videos. Even if you testify against me, I was merely acting in self-defense. This he had secretly filmed with his phone's magical influence. If I were to show these to the police, who do you think they would believe to be the real criminal? Chen Hao chuckled. In fact, I need not even show them. As long as we stand together, the distinction between the criminal and the law-abiding citizen will be glaringly clear. All right, you're impressive, truly impressive. But I assure you, you will not walk away with a single penny. It appeared that he was intent on going to prison. Chen Hao's expression turned cold. This fellow truly was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Let me be frank. I am not the owner of Xingda Engineering Company. I was merely hired to oversee the site and have no funds to give you. Even if you managed to get me jailed, it would be futile. My boss has connections, and with a little money, I can be released. The corpulent man boldly asserted, if you are not the boss, why waste my time? Chen Hao retorted angrily. Kid, I advise you against calling the police, as that will surely prevent you from getting any money. The corpulent man sneered. If you have the guts, wait for our boss to arrive. At that time, whether you get your money will depend on your abilities. As he spoke, he shoved the carcass of the shepherd to the ground, righted the chair, and nonchalantly sat down, pulling out a tissue to wipe the blood off the table. Fine. I will wait for your boss, Chen Hao said ominously, making a swift motion with his hand as the empty dagger shot out, piercing the corpulent man's palm with a resounding thud, nailing it to the table. Ah! The corpulent man cried out in agony, reaching for the dagger. If you dare move, I will pin your other hand to the table as well, Chen Hao said coldly. The corpulent man's hand froze, his terror palpable. At this rate, I will bleed to death. Do you think I wish to waste my time? Chen Hao replied icily, if you wish to live, make a call to your boss immediately and tell him to come back. The corpulent man, caught between shock and fear, had no choice but to endure the pain and trembled as he picked up the office phone with his other hand. I want to see who has the audacity to kill my beloved dog. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted. As the words fell, a portly middle-aged man, resembling a nouveau riche, stormed into the office. Boss, this is the guy who killed your dog and seriously injured Mao. Indeed, he has been arrogant, even severing our company's surveillance lines, demanding that we repay him. The yellow-haired thugs followed closely behind, emboldened, pointing at Chen Hao and shouting, Boss, you are back. Quickly save me. This guy did this to my hand. The corpulent man was also overjoyed, feeling emboldened. With a clenched jaw, he yanked out the dagger. Howling in pain as tears streamed down his face. The middle-aged man shot a glance at Chen Hao, his expression dark, and approached the desk, extending his hand to the corpulent man. Give me the knife. Boss, be careful. This kid is quite formidable. The corpulent man thought the boss intended to take revenge himself and hastily passed the dagger, warning him. No sooner had he spoken than the middle-aged man suddenly seized the uninjured hand of the corpulent man and forcefully pressed it against the table, the dagger plunging down mercilessly. Thud. The sharp blade pierced through the corpulent man's palm, embedding deeply into the table. Ah! The corpulent man let out a terrible wail, his face contorted in pain. The yellow-haired thugs gaped in shock. Brother Chen. No, Mr. Chen, this scoundrel dared to offend you. How do you think I should deal with him? The middle-aged man turned, his face filled with obsequiousness, bowing and scraping to Chen Hao. So you are the owner of Xingda Engineering. Chen Hao sneered. Such a company truly suits your image. This middle-aged man was the nouveau riche who had been keeping wuxia. I apologize, Mr. Chen. How much does our company owe you? I will repay it immediately, the nouveau riche said awkwardly, inwardly lamenting. 800,000, Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, your subordinates have threatened me verbally, used violence against me, and impersonated their superior, wasting a significant amount of my time. How will we settle this account? Upon hearing this, the nouveau riche's facial muscles twitched, and he turned around, delivering a powerful kick to the corpulent man's knee. Thud. The overweight man immediately screamed in agony as he fell to his knees, clutching his wounds, writhing in pain. He struck his own face, profusely apologizing to Mr. Chen. If Mr. Chen is not satisfied, I shall chop off both your hands and feed them to the dogs. The nouveau riche barked. I was wrong, Mr. Chen. I beg you to spare me. The overweight man was taken aback by Chen Hao's formidable presence, realizing he could not afford to offend someone of such stature. Overwhelmed by fear, pain, and regret, he continued to strike himself with his other injured hand, weeping profusely. And you lot, kneel down and slap yourselves an apology. The nouveau riche turned and shouted at Huang Mao and the others. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, we were wrong. The gangsters were utterly dumbfounded and hastily knelt down, slapping themselves while desperately pleading for mercy. You don't think that having your subordinates inflict self-harm will suffice as compensation for me, do you? Chen Hao remarked coldly. Of course not. The nouveau riche replied, cautiously smiling as he approached the desk, pulling out 2 blank checks and writing down the amounts. He then retrieved the company seal and financial stamp from the safe and affixed them. Mr. Chen, one check is for 800,000 in debt. The other is for 10 million, which I am compensating you. A flicker of pain crossed his face as he respectfully presented the checks with both hands. At least you know how to behave, Chen Hao said, taking the checks, confirming their accuracy, and coldly rising to leave. Finally rid of this pest. The nouveau riche sighed in relief, collapsing onto the sofa. Boss, now that Mr. Chen has left, can I go to the hospital? The overweight man pleaded, drenched in sweat from pain. Damn it, do you dare to speak? If it weren't for you scoundrels, I wouldn't have lost over 10 million. The nouveau riche's face turned ashen as he kicked the man to the ground, venting his frustration through violent kicks. Chapter 59. Who said I didn't complete the task? Chen Hao stepped outside. Mr. Li, that kid has come out. Huh, he wasn't beaten. Driver Xiao Mao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mr. Li was equally surprised. Xiao Mao, go ask him if he received the money. As Chen Hao was about to get into his car, Mr. Li hastily instructed. Xiao Mao complied and ran over to Chen Hao, calling out, Brother, wait a moment. Chen Hao paused and turned around. You're here to collect the debt, right? Did you get it? Xiao Mao hurriedly approached him. Chen Hao nodded. May I ask how you managed to collect it? Xiao Mao inquired curiously. They owe money, so they should pay it back. Isn't that quite normal? Chen Hao replied with a smile. Brother, stop keeping us in suspense. Xiao Mao retorted, we've been on stakeout all morning and saw 4 waves of debt collectors. The first 3 were beaten out by the people from Xingda Engineering Company. Only you were the exception. You were also here to collect? Chen Hao smiled but did not answer, instead questioning. Are you here to collect for yourself or for the company? At this moment, Mr. Li approached, inquiring kindly. I'm also from Xia Group, working as a salesperson for a subordinate advertising company. Chen Hao was taken aback, realizing they were there to recover the overdue advertising fees. Mr. Li and Xiao Mao were also astonished. Wait, I know almost all the employees of the advertising company. How come I've never seen you before? Xiao Mao asked in surprise. I was just hired today, Chen Hao explained. I just reported to the advertising company, and Vice President Wang Heping assigned me this task. He recounted the events. Mr. Li, it turns out Chen Hao is one of us. That's wonderful. Xiao Mao exclaimed, quickly introducing, Chen Hao, I am Mao Xiaowei, the driver of the Group S Comprehensive Administrative Department, and this is our Group S Executive Vice President, Mr. Li Shuamping. Xiao Chen, you are quite impressive. On your first day at work, you resolved a significant issue for the group. Mr. Li laughed heartily, extending his hand. You flatter me, Chen Hao replied modestly. Shaking hands with Mr. Li and then with Mao Xiaowei. Can you now share the secret of how you retrieved the debt? Mr. Li asked with a smile. Mr. Li, I have no secrets, Chen Hao pondered before responding. After I encountered those 2 who were beaten out, I paid attention, and when I entered, I just happened to see the employees of Xingda Company gambling in a group. I secretly filmed it with my phone and used that as leverage to collect the debt. He deliberately omitted the details regarding the dog killings and the connections with the nouveau riche. Mr. Li and Mao Xiaowei were enlightened. Xiao Chen, you are not only clever but also bold and meticulous. Truly commendable, Mr. Li praised. I admire you, Mao Xiaowei added, giving a thumbs up. Chen Hao smiled. By the way, why did Wang Heping send you, a newly hired employee, to recover the debt? Mr. Li asked. Does he not realize this task carries risks? I was puzzled by that too, Mr. Li. Chen Hao replied, his mind racing. Vice President Wang said it was merely a simple task, so I came. Had I not coincidentally encountered those 2 who were beaten, I might have also been in peril. A simple task? Mr. Li scoffed. Wang Heping sure knows how to spin tales. He must have some ulterior motives. There is definitely something fishy, Mr. Li, Mao Xiaowei exclaimed angrily. To label such a dangerous task as simple is nothing short of setting Chen Hao up for failure. Xiao Chen, let us return to the group. And then you can see Wang Heping to hear his explanation. I'll follow shortly, Mr. Li said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Mr. Li, Chen Hao nodded. Chen Hao, you're driving a BMW X5 yet you're here applying for a salesperson position? Mao Xiaowei remarked, astonished at Chen Hao's vehicle. It's not mine. It belongs to a friend. I'm borrowing it for a few days due to some matters, Chen Hao casually explained. Thinking that he could no longer drive the BMW to work, it was too conspicuous. Mao Xiaowei nodded and followed Mr. Li back to the Hummer SUV. The 2 vehicles started in succession and departed. An hour later, the trio returned to Xia Group. Chen Hao arrived at Wang Heping's office on the 18th floor of the advertising company. You're back? So, did you manage to recover the debt? Wang Heping greeted him with a serious demeanor, devoid of the previous joviality. Vice President Wang, I went to Xingda Engineering Company. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. I found it to be quite disorganized, not at all resembling a legitimate company. It was more akin to a gang. Why didn't you inform me of this beforehand? What they do has nothing to do with you, Wang Heping replied flatly. Your only task is to recover the debt. How can it not be related? I witnessed other debt collectors being beaten out. Chen Hao stated, what if I had gone to collect the debt and faced the same fate? So, you're saying you didn't manage to recover the debt? Wang Heping frowned. You couldn't complete such a simple task? Liang always speaks highly of you. I'm truly disappointed. Vice President Wang, did you not hear that Xingda Engineering Company was beating people? Chen Hao raised his voice. Chen Hao, mind your tone. Do you know I am your superior? Wang Heping suddenly stood up, shouting sternly. Chen Hao remained silent. Xingda Engineering Company doesn't beat people at random. They just happened to do so when you arrived. Wang Heping said coldly, do you think I can't see through this? This is merely an excuse for your failure to complete the task. Vice President Wang, if you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself, Chen Hao asserted. There is no need for that. Wang Heping shook his head. You are dismissed. Please proceed to the Human Resources Department to process your resignation. On what grounds do you dismiss me? Chen Hao scoffed. Your inability to complete even the simplest of tasks reflects poorly on your professional capabilities. Moreover, your deceit towards leadership is unacceptable. Our advertising firm certainly has no need for individuals of your poor character, Wang Heping replied. Who claims I have not fulfilled my tasks? Chen Hao retorted, producing a check and slapping it onto the desk. Take a good look. The outstanding payment is 800,000, not a cent less. You. Wang Heping was taken aback, staring incredulously at the check. If you have indeed completed the task, why did you not say so sooner? After a pause, he demanded angrily. Because I wanted to discern your intentions, Chen Hao sneered. Now I understand. You had no intention of allowing me to complete my tasks but merely sought an excuse to dismiss me. Wang Heping's expression shifted ominously. Wang Heping. Today marks our first encounter. We are strangers without any prior conflicts, Chen Hao stated. Thus, I am curious as to your motives for this behavior. Chapter 60. Department Transfer. Wang Heping remained silent, his countenance darkening. I will reiterate, Chen Hao, you are dismissed. Please leave at once. I have completed my tasks. What justification do you have for my dismissal? Chen Hao furrowed his brow. You have not completed them, Wang Heping calmly asserted, placing the check into a drawer. The 800,000 I recovered has nothing to do with you, and the substantial commission is mine. Wang Heping, you are truly shameless, Chen Hao replied coldly. Are you not afraid I will report you to the Group S leadership? You, a new employee who has been here less than a day. Do you even know who the group leaders are? Wang Heping dismissed him with a sneer, waving his hand. Now, leave, or I will call security. Does he know me? Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. As the words fell, Li Shuangping strode in with a serious expression, followed by a man in his 30s. Director Li. Wang Heping's face paled. I heard everything you just said, Li Shuangping said with a cold smile. Wang Heping, you are quite audacious. Thinking you can act with impunity in the advertising company. Director, this may be a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. Wang Heping implored urgently. You need not explain. Li Shuangping interrupted. I visited Xingda Engineering Company this morning to gather information, witnessing firsthand their assault and how Xiaochen recovered the debt, including everything he relayed to you. Was at my behest. What? Wang Heping looked at Chen Hao in shock. Did you not anticipate this? Chen Hao replied with a cold smile. I specifically checked the business contracts between Xingda Engineering and the advertising company and discovered they were indeed handled by you. Li Shuangping continued sternly. Moreover, the contract contains issues of underpricing, rendering the company incapable of profiting. How do you explain that? Wang Heping's face turned ashen, unable to articulate a response. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the office phone rang. Xiao Chun, please answer the phone, Li Shuangping instructed. Chen Hao picked up the receiver. Hello? Uncle, have you managed to get rid of that new employee yet? A loud voice boomed from the other end. Not yet, Chen Hao replied. A thought sparking in his mind as he mimicked Wang Heping's tone, simultaneously pressing the speakerphone button. Hurry up then, uncle. If you don't dismiss him, how can I join? The loud voice urged, oblivious to the ruse. Chen Hao hung up the phone. The others looked at each other in realization. No wonder you wanted to set Xiao Chen up. You intended to bring your nephew into the advertising company. How insidious. Li Shuangping remarked coldly. Wang Heping's complexion turned to that of dust as he pleaded. Director Li, I acted in haste. Please forgive me this once. Considering my years of hard work for the group. Li Shuangping shook his head. You are dismissed. Proceed to the Human Resources Department to complete your exit formalities immediately. Minister Yang, he turned to the man accompanying him. Please investigate the accounts Wang Heping has managed over the years and see if there are any other issues. If any actions are found that harm the Group S interests, inform the legal department immediately to hold him accountable. Understood, Director Li. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Heping trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. How do you feel now, Xiaochen? Satisfied? After Minister Yang and Wang Heping left, Li Shuangping turned to Chen Hao with a smile. Thank you, Director Li, for upholding justice on my behalf. Chen Hao responded with a grin. By the way, Xiaochen, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Li Shuangping said. Please, Director Li, Chen Hao replied. There has been a vacancy in Yuhalian's Human Resources Department, and she has expressed admiration for your skills. Thus, she has requested your transfer. Would you be willing? Li Shuangping clarified. This is not a command, but rather a matter of personal choice. If you prefer to remain in the advertising company, you may do so. He added. Director, I am open to any position. I am simply seeking experience to enhance my capabilities. Excellent, Li Shuangping smiled. Then proceed to report to the Human Resources Department. Yes, Director. Chen Hao turned to leave, and moments later arrived at the Human Resources Department. Chen Hao, I anticipated your arrival, Yuhalian said, her face lighting up with joy. Fortunately, Liangda is on a business trip. Otherwise, he surely would not have let you go. I consider myself quite fortunate. Minister Yu, I lack experience. I hope you will guide me, Chen Hao said humbly. Not to worry. The tasks in our Human Resources Department are quite manageable. Given your intelligence, you will learn swiftly. Yuhalian reassured him, beckoning. Hu Bing, Wan Rui, come over here. The two girls approached. Allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Hao, A talent I specifically transferred from the advertising company. Starting today, he will be our colleague in the Human Resources Department, Yu Halian announced. Welcome, Chen Hao. Hu Bing said with a smile, extending her hand. Your interview left a lasting impression on me. Thank you, Chen Hao replied, shaking her hand. However, Wan Rui pouted, ignoring Chen Hao and anxiously turned to Yu Halian. Minister, what about my classmate? Wan Rui, I was just about to discuss that, Yu Halian replied. I spoke with your classmate and deemed her unsuitable for the Human Resources Department. She paused, adding meaningfully. And the reason you are classmates is that there are no entangled interests. If you were to become colleagues, do you think you could maintain your previous rapport? Minister, my classmate is unsuitable, but does that mean Chen Hao is? Wan Rui retorted angrily. I heard from Hu Bing that he merely applied for a position as a sales representative in the advertising company and has no experience. How can he qualify for our Human Resources Department? Who begins with prior experience? Yu Halian countered. By your logic, when you first joined the Human Resources Department, you also had no experience. Were you then unqualified for the job? Wan Rui was momentarily speechless, but quickly rebutted. I am merely concerned he may hinder our department's progress. Just as Yu Halian was about to respond, Hu Bing interjected, Minister, I recall seeing Human Resources experience on Chen Hao's resume. Is that so? Yu Halian turned to Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded. Indeed, during my first year after graduation, I worked in administration and human resources before shifting to sales. You think that working as a mere assistant in some obscure company equates to human resources experience? Wan Rui scoffed. Since you have done it, why not share your understanding of human resources? My understanding is that while human resources primarily handles administrative tasks, its essence lies not within administration but within development. Chen Hao pondered for a moment before speaking. Wan Rui rolled her eyes, emitting a sound of disdain. Continue. Chen Hao, Yu Halian encouraged, her eyes sparkling with interest. Chapter 61. Welcoming dinner. Allow me to present my humble thoughts, Chen Hao said with a shy smile. In my view, the 5 key modules of human resources, recruitment, training, compensation, performance evaluation, and employee relations improvement, can be succinctly encapsulated in 7 words: resource development and utilization. Development can be divided into external and internal aspects. Recruitment falls under external development, where we seek suitable talent at minimal cost through professional interviewing techniques, thereby generating greater benefits for the company. Training pertains to internal development, enabling employees to systematically learn and practice, thereby mastering professional skills and job knowledge, which makes their work more efficient. Utilization refers to the quantification of work indicators for performance assessments, allowing us to evaluate employees' competency levels and work efficiency, and subsequently establish appropriate compensation and bonuses to enhance overall utilization. Improvements in employee relations are also a facet of utilization. As human resource personnel, we should employ various means such as communication, interviews, and research to understand the actual relationships and existing problems among various departments and subordinate companies, and then devise strategies for improvement, thus avoiding inefficiencies such as redundancy and blame shifting. This encapsulates my understanding, and I welcome guidance from the 3 lovely ladies. Well, Hu Bing was utterly captivated, unable to hold back her admiration. Chen Hao, you are incredible. Had you not mentioned that you have merely a year of experience in human resources, I would have assumed you were an expert. Well articulated, Chen Hao, Yu Halian responded, a mix of surprise and delight illuminating her expression. I never anticipated your profound comprehension of human resources. I was genuinely concerned you might struggle, but it seems that worry was unfounded. Are you convinced now? She turned to Wan Rui. Despite your years of experience, your understanding of human resources may not surpass Chen Hao's. Wan Rui's face darkened, and she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Everyone must stay after work today. I'll treat you all to dinner in honor of Chen Hao, Yu Halian announced cheerfully. Yay! Hu Bing cheered, clapping her hands. Hu Bing, come with me to the administration department, Yu Halian instructed. Hu Bing nodded and followed her out. Chen Hao, you are quite the strategist, Wan Rui remarked coldly once they had departed. What do you mean? Chen Hao was taken aback. How could a mere salesperson articulate such profound insights? It's evident you came prepared to curry favor with the department head, Wan Rui mocked. Did you not ask me for my understanding of human resources? Chen Hao retorted. I had no way of knowing what you would inquire about, so how could I prepare in advance? Because I overheard you asking a classmate to come for an interview while processing your onboarding paperwork, which indicated that the Human Resources Department was understaffed. Wan Rui shot back. Thus, you seized this opportunity to research online, attempting to impress the department head, especially since the benefits in human resources far surpass those of a salesperson in an advertising firm. Congratulations, crafty boy, you've succeeded. That's merely your conjecture. Chen Hao frowned. Moreover, it was my choice to come here, President Lee informed me that the department had intended to transfer me to the Human Resources Department. Don't be ridiculous, Wan Rui derided. Does President Lee, such a high-ranking executive, even know a salesperson like you? Your lies lack credibility. Chen Hao shook his head, weary of explaining himself. Just wait, I will make you see. Wan Rui coldly scoffed as she turned to leave. No sooner had she exited than Mao Xiaowei strolled in. Hands in his pockets, his face a mask of envy. Chen Hao, when did you transfer to the Human Resources Department? This is a much better place compared to the advertising firm. I just transferred. Chen Hao replied with a smile. What brings you here? I was looking for you. Mao Xiaowei said. I just came from the advertising firm and learned about your transfer. Do you need anything? Brother, Mao Xiaowei leaned in closer. Would you mind lending me your BMW X5 after work? I've got a date with someone special tonight, and I want to make a good impression. He pleaded, clasping his fists together. Drive carefully, Chen Hao, finding Mao Xiaowei quite likable, naturally agreed and handed over the car keys. Thank you, brother. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. Mao Xiaowei exclaimed joyfully, taking the keys and dashing off. Before long, Yu Halian, Hu Bing, and Wan Rui returned. Yu Halian convened a brief meeting to reassign roles, instructing Hu Bing to help Chen Hao acclimate to his new responsibilities. The afternoon swiftly passed. It's time to clock out. Let us go, Yu Halian announced. Chen Hao, if you're not driving, you can ride with them in my car. Chen Hao nodded. As if a mere salesperson could afford a car. You truly overestimate him. Wan Rui scoffed. Wan Rui, why do you always target Chen Hao? This behavior must cease. We are all colleagues and should coexist harmoniously, Yu Halian admonished, furrowing her brow. Wan Rui huffed in response. The four of them departed and, in less than half an hour, arrived at the restaurant, entering a private room. I'll be driving today, so I want to be drinking. Yu Halian stated as everyone settled in. Would any of you like a drink? I don't drink. Both Chen Hao and Hu Bing replied in unison. Well said. Chen Hao, Hu Bing chuckled, giving him a high five. I don't drink either. I have plans with friends to sing at a KTV after dinner, Wan Rui added. Don't stay out too late. Return home early. We have work tomorrow, Yu Halian advised. Wan Rui nodded, and a thought struck her. Minister. I'm also worried about returning home late. Could Chen Hao accompany me? It would ease my mind to have him drive me back. Yu Halian's expression shifted. Glancing at Chen Hao, she hadn't anticipated Wan Rui would request Chen Hao's company, which presented a good opportunity to mend their relationship. Chen Hao shook his head. I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. It wouldn't be appropriate. Wan Rui's request seemed insincere. Even without ulterior motives, Chen Hao had no interest in accompanying her. As if I were interested in you. Must you be so self-important? Wan Rui snapped. You are a man. How can you lack a sense of responsibility? Chen Hao. I genuinely feel uneasy about Wan Rui being alone. Perhaps you could make this small sacrifice today? If your girlfriend misinterprets the situation, I can explain it on your behalf. Yu Halian suggested. Fine, Chen Hao replied reluctantly, unable to refuse Yu Halian's request. Wan Rui's eyes gleamed with a hint of malice. The meal concluded swiftly, and the four exited the restaurant. Chen Hao, Hu Bing and I are heading home now. Wan Rui is your responsibility, Yu Halian said as she got into her car. Chen Hao nodded. Yu Halian and Hu Bing waved goodbye as they drove off. Wan Rui's demeanor immediately turned frosty. She ignored Chen Hao and busied herself with her phone. Chen Hao, disinterested in conversing with her, sent a message to Du Shueqing to explain the situation, estimating he would return quite late. Chapter 62. Truly annoying, did you lend your car to someone else? Call me when you need a ride. I'll come pick you up, Du Shueqing quickly replied. No need. I can take a taxi back, Chen Hao responded. That won't do. What if you can't find a cab? I don't want you waiting outside in the cold at night, Du Shueqing insisted. All right, Chen Hao felt warmth in his heart, no matter the circumstances. Shueqing was always so considerate. Du Shueqing sent back a heart emoji. At that moment, a brand new 7-seat Buick Enclave approached, stopping in front of them. The doors swung open, revealing 3 men and 2 women, all of whom appeared to be around Wan Rui's age. Xiao Rui, a girl with a doll-like face and another sporting a mushroom haircut rushed forward, exclaiming, Guanwei, Lu Ting, you're here. Wan Rui put away her phone and smiled as she embraced the 2 girls. Xiao Rui, did you wait long? There was a bit of traffic on the way, she said. A medium-built young man with a trendy punk hairstyle and a stylish jacket approached, holding car keys, and smiled. Oh, Zhang de Xiao. Have you gotten a new car? Wan Rui inquired, glancing at the enclave behind him, and waved to greet the other 2 young men. Today. You'd just picked up the car. It hasn't even been registered yet. But he insisted on picking you up in the new car as a sign of respect. So he hit the road with a temporary license plate, remarked a tall and robust young man with a grin. Xiao Rui, Yuda really has no complaints about you. The other slightly plump young man chuckled. Oh. It seems our Xiao Rui is about to be moved. Guan Wei and the girl named Lu Ting chimed in teasingly. Thank you, Yuda, Wan Rui said shyly, her cheeks flushed. Xiao Rui, why are you being so polite with me? Zhang Yuda laughed. Xiao Rui, who is this? Is he with you? Guan Wei asked curiously. Noticing Chen Hao standing alone nearby. I was just about to tell you, Wan Rui whispered with a look of utter disdain. His name is Chen Hao, a loser who is pursuing me. He originally applied for a position at our Group S subsidiary advertising company. I don't know how he managed to fool our leader, but he ended up becoming my new colleague. Today we have a departmental gathering, and he insisted on accompanying me. The leader agreed out of concern for my safety, but I utterly detest him. Please help me deal with him so this loser stays far away from me in the future. Everyone nodded in understanding. No problem, Xiao Rui. P.S. Just a poor loser. It'll be easy to handle him. Just wait for the show, Zhang Yuda said, casting a scornful glance at Chen Hao. Exactly. Xiao Rui, watch how we'll get back at him, the others chimed in. Hey, so you're Chen Hao? I heard you're pursuing our Xiao Rui. Guan Wei sneered at him. You have quite the audacity. Do you know who pursues Xiao Rui? They're either rich second-generation kids or civil servants. The worst of them have at least a few 100,000 at home. I heard you were just a salesperson? With such pathetic credentials. How dare you chase after Xiao Rui? Lu Ting added disdainfully. Wan Rui, please maintain your dignity. Chen Hao coldly interjected, ignoring their taunts. Don't spread slander everywhere. I have no interest in you, nor would I pursue you. The only reason I'm here is that you requested it. The leader insisted. And I had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, I wouldn't care who you are. Wan Rui's expression shifted. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to overhear her words. Who are you talking about? Say that again, the tall young man shouted, clenching his fist and preparing to step forward. Li Jian, Zhang Yuda quickly intervened, speaking softly. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with this loser tonight. Why are you in such a hurry? He then turned to Chen Hao with a smile. Don't be upset. We're all friends here. Let us just have fun. Xiao Rui, ignore him. Let us get in the car, Guan Wei said, her face grim, muttering. What kind of person is this? He clearly pursues you, but doesn't he dare admit it, instead trying to turn the tables. Who knows who is spreading lies? Exactly. Just a loser acting like he is something special, Lu Ting added angrily. Li Jian and the slightly plump young man shot a fierce glare at Chen Hao as they entered the car. Chen Hao remained still. Chen Hao, I'm sorry. But although this is a 7-seater, we've filled it with things, so there is no space for you. You'll have to take a taxi. It's not far. Just ahead at the Huangqiao KTV. Then head to room 16 on the second floor to find us, Zhang Yuda said as he climbed into the car. Peering out from the driver's seat. Though he expressed regret, a mocking glint sparkled in his eyes. If you don't have money, walking would be fine too. Hurry up, you'll arrive in an hour at most. The group burst into laughter. Chen Hao let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Chen Hao, where are you going? The manager specifically asked you to stay with me, Wan Rui called out anxiously. If Chen Hao left, how could they deal with him? You have so many friends with you. You don't need me at all, Chen Hao replied indifferently. But the manager explicitly instructed that you accompany me home tonight. Wan Rui insisted angrily. Do you dare to leave? Without a car, how would I get there? Chen Hao shrugged. Even if the manager asks, I have my reasons. Hearing this, although Wan Rui was displeased, she could only push Zhang Yuda. Let Chen Hao get in the car. Zhang Yuda had no choice but to turn back. Peng Xian opened the door and let him in. The slightly plump young man opened the car door. The seat next to him was empty. There was nothing in the way. Chen Hao glanced at it and shook his head. I want to sit in the front. Then where do I sit? Li Jian, who was in the passenger seat, said angrily. I can't even stretch my legs in the back. Sit wherever you want. I'm not sitting in the front. I just want to go, Chen Hao replied. You. Not only Li Jian, but the others also turned pale with anger. This guy was truly intolerable. Li Jian, just bear with it for a bit. We'll be there soon, Zhang Yuda said. A hint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he patted Li Jian's shoulder, offering a double entendre. Reluctantly, Li Jian shot Chen Hao a furious glare and moved to the back. Chen Hao settled into the front seat, slamming the door shut with a loud thud. Can you be a bit gentler? This is a brand new car worth hundreds of thousands. If you damage it, you won't be able to pay me back even if I sold you, Zhang Yuda exclaimed in frustration. Then I won't sit. I'll go home. Chen Hao said, reaching for the door. All right, I won't say anything. Big brother, just sit down. I'm begging you, Zhang Yuda said helplessly. This guy was simply impossible, refusing to yield to either soft or hard approaches. Chen Hao slammed the door again, this time even harder. Zhang Yuda was left speechless with anger but couldn't explode. He could only start the car and stomp on the accelerator. The car roared to life, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 63. Transfer notification. As the car drove on, the group remained silent, their expressions filled with indignation. They had intended to give Chen Hao a hard time but found their mood dampened instead. By the way, Yuda, What made you decide to buy a new car? Juan Rue finally asked after a moment of silence. Wasn't he that Passat all-track just fine? I grew tired of that car. Recently, I made a business deal with my parents and earned a bit of money, so I decided to get a new one, Zhang Yuda said with a proud smile. That's 3 million. To you, it's just a bit of money? Pang Xin laughed. 3 million is a fortune for us, but for Yuda, it's not a big deal, Li Jian added. Yuda, your family must be earning at least 8 million this year, right? Multiply that by 2. Zhang Yuda chuckled. Wow. The group exclaimed in unison. Xiao Rue, you've struck gold. If you marry Yuda, you'll surely live the life of a young lady. Lu Ting laughed. What are you talking about? Yuda and I are just good friends, Juan Rue said. Though her eyes glimmered with delight. Xiao Rue, you and Yuda are a perfect match, a natural pair, Guan Wei teased, unlike some people, who are clearly losers but lack self-awareness. She cast a disdainful glance at Chen Hao. Haha, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. What a surprise, someone remarked. That's not quite right. A good flower needs a green leaf to complement it. Without the loser to contrast, how could Yuda appear so exceptional? Everyone nodded in agreement, subtly mocking Chen Hao. He seemed oblivious, casually crossing his legs and engrossed in a mobile game. Upon witnessing the scene, a sense of disheartenment washed over the crowd, akin to the feeling of striking a punch against cotton, effort exerted yet yielding no result. At that moment, Zhang Yuda's phone, resting on the armrest of his seat, began to ring. Li Jian, there are traffic police on the road. I can't answer right now. Can you check who it is? Zhang Yuda remarked while maneuvering the steering wheel. All right, Li Jian replied, picking up the phone and unlocking the screen. Oh my, he exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. What's wrong? Zhang Yuda and the others inquired in unison. Let me share something extraordinary, but keep quiet, Li Jian said with a mysterious smile. Tapping a few times on the phone, an electronic, synthesized female voice emanated. 100,000 yuan has been credited to your Alpay account. Wow. The crowd gasped in unison. Impressive, isn't it? Li Jian chuckled. This isn't just some popular comedic video. It's a genuine 100,000 yuan transfer. The three ladies, Juan Rue included, nodded vigorously in excitement. Yuda, that's incredible, Pang Xian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. It must be the client settling the final payment, Zhang Yuda mused. Seemingly surprised by the unexpected turn of events, his face beaming with joy. Let us celebrate tonight. Drink whatever you desire. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The crowd cheered in unison. Suddenly, a notification pinged on Chen Hao's phone. Oh, salesman Chen, how timely. Guan Wei remarked with a sardonic laugh. Could it be someone is transferring money to you too? Chen Hao remained silent, exiting the game to check the message, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Li Jian craned his neck to glimpse the screen. Catching sight of a bank transfer notification, his interest peaked. Is it really a transfer? Unfortunately, I can't see the specific amount. Come on, buddy, announce it loudly so we can all be awed. Is it necessary? Chen Hao replied coolly. Of course it is. Yuda just showcased his prowess. If you wish to pursue Xiao Rue, you must demonstrate sincerity. Mere words won't suffice, Lu Ting interjected with a smirk. Indeed, during matchmaking, one must disclose their circumstances, let alone in courtship, the others chimed in, teasing Chen Hao. Don't shy away. Chen Hao, you seemed quite impressive earlier. Pang Xian added with mockery. How tiresome. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Chen Hao, I warn you, they are my good friends, and in every aspect, they surpass you. You lack the standing to judge them, Juan Rue stated firmly, her brow furrowed. There's a girl, but I let her get away. Before Chen Hao could respond, his phone rang again. Fatty, he saw the caller ID and answered. Chen Hao, did you receive the transfer? Wang Jie's booming voice resonated through the phone, audible even without speakerphone. Li Jian smirked, subtly indicating to eavesdrop. The group understood and fell silent, wearing expressions of mockery. So it was you who transferred it. I received it, but it seems like a lot more than expected, Chen Hao mused, puzzled. Idiot. Have you forgotten you are the major shareholder of the company? This year, my dad made a total of 70 million. According to the agreement, you are entitled to 30% of the net profit, which amounts to 21 million. Wang Ji explained, adding the previous 13 million for worker salaries and 3 million owed to the material supplier. That totals 37 million. My dad rounded it up for you. So 40 million has been deposited into your account. Uncle Wang is quite generous if he is taking on a project. He must be investing heavily and still giving me this much, Chen Hao commented. This is all you rightfully deserve. Rest assured, there will only be more in the future. Wang Jie replied cheerfully. Thanks to your connection, the company's reputation has skyrocketed. Just from current orders, the profits have already exceeded 100 million. Next year, you should at least receive 30 million. You won't have to lift a finger. Just sit back and count your money in the grand villa at Mingyu Mountain. Enough about that. I'm off to the nightclub to enjoy myself. Tonight, I plan to invite 100 girls and flaunt 1 million in front of them. Wang Jie laughed heartily before hanging up. Chen Hao shook his head in amusement, finding the antics of the wealthy second-generation individual comical. Suddenly, he felt the car come to a halt, initially thinking they had arrived at their destination. However, upon looking up, he was taken aback to see the vehicle stopped in the middle of the road, with a long line of cars honking behind them. Turning to look at Zhang Yuda and the others, he noticed they were all staring at him, mouths agape, nearly capable of accommodating a chicken egg. Did I hear that correctly? You are a major shareholder? Someone transferred 40 million to you? And you possess a grand villa at Mingyu Mountain? Li Jian asked. Utterly bewildered, Chen Hao did not respond, nudging Zhang Yuda's shoulder. Drive quickly. Don't you hear the honking? Do you want the traffic police to come? Oh. Zhang Yuda, snapping back to reality, glanced at him in shock before starting the vehicle and proceeding forward. Chapter 64, Alcohol Challenge inside the car. An atmosphere of stunned silence enveloped the group. Xiao Rui, didn't you say Chen Hao was merely a salesman? After a moment, Guan Wei finally regained her composure and whispered in confusion. How did he acquire such wealth? Wan Rui, equally astonished, soon formulated a theory. He.S. just boasting. If I'm not mistaken, this is surely a ruse with friends he called upon to stage a performance for us. Don't be fooled. The group suddenly comprehended. That explains it. Major shareholder and 40 million transfer? It's utterly preposterous. Indeed, claiming to reside in a villa at Mingyu Mountain? He probably doesn't even know where the entrance is. Such a loser can really weave fantasies. Just a performer. If Xiao Rui hadn't exposed him, we might have fallen for it. With that, the group displayed expressions of disdain, mocking him. Chen Hao merely smiled faintly, dismissing the need to validate himself. Engrossed in his game. Let it be. The ability to coordinate a performance with friends in such a short time is a skill in itself. Don't discourage him. Zhang Yuda advised with a teasing tone. The group erupted into laughter. Before long, they arrived at the Huangchao KTV. The group disembarked and made their way to the pre-booked private room on the second floor. Zhang Yuda beckoned a server and expertly ordered an array of premium spirits and snacks. Pang Xian and Li Jian activated the karaoke machine, fine-tuning the equipment. While the three ladies, Wan Rui included, browsed the songbook, chattering excitedly about their selections. Chen Hao sat alone in a corner, engrossed in his phone. Shortly after, the server wheeled in a cart brimming with drinks and snacks, setting them on the table before exiting. Come, let us pop open the drinks. Tonight, we revel to our heart's content, Zhang Yuda exclaimed, uncorking a bottle of beer, raising it high with a cheerful grin. Cheers. The others echoed, clinking their bottles in celebration. The atmosphere growing exuberant. Chen Hao was disregarded, as if he were merely air. Unfazed, Chen Hao realized he was on a different wavelength from these individuals. Forcing camaraderie would only heighten discomfort, so he preferred the tranquility of solitude. Look at that person. He resembles a dog. After several drinks, Guan Wei glanced at Chen Hao and, covering her mouth, recited a line from a script. Laughter erupted among the group, each sharing a knowing smile. This loser has an unusually thick skin. He remains unperturbed even in such a situation, Zhang Yuda remarked, casting a glance at Chen Hao. Having ignored him for long enough, it's time to let Xiao Rui vent her frustrations. He leaned towards Li Jian and whispered a few words. No problem, this is my forte, Li Jian replied. His eyes lighting up as he picked up 2 bottles of beer and approached Chen Hao, slamming one down onto the table. Chen Hao looked up. Chen, the major shareholder. Heard from Xiao Rui that your drinking capacity is quite impressive, so I came to toast to you, Li Jian said with a hint of sarcasm. You, being a wealthy individual with the ability to effortlessly transfer 40 million and owning a luxurious villa at Mingyu Mountain, wouldn't dare to disregard a poor commoner like me. Would you? Are you challenging me to a drinking contest? Chen Hao, undisturbed, calmly inquired. Absolutely. Li Jian raised his beer. Let us see who can drink more. The loser must bark like a dog in front of everyone. What do you all think? He turned to the crowd. Sounds great. They replied in unison. As Li Jian's friends, they were well aware of his impressive drinking skills. Ordinary people simply couldn't compete. To be honest, I'm not interested in a drinking contest with you. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. Are you backing down before we even begin? Are you even a man? Li Jian scoffed. You were quite boastful earlier. Chen, can you not be so cowardly? You're making us lose respect for you. Others chimed in. You don't even dare to drink. How can you have the audacity to pursue Xiao Rui? You might as well just bark like a dog. I haven't finished speaking, Chen Hao interjected. I'm not interested in a drinking contest, but to prevent you from incessantly pestering me like annoying flies, I will agree to drink with you. However, I have one question first. He picked up his beer. If you lose and refuse to bark like a dog, what then? Huh, look at that, Chen. The major shareholder has turned the tables on me. He seems to be quite confident. Li Jian laughed exaggeratedly. The crowd erupted in laughter. You needn't worry about that. We can record a video for proof, Guanwei said with a cold smile, pulling out her phone. If someone tries to weasel out, we'll just post the video online to expose him. That is a good idea. I have tens of thousands of followers on Weibo. While I'm not a major influencer, it's enough to showcase someone, Zhang Yuda added with a grin. And I'll promote it within the company as well. Wan Rue also chuckled. Let the department head and other colleagues know that you're not just a liar, but also a sore loser. All right, let us get started, Chen Hao said calmly. Li Jian smirked disdainfully, tilting his head back to almost fit the entire bottle into his mouth. In mere seconds, he drained the entire bottle of beer. Well done, Li Jian. Wan Rue and the other two women applauded enthusiastically. Not a drop left, Li Jian shook the empty bottle at Chen Hao, wiped his lips, and arrogantly raised his chin. Your turn, major shareholder. Chen Hao raised his beer and drank. The crowd watched, their expressions filled with disdain. Although Chen Hao maintained his composure and drank steadily, his speed was far inferior to Li Jian's. The disparity in their capabilities was glaringly evident. It feels like bullying a mentally challenged child. There's no sense of achievement, Li Jian lamented, shrugging his shoulders. The crowd burst into laughter. After a moment, Chen Hao set down his empty beer bottle. 26 seconds. That's a full double of Li Jian's time. Pang Xian glanced at the timer on his phone and mocked. If we were competing in drinking speed, you'd have to bark like a dog now. Finally finished? Shall we continue? Li Jian raised an eyebrow, provocatively asking. Chen Hao nodded without a word. Lu Ting and Guan Wei brought over several open beer bottles and placed them in front of the two. Li Jian casually seized a bottle, tilted his head back, and downed it again. In just over 10 seconds, he drained the second bottle. Still drinking this fast on the second bottle? Wan Rue exclaimed in surprise. She knew Li Jian could drink, but she didn't expect him to be this formidable. This is just the beginning. You haven't witnessed Li Jian's true prowess, Zhang Yuda said with a faint smile. How much can he truly drink? Wan Rue asked curiously, while Guan Wei and Lu Ting cast inquisitive glances. I can't say for certain, but I can assure you that in terms of drinking capacity, even within the entirety of Donglin City, Li Jian ranks at least in the top 10. Wow, the three women exclaimed in unison. Doesn't that make Chen, the major shareholder, rather unfortunate? Li Jian could probably make him vomit. Guan Wei remarked, glancing at Chen Hao, who was drinking quietly. He deserves to vomit. Who told him to overestimate himself and challenge Li Jian? Lu Ting scoffed. Exactly, and even if he vomits, he still has to bark like a dog. Wan Rue added with a cold smile. At that moment, Chen Hao finished his second bottle of beer and set it down. Well, major shareholder, how are you holding up? Can you keep drinking? Li Jian grinned. Chen Hao remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. Li Jian tilted his head and grabbed another beer, drinking it down quickly. Although he was still fast, it was noticeably slower than his previous two bottles. After just over 10 seconds, he set down the empty bottle. No one was surprised. It was the third bottle, and a slowdown was to be expected. Chen Hao also picked up his beer and drank it down. Moments later, he placed the empty bottle down. This time, the crowd didn't mock him but raised their eyebrows in slight surprise. This guy is holding steady, interesting. Let us keep going, Li Jian thought, coldly reaching for the fourth bottle. His speed for this bottle was even slower than the third. Chen Hao calmly picked up his beer, and after another moment, set down the empty bottle. The crowd couldn't help but show signs of astonishment. It was already the fourth bottle. How was Chen Hao still performing without any changes? A normal person would have long since reached their limit by now. I'm curious to see how long you can hold out, Li Jian said, his smile fading as he grunted, grabbing the fifth bottle and downing it. As he finished, Chen Hao remained expressionless as he picked up another beer. In the blink of an eye, the two had reached their 10th bottle. Li Jian's face had turned crimson, his drinking speed slowing considerably until he took longer than Chen Hao. In contrast, after 10 bottles, Chen Hao remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged from the first bottle. The crowd was left dumbfounded. They hadn't anticipated Chen Hao's capacity for drinking. I refuse to believe this. I was the champion of last year's Donglin City Beer Festival. How can I lose to a nobody like you? Li Jian's eyes reddened as he abruptly stood, tearing at his collar, one foot on the stool, and aggressively poured the beer into his mouth. For the 11th bottle, he drank even faster than the first, finishing in under 10 seconds. With a thud, he slammed the empty bottle down and grabbed the 12th. The crowd gasped in shock. Li Jian, what are you doing? Chen Hao hasn't finished yet. Zhang Yuda quickly interjected. I can't wait for him to drink like a woman. Li Jian sneered. Watch closely as I crush this nobody. He tilted his head back once more. In less than 10 seconds, the beer bottle was empty again. 13th, 14th, 15th. Finally, after finishing the 16th bottle, Li Jian stopped, letting out a loud belch. He set down the bottle, propping himself against the table and pointed at Chen Hao. His breath reeking of alcohol. Chen Hao, if you're a man, stop dawdling and drink like I just did. Li Jian, sit down and take a breather. Guan Wei and Lu Ting rushed to help him back into his seat, patting his back. Chen Hao, did you hear that? Wan Rui slammed a beer down in front of Chen Hao, coldly stating, Li Jian just chugged 6 bottles. If you can't match that, just admit defeat. Let me add that Li Jian finished 6 bottles in 2 minutes. Pang Xian glanced at the timer on his phone, aware that drinking quickly and slowly were entirely different matters. It's no wonder Li Jian said you drink like a woman. Even we women are worried for you. Guan Wei taunted. Chen Hao remained silent, picking up the beer and tilting it back. In a mere blink, the beer bottle was empty. Only 2 seconds? Pang Xian gazed at the timer, unable to suppress an exclamation. Chen Hao picked up another bottle, and in the blink of an eye, he set it down. The bottle now entirely empty. The rapidity of his actions left the onlookers bewildered, unable to discern how he consumed it all. The 13th, 14th, 15th bottles. In an instant, Chen Hao finished his 20th beer. Is that enough? He inquired, casting a cool glance at the crowd. They stood frozen in disbelief. Pang Xian stared at the halted timer, his mouth agape in shock, unable to utter a word. 28 seconds, 10 bottles of beer. Is this even human? Do we still need to compete? Chen Hao then turned his gaze to Li Jian. Initially flushed, Li Jian's face now turned rigid and ashen, disbelief filling his eyes. Those who dare not compete should concede and bark like dogs, Chen Hao remarked nonchalantly. I concede? In your dreams, Li Jian retorted, blood rushing to his head as he seized a beer and poured it into his mouth. However, after just a sip, he immediately spewed it out, his complexion paling once more. Though he could drink, downing 17 bottles in one go had reached his limit. At that moment, he couldn't manage even a sip. His stomach churning violently as he hastily covered his mouth and rushed towards the door. No time. Just throw up here, Chen Hao stated calmly, kicking the trash can in front of him. With a thud, Li Jian stumbled, collapsing to his knees, nearly burying his head in the trash can as he retched violently. The others quickly covered their noses and mouths, stepping back. Come on, Zhang Yuda, let us continue our duel. The loser barks like a dog in public. What do you say? Chen Hao held up a beer bottle, shaking it at Zhang Yuda. I want tea drink. Zhang Yuda's face turned pale, shaking his head vigorously. Seeing Li Jian vomiting uncontrollably, he dared not boast. Not drinking? Have you lost your courage? Are you still a man? Chen Hao scoffed. Zhang Yuda's expression darkened significantly. He had felt a sense of satisfaction when Li Jian provoked Chen Hao, but now that it was his turn, he felt utterly humiliated. If you dare not take me on alone, then let us include him and the 3 ladies. Chen Hao pointed at Pang Xian and then at the 3 girls. I just finished 20 bottles of beer. Don't tell me the 5 of you combined won't dare to compete with me? Pang Xian, Wan Rui, and the others looked equally distressed, remaining silent. Their drinking capacity was less than a tenth of Li Jian's. Even combined, how could they possibly beat Chen Hao's match? Such cowards, I truly disdain you. Chen Hao shook his head. Why don't you all just join Li Jian in barking like dogs? The crowd's faces turned ashen. This was precisely the taunt they had directed at Chen Hao earlier, now returned to them verbatim. Come on, hurry up, I'm waiting. Chen Hao impatiently addressed Li Jian. Don't push me too far. Li Jian seethed. How am I pushing you too far? We agreed that the loser barks like a dog. Do you intend to back out? Chen Hao replied with a cold smile. Li Jian clenched his teeth in silence. Before the drinking contest, he had asked what would happen if someone backed out after losing. Chen Hao turned to Guan Wei. You were the one who answered, saying we would record a video as proof and post it online to humiliate him. He then looked at Zhang Yuda. And you mentioned you have tens of thousands of followers on Weibo, enough to showcase the humiliation. Chen Hao shrugged, since Li Jian refuses to bark. Let us proceed with that. Guan Wei and Zhang Yuda turned pale. This had originally been their threat against Chen Hao, but now it was turned against Li Jian. You don't need to pressure them. I lost, so I will naturally abide by the agreement. Li Jian's face flushed crimson, fury boiling over. Then do it quickly. Don't dawdle like a coward. Chen Hao retorted coldly. Li Jian, humiliated beyond measure, could only comply, barking out, woof, woof, woof. The crowd felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Though it was Li Jian barking, they felt the shame as a collective. Self-inflicted humiliation. Chen Hao chuckled. Settling down to continue browsing on his phone, Li Jian shot him a resentful glance, then stood up and stormed towards the door. Li Jian, where are you going? Zhang Yuda quickly blocked his path. I don't want to play anymore. I'm going home. Li Jian angrily shoved past him, slamming the door behind him. Calm down. You 2 girls should go talk to him, Zhang Yuda advised, sensing the tension. Wan Rui, fuming, turned to Chen Hao. We could have enjoyed ourselves. But you ruined it all. One rotten apple spoils the whole barrel. Do you have any sense of reason? You were the one who provoked me first. I don't care. It's still your fault. Chen Hao shot back. Just leave me alone. Seeing you disgusts me. Get lost. The farther the better. Wanrui snapped, her temper seemingly spiraling out of control. Chen Hao shook his head, dismissing her as he prepared to exit the room. Suddenly, the door swung open with force, and Guanwei rushed in, her face a mix of shock and anger. Come quickly, Lu Ting was just bullied, and Li Jian is already fighting with the perpetrator. What? Zhang Yuda and Pang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as they hurried outside. You'd better hurry and help, Wanrui urged, noticing Chen Hao's nonchalance. Will you let me go if I want to? Will you force me to help? Chen Hao retorted with a cold smile. Too scared to go, just admit it, coward. He added. Wanrui shot him a disdainful glance before hastily leaving. Chen Hao stepped out of the room and into the lobby, where he spotted a crowd gathered, encircling Li Jian, Zhang Yuda, and Pang Xian, who were fiercely kicking a plump middle-aged man lying on the ground. Good job. Scum like this deserves a beating, Guanwei exclaimed, hands on her hips, full of righteous indignation, while Lu Ting watched, comforted by Wanrui's embrace. How dare you little brats lay a finger on me? Do you know who I am? The plump man, despite being in a wretched state, shouted defiantly. You're nothing but a grandson to me. Li Jian, already fuming, kicked him hard in the mouth, causing blood to spew from his lips. Shut up. Li Jian continued to kick, fueled by rage. All right, Li Jian, that's enough. Zhang Yuda, concerned he might seriously injure the man, intervened. After a few more kicks, Li Jian finally ceased. Still at this moment, Pang Xian spotted Chen Hao and couldn't help but sneer. Oh, you finished beating someone and come down? Quite adept at timing, aren't you? Chen Hao, I truly disdain you. Wanrui seethed. You dare call yourself a man? Useless wretch, just get lost. I don't want to see you even once more. Filthy loser. If you want to leave, then leave on your own. Don't even think about hitching a ride with us. Guanwei scoffed. Let us go. The group turned and headed toward the entrance. Everyone, stop right there. Suddenly, a menacing voice rang out. Before anyone could react, a fierce-looking man in his 40s, accompanied by a pack of thuggish comrades wielding clubs and knives, approached and surrounded the crowd. If you don't want to die, scram, one thug shouted, brandishing a blade at the onlookers, who immediately scattered like frightened birds. Wanrui and her companions paled at the sight. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Yuda, who had almost reached the front desk, rushed back, his voice trembling with alarm. Help my friend up. The fierce man barked without even glancing at him. A couple of thugs moved forward to hoist the overweight, middle-aged man upright. Boss, you finally arrived. The fat man spat out blood, baring his teeth in agony. I nearly got kicked to death by those little brats. He then glared venomously at the crowd, causing their faces to turn ashen. When the heavy-set man had been boasting earlier, they had dismissed him, thinking he was merely posturing. They never anticipated that he had such a powerful backing. Old Wang, don't worry, I'll avenge you right now. Boss, you glared at the crowd and waved his hand. The thugs immediately advanced. Don't do anything rash. Zhang Yuda quickly took out his phone, raising his voice, or I'll call the police. Call your mother. A thug cursed, swinging his club down hard onto Zhang Yuda's hand. Zhang Yuda let out a cry of pain as his phone dropped to the ground. Go on, call. The thug sneered, stomping down on the phone, smashing it to pieces. Wanrui and the others were about to reach for their phones when they witnessed this scene, instantly paralyzed with fear. Zhang Yuda clutched his injured hand, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, desperately signaling the front desk clerk to call for help. However, the clerk turned a blind eye and instead approached Boss Yu, respectfully stating, Boss, I've turned off the surveillance cameras, and the front door is temporarily locked. Boss Yu nodded. The crowd was filled with shock and anger, finally realizing that Boss Yu was the owner of the KTV. No wonder no one dared to intervene. Old Wang, how do you want to deal with them? Boss Yu asked coldly. First, make these little brats kneel and apologize. The fat man pointed at Zhang Yuda and his friends with disdain, then directed a hateful finger at Guanwei and that filthy bitch. I want to slap her face hard. Guanwei's face turned pale at once. Boss Yu waved his hand, and the thugs surged forward, brutally pinning the girls down. Guanwei and her companions immediately screamed. Wait, Boss Yu. Zhang Yudo shouted urgently, since you're in this line of work, do you know Zhang Wenlin? Boss Yu paused, glancing at him. You mean the Zhang Wenlin from Xingxin Beverage Wholesale? Yes. Xingxin Beverage Wholesale is my family's business. Zhang Yuda's expression brightened. Zhang Wenlin is my father. Boss Yu, since you know my father, could you let us go this time? We can apologize to your friends, cover medical expenses, and compensate for all losses. His father had been in business for years, with a vast network. If he could leverage those connections, perhaps they could navigate this crisis. Look at your father's face. Boss Yu chuckled coldly. You'd better go ask your father if he knows who Yu Hao Wang is. Yu Hao Wang. Zhang Yuda's face turned ashen. He had heard his father mention this name more than once, describing him as a notorious figure in the underworld of Donglin City, powerful and ruthless. Those who crossed Yu Haowang typically met grim fates. Rumors even suggested that he had killed before, and not just once, employing methods that were exceedingly brutal. Zhang Yuda distinctly remembered the awe in his father's eyes whenever he spoke of Yu Haowang. He never imagined he would find himself in such peril. However, since your father knows me, I suppose I can offer you some leeway, Yu Haowang replied nonchalantly. Here's the deal. You kneel and slap yourself 20 times as an apology to my friend, and bring 1 million as compensation. Then, we'll call it even. Old Wang, what do you think? He turned to the fat man. 2 million, not a penny less. The fat man replied begrudgingly. You heard that? Yu Haowang said, turning back to Zhang Yuda, whose face twitched in despair. What kind of leniency was this? It was worse than being skinned alive. Yet he dared not express resentment, and could only plead, Boss you, Mr. Wang, I can agree to your terms, but could you spare my friends? Don't push your luck. Yu Haowang's expression darkened. I've already shown you mercy by considering your plea, and you still want to take advantage? Please, Boss you. We're young and naive. Just let us go this once. Zhang Yuda fell to his knees, gritting his teeth as he began to slap his own face. Yuda, why are you degrading yourself to beg them? Wan Rui exclaimed angrily. I refuse to believe they dare to do anything to us. They can't just run rampant. She glared at Yu Haowang. Do you realize this is illegal? If you don't want to end up in jail, let us go immediately. Shut up, Xiaorui. Zhang Yuda's face changed dramatically as he anxiously called out. Wan Rui, an ordinary girl, had no idea of the terror that was Yu Haowang. Ha. Did you all hear that? This little girl actually dares to threaten us. Yu Haowang laughed heartily, and the thugs joined in, mocking her. Boss you. She's just a child, not understanding the gravity of her words. Please don't take her seriously. Zhang Yuda pleaded, his face as pale as death. I'll send you to your mother. Yu Haowang kicked Zhang Yuda squarely in the face. Zhang Yuda let out a scream as blood splattered across his face. Collapsing to the ground, Yuda, Li Jian and Pang Xian rushed forward, only to be mercilessly beaten down by the thugs, writhing in agony on the floor. You were quite the tough guy earlier, weren't you? Why the silence now? The fat man kicked Li Jian as he cursed. Give me your face, you ungrateful little brat. Yu Haowang stepped on Zhang Yuda's head, coldly declaring, you had a chance to walk away, but now, I don't feel like giving you one. And you, filthy wench. He sneered at Wan Rui. Didn't you say I was breaking the law and threatening to call the police? Good. Today, I'll break the law right in front of you. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, take these 3 bitches into a private room and take turns. Yes. The thugs replied gleefully in unison. Old you, I've been through a lot today. Can I vent my frustrations first? The fat man said while kicking Li Jian. Glaring at Guan Wei, especially that filthy bitch. I want to slap her hard and see if she dares to talk back. Not a problem, Yu Haowang replied indifferently. Do as you wish. He waved his hand, and the thugs began to shove the 3 girls toward the private room, who immediately cried out in desperation. Stop. A faint voice interrupted. Everyone paused and turned to see Chen Hao approaching slowly. Weren't you told to leave? He said. Do you not understand human language? A ruffian initially believed that Chen Hao remained merely as an onlooker, cursing as he approached with a wooden stick, intent on delivering a vicious blow. However, Chen Hao swiftly kicked him in the chest, sending the thug flying through the air, landing heavily on the ground, and losing consciousness. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who are you? Yu Haowang's expression shifted as he inquired while subtly signaling to one of his associates. The thug understood and turned to leave. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I promised to escort her home today. Chen Hao indicated towards Wan Rui. Therefore, you must not harm her. Kid, do you think just because you possess some skill, you can threaten me? Yu Haowang's expression changed several times before he smirked coldly. Mr. Yu, since you navigate these streets, you must be acquainted with Yang Xiaobin, correct? Upon hearing this name, the crowd's countenance altered dramatically. Are you referring to Bin, Chu Lingling's subordinate? Yu Haowang paused, his eyes suddenly flashing with a menacing glint. Indeed, Chen Hao nodded. Bin and I are friends. If you know him, I would appreciate it if you could show some respect. He refrained from mentioning his relationship with Chu Lingling, as her notoriety might lead to misunderstandings. Invoking Bin should suffice. Chapter 68. The Mu Time Master Yu Haowang remained silent, scrutinizing Chen Hao with an inscrutable gaze. After a moment, he broke into a half-smile. Kid, you don't seem to be one of us, do you? If you doubt me, I can call Bin for verification, Chen Hao replied. It appears you genuinely are unaware, Yu Haowang mocked with a sneer. What do you mean? Chen Hao was taken aback. You lot inform him, Yu Haowang scoffed, fool. Bin and our boss are bitter enemies, do you understand? Mentioning Bin is akin to using an adversary to intimidate our boss. It's laughable. Do you think knowing Bin makes you formidable? Unfortunately, today you are destined to be the one outmatched. The other thugs jeered mockingly. Chen Hao's expression changed. Initially, I thought you had some skills and was willing to let you take the girl away. Yu Hao Wang chuckled darkly, but I never anticipated you would invoke Ah Bin. Now, I can't let you off the hook. He raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, and the crowd erupted in laughter. Chen Hao, if you lack the ability to save her, don't pretend to be brave. Now, it seems, you cannot save yourself. Wan Rui seethed. Having seen Chen Hao step in earlier, she had felt a flicker of hope, only to have it extinguished, leading her to harbor even greater resentment towards him. It seems I should call Ah Bin. Yu Hao Wang grinned as he produced his phone, intending to show that his friend was in his possession, possibly enticing Ah Bin to come alone and assist him, thereby killing two birds with one stone. The crowd's eyes brightened. Boss, that is clever. One thug praised, giving a thumbs up. Go ahead, tell Ah Bin. My name is Chen Hao. Chen Hao replied calmly. Kid, you certainly know how to maintain your composure. Yu Hao Wang sneered as he dialed the number, pressing the speakerphone button. Soon, the call connected, and Ah Bin's indifferent voice resonated. Yu Hao Wang? What do you want? Yang Xiaobin, let me share a joke with you. Yu Hao Wang said leisurely. Today, on my turf, a lad claims to be your friend, attempting to intimidate me with your name. Isn't that amusing? He burst into laughter, and the other thugs joined in with mocking chuckles. Silence ensued on the other end of the line. After a moment, Ah Bin responded with a questioning tone. Are you referring to Mr. Chen Hao? Ah, you guessed it. Yu Hao Wang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this kid indeed claims to be Chen Hao. It seems you two are quite in sync. With a teasing glint in his eyes, he continued, Yang Xiaobin, given our relationship, how should I entertain your friend? Steamed or braised? Perhaps you should come over to witness it yourself? Ah Bin suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing about? Yu Hao Wang was taken aback. You're finished, Yu Hao Wang. Ah Bin spoke in a tone laced with pity. Is that so? Yu Hao Wang scoffed, thinking he was being threatened. I see no need to elaborate. Ah Bin dismissed him with a scoff and raised his voice. Mr. Chen, are you there? I am. Chen Hao replied. Mr. Chen, since Yu Hao Wang dares to provoke you so recklessly, you need not hold back. Yu Hao Wang's primary business is the Huangchao KTV, with dozens of establishments in Donglan City, all thriving. If you take him down, you could easily earn tens of millions annually, Ah Bin stated with a grin. I'm not interested in that, Chen Hao replied. My intention to deal with him stems from a different matter. I initially caused a misunderstanding due to my ignorance of your relationship. No worries, Mr. Chen, Ah Bin replied deftly, if you're concerned about potential complications afterward. I can send people to handle the aftermath for you, and I will manage Yu Hao Wang's enterprises, sharing the profits 80-20. You and T have to lift a finger, simply collecting 80% of the profits. How does that sound? Before Chen Hao could respond, Yu Hao Wang, his face darkened, abruptly hung up the phone. You little brat. Quite the strategist, huh? A flicker of murderous intent crossed his face as he contemplated how to divide his territory with Chen Hao. Fine. Today you will reap what you sow. Boss, Bong has arrived. At that moment, the thug who had left earlier returned, handing Yu Hao Wang a light yellow cloth bag. Following him was a tall, brown-skinned man. The man had deep-set eyes and a prominent nose, with features reminiscent of Southeast Asian descent, appearing particularly robust, especially his long legs, which seemed capable of stirring up a whirlwind with each step. The other thugs regarded him with reverence, instinctively stepping back. Boss, Bong called with a slightly accented voice. Yu Hao Wang nodded, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he turned to Chen Hao. Kid, I noticed you have some kicking skills. Come, let us see how you fare against this highly paid Muay Thai master I just hired. He gestured towards Bong, making a slicing motion across his throat. Bong nodded, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, striding towards Chen Hao. Another spectacle awaits, haha. The thugs chuckled, recalling the last time Lu Laosan caused trouble at their venue, where Bong dispatched everyone with ease, leaving them writhing on the ground. Let us hope this kid can take a hit and not be knocked out in one go. The thugs retreated, clearing a space for the impending showdown. Bong, don't kill him, Yu Hao Wang said with a smile, slowly unzipping the cloth bag. Bong nodded, observing the still unmoving Chen Hao, his eyes flashing with confusion. Even ordinary individuals would exhibit some caution when faced with his imposing advance, either retreating or adopting a defensive stance. Why did this young man show no reaction whatsoever? Despite his doubts, Bong did not slow his pace. As he closed the distance to within 2 or 3 meters of Chen Hao, he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a kick as swift as lightning towards Chen Hao's shoulder. The air erupted with a sharp whoosh as the kick approached, the sound nearly explosive. The crowd stared wide-eyed, unable to perceive the speed of Basong's strike. Suddenly, Basong's foot halted abruptly, a hand gripping his ankle, preventing the blow from landing merely a centimeter from Chen Hao's shoulder. It was Chen Hao's hand. Remarkably, Chen Hao remained utterly still, his expression unchanged. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. They had never witnessed Bong falter before. His powerful legs were akin to a precision instrument, striking with unerring accuracy and formidable force. However, today, for the first time, Bosung's legs seemed to have lost their power. Chapter 69. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. A look of disbelief appeared on Bosung's face. It is well known that the strength of the legs far surpasses that of the hands, and Muay Thai leg techniques are renowned for their ferocity and power. Even the most skilled experts seldom dared to block a kick with their hands. Yet this young man not only did so but appeared to do so with ease. How could this be possible? Nevertheless, Bong, experienced and composed, swiftly spun around, launching his other leg into the air to deliver a fierce kick to Chen Hao's head. However, as soon as he executed the kick, an overwhelming force surged through him. In an instant, Bong felt as if the world was spinning, as Chen Hao seized his ankle and lifted him off the ground. Shocked and enraged, Bong exerted all his strength to break free. No need to rush. I will let you go, Chen Hao sneered coldly, swinging him upward before crashing him down onto the ground. A dull thud echoed as the hard, colorful marble floor instantly cracked with fine lines. Bong let out a frantic scream, his body broken and blood gushing from his mouth. Convulsing on the ground in an unnatural position, Chen Hao released his ankle and dusted off his hands. The gangsters gasped in astonishment, instinctively retreating. Yu Haowang was both shocked and furious, hardly believing his eyes. In mere seconds, the top Muay Thai master Bong had been rendered unconscious by Chen Hao. Boss you. Do you still intend to let me go? Chen Hao inquired nonchalantly. You little brat, do you have any idea how much it cost me to hire this guy? Yu Haowang snapped back, regaining his composure and seething with rage. You've made me lose millions for nothing. I will not let you off today. With a swift motion, he unzipped a bag, producing a long-barreled shotgun, gritting his teeth as he aimed it at Chen Hao. Aren't you quite the fighter? Let us see whether your fists are faster than my bullets. Then go ahead and shoot. Chen Hao replied calmly, having already discerned the contents of the bag. Showing no concern. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Haowang sneered, but I don't plan to kill you with one shot just yet. I want to toy with you for a while. He gestured to his men. Go, break this little brat's legs. Let's see how tough he is. Yes, boss. Encouraged by the presence of the gun, the gangsters brandished their wooden clubs and knives, charging aggressively at Chen Hao. Standing his ground, Chen Hao unleashed a kick that sent the first few assailants flying backward. He then seized a wooden club from one of the gangsters, infusing it with a touch of power, rendering it as sturdy as steel and heavy as a mountain, before sweeping it across with a thunderous crack. The remaining gangsters, before they could even reach him, were met with a tangible gust from the sweeping club, screaming in agony as they were sent sprawling, their bones broken. In the blink of an eye, dozens of gangsters lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Yu Haowang's face turned pale, his hands trembling as he held the shotgun. He could hardly believe that Chen Hao dared to fight back even with a gun aimed at him. I offered you a chance, yet you squandered it, Chen Hao remarked, approaching him slowly with the club in hand. You can go to hell. Yu Haowang roared, his face contorted with rage as he pulled the trigger. Boom. The shotgun erupted with a deafening roar, the immense recoil jolting Yu Haowang back several steps. Wan Rue and the others screamed in horror, closing their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the aftermath of Chen Hao being shot. You. How can you be unharmed? They soon heard Yu Haowang's astonished voice. What? Wan Rue and the others opened their eyes, revealing disbelief on their faces. Chen Hao stood there, unscathed, not a hair out of place, continuing to advance toward Yu Haowang. How could this be possible? Chen Hao smiled faintly, subtly releasing dozens of lead pellets from his empty left hand. He had deliberately refrained from attacking first to provoke Yu Haowang into firing, testing his own strength. With his powers in motion, Chen Hao could clearly perceive the trajectory of the shotgun pellets and effortlessly catch them with his hand. Due to his incredible speed, even with Yu Haowang directly facing him, he could not discern his movements. Although the shotgun was a scattergun, its power at such close range should be no less than that of a rifle. Chen Hao mused, feeling satisfied with the results of his test. This indicated that the vast majority of firearms in the world posed no threat to him. Let us see if you can be so lucky with the second shot. Just then, Yu Haowang, recovering from his shock, believed he had merely missed and shouted, raising the gun to pull the trigger again. Chen Hao did not waver, twisting his body to slip through the gaps between the fired pellets. What? Yu Haowang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He could not see Chen Hao's evasion. All he could perceive was that after firing, Chen Hao remained unscathed. This was utterly inconceivable. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. As Chen Hao closed in step by step, Yu Haowang felt immense pressure and roared, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. The shotgun roared continuously, spewing forth blazing fire. The tremendous recoil shook Yu Haowang's hands and arms violently, causing him excruciating pain as if his bones were breaking. Yet, Chen Hao remained unharmed, steadily approaching him. Are you some kind of superhuman? Yu Haoguang was on the brink of madness, aiming the shotgun at Chen Hao's eyes. However, before he could pull the trigger, Chen Hao forcefully thrust the wooden club into the barrel. Boom! The shotgun instantly exploded, hot fragments of steel scattering everywhere, striking Yu Haoguang's hands, body, and face. Yu Haoguang screamed, falling backward, while Chen Hao stepped onto his chest, asking, "Boss Yu, do you have any hidden cards left?" Bloodied and gasping in pain, Yu Haoguang could not utter a word. Meanwhile, Wan Rui and the others stood in stunned silence. Xiao Rui, just who is Chen Hao? How is he so formidable? After a long moment, Zhang Yuda finally whispered. Others turned their gaze toward Wan Rui, unable to fathom how someone of such caliber could be considered a loser. Wan Rui, speechless, could only stare in shock at Chen Hao. Although she had never regarded him as a loser, she had thought of him as an ordinary salesman adept at opportunism. Now, however, she realized she knew nothing about him. Throughout their journey, she had sought to humiliate Chen Hao, only to find that in their moment of dire need, he had stepped forward to save her and her friends. Chapter 70, Self-Delusion. Reflecting on the mockery and difficulties she had inflicted earlier, Wan Rui's expression turned complex. Others shared similar sentiments. With Chen Hao's abilities, had he chosen to retaliate during their provocations, their fate would likely have been no better than Yu Haoguang's. Li Jian was drenched in cold sweat. After losing a drinking contest, he had foolishly considered venting his frustrations on Chen Hao. Now, it was evident how ignorant and reckless he had been. Wan Rui, you and your friends should leave. I won't escort you home. Suddenly, Chen Hao turned his head. When you return, send a message to the manager, letting him know you are safe. What about you? Wan Rui hesitated before asking. You need not worry about me. Hurry and leave. Do not call the police, and do not speak of this to anyone, Chen Hao instructed. Wan Rui nodded and quickly departed the Dynasty KTV with the others. Standing in the cool night air, observing the vibrant nightlife and the bustling traffic on the streets, they all sighed in relief. Thank goodness Chen Hao is your admirer. Otherwise, we would have been done for tonight, Guan Wei remarked, still trembling. You misunderstand. Chen Hao is merely fulfilling the manager's request, Wan Rui replied, taken aback and shaking her head. She knew full well that Chen Hao had no romantic interest in her. It is impossible, Guan Wei remarked. If he doesn't like you, why would he go to such lengths for an ordinary colleague? He would have probably fled long ago. Indeed. Lu Ting concurred. You treated him so coldly before, yet he said nothing and ultimately came to your rescue. What else could this signify but affection? Wan Rui remained silent, her face betraying a hint of hesitation. Could it be that Chen Hao truly harbored feelings for her? But they had only known each other for less than a day. Moreover, Chen Hao had shown no inclination in that regard. Yet, it was not entirely out of the question. After all, with her exquisite beauty, she undeniably held a certain allure for men. Perhaps Chen Hao was merely reticent, secretly enamored, as is often the case with those who are drawn to indifference. The colder one is, the more they seem to desire. This thought filled Wan Rui with a sense of pride. Suddenly, Lu Ting nudged her and gestured with her chin. Wan Rui turned to see Zhang Yuda standing silently nearby, a grim expression etched on his face. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Wan Rui approached Zhang Yuda and gently elbowed him. Are you jealous? How could I possibly be jealous? I lack the prowess of Chen Hao, who saved you and everyone else, Zhang Yuda lamented. Look at your sour expression, Wan Rui teased. Do you really think that just because Chen Hao rescued me, I would start to have feelings for him? Zhang Yuda fell silent. Don't overthink it. When Chen Hao emerges, I will clarify everything with him, Wan Rui assured, linking her arm with his and smiling. What is there to clarify? Zhang Yuda asked, taken aback. Of course, to reject him face to face, Wan Rui replied. Though Chen Hao may like me, I do not reciprocate those feelings. Even if he saved my life, my utmost sentiment will be gratitude, a simple thank you. Beyond that, I shall show no indication of affection to prevent any misunderstandings, lest he attempts to morally bind me in the future. Xiao Rui, you are so considerate, Zhang Yuda exclaimed, immediately elated. Moreover, it's also because I do not wish to owe Chen Hao anything. Wan Rui continued. I certainly do not want to negate my own worth simply because he saved me. I believe I have done nothing wrong. One should uphold principles in life. Distinguishing between grievances and gratitude. Disdain is disdain, gratitude is gratitude, and they must not be conflated. Well said, Xiao Rui, Zhang Yuda remarked, unable to contain himself as he enveloped her in a hug. Let us wait for him together. Boss Yu, it's time to settle our accounts. Chen Hao stated as he looked down at Yu Haoguang in the hall, his tone nonchalant. He. Yu Haoguang remained silent, gazing at Chen Hao, and suddenly broke into laughter. What are you laughing at? Chen Hao furrowed his brow. Chen, I admit your skills are impressive, but today was merely luck. If my shotgun hadn't malfunctioned, you would have been riddled with bullets long ago. Yu Haoguang spat out a mouthful of blood. There is no way someone could remain unscathed after being shot. The only explanation is that the gun had issues, which is why Chen Hao emerged unscathed. So that is what you believe, Chen Hao replied with a faint smile, unwilling to elaborate further. Chen, you may be skilled, but let me tell you, in this world, brute strength alone is insufficient. One must possess influence and backing. Although Yu Hao Wang was dominated, his tone remained resolute. Do not let your current arrogance fool you. With just one call, I could summon dozens of firearms. No matter how formidable you are, you would be reduced to nothing. Chen Hao responded with a mocking smile. Do you truly think you still possess the ability to make that call? Not now, but I will soon enough, Yu Hao Wang declared proudly. I'll state this plainly. What you have done to me today will be repaid 100-fold. Bang! Chen Hao kicked him, sending him crashing into the wall of the hall, where he fell to the ground. Yu Hao Wang, I genuinely do not understand how you have managed to reach such a low point. Chen Hao approached slowly. Has no one informed you that when your life is in the hands of another, you should lower your stance? Hee, to hell with you. Yu Hao Wang lay on the ground, several ribs broken, his face contorted in pain, yet he maliciously grinned and spat blood at Chen Hao. Chen Hao tilted his head to avoid it, his expression darkening. Are you seeking death? I am not where I am today for nothing. Enduring a few punches and breaking a few bones means nothing to me. I am ruthless to others, and even more so to myself. Bring it on. I can take it. Yu Hao Wang sneered ominously. Regardless, I will repay everything you have done to me, with interest. You are truly reckless. Chen Hao's anger flared. I am eager to see how long you can maintain this bravado. With that, he stepped on Yu Hao Wang's hand, grinding it mercilessly. The sound of bones cracking echoed clearly. Yu Hao Wang screamed in agony. Are you convinced now? Chen Hao demanded. I would rather die than submit. Yu Hao Wang yelled frantically. Chen, the more you torment me, the more I will retaliate against you. Just wait. I will find your family and relatives, and then I will annihilate your entire lineage. Say that again. Chen Hao's face turned ashen, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Are you frightened now, you little brat? Yu Hao Wang gritted his teeth. I thrive on this. What can you do about it? Rest assured, when I find your family, I will do so in front of you, dismember the men and sell the women into brothels. Subjected to the whims of thousands. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Chen Hao seized Yu Hao Wang by the hair, yanking him upright. Enunciating each word deliberately, threatening one's family was the most intolerable offense for Chen Hao, igniting a murderous intent within him. Chapter 71. Regret is futile. You boast too much. Yu Hao Wang winced in pain, yet feigned disdain. I dare you to kill me in front of so many witnesses. Chen Hao remained silent, exerting a slight stomp, unleashing an invisible force. Instantly, the thugs groaning on the ground, the quaking accountant hiding behind the counter, and the curious patrons peeking from the private room all succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Hao dragged Yu Hao Wang into an empty private room and shut the door. He then checked the surveillance, feeling reassured as the front desk clerk had turned off the cameras and had not turned them back on. You think bringing me to a secluded place will instill fear in me? Yu Hao Wang sneered. The reason you are so defiant is that you are convinced I will not dare to kill you, aren't you? Chen Hao observed him, speaking slowly. So what if I am? Yu Hao Wang replied defiantly. Everyone saw what happened earlier. Even if you bring me here, it changes nothing. If you kill me, you will also face the consequences. You believe I lack the courage to kill you? I would merely torture you before reluctantly letting you go. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. But afterward, you would dare to take my life, or even target my family. Now you understand, Yu Hao Wang replied maliciously. Let me tell you the truth. While rumors abound about me, they are all true, but without evidence, I remain unscathed, living freely. While you cannot touch me, that is our greatest difference. Chen Hao smiled coldly, remaining silent as he picked up a disposable lighter from the table and flicked it open. Chen, if you release me now and kneel to beg for mercy, perhaps I might show you some mercy and spare your family. Yu Hao Wang, thinking Chen had run out of options, sneered in contempt. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Hao suddenly threw the ignited lighter at him. The flames erupted instantly, engulfing Yu Hao Wang. Ah! Yu Hao Wang screamed in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire. Do not waste your effort. It is impossible to put it out. Chen Hao spoke calmly. The flames were infused with his magical power, and would only burn more fiercely. Why do you dare to do this? If you kill me, you won't escape either. You will surely receive the death penalty, Yu Hao Wang cried out in agony. I have my ways to eliminate the evidence. The outside world won't even find your body. They will merely think you are missing and will remain unaware of your death. Chen Hao replied. As you just stated, I will be perfectly fine, living a carefree life. He let out a cold laugh. Moreover, I will take over your assets and let a bin manage them. I merely need to wait for my share of the profits. No. No. Yu Hao Wang screamed desperately. Please, don't kill me. Help me. I don't want to die. At that moment, he had lost all his bravado, his mind unraveling completely. It's futile, Chen Hao said coldly. The moment you spoke of revenge against my family, I decided you should not live. I was wrong. I will never threaten you again, Yu Hao Wang pleaded pitifully. Chen Hao, if you save me, I can give you everything I have. I will do whatever you ask. I beg you. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have acted so rashly, Chen Hao replied. Initially, I had no intention of killing you. But you forced my hand, driving yourself into a corner. Forgive me. Had I known, I would never have threatened you. Please, save me. I truly don't want to die, Yu Hao Wang lamented, regret consuming him. Regret is of no use now, Chen Hao replied. I specifically adjusted the temperature of the flames. So you won't be turned to ashes quickly. Instead, you will fully experience the agony of being burned. This is my response to your persistent hostility. You shall suffer an extreme regret until your last breath. With that, he turned to leave. No. Yu Hao Wang trembled, still yearning for salvation. However, at that moment, he had already been scorched to charcoal, unable to utter a sound, only capable of writhing on the ground in torment, awaiting his final moments. As Chen Hao exited the private room, he encountered a Ben entering the KTV with a group of people. Mr. Chen, is everything taken care of? I've come to help you clean up the aftermath, a Ben said, hurrying over with a respectful smile. Ever since receiving guidance from Chen Hao, his respect for him had only grown. Thank you for your assistance, a Ben, Chen Hao replied. No need for pleasantries between us, a Ben smiled, then inquired. By the way, where is Yu Hao Wang? He has gone, Chen Hao stated. Where did he go? A Ben asked, momentarily stunned. To a very distant place. Claiming he would never return, Chen Hao replied. Oh, I see. A Ben quickly grasped the situation, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. He and Yu Hao Wang were arch-enemies, so naturally, he was quite pleased by Chen Hao's actions. Mr. Chen, I will take over Yu Hao Wang's enterprises right away. And as we discussed over the phone, we will split the profits 80-20. How does that sound? A Ben proposed. That works, Chen Hao agreed. But can you manage without the transfer paperwork? No problem, A Ben chuckled. The Royal KTV wasn't even Yu Hao Wang's to begin with. We have our ways to handle the paperwork. It's all trivial matters. You needn't worry, just wait for your share. Chen Hao nodded. Then I shall take my leave, a Ben. I leave this to you. All right, take care, a Ben bowed. Chen Hao sent a WeChat message to Du Shueching before departing the KTV. Not far away, Wan Rui and others approached him. Why haven't you left yet? Chen Hao asked, momentarily surprised. Chen Hao, I need to speak with you, Wan Rui said. Go ahead, Chen Hao replied, slightly furrowing his brow. He wondered what kind of trouble she was about to stir. Wan Rui took a deep breath. Chen Hao, first, thank you for saving me and my friends. Although it was gratitude, her tone lacked sincerity and felt rather cold. Yes, thank you. We owe you one tonight, Zhang Yuda and others echoed, their voices equally stiff. Don't misunderstand. I didn't save you out of goodwill. I merely fulfilled the minister's request, Chen Hao replied indifferently. So you needn't thank me. Just leave. He felt immense disdain towards Wan Rui and the others, wanting nothing more than to escape their presence. Chen Hao, why are you still pretending? Guan Wei couldn't contain her anger. If you like Xiao Rui, just admit it. Why be so hypocritical? Is it amusing? Who said I like her? Chen Hao frowned. I've already made it clear that I have no interest in pursuing her. Come on, if you didn't like Xiao Rui, would you have fought with the gangsters to save her? Guan Wei mocked. Do you think we're fools not to see through that? Exactly, Lu Ting scoffed. You have the guts to like someone, but lack the courage to admit it. I truly look down on you. You're all too self-righteous. Chen Hao shook his head, dismissing their remarks, and turned to leave. Stop right there, Chen Hao. I'm not done talking. Wan Rui called out. Chen Hao halted his steps. Chen Hao, even though you saved me, and I'm grateful, I want you to understand that gratitude does not equate to affection. I have no feelings for you. And don't think that saving me gives you the right to threaten me, Wan Rui declared loudly. Can't you understand? Chen Hao felt utterly exasperated. I've never claimed to like you. I don't comprehend why you would think that. My thoughts are irrelevant to you. I'm merely reminding you not to harbor any delusions about me, Wan Rui sneered, entwining her arm with Zhang Yuda's. I already have a boyfriend. So please keep your distance from me. I think the same, Chen Hao replied coolly, turning to walk away. Wan Rui was taken aback. She had expected Chen Hao to reveal his true feelings after being rejected, perhaps showing signs of heartbreak, but to her surprise, he seemed utterly indifferent. Could it be that she was mistaken? That seemed impossible. Wait, Chen Hao. Zhang Yuda called out triumphantly. It's quite late, and there are no buses. Why don't I drive you home? No need. Someone is coming to pick me up, Chen Hao said without looking back. Is it from your mansion at Mingyu Mountain? Guan Wei mocked. Indeed, and she is a stunning beauty, arriving in a Maserati to pick me up, Lu Ting added, joining in the ridicule. Laughter erupted among the group. Chen Hao ignored them, glancing at his phone, and moved to the street to wait. This guy is really pretending someone is coming to pick him up, Guanwei scoffed. I bet once we leave, he'll call a taxi to go back. Let us go, Zhang Yuda said dismissively. I have no interest in watching this loser's performance. No, I want to see how long he can keep this up, Wan Rui chuckled coldly. Since Chen Hao's earlier nonchalance had unsettled her, she instinctively wanted to witness him embarrass himself. All right, as you wish, Zhang Yuda said, affectionately wrapping his arm around her. At that moment, a red Maserati slowly pulled up beside Chen Hao and came to a stop. Is it really a Maserati? Pang Xin exclaimed in shock. And it's the limited edition GT supercar. That car must be worth at least 10 million. The group was taken aback. Could Lu Ting's words actually be true? Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Wan Rui sneered. Do you think someone who drives such a luxury car would know Chen Hao? The crowd fell silent, then burst into laughter. It was indeed a valid point. The driver was likely just stopping there. Li Jian chuckled. Seems like someone is just parking there. Just then, the car door opened, and a tall, beautiful girl stepped out, holding a piece of clothing, walking towards Chen Hao. Put this on quickly, it's chilly at night. I don't want you to catch a cold. The girl adorned in a Versace haute couture gown perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure, particularly her long, straight legs that outshone even the supermodels. Her exquisite beauty was breathtakingly refined, creating an enchanting scene on the street, capturing the attention of passers-by and vehicles alike. Wan Rui and her companions were momentarily rendered speechless, their mouths agape. It's nothing. I'm not cold, Chen Hao replied as he took the clothing. How did you arrive so quickly? With the traffic being light, I made my way over from Mingyu Villa, and the roads were quite clear. The girl, Du Shiweqing, smiled. I was worried you might have to wait too long, so I drove a little faster. Mingyu Villa, Wan Rui and the others gasped again. You mustn't drive so fast. It's dangerous, Chen Hao admonished her. Understood. Now hop in, Du Shiweqing replied with a tender glance. Chen Hao settled into the car. So, you really did come to pick him up? A Maserati, an unparalleled beauty, in Mingyu Villa, Li Jian murmured. Lu Ting, Guanwei. You were right all along. Lu Ting and Guanwei remained silent, their astonishment palpable. They had merely been jesting earlier, never expecting their words to ring true. This was truly unbelievable. Could it be that this stunning beauty was Chen Hao's girlfriend? He was indeed incredibly fortunate. Pang Xian stared at Du Shiweqing, his eyes wide with desire, while Zhang Yuda fixated on her, a fervent gleam in his eyes. Such a beauty could make any man's heart race. I refuse to believe this. I must get to the bottom of it today. However, Wan Rui's expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth, striding forward. Xiaorui, what are you doing? Zhang Yuda was taken aback and hurried after her, as did the others. Hey, wait a moment. Wan Rui called out as she saw Du Shiweqing about to enter the driver's seat. Who are you? Du Shiweqing turned, startled to see her. I am Chen Hao's colleague. Are you his girlfriend? Wan Rui inquired, her face betraying a hint of anxiety, secretly hoping Du Shiweqing would shake her head. Ah, hello, yes. I am Chen Hao's girlfriend, Du Shiweqing responded, fully embracing her role. Why hasn't your colleague introduced us? She playfully glanced at Chen Hao. What else do you want? Chen Hao pressed the window down, looking displeased at Wan Rui. Wan Rui remained silent, feeling a mix of disappointment and embarrassment as heat rushed to her face. With Du Shiweqing's affirmation, it was indisputably clear. Her looks and figure could not even begin to compare with such a beautiful girlfriend. How could Chen Hao possibly be interested in her? Clearly, her previous assumption that Chen Hao harbored a crush was merely her own delusion. Shiweqing, let us go, Chen Hao said, raising the window with indifference. All right, Du Shiweqing, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped the situation, her smile fading as she nodded. The villa at Mingyu Villa belongs to you, not Chen Hao, doesn't it? Wan Rui, sensing the shift, felt a surge of unwillingness and blurted out, You're mistaken. Du Shiweqing shot her a cold glance. Chen Hao not only owns villa number 18 at Mingyu Villa, but is also a major shareholder in the company, earning tens of millions annually. He is an exceptionally talented young man. Moreover, he possesses an even more distinguished identity. But there's no need to share that with someone like you, who, if not for the coincidence of being a colleague of my boyfriend, wouldn't he even have the right to look up at him? Wan Rui's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Zhang Yuda, Guanwei, and Lu Ting were equally stunned. It turned out that Chen Hao's wealth and status were indeed genuine. How foolish they had been to mock him, akin to ants deriding an elephant, completely oblivious to their own insignificance. Chapter 73. Then come bite me. Du Shiweqing smiled calmly, elegantly entering the car and driving away. The onlookers watched the Maserati vanish, enveloped in silence. What is so impressive? It's just a bit of beauty and height, Guanwei scoffed after a moment. Isn't she just a kept canary? Dependent on a man for her villa and luxury car? Exactly, we may not compare to her, but at least we earn our own keep, Lu Ting added defiantly. They had felt utterly inferior before Du Xueqing, too intimidated to speak. Now that she had left, they felt emboldened to vent their frustrations. You're mistaken. She isn't dependent on Chen Hao, Zhang Yuda interjected, his expression complex. The two women were taken aback. How do you know her? Wan Rui asked. She is the assistant to the president of Du Group, the distinguished Du Xueqing, Zhang Yuda replied slowly. I saw her at a high-end business banquet. Du Group. The group gasped collectively. That was a renowned family enterprise, worth at least hundreds of millions, with immense influence in Donglin City. Even Zhang Yuda, the most privileged among them, was worlds apart from Du Xueqing. They were not even of the same stratum. Guan Wei and Lu Ting's faces turned crimson with embarrassment. If Du Xueqing was a canary, they were hardly even country chickens. So, Chen Hao's girlfriend was of such high standing. His status and power were now abundantly clear. It's no wonder he doesn't regard that arrogant boss you at all, Pang Xin murmured. At this point, he suddenly looked puzzled. But why didn't Chen Hao get angry at us during the drive? Perhaps he simply looked down on us, Li Jian mused, after a moment of silence. He let out a bitter laugh. At that moment, his resentment toward Chen Hao dissipated entirely. The gap between them was insurmountable, akin to the difference between cloud and mud. He didn't even dare to entertain thoughts of revenge. The group fell silent, sharing bitter smiles. Indeed, with Chen Hao's prowess, he could easily crush them with a mere flick of his finger, rendering their mockery inconsequential. Wan Rui's face shifted through shades of green and white, her mind echoing Du Xueqing's final words. If not for the coincidence of being colleagues, you wouldn't even have the right to look up at him. Those words pierced her heart, leaving her utterly defenseless. Xiao Rui, given Chen Hao's capabilities, why would he apply for a salesperson position at your Xie group? Zhang Yuda asked. I don't know. Wan Rui shook her head. I've only known Chen Hao for less than a day, not more than you. Her expression suddenly turned uneasy. Actually, what I told you earlier about Chen Hao was all made up. I was foolishly trying to prank him. And I nearly dragged you all into it. I'm sorry. The group nodded, having suspected as much but refraining from calling her out for the sake of friendship. Zhang Yuda sighed, advising, Xiao Rui, I'm not saying you should curry favor with Chen Hao, but if he is still in your department, try to maintain a good relationship with him. He paused before continuing. If you feel uncomfortable or don't want to appease him, then don't antagonize him either. Frankly, someone like Chen Hao is not someone we can afford to provoke. Wan Rui nodded silently. Let us go, Zhang Yuda said, turning toward the parking lot, with the others following suit. You seem rather lenient toward Wan Rui. Is there something more to it? Du Xueqing remarked with a teasing smile as she listened to Chen Hao recount the events in the Maserati. If I said it was merely a matter of obligation and that I had no romantic inclinations toward her, would you believe me? Chen Hao remarked. You believe so easily? Du Xueqing, slightly amused, responded. Isn't it obvious? A girl as beautiful and well-endowed as I am still has to take the initiative, and only then would you consider me. How could you possibly be attracted to someone like Wan Rui, who is so full of herself? You're not a pervert. Indeed, you are far from an ordinary girlfriend. You're exceptional, Chen Hao replied with a smile. You admit it? Du Xueqing's eyes sparkled with delight, and without a moment's hesitation, she slammed the brakes and brought the car to a sudden halt. Although Chen Hao had not explicitly opposed her claim of being his girlfriend, he had also not confirmed it, causing her heart to flutter with uncertainty. Did this mean she had truly gained his acknowledgement? Xueqing, let us take it slow. You drive. Don't block the cars behind us, Chen Hao chuckled. Then give me a kiss, she insisted. Delighted, Du Xueqing recognized the implicit consent in his words. Don't joke around. There are cars behind us. I'll kiss you when we get home. Chen Hao glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat awkward as a cacophony of honking erupted from behind. No way. I want you to kiss me. If you don't, I'm not moving. With a playful pout, Du Xueqing leaned into his embrace, closing her eyes. I am a sleeping beauty, dear prince. Please kiss me awake. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Hao leaned down and pressed his lips against her fragrant cheek. No. Only a kiss on the lips can truly awaken the princess. Du Xueqing wrapped her arms around his neck, pursing her delicate lips. Chen Hao complied, kissing her cherry-red lips once more. My princess, are you awake now? I am, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she sat up, radiating joy. From that moment, the prince and princess moved into the castle and lived happily ever after. She pressed the ignition button, restarting the car. At that moment, a white Honda Accord, unable to contain its frustration, overtook them on the left. A head popped out of the window, shouting angrily, driving a Maserati makes you special, huh? Do you know if I had rear-ended you, you would be entirely responsible? Are you dissatisfied? Du Xueqing replied with a smile as she rolled down her window. The man was momentarily taken aback by her stunning beauty. If you're not satisfied. Du Xueqing's smile widened as she playfully raised her middle finger. Then come and bite me. She laughed triumphantly, pressing the accelerator. The red supercar roared to life, leaving the Honda Accord in its dust. The driver inside stared dumbfounded at her departure, oblivious to the fact he had become the new cause of the traffic jam, and failed to notice two traffic police officers approaching rapidly. You've really put him in a tough spot, Chen Hao remarked sympathetically, glancing at the rearview mirror. This is not my fault. He chose to stop in the middle of the road, Du Xueqing shrugged. How can you even say that? Who was it that first stopped in the middle of the road? Chen Hao retorted. I can't help it. I'm just so happy. My boyfriend finally acknowledged me. So of course, we must celebrate, Du Xueqing said with a beaming smile. So really, it all started with you. Chen Hao was left speechless. Half an hour later, they returned to Mingyu Villa. As they pulled up in front of Villa number 18, both their expressions shifted in surprise. A regal-looking middle-aged woman stood at the gate. Mrs. Du. Mom, what are you doing here? Du Xueqing exclaimed as she hurriedly exited the car. Mrs. Du didn't even glance at her, her icy gaze fixed on Chen Hao. Do you remember what you promised me? Mom, don't blame Chen Hao. It was my decision to move into Villa number 18. It has nothing to do with him. Du Xueqing interjected hurriedly. I didn't ask you. Mrs. Du snapped. Mrs. Du, I only promised not to pursue Xueqing. But I also made it clear that I cannot interfere with her choices, Chen Hao said calmly. Please do not misunderstand. Although Xueqing coincidentally moved into Villa number 18, nothing has happened between us. How dare you lie? Mrs. Du exclaimed furiously. I have already investigated. You just moved into Villa number 18 2 days ago. And that very night, Xueqing stayed with you. How could she have known you were here if you didn't tell her? Mom, I've already said it was my choice to move in. Why are you blaming Chen Hao? Du Xueqing protested. Let me tell you the truth. After we had our argument the other night, she recounted the events. You needn't explain for him. Pack your things and come home at once. Mrs. Du's face turned a shade of fury. I refuse to go back. Du Xueqing stood her ground defiantly. How dare you disobey me? Mrs. Du's voice trembled with anger. I am not a child. Why do you feel the need to control my life? Du Xueqing exclaimed. Who I choose to date is my freedom. Even if you are my mother, you have no right to interfere. You've really grown wings. Mrs. Du seethed, trembling with rage. Mrs. Du, I understand your concern for Xueqing and empathize with you as a mother. I assure you, I will respect Xueqing's wishes. Her stay at Villa number 18 will pose no harm and will only bring her happiness. If you are worried, you are welcome to visit her often. Chen Hao offered sincerely. Shut up. Mrs. Du barked. If it weren't for you, Xueqing would not be in this situation. Have I been too polite in my previous conversations, leading you to believe you could still pursue Xueqing? Let me be clear. You are unworthy of my daughter, so stop dreaming. Mom, how can you say that? Chen Hao is my father's and my lifesaver. Du Xueqing retorted angrily. I have already settled the matter of giving him Villa number 18. We are even, Mrs. Du declared coldly. You think I can't see through his intentions? It's clear he wants to leverage the Du family to soar to new heights. You may be young, but don't let his sweet words deceive you. She pointed a finger at Chen Hao. I will not allow you, a shameless scoundrel, to succeed. Leave my daughter at once, and never see her again. If you continue to cling to Xueqing, don't blame me for being rude. With a sigh, Chen Hao remained silent. Mom, the more you act this way, the less I will leave Chen Hao, Du Xueqing declared vehemently. To tell you the truth, we have already taken our relationship to the next level. You can't stop it now. As she spoke, she tightly linked her arm with Chen Hao, leaning intimately against him. Chen Hao could only smile wryly. Isn't this just escalating the conflict? This mother and daughter duo are truly relentless. Mrs. Du was seething with rage, pointing at Chen Hao with venomous intent. You dare to tarnish my daughter's reputation? Just wait. I will make you pay dearly. And you? She glared at Du Xueqing. Don't think that just because you hide a little money away, I can't do anything about it. I have plenty of ways to make you powerless, and then we'll see if you'll bow your head. With that, Mrs. Du turned on her heel and stormed away. Mom, you may threaten me, but why do you have to threaten Chen Hao? Everything was my choice. He has nothing to do with it, Du Xueqing shouted after her retreating figure, filled with both shock and anger. Mrs. Du ignored her, disappearing into the night without a backward glance. Never mind, Xueqing. Your mom is just angry right now. She wants to hear reason. Once she calms down, you can talk things over, Chen Hao suggested, dismissing the severity of Mrs. Du's threats. Chen Hao, please don't go to work for the next few days. Stay home with me. Du Xueqing turned, her brow furrowed with concern. Why? Chen Hao was taken aback. My mom is the type who means what she says. If she threatens you, she will take action, Du Xueqing explained. I worry for your safety. It's all right. I've practiced Sanda and am quite skilled. Chen Hao chuckled. stating that ordinary individuals would find it impossible to approach him. That's useless, Du Shueqing urgently countered. No matter how capable you are, you're just one person. Alone, you're vulnerable. My mother can easily leverage her network to suppress you. If she discovers your abilities, she might even hire a martial artist to deal with you. And you would stand no chance. You know about martial artists? Chen Hao was taken aback. You do too? Du Shueqing was equally surprised. Chen Hao nodded. Since you know, then you must understand how formidable martial artists are. Even a professional Sanda expert would be utterly defenseless before one. Du Shueqing expressed her anxiety. Chen Hao smiled but remained silent, casually performing a gesture. Suddenly, a pale yellow flower detached itself from a nearby flower bed and floated gracefully above his palm. Du Shueqing gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Are you still worried? Chen Hao smiled gently and waved his hand, sending the flower back to the flower bed. Inner strength manifests outwardly, effortlessly captivating objects. Du Shueqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Chen Hao, you are a master of martial arts. You seem well informed about martial artists, Chen Hao remarked with surprise. Of course, Du Shueqing replied with a smile. When I was young, my father even hired a martial artist to teach me. She sighed. Unfortunately, I lack the talent for martial arts. No matter how hard I try, I just can't learn. You are not without talent. Rather, your talent is too exceptional, Chen Hao said meaningfully. Du Shueqing did not grasp the deeper meaning of his words and, with a bright expression, took his hand. Come on, Chen Hao, let's go meet my parents. With your mother so upset, how could we possibly meet? Chen Hao shook his head. But you are a master of martial arts, Du Shueqing exclaimed excitedly. Show that identity. And not only my parents, but even the high-ranking figures of the Yanjing family will treat you with utmost respect. Is a master really that impressive? Chen Hao was taken aback. Absolutely. Every master is a rare gem, and even across all of China, no, throughout the world, masters are among the elite, Du Shueqing declared. This is wonderful. If my mother learns you are a master, she won't just refuse our relationship. She might even rush to ask you to be her son-in-law. She couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Shueqing, I do not wish to reveal my identity. Chen Hao shook his head. I wish to demonstrate my capability merely to protect you and myself, nothing more. Why? Du Shueqing paused, bewildered. Do you realize that revealing your master identity will attract countless admirers? In no time, you could amass immense wealth and power, becoming a figure of great renown. You could have anything you desire. Shueqing, that is not my pursuit. Chen Hao gazed at her, his eyes filled with hope. I only wish to live as an ordinary person and quietly cultivate. Can you understand? He refrained from revealing his true reasons, but slowly began to accept Du Shueqing in his heart, hoping she would comprehend him. Du Shueqing remained silent, gazing at him intently. After a moment, she suddenly threw herself into Chen Hao's embrace, whispering softly, I understand. No matter what you choose to do, I will support you. For from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one I had been searching for. In this lifetime, I am devoted to you. Shueqing. Chen Hao held her, warmth blossoming in his heart. The next morning, Chen Hao arrived at the Human Resources Department for work as usual. Yu Halian and Hu Bing had yet to arrive, leaving Wan Rui alone in the office, lost in thought. Chen Hao paid her no mind, taking his seat behind the desk and powering on his computer. However, Wan Rui unexpectedly approached him, taking a deep breath. Chen Hao, I want to apologize for what happened yesterday. I am truly sorry for my arrogance. You saved my life, and yet I misunderstood you. Please forgive my childishness and ignorance. I will make amends through my actions. Chen Hao was taken aback by her sudden apology, surprised by her willingness to admit her fault. It seemed she had been deeply affected by yesterday's events. I don't think about forgiveness or grudges. I have no interest in harboring resentment. Just refrain from bothering me again. He replied indifferently. Wan Rui anxiously awaited his response, relieved at his words. Yet, her feelings became complicated. Although Chen Hao claimed he would not hold it against her, she strangely hoped he would despise her, as it would at least indicate that he cared, rather than treating her like a mere passerby. Thinking too much. There is such a vast difference between us. How could he possibly care about an ordinary girl like me? Wan Rui sighed bitterly, returning to her seat with a somber expression. Chen Hao, step outside for a moment. At that moment, Mao Xiaowei appeared at the office door. Spotting Wan Rui inside and refraining from entering, instead beckoning to Chen Hao. Chen Hao stepped outside. Brother, thank you so much. Mao Xiaowei beamed, handing over the keys to his BMW. It seems last night went quite smoothly. Chen Hao accepted the keys with a smile. Is that so? Without a doubt. I took that girl to a hotel, and we explored several positions throughout the night. I'm still sore all over, Mao Xiaowei boasted, clearly pleased with himself. Impressive. Chen Hao gave him a thumbs up. By the way, while I was out with your car yesterday, I saw Wang Heping. Mao Xiaowei suddenly recalled something. He was in the corner of the parking lot, whispering with a manager from an advertising company. Their voices were too low for me to catch what they were saying. But I vaguely heard Wang Heping mention your name. I suspect he might seek revenge after being dismissed, so be careful. Chen Hao's heart stirred. What is that manager's name? Wu Liang. He asked Wang Heping as confidant. Upon Wang Heping's dismissal, he was quite displeased and even approached General Li to plead for him, but General Li ignored him. Mao Xiaowei explained. I understand. Thank you, Xiaowei. This information is crucial. Chen Hao expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Mao Xiaowei clapped him on the shoulder. I have to go now, but if you need help, just let me know. Chen Hao nodded, and Mao Xiaowei left. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Hao decided not to return to the office, but instead went to the advertising company on the 18th floor. One should always be cautious. Whether or not Wang Heping truly intends to retaliate, it is wise to prepare in advance. He extended his awareness and shortly located Wu Liang's office. Rest assured, Director Wang. I have already devised a method to ensure Chen Hao ends up in jail and avenges you. Wu Liang spoke quietly on the phone, seemingly alone in his office. How timely. Chen Hao smirked, continuing to listen intently. However, Wu Liang did not disclose any specific plans after a few brief comments. He ended the call and cautiously glanced at the door, appearing quite vigilant. After considering his next move, Chen Hao summoned his powers and formed a magical seal with a flick of his finger, sending it silently into the office, where it settled upon Wu Liang. This was a monitoring seal, akin to placing surveillance on Wu Liang, allowing Chen Hao to keep track of his every action without him being aware. Returning to the Human Resources Department, he found Yu Hailian and Hu Bing already present. You're back. I just asked Hu Bing how quickly you adapted to the work situation. Yu Hailian smiled. Hu Bing said you caught on very quickly. So you can prepare to work independently. Yes, Minister, Chen Hao replied. As they spoke, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman entered the office. Director Gao. Everyone stood up to greet her respectfully. Aren't you the newly hired business representative from the advertising company? What brings you to the Human Resources Department? Director Gao's gaze fell on Chen Hao, and she paused in surprise. Mr. Gao, our Human Resources Department has been in dire need of personnel. I believe Chen Hao possesses commendable qualities, so I applied to Mr. Li to transfer him here. Yu Hailian chuckled. Mr. Gao nodded and couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao once more. This young man left a profound impression on her when he first encountered her in the elevator. There was no sign of the usual trepidation or nervousness that lower-tier employees exhibit in the presence of the president. Instead, he maintained an air of calm and composure. It is noteworthy that, given her icy demeanor and serious disposition, even some mid-level managers approached her with trepidation, walking on eggshells. Mr. Gao, is there something you need? Yu Hailian inquired. About half a month ago, the security department integrated a group of veterans. I have observed them, and their qualities are indeed commendable. However, they may struggle to adapt to the corporate environment, leading to some emotional unrest and lack of cooperation at work. The head of the security department has lamented to me several times, but these veterans were placed here at the government's request. Unless there are significant issues, we cannot dismiss them, Mr. Gao explained. Therefore, I would like you to communicate with them to resolve this issue and provide proper training on their responsibilities. If they can adapt, I believe they will form an excellent security team. Understood, Mr. Gao. Training is indeed the responsibility of our Human Resources Department. Leave it to me, Yu Hailian replied. Mr. Gao nodded and departed. Hu Bing let out a sigh of relief and remarked, finally gone. With Mr. Gao here, I hardly dared to breathe. Look at your level of professionalism. Chen Hao does not exhibit such timidity, Yu Hailian teased. Indeed, Chen Hao, are you not nervous in front of Mr. Gao? Hu Bing asked in surprise. I am nervous, but I merely disguise it, Chen Hao chuckled. You sly fellow, Hu Bing laughed, playfully punching him. Wan Rui, however, gazed at Chen Hao with a complex expression. She understood that Chen Hao was genuinely unperturbed. A person who could stand on equal footing with Mr. Gao would hardly feel anxious. Perfect timing, Chen Hao. I just mentioned preparing you for independent work, and now there's a task for you. Please head to the security department to assess the situation, engage in meaningful dialogue, and clarify matters. Once resolved, we can proceed with training, Yu Hailian instructed. Yes, Minister, Chen Hao acknowledged. A few minutes later, Chen Hao arrived at the first-floor security department and met with the head, Xue Ping'an. Minister Xue, what is the current situation with these veterans? Chen Hao inquired after introducing himself. Oh, where do I even begin? Xue Ping'an sighed, clearly burdened. Initially, I was thrilled to learn that these individuals were elite soldiers prior to their discharge, thinking we would finally recruit a competent security team. However, once they arrived, they acted as if they were royalty. Not only do they refuse to adhere to standard procedures, but they also disregard my orders and often speak rudely. On multiple occasions, They have even verbally abused and physically assaulted other security personnel. Is it truly that severe? Chen Hao was taken aback. Indeed, I have suggested to Mr. Gao several times that we should let them go. However, he insists that their placement is mandated by the government, and unless they commit a crime, they cannot be dismissed. Shui Pingyan's expression conveyed his frustration. Our security department is already understaffed. Now, although we have new recruits, they are as good as non-existent. Each day, I must expend considerable effort to placate them, as if I were tending to a group of demanding ancestors, making it impossible for me to fulfill my regular duties. Could their unrest stem from inadequate wages? Chen Hao queried. Not at all. Our group's compensation is quite competitive, even when compared to government agencies, Shui Pingyan reassured him. We offer formal labor contracts, social security, paid leave, and all the necessary benefits with additional perks. They have been informed of this long ago. Then what could be the issue? Chen Hao pressed. I have inquired about that as well. While they did not articulate their grievances, I have gathered from my interactions that it likely stems from a significant psychological disparity. Prior to their discharge, they were elite soldiers, many having received commendations, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary personnel. Suddenly, they find themselves at the bottom tier of a private enterprise, under the leadership of someone like me, which is hard for them to accept. Moreover, they observe other veterans, less qualified than themselves, securing positions in government agencies, further exacerbating their discontent, Shui Pingyan explained. Understanding dawned on Chen Hao as he nodded. Minister Shui, please guide me to them. I wish to speak with them and see if I can help alleviate their concerns. Brother Chen, to be frank, I would advise against it, Shui Pingyan cautioned. You cannot communicate with this group. Reason will not sway them. Only incite further frustration. Thank you for the warning, but this is my duty. I must comprehend the situation. Otherwise, I cannot report back to the leadership, Chen Hao insisted. Very well. I hope you have a plan. I certainly do not, Shui Pingyan sighed, rising from his seat and leading Chen Hao toward a large hall. Upon entering, they were greeted by the raucous sounds of card games and boisterous banter. As they drew closer, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, revealing dozens of young men in military attire, lounging in various positions while playing cards and smoking. The floor was strewn with cigarette butts and empty beer bottles, and the atmosphere was chaotic. Upon noticing the newcomers, the group offered little more than fleeting glances, continuing their activities without pause. Everyone, please settle down, Shui Pingyan bellowed. The leadership from the Human Resources Department is here to engage in constructive dialogue, so please extend a warm welcome. The crowd ignored him entirely. Shui Pingyan furrowed his brow and was about to speak again when Chen Hao interjected, Please, do not misunderstand. I am not a leader here to lecture you. I have come to understand that you have been struggling to adapt since joining the group, and I wish to discuss it openly. If you face any challenges or have needs, do not hesitate to express them. Your presence is the greatest distraction. Just leave us be. A lanky man retorted impatiently, gesturing for him to go away. Li Hongyang, how can you speak so disrespectfully? Shui Pingyan admonished. Oh, Minister Shui is angry? How frightening. Li Hongyang mocked. Then by all means, go ahead and fire me. Laughter erupted among the group. You. Shui Pingyan was left speechless with rage. Li Hongyang, reveling in his triumph, turned to Chen Hao and said, Pretty boy, you said we could express our needs, right? Well, my need is for a wife. Can the group arrange that for me? And make sure she is a beauty. I have standards. I also lack a wife. I want one too, another voice chimed in. Such benefits? I want one as well, echoed another. With so many beautiful women in the group, you all only want one? Clearly, you do not know how to enjoy yourselves. Pretty boy, send me too. They all laughed heartily. Enough, Chen Hao. Let us leave, Shui Pingyan sighed, sensing the futility of the situation. Chen Hao waved dismissively, his voice firm. I came here with sincerity to communicate, yet I do not understand why there is such resistance. To speak candidly, no matter how fiercely you all protest, it has no bearing on me. My sole responsibility is to report the actual circumstances to our superiors. But what about you? Do you intend to continue this uproar for a lifetime? The organization may tolerate you momentarily, but can it endure such behavior indefinitely? The expressions of the crowd shifted. Now that you have retired, you are no longer soldiers. Clinging to past glories is futile. Accept reality and dedicate yourselves to work. That is the path forward. Chen Hao advised, otherwise, continued opposition will yield no benefits for you. Pretty boy, you need not lecture us with your hollow platitudes, Li Hongyang retorted, casting aside his playing cards as he stood abruptly. Let me ask you this. Before my discharge, I was a first-class private in the reconnaissance battalion, honored twice with third-class merit and frequently commended by superiors. What right do individuals like Shui Pingyan and yourself, who bask in comfort and possess no real capability, have to lead me? Indeed, each of us is an elite from the military. Who among us has not contributed to our nation? We have shed blood and sweat in service, honing our skills with great difficulty. Are we to endure the scorn of someone so mediocre as yourself? Now that we are veterans, simply because we lack connections, we find ourselves relegated to security roles in private enterprises, subjected to the whims of those who know nothing. Others rose in indignation, echoing their discontent. I understand, Chen Hao remarked. Your discontent arises from the belief that no one within the organization is worthy of leading you, correct? You are spot on. We look down upon you, Liang Hongliang sneered. Then why do you continue to accept salaries from the organization? Chen Hao challenged. To enjoy the fruits of someone's labor while disparaging them in secret. Do you not feel any shame? You think anyone cares? Li Hongliang scoffed, tossing a bank card onto the ground. This is the salary card issued to us by the organization. Feel free to verify it. If I have touched a single cent within, I shall bear your surname. The other veterans followed suit, casting their cards onto the floor. Their gazes fixed coldly on Chen Hao. Pretty boy, what do you have to say now? Li Hongliang crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. Indeed. Chen Hao nodded. Refusing to take a single penny from the organization shows you possess some integrity. You are men of honor. You think a few compliments will win us over? Li Hongliang sneered, pointing a finger. I despise those who are two-faced, so be gone, otherwise. Do not blame us for turning you into a laughingstock. Leave. The crowd echoed in unison. I can leave, Chen Hao replied, but before I do, may I pose a question? What constitutes a worthy leader in your eyes? Obviously someone stronger than us, Li Hongliang declared proudly. And how is strength measured in your view? Chen Hao inquired nonchalantly. Li Hongliang paused, assessing Chen Hao with a derisive smirk. Pretty boy, from the tone of your question, it seems you are not satisfied. Are you suggesting a contest? Then you must specify what we shall compare, Chen Hao replied calmly. How about an arm wrestling match? Li Hongliang proposed with a laugh. I'll use one hand, and you can use both. If you win, we shall concede that you are stronger than us. What do you say? Lu Ping. Is this not unfair? Someone interjected. Indeed, any one of us could easily defeat this pretty boy. Others chimed in, laughter filling the air. Are you serious? Chen Hao asked, maintaining his composure. Let us not have a situation where you refuse to acknowledge a loss. That would be pointless. Are you suggesting we would turn the tables on you? Lu Peng laughed, addressing the group. Of course we would. Did you hear that, pretty boy? Lu Peng gestured toward Chen Hao. Then let us begin. Chen Hao replied coolly. As the scene unfolded, Xue Ping sighed and shook his head, opting not to intervene. Let this naive young man learn a lesson. After all, it was merely an arm wrestling match. Losing would not entail much. At worst, he would lose face. Several veterans brought a table and 2 chairs to the center of the hall. Chen Hao and Lu Ping sat across from one another, extending their arms. Are you not using both hands? Lu Ping asked, surprised to see only Chen Hao's right hand extended. Since this is a competition, fairness is paramount. I shall not take advantage of you, Chen Hao stated. Suit yourself, Lu Peng shrugged, believing the outcome would be the same regardless. Wait, Li Hongliang interjected. Pretty boy. According to our earlier agreement, should Lu Peng lose to you, we will acknowledge your superiority. But what happens if you lose? If I lose, I shall leave. Chen Hao answered, taken aback. You were meant to leave anyway. I am suggesting an additional penalty, Li Hongliang smirked. What do you propose? We shall not make it difficult for you. If you lose, you must publicly declare 3 times that you are a failure, Li Hongliang stated nonchalantly. If you are unwilling to agree, you may leave now. Chen Hao hesitated for a moment but then replied, I agree, but I have a stipulation of my own. Go on. If Lu Peng loses, you must cease this uproar and adhere strictly to the organization's regulations, fulfilling your work duties and cooperating with Minister Xue, Chen Hao asserted. Agreed. Li Hongliang and the others hesitated but ultimately nodded in acceptance. Let us proceed, Lu Peng, Chen Hao declared. Lu Peng smirked and extended his right hand, their grips firm and resolute. In stark contrast, Lu Ping's arm was significantly thicker than Chen Hao's, his rough hand enveloping Chen Hao's delicate one, resembling the disparity between an adult and a child. I worry that if Lu Peng applies too much force, he might inadvertently injure this pretty boy, leaving us liable for medical expenses, someone remarked. Indeed, despite his tall stature and fair complexion, he is merely a decorative pillow, all appearance and no substance, another added. Nowadays, men are becoming increasingly effeminate. I wager that in the army, they could not even bear the weight of a rifle, a voice chimed in. I shall act as your referee, Li Hongliang proclaimed from the opposite side of the table, his tone serious. 1, 2, 3, begin. Lu Ping, chuckling, refrained from exerting immediate pressure, wishing to prolong the enjoyment of the match. He desired to savor the moment of watching his opponent strain with all his might. Face flushed and desperate, embodying the essence of dominance. Furthermore, he relished the thought of making this pretty boy a spectacle for others to laugh at, sharing in the amusement. Yet, just as Lu Ping contemplated a humorous remark, an unexpected force surged through, pinning his wrist to the table. My apologies, but I believe I have one. Chen Hao said with a slight smile, releasing Lu Peng's hand. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Lu Peng was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at his own hand, seemingly unable to believe that what had just transpired was indeed reality. Xue Pingyan also displayed an expression of disbelief, having observed the comparison between Chen Hao and Lu Peng. He had held no hope, yet was astonished that Chen Hao had effortlessly triumphed. Chapter 78. Because I have a cleanliness obsession. Everyone, since the outcome is clear. Please fulfill your promises, Chen Hao stated. The crowd remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lu Peng. His loss had implicated them all. That doesn't count. I wasn't prepared. Lu Peng snapped back to reality, his face flushed, pounding the table and shouting. Li Hongliang had already called for the start. If you weren't ready, whose fault is that? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. I was distracted and didn't hear the start call, Lu Peng stammered, casting a pleading glance at Li Hongliang. Li Hongliang glared at him, wishing he could slap him. What level of distraction could lead one to lose to this feeble young man? Well, it was indeed Lu Peng's fault, but as it is a competition, fairness must be upheld. After all, Lu Peng hadn't truly exerted himself yet. Your victory cannot be deemed a genuine one. Could we perhaps have a rematch? Li Hongliang awkwardly suggested to Chen Hao. So, what you're implying is that you wish to backtrack. Chen Hao scoffed. It's not backing out. It's a plea for fairness, Li Hongliang retorted, his face reddening, his voice lowering. The others also flushed with embarrassment. Before the arm wrestling match, they had berated Chen Hao mercilessly, prepared to witness him publicly declare his inadequacy. Little did they expect Lu Peng to lose, and in such a humiliating fashion, now having to swallow their pride and plead with Chen Hao. Why should we have a rematch? Chen Hao didn't break any rules. Xue Pingyan protested. If Chen Hao had lost and requested a rematch, would you have agreed? The crowd fell silent, acknowledging their wrongness, yet feeling resentful. After all, Chen Hao had not won through sheer strength. Very well, since you insist on fairness. Let us have a rematch, Chen Hao said, showing no reluctance. Chen Hao, Xue Pingyan's expression shifted. Director Xue, please heed my words, Chen Hao advised. Xue Pingyan fell silent. Thank you, Li Hongliang exclaimed, overjoyed, quickly signaling Lu Peng to hurry and compete. This time, he must not lose focus. Understood, Lu Peng replied. His spirit renewed, fixing his gaze on Chen Hao and extending his right hand. Come on, little Chen Hao. He had intended to call him pretty boy, but reconsidered. Having graciously offered a second chance, he felt it necessary to show respect. Chen Hao grasped his hand. If I win this time, we shall be even. And the third match will determine the ultimate victor, Lu Peng stated solemnly. Chen Hao understood Lu Peng's desire to redeem himself and nodded with a smile. Prepare yourselves. Pay attention to my commands, and do not lose focus, Li Hongliang instructed, adding a special reminder. Lu Peng nodded earnestly. 1, 2, 3, begin, Li Hongliang shouted. Swinging his hand down, Lu Peng immediately exerted himself. He believed that his previous loss was due to underestimating Chen Hao, and this time he would not make the same mistake. However, a force identical to the last surged through, swiftly surpassing his strength, and with a resounding crash. His hand was forcefully pinned to the table. The onlookers, ready to cheer for Lu Peng, were suddenly rendered speechless. Lost again. This time they had witnessed Lu Peng exerting effort right from the start, without any sign of underestimating or distraction. Furthermore, Lu Peng's serious expression indicated he was giving his all, yet he still lost. Chen Hao smiled, releasing Lu Peng's hand. Lu Peng, what happened? With your strength. How could you lose to him? Li Hongliang exclaimed, astonished and furious. You are the strongest among us, capable of pulling 300 pounds with one hand. Indeed. You didn't even manage to hold on for a second before being crushed. Others echoed, their frustration evident. Lu Peng's face turned rigid. He found himself at a loss for words. He did not perceive Chen Hao's strength as particularly formidable, yet for some inexplicable reason, he was unable to resist. This time he had not underestimated his opponent. He had gone all out, and there was no excuse for his defeat. You won't dare to backtrack and request a rematch now, will you? Xue Pingyan asked, invigorated, with a sneer. The crowd's expression soured, and they fell silent. While Chen Hao had indeed defeated Lu Peng, what did a mere arm wrestling match signify? Deep down, they felt unconvinced. Yet, having boasted beforehand, how could they retract their words now? Never mind, this match doesn't count. Let us have a third match, Chen Hao suddenly declared. The crowd gasped in surprise. Chen Hao, you've already won. Why do you wish to compete again? Xue Pingyan couldn't help but ask. Because I have a cleanliness obsession, no matter the competition. I must ensure the opponent yields wholeheartedly. If they are not convinced in their hearts, even if they are compelled to concede due to prior commitments, I shall not find joy in it, nor will I force them, Chen Hao explained. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted. You need not adopt a patronizing demeanor. Li Hongliang retorted angrily. Lu Peng is the strongest among us. If he is not your match, we certainly are not. You know this well. Yet you still offer us a chance, merely to pretend to be magnanimous while playing us for fools? Exactly. We do not require your opportunity. A loss is a loss. And we accept it. Rest assured, we are not deceitful individuals. Since we made a promise, we shall uphold it. The others chimed in, irate. I have yet to finish speaking. For the third match, I shall use one hand while you all use two, Chen Hao said calmly. What? The crowd was taken aback. This time, it is not merely a game, Chen Hao added. Do you look down upon us? Lu Ping retorted angrily. When you first proposed the arm wrestling, you insisted I use both hands. Is that not also a sign of contempt? Chen Hao countered. Lu Peng faltered, unable to respond. Very well, Lu Peng. Since he has stated it so, let us compete, Li Hongliang scoffed. I refuse. It is too humiliating. Lu Ping protested indignantly. Li Hongliang frowned, approaching him and whispering. Do you wish for everyone to publicly acknowledge that Chen Hao is superior to us, and then obediently serve as security under Shui Ping'an's leadership? Lu Ping's expression shifted. I perceive this pretty boy is merely reveling in his previous victory, wishing to show off before us. I cannot allow him to succeed. Li Hongliang continued in a low voice. Moreover, if we can turn the tide, we need not concede, and no one will be put in a difficult position. We must weigh the situation carefully. Lu Peng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Come on, Chen Hao. He was about to extend both hands when suddenly he had a thought and only stretched out his left hand. The strength of a person's hands is not evenly distributed. Unless one is left-handed, the vast majority of people possess stronger right hands. Chen Hao was no exception. Thus, if Lu Peng used both hands against Chen Hao's left hand, his chances of winning would significantly increase. With this thought, Lu Peng couldn't help but applaud his cleverness. Chapter 79. I still have a cleanliness obsession. Chen Hao smiled faintly, extending his left hand to shake Lu Peng's. Only then did Lu Peng extend his right hand. Due to his large palms, upon grasping Chen Hao's left hand, it was almost completely enveloped. The crowd's expressions brightened once more. If this doesn't lead to victory, then indeed, it would be utterly unfair. Let us see how you handle this, Shui Ping'an thought, believing Chen Hao had grown overconfident after 2 victories. Prepare yourselves. 1, 2. Li Hongliang began solemnly. Wait. I have an additional rule to add, Chen Hao suddenly interjected. The crowd was taken aback. Lu Ping, you need not force me down. If you can merely bend my arm, I will concede defeat, Chen Hao said slowly. Such arrogance from a pretty boy. You boast so grandly. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, but their expressions soon turned grim. This was a blatant disregard for their presence. Ha ha ha. Very well. Lu Ping, filled with rage, laughed bitterly. After all, I have already put everything on the line by using both hands to wrestle with you. Now I shall see what confidence you possess to make such bold claims. He glared at Chen Hao, the veins in his hands bulging ominously. Pretty boy, this is of your own doing. Li Hongliang sneered. Now prepare yourselves. 1, 2, 3. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Peng roared with fury, unleashing all his strength in both hands. Crush him, Lu Peng. Show this pretty boy your might. The crowd erupted into cheers, raising their hands in support. However, within mere seconds, they fell silent. For Chen Hao remained utterly still. Not only was his arm unyielding, but there was also not the slightest tremor. His expression was as calm as ever, giving the impression that he exerted no effort at all, merely extending his hand as if in a casual gesture. Lu Peng's face flushed crimson as he shouted with all his might. His biceps and chest swelled, stretching the fabric of his military uniform tightly, clearly utilizing every ounce of his strength. Yet it was futile. Chen Hao's left hand stood firm like an unassailable fortress, unyielding to Lu Peng's relentless force. The crowd stared in disbelief. With Lu Peng's current strength, he could likely move 1,000-pound weight. Could it be that this pretty boy possessed a single-handed strength that exceeded 1,000 pounds? How could that be? It is time to conclude this, Chen Hao remarked with a faint smile, gradually and irresistibly pressing Lu Peng's hands toward the table. No, no. Lu Peng trembled uncontrollably. This scene mirrored his imagination from their first arm wrestling match, where he envisioned casually overpowering his opponent and relishing in the sight of them, flushed and desperate, exerting all their strength to no avail. Now, it was a perfect realization. Regrettably, he found himself on the receiving end of the crushing defeat. What a cruel reality. With a resounding thud, regardless of Lu Peng's unwillingness, he could only helplessly watch as his hands were forced down against the table, producing a solid sound. The hall fell into silence. Is there anyone left to contest? Chen Hao released his grasp and spoke coolly. The crowd, faces twitching, remained silent. Although arm wrestling was not a grand skill, Lu Peng's 3 consecutive losses, particularly the last match where he failed even to bend Chen Hao's hands, left them speechless. We concede, Li Hongyang said glumly. As previously agreed, we acknowledge that you are superior to us. We will no longer cause trouble, adhere to the rules, fulfill our duties, and cooperate. Do not concede just yet. This match does not count. Let us continue to compete. Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. You may decide the specifics of the contest, and my promises remain unchanged. The crowd was instantly taken aback, gazing at him in shock. What do you mean? Do you pity us? Li Hongyang's expression darkened. It is not pity. Rather, I have a penchant for cleanliness, Chen Hao responded. This means not only must I win convincingly, but I must also triumph in your strongest disciplines. I can see that you all believe arm wrestling is beneath your capabilities. No problem. Let us showcase your best skills. The crowd was both astonished and furious. Initially, they thought that by proposing to use one hand against two, this fellow had reached the pinnacle of arrogance. To their surprise, he escalated the challenge to their respective strongest skills. Truly, there is no limit to hubris, only further heights of arrogance. How audacious! Li Hongyang could not help but laugh in anger. Do you think that by beating Lu Ping, you can easily conquer us all? Such ignorance! To challenge our strongest skills? You may not even know how you will perish, let alone our strongest skills. Any ordinary task from the military could be effortlessly performed against you by any one of us. You flaunt a bit of wrist strength and think highly of yourself. How naive! The crowd echoed in anger. Is that so impressive? Chen Hao grinned. That is splendid. I relish the thought of defeating others in their areas of expertise, for that brings a true sense of accomplishment. You. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless by their rage. Since you delight in self-inflicted hardship, we shall indulge you. Li Hongyang gritted his teeth. Chang Jinfai, you shall compete against him in weighted push-ups. Very well. A stout, broad-shouldered retired soldier stepped forward. You insisted on us showcasing our specialties, so this should pose no issue, right? Li Hongliang turned to Chen Hao. I have no objections, Chen Hao replied. However, we are not in a gym. How shall we add weight? Simply observe, Li Hongyang replied coldly, nodding toward Chang Jinfai. Without further ado, Chang Jinfai rubbed his palms together, then positioned himself on the ground, beginning his push-ups. After completing a few, Li Hongliang gestured. Next, a nearby retired soldier lunged forward, pressing firmly onto Chang Jinfai's back. Though Chang Jinfai felt a jolt, his movements remained unaffected as he continued his push-ups. Soon after, a second, third, fourth, and fifth soldier piled on top, until 6 retired soldiers were stacked upon him. Even lying down, they formed a mound exceeding a meter in height. Each soldier weighed at least 100 pounds. Thus, the total weight, combined with Chang Jinfai's own, surpassed 1,000 pounds. Despite his reddened face and evident strain, Chang Jinfai maintained flawless form, continuing to perform standard push-ups. My word, Xue Pingyan was left utterly astonished. Chen Hao was equally surprised. He had frequented gyms and was familiar with weighted training. Yet, under normal circumstances, one might struggle with weights of 200 or 300 pounds. Even professional athletes would max out at several hundred. It was unheard of to see someone like Chang Jinfai manage 1,000 pounds while performing push-ups. The retired soldiers, however, exhibited no surprise, maintaining their composed expressions. Clearly, they were well aware of Chang Jinfai's capabilities. In no time, Chang Jinfai completed 10 push-ups, showing no signs of stopping. 11, 12, 13. As the crowd counted, they stole glances at Chen Hao's expression. He seemed utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps he has been intimidated by Chang Jinfai. How amusing. Let this fellow boast. And now he challenges our strongest skills. Let us see how he fares. Many observers snickered. Before long, Chang Jinfai reached 20 push-ups, pausing with his arms fully extended. That's enough. Jinfa, you can stop now. Li Hongliang assumed he was unable to continue, nodding. Bring on another. However, Chang Jinfai exclaimed loudly, more weight? Are you trying to frighten him to death? Li Hongyang paused, then shot Chen Hao a cold glance. I had no intention of competing with him, Chang Jinfai scoffed. The added weight is to surpass my previous record. Hurry up, it's quite heavy holding this position. Seems like you're performing splendidly today, Li Hongliang chuckled. Waving for another soldier to step up, pressing down on the 6th person, Chang Jinfai took a deep breath and resumed his push-ups. 21, 22, 23. The crowd counted in unison. Finally, after completing the 25th push-up, Chang Jinfai halted, visibly strained, and said, All right, let them down. I can no longer continue. The 7 retired soldiers promptly dismounted from his back. Chang Jinfan stood up and let out a long sigh. Congratulations, Jinfan, you've once again broken your own record. You should really consider weightlifting instead of being a security guard. You could surely win a gold medal. The crowd chuckled in unison. I think so too, Chang Jinfan said, beaming with pride. Come on, pretty boy, Li Hongliang beckoned Chen Hao with a finger. Didn't you say you enjoy defeating others in their strongest areas? Let us see how you crushed Chang Jinfan in weighted push-ups. Indeed, please don't disappoint us. The crowd echoed with laughter. Chen Hao, just give it up. Xue Ping said with a wry smile. Initially, after witnessing Chen Hao's victory in arm wrestling against Liu Ping, he felt a glimmer of hope. But after observing Chang Jinfan's performance, that hope was swiftly dashed. This was beyond what a normal person could accomplish. Chen Hao smiled and remained silent as he positioned himself in the center of the hall and began performing push-ups. His form was impeccable. Li Hongyang grinned. If you need weight, just say the word, and I'll add more one by one, lest we crush you. Chen Hao continued silently, doing push-ups with his right hand while raising his left to signal that he was ready for more weight. Li Hongliang whistled. A burly veteran stepped forward, casting a playful glance at the crowd before leaping onto Chen Hao's back. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, anticipating the sight of Chen Hao being overwhelmed. With a thud, the veteran landed heavily on Chen Hao's back. Yet, miraculously, Chen Hao remained unfazed, continuing his push-ups as if nothing had happened. It was as if a sack of flour had struck an immovable boulder, impressive in appearance but utterly ineffective. The crowd's smiles faltered. He is doing one-handed push-ups. Suddenly, a veteran with a gaunt face exclaimed. The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes widening. Indeed, after raising his left hand to signal, Chen Hao had not retracted it. Even with the weight of the veteran on his back, he was performing push-ups with just his right hand. His left hand still beckoning as if inviting more weight or perhaps taunting them. I'll show you how it's done. Li Hongyang's expression darkened as he barked. Bring it on. The crowd shared his indignation. This kid just can't resist showing off. I'll do it. A robust veteran shouted, striding forward to crash onto the first veteran's back. His weight was nearly equivalent to that of two men combined, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The crowd held their breath, transfixed. But soon, disappointment washed over their faces. Chen Hao continued effortlessly with his one-armed push-ups as if he were unaffected. He was using only 4 fingers of his right hand. Suddenly, the gaunt veteran gasped again. What? The crowd jolted, hastily glancing over. Indeed, Chen Hao had curled his right hand, leaving his thumb off the ground, relying solely on the other 4 fingers. The crowd was struck with disbelief. They knew that a smaller area of support would increase pressure. Chen Hao performing push-ups with 4 fingers while bearing the weight of 2 individuals was already more challenging than Chang Jinfan's 2-handed push-ups with 5 people. The greater the weight, the less support he used. Was he deliberately demonstrating his prowess? I refuse to believe you can lessen your fingers further. Li Hongliang's face grew grim as he shouted. Keep adding weight. Another veteran stepped up and crashed down. The crowd's eyes were glued to Chen Hao's right hand. As the third veteran landed, Chen Hao let go of his pinky finger. 3 fingers on the ground. The crowd's expressions became indescribable. This is impossible. Chang Jinfan murmured, astonished. With the weight of 3 men and a hefty individual added, performing one-handed push-ups with just 3 fingers meant he was enduring pressure far exceeding that of Chang Jinfan with 7 people. Yet, Chen Hao remained unfazed, his form and speed unchanged, as if the weight were non-existent. Add more. Li Hongyang's face had stiffened, gritting his teeth as he coldly commanded. 2 more veterans climbed on. Chen Hao released both his ring and middle fingers, 1 finger on the ground. Although the crowd had anticipated this, they couldn't help but erupt into a collective cheer. Chang Jinfan trembled all over. A powerhouse like him was something he had never encountered, nor even imagined. It was an overwhelming display of strength. Li Hongliang fell silent, no longer issuing orders for more weight, simply staring blankly at Chen Hao performing push-ups. The others mirrored his shock. They suddenly felt an absurd sense of disbelief. As if Chen Hao could continue to add more weight and effortlessly perform push-ups with a single finger until the end of time. Chapter 81. I have a compulsive disorder. Why has no one added more weight? Chen Hao waved his hand for a while, feeling no increase in weight, and couldn't help but inquire. The crowd smiled wryly. Even acknowledging that he was showing off seemed futile now. Chen Hao, there is no need to compete anymore. I concede, and I'm fully convinced. Chang Jinfan took a deep breath and declared loudly. Chen Hao paused. The veteran atop him quickly got off, looking at him with reverence. Chen Hao, you are truly remarkable. Chang Jinfan raised his thumbs in genuine admiration. Thank you. Chen Hao replied with a smile, glancing at the crowd. Shall we continue? What else is there to compare? The crowd fell silent. Though each had their own strengths, Chen Hao's recent performance was so astounding that they momentarily lost their confidence. It's fine. Take your time to deliberate. I'll entertain myself for a while. Chen Hao, without pressing them, wandered over to the opposite wall. In the middle hung a target board with several darts embedded, appearing quite exquisite. Hongliang, should we still challenge Chen Hao? I think we should let it go. This guy is truly monstrous. Indeed, while we all have our strengths, Chen Hao's prowess in physical strength and endurance is unparalleled, even if we compete. we'd likely be no match for him. You decide. If you want to compete, we will. If not, we concede, and everyone will accept it. The crowd huddled together. Though they directed their inquiries at Li Hongliang, most were reluctant to continue competing. Li Hongliang hesitated, remaining silent. After witnessing Chen Hao's display, he too felt disinclined to compete, yet to concede completely left him a bit dissatisfied. Suddenly, as he watched Chen Hao pluck a dart from the target board and prepare to throw from a distance, Li Hongliang's mind sparked with an idea. How about we challenge Chen Hao to a dart-throwing contest? The crowd paused momentarily, then their eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. Among us, there are quite a few adept dart throwers. Indeed, dart throwing isn't solely about strength. It requires long-term training and hand-eye coordination, something Chen Hao could never surpass us in. Haha, we can definitely win this. The crowd erupted in excited chatter. While they respected Chen Hao's strength, after losing in every competition thus far, they were eager to reclaim some pride. Hongliang, your dart skills are exceptional. Let us teach this kid a lesson, Lu Ping declared, clenching his fist. The crowd nodded in agreement. Absolutely, I was just thinking the same. Li Hongliang's eyes glinted with determination as he coldly laughed. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The crowd froze, turning to see a dart lodged firmly in the bullseye, its tail still quivering slightly. Not far away, Chen Hao was picking up a second dart. The crowd's expression stiffened. Did Chen Hao throw that? Don't be alarmed. It was merely a coincidence, a veteran scoffed dismissively. Whump. No sooner had he spoken than the second dart flew from Chen Hao's hand, striking the bullseye once more. The veteran's face turned awkward as he closed his mouth. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Chen Hao cannot possibly be this skilled at throwing darts, can he? Uffed. As he released his third dart, it once again struck the bullseye. A hush fell over the crowd. The excitement that had recently ignited was abruptly extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Hitting the bullseye with 3 consecutive darts was a feat even the best among them could scarcely achieve. No matter. I am confident I can triumph over him, Li Hongliang declared with a resolute expression. We believe in you, Lu Ping said, patting him on the shoulder. The others nodded in agreement. They had witnessed Li Hongliang hit the bullseye multiple times. While he did not always succeed, he could certainly compete with Chen Hao. At that moment, Chen Hao picked up a 4th dart but refrained from throwing it immediately. Instead, he stepped back, seemingly dissatisfied with the distance from which he was throwing. He continued to retreat until he reached the wall opposite the dartboard, finally halting his steps. The crowd's muscles tensed in unison. The distance between the two walls of the hall was over 10 meters, at least 6 or 7 times greater than their usual throwing distance. Was Chen Hao really going to throw the dart from there? Pfft. In the next instant, the 4th dart flew from Chen Hao's hand and landed squarely in the bullseye. The crowd could only manage a bitter smile. If they had retained some confidence in Li Hongliang after witnessing Chen Hao's first 3 darts, that confidence had now evaporated entirely. This guy is simply a monster. I still wish to compete against him. Li Hongliang involuntarily clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then nodded silently. They understood Li Hongliang's sentiments. This was not merely about winning or losing. It was about defending their last shred of dignity and honor. Even in defeat, they wanted to lose with grace. Uffed, uffed, uffed. One by one, Chen Hao hurled dart after dart, each one finding its mark in the bullseye. The crowd, instead of feeling anxious, settled into a calm silence as they watched him show off. Given that the outcome was already predetermined, what was there to be tense about? In the blink of an eye, only 1 dart remained in Chen Hao's hand. He suddenly turned around, throwing the dart behind him without looking back. Uffed. The dart soared the considerable distance of over 10 meters and landed firmly in the bullseye. Wow, a blind throw from behind. This is at least 10 times more difficult than a straightforward throw. Indeed, it is simply miraculous. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Not only that, look. Suddenly, the scruffy-faced veteran pointed at the dartboard. The crowd turned to see that all the darts that had struck the bullseye, with their differently colored fins facing outward, had formed the shape of a rose, looking quite exquisite. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Initially, they had thought Chen Hao was merely accurate. While impressive, they believed there were others who could match him. However, upon witnessing his impeccable precision from such a great distance, they began to sense the disparity but still wished to give it their all. It was only after seeing Chen Hao perform a blind throw that they were jolted into realizing that his accuracy was merely the most basic of his skills. They now understood that even the positioning of the fins after each dart struck the bullseye was a result of Chen Hao's meticulous planning. It was akin to reaching a peak only to discover an even higher mountain behind it, and beyond that, an even loftier one. Have you all come to a consensus? Chen Hao cast a satisfied glance at his creation before looking at the crowd. We have reached a consensus. We concede. Li Hongliang came to his senses, took a deep breath, and stated decisively. At this moment, he felt no lingering desire to battle. The last vestiges of his reluctance had vanished, replaced entirely by admiration for Chen Hao. Indeed, we concede, fully and wholeheartedly. The rest of the crowd echoed his sentiments. But we have only just completed one round, right? Chen Hao inquired. Li Hongliang thought to himself that this single round had certainly left them deeply impressed, and he replied, "One round is enough to prove your prowess. We truly cannot compare and willingly admit defeat." Everyone. Chen Hao smiled slightly, then shifted his tone, saying, "Although you are willing to concede, I must confess I have a bit of a compulsive nature." What? The crowd's expressions froze in disbelief. "We have already submitted an awe. Completely at your mercy. What more could you possibly want? Is it that you wish to rub our faces in it further? Please do not misunderstand. I am not dissatisfied." Chen Hao waved his hand, adopting a serious demeanor, and continued, "This compulsive nature prompts me to ask one last question. While you may be convinced of my abilities, are you convinced of the group? Are you in awe of Minister Shui? When I leave, you may feel obligated to comply for the time being. But what about later? Will you be willing to remain security guards for the long haul?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was first taken aback, then fell silent. Indeed, while they had come to respect Chen Hao, they still harbored reservations about their roles as security guards. Ultimately, their opposition to the CEA group and their resentment towards individuals like Shui Pingyan stemmed from these very reservations. I understand that, although you may not voice it. Many of you look down on the role of a security guard. Moreover, you are aware that some veterans, far less capable than you, have leveraged connections to secure positions as envied civil servants, which can breed feelings of discontent. Chen Hao continued, "I comprehend this. But I must ask, if you also had connections that allowed you to enter government positions, would that alleviate your discontent? Regardless, jobs in government are stable. With high benefits and good treatment, it is certainly a respectable career." Li Hongyang chuckled awkwardly. "We are but ordinary folk, naturally inclined to pursue better employment opportunities. Indeed, while the group's compensation is not lacking, it still feels inferior to that of government jobs. We are not envious. We simply feel frustrated that those who are clearly less capable than us secure better jobs through connections, which is quite vexing." Others chimed in agreement. Chen Hao smiled slightly. "But what if the leader you encounter in a government position is merely mediocre? What would you do then?" The crowd paused, suddenly uncertain. They had not considered this question. If you cannot tolerate a mediocre leader in a corporate environment, will you be able to do so in a government setting? Chen Hao probed further. The crowd was rendered speechless. Of course, I am not suggesting that entering the bureaucracy guarantees encountering mediocrity, but in any job, it is unlikely to be entirely smooth sailing. In a corporate setting, if you are unhappy, you can simply walk away, but once you are in government, can you just leave? If you choose to stay, will you be willing to endure? The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly complex. Given my temperament, if things do not go well, I certainly would not tolerate it, Li Hongyang affirmed after a pause. Neither would I. If I must endure discomfort, it would be utterly stifling. Many others echoed his sentiments. Thus, even if one enters government service, it does not necessarily guarantee that the experience will be superior to that in the corporate world. The quality of work largely depends on whether one finds fulfillment in it. If you possess the ability, you can thrive anywhere, enjoying a satisfying and prosperous career. Why then should you concern yourselves with notions of stability, respectability, good benefits, and high salaries? The crowd pondered this statement, nodding in agreement. Furthermore, it is essential to broaden your horizons, considering your capabilities. Why should you envy those who rely solely on connections? Chen Hao remarked, "Keep in mind that with your skills and qualities, after just a few years of honing your craft, you could easily join a professional security firm, earning a salary in the hundreds of thousands. Eventually, with sufficient capital, starting your own security company and becoming your own boss is entirely plausible. The pathways for career development are countless, offering both freedom and vast opportunities, far beyond what can be found in bureaucratic institutions." The crowd's eyes lit up at this revelation. "Chen Hao, can we really achieve that?" Li Hongliang asked with excitement. "Absolutely," Chen Hao replied, gesturing towards Chang Jinfang. Speaking of Jinfang, his capacity for endurance is undoubtedly at the level of a professional athlete. Just a moment ago, you all joked about him training for weightlifting and winning gold medals. To be honest, why couldn't he? If he were to leave, I would not doubt his capabilities. Which provincial team would not want him? Even making it to the national team would not be surprising. Everyone turned to Chang Ji-fan, who grinned widely. "Remember, we venture into society not merely to seek so-called good jobs and live a life of stability, but to demonstrate our abilities through our work, to continually refine ourselves, and ultimately to ascend to a grander stage in life." Chen Hao spoke with conviction. "You are security personnel, which is commendable. But you shall not remain in this role for a lifetime." Well said. The crowd listened, stirred with emotion, and could not help but applaud enthusiastically. "Chen Hao, thank you." Li Hongliang's excitement was palpable, You have not only conquered us with your abilities, but also unraveled our inner turmoil. Rest assured, we will no longer cause disturbances. We shall faithfully fulfill our duties and work diligently. This endeavor is not only to honor our commitment to you, but also to realize our own value. Chen Hao, you have illuminated our path in life. We now know what to do, and our resistance has dissipated. We are simple folk, lacking in wisdom, yet the words you spoke today will forever resonate in our hearts. Just observe our actions. The crowd was profoundly grateful. You were too kind. I am delighted that you can see things clearly, Chen Hao replied. However, I believe the one you should be most thankful to is Minister Xue. He pointed toward Xue Pingyan. The crowd was momentarily taken aback and turned to look. Xue Pingyan was equally astonished. You may not know this, but the root of your distress was something Minister Xue observed and communicated to me. Chen Hao continued. Without his words, I could not have helped you unravel this. The crowd was struck with realization. Each person has their strengths and weaknesses. No one is inherently superior to another. Chen Hao added thoughtfully, although Minister Xue may not match you in physical prowess, he possesses years of managerial experience and understands how to execute his duties effectively. That is more than sufficient. If you wish to hone your skills, it requires not only a balanced mindset, but also humility and a willingness to learn from others. The crowd's expressions shifted, and they nodded in agreement. Li Hongyang saluted sharply and said solemnly, Minister Xue, we apologize for our recent behavior. Please forgive us. We will not repeat it and will follow your commands. Yes, Minister Xue, please pardon our previous transgressions. We acknowledge our mistakes and will strive to be competent subordinates. The others followed suit and saluted. It is all right. As long as everyone understands, that is what matters, Xue Pingyan replied, his heart filled with surprise and gratitude. Chen Hao, thank you. He then looked at Chen Hao with gratitude, his eyes glistening with emotion. Had it not been for Chen Hao, he could only imagine how long he would have endured the torment from these veterans if things had dragged on. The president might have deemed him incompetent and dismissed him in a fit of rage. A heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Minister Xue, you are too modest. This is simply my duty, Chen Hao said with a smile, nodding. Seeing the situation resolved satisfactorily filled him with joy. Minister Xue, are you here? Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, and a security guard rushed in, panic-stricken. Chapter 83. An unpleasant situation. The crowd was taken aback. What has happened? Xue Pingyan was equally startled and inquired. Minister, President Gao's car is blocked outside, and it seems someone intends to harm him. We cannot stop them. You must think of a way. The security guard urged frantically. Xue Pingyan's expression shifted dramatically. Minister, what do you need us to do? Just give the order. Li Hongliang responded quickly, speaking loudly. Let us go outside and assess the situation. Xue Pingyan nodded and commanded. The crowd followed him as they rushed out of the hall. The security guard stood, mouth agape in astonishment. What is happening? Why have these veterans suddenly changed their demeanor? Gao Xie, I have pursued you with great effort. Yet you remain indifferent to my advances. Very well, since you do not appreciate my efforts, do not blame me for being impolite. Once I capture you, let us see if you can continue to maintain your aloofness. As soon as they burst through the entrance of the group, they beheld a tall young man in a white suit standing before a Bentley, one hand on his hip, the other pointing menacingly ahead. Not far in front of them, a dozen burly men in black suits, resembling bodyguards, surrounded a blue Lamborghini, forcibly opening the car door and dragging a beautiful, icy woman out. It was none other than President Gao. Beside the Lamborghini, several security guards from CEA Group lay on the ground, bruised and curled up in pain. Zheng Hailong, have you lost your mind? How dare you act against me in broad daylight? I have already called the police. Cease your actions immediately. Gao Xie shouted defiantly. Call the police all you want. I care not. By the time they arrive to rescue you, you will already be my plaything. Zheng Hailong sneered, waving his hand, commanding, take her away. Gao Xie was both frightened and furious. Before she could speak, several bodyguards pushed her towards the Bentley. Stop! Xue Pingyan bellowed angrily, charging forward with his men. Once again, these unruly security guards, they are merely human punching bags for my bodyguards. Zheng Hailong glanced dismissively and waved his hand. The bodyguards immediately moved to intercept Xue Pingyan and his companions. You see the fate of your colleagues? If you wish to avoid death, then keep your distance. Do not sacrifice your lives for a meager salary. One of the apparent leaders among the bodyguards, not wanting to waste time, pointed at the fallen security guards and threatened loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down upon us? Li Hongyang, infuriated, disregarded Xue Pingyan's orders. Charging forward, he delivered a powerful kick aimed at the bodyguard leader. The leader, taken aback by the ferocity of the attack, paled and quickly raised his arms in defense. With a loud crash, he staggered back several steps before managing to stabilize himself, his arms aching. Not too shabby. No wonder you dare to be so audacious. Li Hongliang scoffed, unbuttoning the top of his military uniform, declaring, "Brothers, charge." The crowd surged forward. "Are you truly security personnel?" The bodyguard leader was both shocked and furious, unable to believe his eyes. Though it was merely one kick, he could already tell that Li Hongliang's skills were on par with his own, unlike the previous security guards. "Indeed," Li Hongliang shouted, "if you dare to underestimate me, I shall show you the might of a security guard." With that, he lunged forward like a swift leopard. The sounds of combat erupted as the crowd clashed. Although the bodyguards were skilled, they were vastly outnumbered by Li Hongliang and the retired veterans. And it wasn't long before many of them fell. Zheng Hailong, still clutching Gao Xie, attempting to force her into the Bentley, was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. These bodyguards were all combat experts he had hired at a high price. One could easily handle several opponents. Yet how could they falter so quickly? "Everyone, follow me. Let us rescue President Gao," Xue Ping'an shouted, charging towards Zheng Hailong, with the crowd closely behind. "They are formidable. Second young master, you should flee." The bodyguard leader, entangled with Li Hongliang, was unable to reach Zheng Hailong and shouted in desperation. Zheng Hailong's expression shifted suddenly. He pulled a handgun from his waist and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The gunfire echoed loudly, startling everyone into silence as they stared at him in fear. "Whoever dares to approach will be shot," Zheng Hailong threatened fiercely, aiming the gun at the crowd. The faces of the crowd turned pale as they quickly retreated. "Get in the car, let us go," Zheng Hailong commanded his bodyguards. The bodyguards, largely unscathed, scrambled to their feet and rushed towards the Bentley and the vehicles behind it. The crowd looked on, a mixture of shock and anger. They had not anticipated that Zheng Hailong not only carried a firearm, but also had the audacity to fire it in public. What gave him such boldness? Come. Go ahead, try and shoot me." Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out. As the words fell, Chen Hao strode towards Zheng Hailong. "Chen Hao, do not act impulsively. Come back quickly, no matter what. Let's wait until the police arrive," shouted Xue Ping'an and Li Hongliang, their faces pale with urgency. "Do you want to die? Get the hell out." Zheng Hailong's expression darkened as he aimed the dark muzzle of his gun at Chen Hao. "If you have the guts, pull the trigger. I assure you, I won't flinch." Chen Hao scoffed, his steps unwavering. The onlookers were stunned, questioning whether he truly feared death. Gao Xie was equally astonished. Chen Hao was willing to risk his life to save her. Why? Waves of emotion stirred within her. "You." Zheng Hailong was clearly taken aback by Chen Hao's fearlessness, momentarily frozen. Chen Hao approached him, swiftly snatching the handgun and delivering a merciless kick to his abdomen. Zheng Hailong cried out in agony, clutching his stomach as he collapsed. "What? Are you trying to scare me with a toy starter pistol?" Chen Hao remarked with a cold smile, eyeing the weapon. "A starter pistol?" The crowd fell silent. Li Hongliang, consider it a plaything. Chen Hao tossed it aside. Li Hongliang caught it, scrutinized it, and erupted in anger. "Damn, I've been fooled." The others gathered around, their expressions mirroring his frustration. The gun was indeed a starter pistol, deceptively resembling a real firearm, and the suddenness of the event had prevented them from discerning its true nature. "Beat him. We must make him pay today," they shouted in unison, directing their fury at Zheng Hailong. As soldiers, to be duped by a counterfeit firearm was a bitter pill to swallow. "Everyone, remain calm," Chen Hao interjected, raising his hand. "Since Mr. Gao has contacted the police, let us await their arrival before taking further action." Reluctantly, they stepped back. "Mr. Gao, are you all right?" Chen Hao inquired, gesturing for everyone to surround Gao Xie and escort her to safety. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me," Gao Xie replied, casting a complex glance at him. Earlier, she had thought Chen Hao was risking his life for her, which had deeply moved her, only to realize now that he had merely recognized Zheng Hailong's weapon as a fake. Though this was the logical conclusion, an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. "This is what I ought to do," Chen Hao said politely. "Thanks to you, Mr. Gao is safe." Xue Ping'an expressed his gratitude, ensuring Zheng Hailong and his associates were kept in check. Had Zheng Hailong succeeded in abducting Gao Xie, the repercussions would have been dire for Xue Ping'an's position as head of security and for the entire corporation. "You are Chen Hao? Very well, I shall remember you." A chilling voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see Zheng Hailong, clutching his belly, his face twisted in hatred as he glared at Chen Hao. "You dare thwart my plans? Just wait and see how I deal with you." "Zheng Hailong, do you still dare to threaten my employee?" Gao Xie retorted angrily. "For months, you have harassed me with your despicable tactics, and now you attempt to publicly kidnap me. When the police arrive, I will recount your deeds in full, and you shall await the law's wrath." "Law?" Zheng Hailong sneered. "Gao Xie, you are the president of the corporation. How can you be so naive? Do you truly believe that even if the police take me in, I want to be out in no time? One phone call, and I can ensure this brat suffers far worse. Gao Xie glared at him, silent but aware of the truth in his words. Zheng Hailong was indeed not merely boasting. He was backed by the Zheng family, a powerful entity with extensive influence in both legitimate and illicit realms, capable of pressuring the Xie group in numerous ways. Otherwise, Gao Xie would not have endured such prolonged harassment without mounting a substantial counterattack. A sinister smile crept upon Zheng Hailong's face as he glared at Chen Hao. Let me tell you something, loser. Crossing me is the gravest error of your life. If I don't break you, I won't be the second son of the Zheng family. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, a palm as large as a fan struck his face with force. Zheng Hailong screamed in pain. Blood sprang from his mouth as he spun and fell to the ground. What are you, to threaten my brother Chen Hao? It was Lu Ping who had struck. Seizing Zheng Hailong and glaring fiercely. You insolent fool, you are asking for death. Beat him to a pulp. Li Hongyang and others echoed angrily. They were already enraged by the deception of the starter pistol, and seeing Zheng Hailong threaten Chen Hao was intolerable. At this moment, Chen Hao was nothing short of their spiritual leader. Are you all dead? Zheng Hailong clutched his swollen face, in pain and infuriated, shouting at his bodyguards. The guards could only smile wryly, realizing they were outmatched and unable to assist him. Lu Ping chuckled coldly. You just wait. I will make you pay for this. Zheng Hailong gritted his teeth. When had the second son of the Zheng family ever faced such humiliation? Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Peng slapped him again, this time on the other side of his face. Zheng Hailong cried out, blood streaming from his mouth, utterly disheveled. Try to shout again. I dare you. Lu Peng warned, raising his hand as if to strike once more. Don't hit, don't hit. I won't shout anymore, just spare me. Zheng Hailong whimpered, in excruciating pain, quickly submitting. You scum, apologize to brother Chen Hao. Lu Peng spat, throwing him to the ground. Zheng Hailong landed painfully, but dared not complain, hastily scrambling to bow repeatedly to Chen Hao. I'm sorry, I was wrong to threaten you earlier. Please spare me. Now, let everyone capture the moment of Zheng Ershao's apology for posterity. Chen Hao laughed, pulling out his phone to record. What a splendid idea. Look at this guy acting all high and mighty. Let us share this online. The crowd's eyes lit up, and they pulled out their phones, laughing as they recorded. Zheng Hailong's face turned pale, yet he dared not resist, enduring the humiliation. Director Shui, what caused these veterans to suddenly change their stance? Gao Xie, astonished, asked Shui Ping'an. Mr. Gao, it's all thanks to Chen Hao, Shui Ping'an replied, his expression one of admiration as he recounted the events. Gao Xie was utterly amazed. These veterans had previously clashed with the corporation, causing significant headaches for her and other executives. They had held numerous meetings without finding a solution. To think that this dilemma could be resolved so swiftly by Chen Hao, who also saved her in the process, was beyond belief. She recalled the moment when Zheng Hailong had aimed the gun at her. Had it not been for Chen Hao's calm decisiveness in recognizing the fake gun and acting promptly, even with the crowd's support, she might not have escaped unscathed. This young man was extraordinary. With this thought, Gao Xie couldn't help but look at Chen Hao, her gratitude deepening. Zheng Hailong, having apologized to me, now apologize to Mr. Gao and swear never to harass her again. Otherwise, you shall forever be impotent and suffer the humiliation of being a laughingstock, Chen Hao declared. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Gao Xie paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. This young man, who appeared so composed and serious, had an unexpectedly mischievous side. Are you taking things too far? Zheng Hailong fumed, nearly exploding with rage. Such a vow. Even when known to be false, what man would willingly utter such words in public? Are you itching for a slap? Lu Ping glared. Zheng Hailong was immediately struck with fear, helplessly gritting his teeth as he bowed apologetically to Gao Xie, saying, I am sorry, I was wrong. I swear I will never harass you again. If I break this vow, I shall become impotent, lacking in sexual ability. And my head will turn green as I become an unworthy father. As he spoke the last few words, he closed his eyes, his face twitching in embarrassment. It was truly humiliating. The crowd erupted in laughter, capturing the moment on their phones. Boss Gao, I will send you the video, Chen Hao remarked. If Zheng Hailong dares to harass you again, you should make the video public in your circle and see how the Zheng family reacts to such disgrace. Excellent. Thank you. Chen Hao, Gao Xie responded, her surprise evident. Chen Hao's tactic was indeed astute, striking at the heart of the matter. After all, even if Zheng Hailong had no shame, the Zheng family would certainly care about their reputation and would not allow such a video to circulate. Finally, peace would be restored. Chapter 85. Farewell to Lin Suxing beep. Whoop, beep, whoop. Suddenly, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Shortly after, several police cars arrived and halted in front of the Xie building. A group of fully armed police officers swiftly disembarked. The last to alight was a stunningly beautiful female officer with strikingly bright eyes that drew immediate attention, Lin Suxin. "Officer, you have arrived. He attempted to kidnap me. My employees witnessed it and can testify," Gao Xie said, stepping forward and pointing at Zheng Hailong and the bodyguards. "Indeed, officer, his name is Zheng Hailong. After failing to win over our boss Gao, he harbored resentment and attempted to forcibly abduct her, but we managed to stop him," Shui Ping'an added. "He even brandished a starting pistol, pretending it was a real gun, and fired it in the street to intimidate us," Li Hongliang chimed in, handing over the starting pistol. Upon inspection, Lin Suxin and the other officers' expressions changed. Although it was not a real firearm, openly discharging a weapon to threaten others was severely serious. "Don't believe their words." "Officer." Zhang Hailong regained his composure and shouted, "Look at my condition. Do I seem like someone who would attempt a kidnapping? The truth is, I was merely pursuing Gao Xie, but she ordered her security to beat me and my companions ruthlessly, then falsely accused me of kidnapping her. You must discern the truth and not wrongfully accuse an innocent person." As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance back. "Indeed, with so many of us, how could we possibly attempt a kidnapping? It is a complete fabrication," several bodyguards chimed in. Lin Suxin and the other officers exchanged glances, frowning in contemplation. Despite Gao Xie being the one to report the incident and having employees as witnesses, the current situation made it evident that Zhang Hailong's side appeared to be the weaker party, and they were indeed the ones who had been beaten. "Zhang Hailong, how despicable of you to turn the tables." Gao Xie seethed. "Let us not even mention anything else. That starting pistol is undoubtedly yours. I assent it." "Gao Xie, do not attempt to frame me," Zhang Hailong retorted coldly. "That starting pistol was produced by your security to threaten us, and it was handed over to the officer from your side. I never touched it. You are merely spouting nonsense and reversing the facts." He turned to Lin Suxin, stating solemnly, "Officer, I wish to report Gao Xie and her security personnel for not only assaulting us, but also for using a replica firearm as a threat. I demand strict punishment for these lawbreakers to safeguard the rights of law-abiding citizens." The crowd gasped in shock and anger, unable to believe Zhang Hailong's shamelessness. "Zhang Hailong, you truly are a master of deceit," a voice suddenly scoffed. As the words fell, Chen Hao boldly stepped forward, phone in hand. Lin Suxin was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "Chen Hao, what are you doing here?" Having disembarked with so many others, she hadn't noticed him earlier. "Officer Lin, good to see you again," Chen Hao nodded. "I am now an employee of the Xie group and possess video evidence of Zhang Hailong attempting to kidnap Boss Gao." He then handed over his phone. Just moments before the crowd had rushed out, Chen Hao had swiftly captured the scene of the attempted abduction, and now it proved to be invaluable. "You are an employee of the Xie group?" Lin Suxin gasped in disbelief. How could someone of Chen Hao's standing possibly be working at a company? Chen Hao signaled her not to disclose the truth. Lin Suxin, being exceptionally astute, understood and nodded in agreement as she opened the video on his phone. "Hi Xie, I have been pursuing you so hard, yet you disregard me. Very well. Since you do not recognize my efforts, do not blame me for being impolite." The video played, showing Zhang Hailong's arrogant shouts and the bodyguards forcibly dragging Gao Xie from the car. Shock and delight spread among Gao Xie and her associates. Realizing Chen Hao had captured such crucial footage, Zhang Hailong and his entourage, however, turned pale. The video soon concluded. "There's another one," Chen Hao reminded. Lin Suxin opened another video, revealing Zhang Hailong brandishing the starting pistol and firing it into the air to intimidate the crowd. "Zhang Hailong, how dare you deceive us?" Upon finishing the video, Lin Suxin's face turned icy, and she barked sharply. The other officers also appeared stern. They had almost been fooled by this scoundrel. Zhang Hailong's face displayed a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his composure. "Officer, may I speak with you privately? You may not be aware of my background. I am from the Zheng family. Take him away." Lin Suxin interrupted him, smirking coldly, and gestured for the officers to seize Zhang Hailong. "I warn you. My father is Li Zhenggang. He knows your superiors." Zhang Hailong shouted in desperation, "If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will make you regret it." Still daring to threaten us, the officers fumed in anger. "Let him go." Lin Suxin suddenly waved her hand. The officers paused, releasing Zhang Hailong. "You have some sense." Zhang Hailong, thinking his threats had worked, smirked and brazenly addressed Lin Suxin. "I say, beautiful, with your looks. Why are you even a police officer? You should quit and follow me. I can guarantee you a worry-free life, living like royalty. What do you think? Care to consider?" As he spoke, a lewd glint shone in his eyes. He had initially thought Gao Xie was a rare gem, but this female officer was equally captivating. Especially with her stunning figure, merely gazing at her ignited a primal desire within him. If he could win over both women, it would be a dream come true. Suddenly, Zhang Hailong's expression froze. He slowly lowered his gaze, only to find Lin Suxin's long leg delivering a merciless kick to his groin. The onlookers winced. The impact of the kick was excruciating to behold. Zhang Hailong emitted a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground in agony. Suspect Zhang Hailong is charged with violently assaulting a police officer, compounding his offenses. Take him away. Lin Suxin cast a disdainful glance at him and declared coldly, "Fool, does he not know that our Captain Lin despises those who try to leverage connections in her presence? Indeed, daring to flirt with Captain Lin, he truly deserves this fate." The officers chuckled derisively as they dragged Zhang Hailong up, cuffing him before shoving him into the police car. "Ms. Gao, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the police station for a statement," Lin Suxin instructed Gao Xia. She nodded in agreement. "Chen Hao, you are a witness. You must also accompany me to provide a statement," Lin Suxin added. "I can send you the video. Can't the other witnesses go instead?" Chen Hao hesitated, not wanting to go, not for any particular reason, but simply finding it troublesome. "No," Lin Suxin stated firmly, "you are a key witness and must come. It's not easy to run into you. And your lovely girlfriend Isnt here. How could I let you escape?" she thought, feeling a sense of triumph. However, Lin Suxin blushed, realizing that her thoughts could be misinterpreted. Chapter 86. Keeping composure very well, Chen Hao relented, seeing her insistence. "Get in my car," Lin Suxin said with a beaming smile. Just as Chen Hao was about to nod, Gao Xia interjected, "No need to trouble yourself, Officer Lin. I have a car. I can take Chen Hao." Lin Suxin was momentarily taken aback, her smile fading instantly. "Chen Hao, come with me," she commanded. Gao Xia smiled faintly, swaying her graceful waist towards the Lamborghini. Chen Hao offered Lin Suxin an apologetic smile before following Gao Xia. "Chen Hao, come back. I need to speak with you," Lin Suxin called out sharply. Chen Hao paused, gesturing for Gao Xia to enter the car first, then walked back to Lin Suxin. Gao Xia remained still, observing Lin Suxin with a contemplative expression on her strikingly beautiful face. Lin Suxin kept silent, her large, crystal-clear eyes scrutinizing Chen Hao with suspicion. "Officer Lin, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Chen Hao inquired, feeling unnerved under her gaze. "Chen Hao, tell me the truth. Did you join the Xia group because of Gao Xia?" Lin Suxin asked, her tone laced with incredulity. "Of course not. I was merely seeking employment," Chen Hao replied, surprised by her assumption. "Really? You must remember, Chen Hao, you have a girlfriend. You cannot entertain frivolous thoughts simply because you are a martial artist and encounter other beautiful women," Lin Suxin warned, her seriousness evident. "I truly have no ulterior motives. I was only looking out for your girlfriend," she added, her voice carrying a hint of defensiveness. Chen Hao found her reasoning amusing, thinking to himself how she spoke as if she shared a close bond with Xueqing. "All right then," Lin Suxin said, her demeanor softening as she smiled once more. "It's nothing. You may go." She turned to leave, leaving Chen Hao bewildered. He had expected her to question him about his employment at the Xia group. Yet she had chosen to delve into such trivial gossip. "Is she your friend?" Gao Xia approached, her tone laden with significance. "Just an acquaintance," Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. "I was involved in a case previously, and she had come to investigate." Gao Xia responded with a soft "oh," then suddenly laughed. "It seems she cares about you quite a bit." Chen Hao refrained from commenting. To him, Lin Suxin's enthusiasm was merely due to his status as a martial artist. "A girl as beautiful as her, don't you have any thoughts?" Gao Xia inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I already have a girlfriend," Chen Hao stated firmly. Gao Xia paused, taken aback. "Let us go, Ms. Gao," Chen Hao said, heading toward the Lamborghini. As Gao Xia observed his retreating figure, a wave of inexplicable emotion washed over her, leaving her feeling somewhat melancholic. "What is happening to me?" After a moment's realization, she was startled and hurried to catch up. Half an hour later, they arrived at the police station. "Cheng Dong, take the suspect to the interrogation room. Yuan Yi, escort Ms. Gao to take her statement," Lin Suxin commanded. The others complied and departed. "Chen Hao, come with me," Lin Suxin beckoned. They entered a spacious hall filled with various fitness equipment, at the center of which stood a square ring. "Aren't we supposed to be taking a statement?" Chen Hao asked, bewildered by the surroundings. "If there is video evidence." "Your statement is irrelevant," Lin Suxin replied with a slight smile. "Indeed, I intentionally lured you here," she added before Chen Hao could respond. He was left speechless, wondering how she could act so brazenly. "Are you upset with me?" Lin Suxin asked, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course not," Chen Hao replied, avoiding her gaze. Her captivating stare felt like it could melt anyone's resolve. "So, you two have moments of shyness when looking at me." Lin Suxin smiled triumphantly. Having felt a sense of conquest over Chen Hao's earlier rejection, "Officer Lin, Could you demonstrate a martial arts technique for me? Chen Hao suggested, recognizing her intent to share her skills. Very well, Lin Suxin responded, pointing, turn around and face the wall. You must not turn until I permit it. Why? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Do you wish to see me change? Lin Suxin shot him a look. I can't very well perform in my police uniform. Then I shall wait outside, Chen Hao decided. No, I brought you here under the pretense of taking a statement, Lin Suxin insisted. If my colleagues see you outside and inquire, it would be difficult to explain. Stay here. I am merely changing into my practice attire. Fine, Chen Hao conceded, turning to face the wall. Do not peek. Lin Suxin laughed as she removed her police uniform, filling the hall with a vibrant, alluring energy. She admired her own physique, her beautiful eyes reflecting immense pride. Her figure, boasting natural proportions, had reached perfection after years of training. Casting a glance at Chen Hao, she felt a sudden conflict within her. For reasons unknown, she yearned to captivate this young man. Fool, are you really so obedient? Surely you must be tempted to sneak a glance? Lin Suxin pondered, biting her lip in frustration. However, Chen Hao remained steadfast, not daring to turn around. Lin Suxin, feeling helpless, donned a loose practice outfit. I am ready. You may turn around now. She cleared her throat softly. Chen Hao turned. You truly can maintain your composure. Lin Suxin could not help but question him. Be honest. Did you ever consider peeking? Of course not. I am not that sort of lecherous person. Chen Hao replied with a serious expression. Well done for being sensible, Lin Suxin remarked, though disappointment crept into her heart. She was about to step into the ring when she noticed a glimmer of light behind Chen Hao and paused, startled. Chen Hao sensed something was amiss, revealing a rare moment of tension as he swiftly moved to block the light. What is behind you? Lin Suxin asked, suspicion creeping in. Nothing, just the wall. Chen Hao feigned ignorance. Lin Suxin eyed him skeptically and strode forward, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. On the wall before Chen Hao hung a conspicuous mirror. Did you not say you weren't peeking? What is this? She exclaimed, pointing angrily at the mirror. Chen Hao feigned innocence. Did you not instruct me to face the wall? You. Lin Suxin was at a loss for words. Officer Lin, let us focus on honing our martial arts skills and not dwell on trivial matters, shall we? Chen Hao stated earnestly. Trying to change the subject, are we? I shall teach you a lesson, you little rascal. Officer Lin, I apologize. Will you forgive me? No. Today, I must give you a thorough reprimand. Thus, the chase ensued, with Lin Suxin cornering Chen Hao. Run? Where do you think you can escape to? You shall not evade my grasp today, she declared, hands on her hips, her cheeks flushed from exertion. I surrender. Chen Hao raised his hands in mock defeat, smiling wryly. Although he could easily elude Lin Suxin, he feared it would lead to an endless pursuit. Surrendering is of no use, Lin Suxin asserted with righteous indignation. I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon. With that, she raised her hands dramatically and struck toward Chen Hao's chest. The gesture was theatrical, yet lacked any genuine force. It was more playful than aggressive. Chen Hao caught her wrists. Officer Lin, must we continue this charade? No. I have suffered an indignity and must take my revenge. Otherwise, I shall not let this go. How do you intend to vent your frustration? Chen Hao asked helplessly. Lin Suxin clenched her small fists and playfully pounded his chest. You big bad wolf, lie down and pretend I've knocked you out, and then I won't be angry anymore. Do you think this is child's play? How childish. Chen Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. The gray wolf will definitely return. With that, he shouted and dramatically fell back. Officer Lin, are you no longer angry now? Officer Lin, how about we spar another day? Chen Hao suggested. If you didn't have a girlfriend. Lin Suxin hesitated but finally mustered the courage to ask, would you like me? Officer Lin, I believe this is only our second meeting, isn't it? Chen Hao replied, somewhat taken aback. He found it hard to believe he had such charm that a stunning beauty like Lin Suxin would be captivated in such a short time. Lin Suxin hesitated again but pressed on, you might not believe me, but even though we've only met twice, there's something about your pure aura that draws me to you. Chen Hao was astonished. Could it be that besides Du Shu etching, Lin Suxin could also sense his aura as a practitioner? What were the odds of that happening twice? Chen Hao, you haven't answered my question yet, Lin Suxin said, gazing at him. What? He was lost in thought and didn't catch on immediately. If you didn't have a girlfriend, would you like me? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. Looking into her eyes, Chen Hao felt he couldn't disappoint her and nodded. Thankfully. Shu etching isn't here, he silently rejoiced. Then I can rest assured. Lin Suxin sighed with relief and smiled beautifully again. You've always been lukewarm towards me. And you rejected me last time. I thought I was lacking in charm. If you lack charm, then no one in this world possesses it. Chen Hao chuckled. Really? Lin Suxin beamed. You think I'm charming? Of course. Then tell me, who is better, me or your girlfriend? Both are wonderful. No, you must choose who is better. And you cannot favor Du Shu etching just because she is your girlfriend, Lin Suxin insisted. Then I wouldn't know, he replied. Forget it. I won't put you on the spot. You definitely want to say I'm better than your girlfriend, she huffed, lowering her long legs. Chen Hao finally exhaled. Chapter 88. Strange Psychology. Chen Hao. Come teach me some martial arts, Lin Suxin announced as she stepped onto the stage. Chen Hao thought to himself. Finally, she is getting down to business, and nodded. Lin Suxin positioned herself in the center of the stage, took a deep breath, and began to execute her punches and kicks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce gust of wind erupted on the stage. Chen Hao was surprised. He hadn't expected such a captivating beauty to unleash such ferocity. Observing her skills, it was evident she was superior to a bin. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. Although he had no formal martial arts training, as a practitioner, he could tell that Lin Suxin was not merely employing modern fighting techniques, but was practicing authentic martial arts. Each move was deliberate, and her breathing was perfectly synchronized with her actions, smoothly transitioning between inhalation and exhalation. Aside from her lack of explosive power, Lin Suxin was nearly indistinguishable from the martial artist he had previously encountered. Soon, she finished her series of moves and relaxed her stance. How did I do? She asked, looking at Chen Hao. Remarkably well, simply perfect, he praised, giving her a thumbs up. I didn't want you to flatter me. I need you to point out my shortcomings, Lin Suxin pouted. But what I said is the truth, Chen Hao replied. Indeed, you performed excellently. Aside from a slight deficiency in power, you have almost no flaws. If you continue to train diligently, becoming a martial artist is only a matter of time. Can't you see the problem? Lin Suxin asked, her face falling. What's wrong? Chen Hao was taken aback. I haven't made any progress in a long time. Lin Suxin sighed. As you said, I've been training systematically. Initially, I improved quickly, but for over a month now, no matter how hard I train, I seem to be regressing instead. I've checked countless times and consulted many people, yet I can't pinpoint the issue. She expressed her frustration. Oh? Chen Hao was also taken aback. From Lin Suxin's performance, there appeared to be no issues. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. Your martial arts were not self-taught, but passed down by someone, right? Chen Hao pondered before asking. Yes, Lin Suxin replied. However, I cannot disclose the identity of my instructor. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it involves certain secrets of martial artists, and I can't go into detail. Please forgive me. It's fine. I'm not asking who your instructor is, Chen Hao said. I merely wanted to know if you've consulted your master about your training issues. Of course I have. Lin Suxin replied with a bitter smile. But he hasn't identified any problems either. Before you, I also consulted other martial artists, and they too found nothing. She hung her head in disappointment. Chen Hao nodded, contemplating for a moment before extending his spiritual awareness to examine Lin Suxin's body. If the issue was not externally visible, it must lie within. What are you looking at? Stay still. I'm trying to discern your problem, Chen Hao instructed. Lin Suxin complied, remaining motionless. Chen Hao scrutinized her carefully. Got it. Suddenly, Chen Hao's voice rang out. Lin Suxin was startled, snapping back to reality. How could he possibly see through her? She must be imagining things. Officer Lin, I believe I've identified your issue. Please demonstrate your martial arts moves once more. All right, Lin Suxin said, both surprised and delighted. As she resumed her stance and began again, Chen Hao focused his spiritual awareness. Stop. After a moment, upon seeing Lin Suxin shift her breath and complete a simple contraction movement, Chen Hao called out. Lin Suxin halted, puzzled. Officer Lin, do you feel a slight swelling in your dantian? Although your breath flows smoothly, it feels as if you're breaking thin ice, encountering an invisible barrier? Chen Hao inquired. Indeed, Lin Suxin replied, astonished. Is this my issue? Chen Hao nodded. Such an obvious obstruction in your breath. Haven't you sensed it before? I have indeed felt it. Lin Suxin admitted. I thought it was merely a plateau, and I kept pushing through, but the obstruction has only intensified. Silly girl. An obstruction indicates a problem with your meridians. Continuing to train harder will only exacerbate the issue, Chen Hao sighed. How could I know that? Lin Suxin pouted playfully. You mustn't train like this anymore, Chen Hao cautioned. I've examined it. Your meridians have been injured. If you continue, the consequences could be dire. I understand, Lin Suxin replied obediently. What should I do then? She asked. I will perform some acupressure to repair your meridians. And then you'll need to rest for a few days, Chen Hao said. All right, Lin Suxin agreed, her spirits lifting. Chen Hao stepped onto the stage, channeling a touch of energy into his palm and placing it on Lin Suxin's dantian. Instantly, Lin Suxin felt a wave of pure warmth envelop her, an indescribable comfort washing over her. Remember, training should not be rushed, it must be gradual. The issues you've encountered stem from your eagerness to succeed, causing instability in your breath and impacting your meridians. Over time, this will naturally lead to obstructions. As he continued to use his energy to mend her damaged meridians, he spoke. Chapter 89. The unyielding flattery suddenly, the gym door creaked open, and a group of police officers, including Qing Dong and Yuan Yi, entered. Lin Suxin, startled like a frightened rabbit, swiftly distanced herself from Chen Hao. Captain Lin, didn't you say you were taking Chen Hao for a statement? Why is he here? Chen Dong inquired, casting a surprised glance at the two. Chen Hao has already provided me with the video evidence, so there's no need for a statement. He understands martial arts, so I brought him here for a friendly sparring session, Lin Suxin explained. They had almost been seen by her subordinates. Friendly sparring? The others exchanged skeptical glances, having noticed the two close together, only to hastily separate upon their entrance. Moreover, Chen Hao appeared tidy and composed, hardly resembling someone engaged in a bout. However, Lin Suxin was their superior, and despite their doubts, they dared not question her further. What brings you all here? Have the interrogations concluded? Lin Suxin asked, her mind restless. It didn't seem like much time had passed. Everything's done, including Ms. Gao's statement, Cheng Dong replied. We came to report to you, but couldn't locate you, hence our arrival here. Hearing this, Lin Suxin couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao. Officer Lin, since Ms. Gao's statement is complete, I shall take my leave, Chen Hao said. All right, Lin Suxin nodded. Thank you for resolving my issue. I will seek you out for another spar next time. Chen Hao waved and exited the hall. Chen Hao, get in the car. Just as he stepped out of the police station, a voice called out. Turning around, he spotted a cobalt blue Lamborghini parked at the roadside, with Gao Xie pressing down the window and beckoning him. Ms. Gao, I thought you had left. Chen Hao said as he approached the other side of the Lamborghini and got in. How could I leave you here alone? Gao Xie smiled slightly. Officer Lin didn't take you for a statement, did she? She asked nonchalantly as she started the car. How did you know? Chen Hao replied, surprised. If it were just for a statement, she could have sent her subordinates. There would be no need to bring you along, Gao Xie observed leisurely. Chen Hao smiled awkwardly. He had indeed resolved Lin Suxin's meridian issue, but the process had been somewhat. It's evident that Officer Lin holds you in high regard, Gao Xie remarked. Chen Hao sighed, unsure of what to say, recalling Lin Suxin's comment about sensing the aura of a cultivator from him. What if Lin Suxin were like Du Xueqing? He dismissed the thought, realizing it was of no use to dwell on it now. Fate would unfold in its own time, and he would address it after refining his foundation. He then recalled the teachings of Tian Chenzi, finding tranquility in his mind. Your girlfriend must be quite beautiful. Gao Xie glanced at him. Chen Hao nodded, slightly puzzled. What made you think to ask that? If she weren't beautiful, how could you remain indifferent to a stunning woman like Officer Lin? Gao Xie replied, her figure and looks are such that even I can't help but be moved. Chen Hao could only smile awkwardly. Who do you think is prettier, me or Officer Lin? Gao Xie seemed intrigued by this topic and asked again. Both are. Chen Hao began to respond but suddenly realized something and corrected himself. Of course, Miss Gao, you are more beautiful. In his heart, he added, please don't blame me. Officer Lin, it's not that you're not beautiful, it's just that you aren't my superior. Meanwhile, he silently thought, you're saying this because I'm the president, aren't you? Gao Xie huffed softly, her expression revealing her delight. This isn't just my opinion, everyone says so. Chen Hao replied, though I've only been working for 2 days. I've already heard colleagues praise your breathtaking beauty, proving your allure is universally acknowledged. Then why did you appear so indifferent when you first saw me in the elevator? Gao Xie queried. Ms. Gao, you've misunderstood me. I wasn't indifferent, I was utterly speechless, overwhelmed by your extraordinary beauty. Chen Hao replied innocently. All right, I believe you. Gao Xie said, her heart soaring as she smiled, resembling a cold rose in bloom, exuding an enchanting charm. Chen Hao shyly smiled back, thinking, flattery may traverse countless paths, but genuine admiration remains unblemished. Regrettably, his demeanor was too reserved, lacking the warmth and fervor of Officer Lin. I actually envy girls like her, Gao Xie sighed. Miss Gao, every individual is unique. There's no need to envy anyone. Chen Hao spoke confidently. You are the group president, elevated and esteemed. To maintain the dignity and grace of your position, a certain aloofness is necessary to command respect and loyalty. Yet, your cool demeanor is not mere coldness. It is a distinctive allure that elevates you beyond ordinary beauty, endowing you with a style that is fresh, elegant, and transcendent, far surpassing the allure of commonplace beauties. Many must envy you for that. Chen Hao, you have a way with words, Gao Xie remarked, her heart blooming with joy. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Gao. I will strive to work diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Chen Hao feigned ignorance of her intent and smoothly continued, providing her an opportunity to shift the topic. Gao Xie smiled knowingly, her bright eyes sparkling as she glanced at him. This boy, with his eloquence and competence in handling affairs, was utterly comforting. He appeared remarkably steady and reliable, making him virtually impeccable. Chapter 90. A woman's intuition. Half an hour later, They returned to CEA Group. Chen Hao, you're back. Department head, Chen Hao has returned. Upon entering the Human Resources Department, Hu Bing and Wan Rui joyfully surrounded him. Chen Hao, I heard from Minister Shui that you went to the police station with Miss Gao. He wouldn't elaborate, and I was nearly frantic with worry. Yu Halian rushed out from her office. Apologies, Minister. I forgot to inform you. Chen Hao replied, feeling warm inside at her anxious expression. He recounted the events, omitting the details of saving Gao Xia and what transpired at the police station. I see. Yu Halian sighed in relief. No wonder Minister Shui was tight-lipped. It involves Ms. Gao's personal matters. She seemed to recall something, advising, let us keep this matter to ourselves to avoid tarnishing Ms. Gao's reputation. Chen Hao and the others nodded in agreement. Actually, Ms. Gao should find a boyfriend to protect her, which would help prevent harassment from scoundrels like Zhang Hailong. Hu Bing suggested. Indeed, with so many suitors for Ms. Gao, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find a capable partner, Wan Rui concurred. Not so simple. Yu Halian shook her head. Being at the top can be quite lonely. Although many pursue her, the sincerity of their intentions is questionable. Otherwise, Ms. Gao wouldn't have remained single for so long. Dingling. At that moment, the phone in the office rang. Everyone, let us focus on work. Yu Halian said as she returned to answer the call. Chen Hao and the others returned to their desks. Soon after, Yu Halian finished her call and hurriedly reemerged, smiling. Chen Hao, congratulations. What is the matter, Minister? Chen Hao asked, taken aback. Ms. Gao called just now. She has reassigned you to the Group S Secretariat. Yu Halian informed him with a grin. Wow. Chen Hao, you've been promoted. Hu Bing exclaimed dramatically. The Secretariat? Do you mean to be Ms. Gao's secretary? Chen Hao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, but this position is far from ordinary. It is of great significance, Yu Halian clarified. You will assist Ms. Gao in various crucial aspects of the group's operations, strategic planning, and marketing, serving as her right-hand support. The secretaries in the Secretariat are all exceptional. They are either returnees from overseas or graduates from prestigious universities, immensely talented. Indeed, the personal secretary of General Gao bears a resemblance to an imperial envoy from ancient times. Not only do they enjoy generous benefits and treatment, but they also possess various privileges that command the utmost respect from mid-level managers. Chen Hao, you are about to become quite significant, Hu Bing remarked enviously. Minister, I was merely an ordinary employee. Even now, having just joined the Human Resources Department, I lack any substantial experience. How could I possibly assume such an important position? Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Please, convey to General Gao that I wish to earn my way from the ground up. Are you truly going to turn down such a splendid opportunity? Hu Bing exclaimed, astonished. Do you realize that once you become General Gao's secretary, promotions will come swiftly? Several outstanding, young, mid-level executives from our group have risen through the ranks from the Secretariat. Wan Rui remained silent, casting a complex glance at Chen Hao. She understood his true capabilities and recognized that even the Secretariat would hardly pose a challenge for him. Chen Hao, I am pleased to hear you speak this way. It demonstrates that you are a grounded individual, not one who aspires for heights beyond your reach. Yu Halian said, revealing a smile of approval. I have already discussed your situation with General Gao, who insists on transferring you and requests that you visit her office immediately. You ought to go. Very well, Chen Hao conceded and departed the Human Resources Department, making his way to the executive office. You must be Chen Hao, the secretary. A young woman in her 20s remarked as he entered. General Gao has instructed you to wait in her office. You may enter directly. The presidential office was expansive, spanning hundreds of square meters, adorned with a simple yet elegant vintage decor that exuded a refreshing, timeless charm. There, General Gao Shouyue sat gracefully behind her desk, smiling as she regarded Chen Hao. Good day, General Gao. Chen Hao approached politely. Please, take a seat, she gestured, and he complied. Minister Yu has briefed you, I presume? General Gao, I am grateful for your promotion, but I cannot accept it. I genuinely lack the experience and capability. Chen Hao stammered, feeling the weight of the moment. I have faith in my judgment, Gao Shiyue interjected, cutting him off. Lack of experience can be remedied through training, and no one is born with innate knowledge. Would you not agree? Chen Hao found himself momentarily speechless, reflecting on the validity of her words. I will grant you a period of adjustment. Take this folder of materials to study. You will officially start in the Secretariat 1 week from now. She pushed a thick folder across the desk toward him. General Gao. Chen Hao felt a sense of resignation. He truly had little interest in the secretarial role. Though you claim to have a girlfriend, it seems you are not entirely averse to Officer Len. Are you? Otherwise, why would you spend such an extended time alone with her? Gao Shouyue suddenly inquired, catching him off guard. Chen Hao blinked, surprised by her boldness. While I am unsure of your conclusions, I sense they are not work-related matters and are not to be discussed openly, correct? She continued, her gaze penetrating. He chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the uncanny accuracy of her intuition. You mentioned previously that you only knew Officer Lin, implying this is your second encounter. Indeed, Chen Hao, counting this moment. We have met 4 times, twice more than with Officer Lin, Gao Shouyue stated, rising to stand before him. Moreover, our encounters will only increase from here on. You did remark that I am more beautiful than Officer Lin, so would you dare to refuse me? She leaned slightly forward, her captivating eyes locking onto his, leaving him flustered. General Gao, he stammered, feeling disoriented under her gaze. I am aware of your true abilities, she softly interrupted. This position is not merely a favor, it is an opportunity for you to assist me, is that agreeable? Her demeanor shifted from one of regal aloofness to one of gentle persuasion, evoking a sense of admiration and protectiveness in Chen Hao. He managed a resigned smile and nodded, realizing he had little choice but to accept the role. After all, a secretarial position is but a common job. It won't hinder my personal growth in this world. He mused internally. Gao Shouyue beamed with a sense of accomplishment upon his agreement, feeling as though she had captured something precious. I shall take my leave now, General Gao, he said, gathering the folder. Chen Hao, you are welcome to approach me for any matter in the future, she replied. My office will always be open to you. Thank you, General Gao, he nodded and departed. As he closed the door, Gao Shouyue could hardly contain her excitement, resembling an exuberant child celebrating a victory. Upon returning to the Human Resources Department, Yu Halian inquired with a smile, did you accept? Chen Hao nodded. It was a foregone conclusion. No one can refuse General Gao's orders. Yu Halian sighed, feigning disappointment. I finally managed to bring you here, only for General Gao to snatch you away. Now I must recruit again. Indeed, though it has only been a day, I feel a remarkable rapport with Chen Hao. I truly wish he could stay, Hu Bing lamented. Wan Rui, silent until now, nodded in agreement. A day prior, she would have welcomed his departure, yet now, an inexplicable sadness washed over her, as though she had missed a significant opportunity. Minister, General Gao has granted me a week to study. I remain an employee of the Human Resources Department until I transition to the Secretariat. Please feel free to assign me any tasks, Chen Hao earnestly stated, adding, even when I join the Secretariat, I will still consider myself part of the Human Resources team. I shall always be at your service. Very well, Chen Hao. I have not misjudged you. Yu Halian smiled, her eyes glistening with emotion. Your words have truly touched me. Chen Hao, I must embrace you, after all. You will soon be a leader, and I may not have the courage to do so afterward, Hu Bing declared, stepping forward with open arms. Chen Hao laughed heartily, standing to share a hug with her. Observing this, Wan Rui hesitated momentarily before approaching Chen Hao, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Hao, may I hug you too? Of course, he replied with a smile, embracing her as well. Although he felt no romantic inclination towards Wan Rui, he recognized her sincere apology and lowered demeanor, and thus he chose not to dwell on it. However, as he began to release her, Wan Rui clung to him tightly and suddenly burst into tears. Both Chen Hao and Hu Bing were taken aback. What is the matter, Xiao Rui? Yu Halian asked, astonished. I am simply reluctant to let go. Wan Rui managed through her sobs. In truth, her sadness was not as profound as it appeared, yet she could not fathom why she felt so heartbroken. This silly child. Chen Hao is not resigning. He is merely changing departments within the company, Yu Halian chuckled. Indeed, just yesterday you were at odds with Chen Hao. And now you are so reluctant to part with him? Hu Bing teased, half in jest and half in encouragement. Xiao Rui, have you developed feelings for Chen Hao? I shall take my leave for a moment. Do not worry about me. Wan Rui said abruptly, her heart heavy as she exited the office. I have never seen Wan Rui like this before, Hu Bing remarked, astonished. Yu Halian cast a meaningful glance at Chen Hao before returning to her office, saying nothing further. Chen Hao shrugged, showing little interest in Wan Rui's complex psychological state. He settled down, opened his document bag, and began to study. The materials he received from Gao Xie, including titles like business administration, modern business management concepts, and marketing, were highly specialized business documents, many of which were in English. In the past, Chen Hao would have recognized each Chinese character and letter, but the combinations would have left him perplexed. However, now that he had become a cultivator, with his spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, his mind naturally began to grasp wisdom. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he effortlessly and rapidly comprehended the material, increasing his learning speed exponentially. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, Human Resources Department, Chen Hao answered. May I ask if you are Chen Hao? A strange voice inquired. Yes, who are you? Chen Hao replied. I am Wang Dali from the Security Department, notifying you that you will be on duty tomorrow night. The unfamiliar voice continued. All right. Chen Hao nodded, momentarily taken aback. He had reviewed the regulations and knew that male employees were assigned by the security department to work night shifts during weekdays. Although it was called a shift, with the security department present, there was little to do other than sleep in the duty room. On your duty day? Remember, you can have a free working dinner in the cafeteria on the 19th floor, Wang Dali reminded him. Thank you, I understand, Chen Hao responded. He hung up the phone, intending to continue studying the documents when suddenly his mind stirred. The surveillance seal indicated something unusual. Chen Hao activated his spiritual energy, and an image materialized in his mind. In an empty office, Wu Liang was on the phone. Have you notified that kid about tomorrow night's duty? Good, Wang Dali. Don't forget. Listening to this, Chen Hao revealed a faint smirk. He finally understood the revenge plan of Wang Heping and Wu Liang. No wonder he had been assigned a night shift so soon after starting work. Maintaining his composure, he continued to study the materials. Before long, the day passed. After work, Chen Hao arrived at the parking lot. Just as he approached his BMW X5, he noticed a strange middle-aged man seated in the back seat. The car doors were locked and the windows closed. How had this man gotten inside? Stay alert, Chen Hao, but there is no need to be afraid. I'm not a thief. I merely wish to discuss something with you. Get in, and as long as you don't call the police or act irrationally, I won't harm you, the man said, smiling slightly from the car. Chen Hao remained silent, nodded, opened the front door, and started the engine. You're quite obedient, the middle-aged man remarked with surprise. Most people would likely have fled and called for help. He had prepared to subdue Chen Hao, but that was unnecessary. Chen Hao pressed the accelerator, and soon the BMW X5 exited the parking lot, heading towards Mingyu Mountain Villa. Both men remained silent, with the middle-aged man glancing at Chen Hao's calm demeanor in the rearview mirror, surprised by his composure. Chen Hao appeared entirely unfazed, as if treating the man as an ordinary passenger, which was quite unusual. Don't you want to know who I am? After a while, the middle-aged man could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. You were sent by Madame Du, Chen Hao replied. So, you've already guessed. No wonder you are so calm, the middle-aged man acknowledged, momentarily taken aback before understanding dawned on him. Then you must know the purpose of my visit? He asked. What should I call you? Chen Hao countered. My surname is Qi, the man replied. Mr. Qi, what will happen if I don't leave Xueqing? Chen Hao asked directly. Chen Hao, it seems you are quite clever. You should realize that the Du family is not one you can aspire to. And Madame Du is not someone you can afford to offend. Wise individuals know when to yield. Do not bring trouble upon yourself, Mr. Qi cautioned with a sincere tone despite its admonishing nature. I understand. I'm merely asking what you will do if I refuse to leave Xueqing? Chen Hao pressed. I won't kill you, Mr. Qi sighed. But you will vanish without a trace, and no one, including your family, will be able to find you. You wouldn't want that, would you? Is that your intention or Madame Du's? Chen Hao inquired. Does it make a difference? Mr. Qi replied. It does, Chen Hao stated. If it's Madame Du's wish, it means she still possesses a sense of morality, and out of respect for Xueqing, I won't sever ties with her. However, if it's your desire to harm me, then I shall not hold back. What can you do if you don't hold back? Mr. Qi scoffed, intrigued. Mr. Qi, if I'm not mistaken, you should be an early-stage external strength warrior, correct? Chen Hao remarked slowly. You know about warriors? Mr. Qi's expression changed, startled that this boy could see through his true identity. Mr. Qi, you entered my car without my permission, which I find displeasing. However, since you did not resort to violence, I find it reassuring, as it indicates you are not a vicious person who indiscriminately harms others. Therefore, I will not make things difficult for you. If you can exit my vehicle, I will agree to Madame Du's request to leave Xueqing forever. Mr. Qi laughed scornfully. He had observed Chen Hao closely and was convinced the boy was merely an ordinary person, likely trying to impress him with tales of warriors without truly understanding their power. I thought you were clever. It turns out you are simply ignorant and fearless, Mr. Qi sneered, slamming his palm against the car door, intending to scare Chen Hao. Bang! The door remained unscathed. What? Mr. Qi exclaimed in shock. Although he hadn't used all his strength, his blows still carried immense force, enough to demolish the entire vehicle. How could it be unharmed? You have 5 minutes, Chen Hao said without turning back. Mr. Qi, both astonished and enraged, struck the door again with all his might. Bang! A louder sound echoed, yet the door remained perfectly intact. Impossible! Mr. Qi shouted angrily, delivering a powerful punch to the window. Convinced that if the door was made of special materials, the window surely was not. Bang! However, like the door, the window also showed no signs of damage. Mr. Qi was dumbfounded. Even as a warrior, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. For minutes remaining, Chen Hao's calm voice drifted through. I'll let you play your tricks. Mr. Qi barked, striking the backrest of Chen Hao's seat. The car was peculiar. There was no way Chen Hao could be as well. However, As soon as his fist made contact with the backrest, Mr. Qi felt an incredible force rebound against him, causing his entire body to tremble violently. He groaned, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Qi, it would be wise not to attack me, for I cannot guarantee you won't be harmed, Chen Hao warned, still not turning around. You are an internal strength warrior. Mr. Qi's body trembled uncontrollably, astonished, as he realized the source of the unyielding force that had thwarted his attempts to damage the car. He had indeed used his magical powers to protect the car doors and windows. However, such details hardly require explanation. I apologize, Mr. Chen. I was blind to your prowess as an inner strength practitioner. I was wrong, please. I implore you to be merciful and spare me. The man with the surname Qi turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he trembled with fear, repeatedly apologizing to Chen Hao, his speech faltering. Although both were martial artists, Chen Hao, as an inner strength practitioner, stood a full realm above him. The disparity between them was even more pronounced than that between him and an ordinary person. In light of his earlier reckless provocation, if Chen Hao were to take his life, it would be entirely justified, and no one could contest it. Mr. Qi, there is no need for fear. As I mentioned earlier, you are not a malicious individual, thus I shall not make things difficult for you, Chen Hao said with a slight smile. Thank you, thank you. Senior Chen. Qi's heart began to ease, immensely relieved. It was fortunate he had not resorted to force against Chen Hao, otherwise, he could have found himself in dire straits. Mr. Qi, my name is Qi Shan. You may call me by my name. I cannot accept the honorific Mr. Qi Shan. May I inquire whether your decision to spare my life stems from your own will or from Madame Du's instructions? Chen Hao asked. It is Madame Du's directive. Qi Shan replied respectfully. She advised me to intimidate you into leaving, should you prove obstinate. I was to employ further means to ensure your departure from Donglin City. However, she did not instruct me to kill you. Senior Chen, I do not intend to shield her with my words. Although the Du family wields considerable influence, her position does not afford her the power to command me. Qi Shan added. Chen Hao nodded, feeling a sense of relief. If Madame Du had truly intended to kill him, he would not have held back. But facing Xueqing would have been troublesome. In this situation, there was still a chance for redemption, contingent upon Madame Du's disposition. Qi Shan, you may return now. Speak frankly to Madame Du. Relay my message that, for Xueqing's sake, I shall overlook this incident. However, should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Yes, Senior Chen, Qi Shan acknowledged. Thank you for your magnanimity and for not holding my recklessness and ignorance against me. Qi Shan was acutely aware that, while he had not used force against Chen Hao, he had still acted rather presumptuously. Chen Hao could have easily imposed a mild punishment, leaving him bedridden for months. Please leave your contact information. I may need to consult you in the future, Chen Hao suggested. Though he had grasped the realm of martial artists, he remained ignorant of their backgrounds, affiliations, and distributions. Given Qi Shan's connection to the Du family, he should possess valuable insights, which could prove beneficial when encountering other martial artists down the line. Of course, Senior Chen, Qi Shan replied, elated. An inner strength practitioner like Chen Hao was a formidable figure, even at the initial stage of their training, a dominant force in their region. Establishing a connection with such a notable individual was advantageous if problems arose in his martial arts training. Even a few words of guidance from Chen Hao would be immensely beneficial. To his surprise, this unfortunate endeavor not only bore no punishment, but also seemed to yield unexpected fortune. After exchanging contact details, Qi Shan respectfully stated, I shall take my leave now. Senior Chen, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I will serve with utmost dedication. Chen Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Qi Shan opened the car door. Although the BMW X5 was still speeding, it posed no obstacle for him. In a flash, he appeared on the opposite sidewalk. Fortunately, they were near the outskirts, where traffic was sparse. Otherwise, such a display could have caused a calamity. At such a young age, he is already an inner strength practitioner, truly remarkable. In just a decade, China may witness the emergence of its youngest master, Qi Shan mused as he watched the BMW X5 disappear into the distance. He retrieved his phone and made a call. Shortly after, Chen Hao returned to Mingyu Villa. As he entered the gate and turned toward the path leading to Villa 18, he halted upon seeing a regal, middle-aged woman standing at the intersection. Madame Du Chen Hao exited the car and politely nodded. After all, she was Du Xueqing's mother. Maintaining decorum was essential. I never anticipated that not only are you a martial artist, but an inner strength practitioner as well. No wonder you possess such confidence. Madame Du remarked, her expression complex as she scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Nevertheless, I shall never consent to your association with Xueqing. Madame Du retorted coldly. Do not presume that having intimidated Qi Shan will yield any effect on me. Chen Hao remained silent. Given the Du family's background and strength, even as an inner strength practitioner, he was unlikely to command their respect. Moreover, you lack a solid foundation. You are merely a lone wolf, incapable of forming a substantial force. Even if you are young and talented, becoming a master is at least a decade away. Who knows what may transpire in that time? I shall not permit Xueqing to wait indefinitely for you. Madam Du, do you only consider conditions and backgrounds when selecting a partner for Xueqing? Do you not take into account her feelings or happiness? Is this truly in the best interest of your daughter? Chen Hao couldn't help but inquire. Do you believe that mutual affection guarantees happiness? Madame Du scoffed dismissively. What a naive notion. Allow me to enlighten you. When faced with calamity, your so-called love is utterly inconsequential. Only conditions and backgrounds can secure everything. My actions are genuinely in pursuit of Xueqing's happiness. Chen Hao sighed, realizing that he and Madame Du were fundamentally incompatible in their worldviews, making meaningful dialogue impossible. Given your status as an inner strength practitioner, I cannot act against you at this moment, Madame Du stated. However, I shall remember this failure. One day, I will make you plead for mercy. With a derisive laugh, she turned and departed. Chen Hao shook his head, dismissing her threats as he returned to his car and drove toward Villa 18. You've returned. As he entered the villa's grand hall, Du Xueqing rushed toward him like a lively little bird, her face beaming as she leaped into his embrace. Did you behave well at home today? Chen Hao asked, smiling as he held her, feeling a warmth in his heart. Though only a few days had passed, he had seemingly grown accustomed to this lifestyle. Of course I behaved. Suddenly, Du Xueqing's expression shifted as she pouted, leaning in to sniff his collar. Oh no. Chen Hao's heart sank. He had engaged in multiple physical interactions with Lin Suxin that day, even sharing embraces. Surely, he had picked up her fragrance. And Xueqing was bound to notice. How could he explain this? My dear, what activities did you engage in today? Care to report to your lovely, charming, and graceful girlfriend? Du Xueqing inquired, her small hands cradling his face, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Recognizing that he could not evade the issue, Chen Hao forced a smile and recounted the events, including the flirtations with Lin Suxin. Xueqing, please scold me, he braced himself, anticipating the legendary wrath of a girlfriend. However, instead of fury, he received a gentle, sweet kiss. Chen Hao was taken aback. Silly, why would I scold you? Du Xueqing smiled at him. Your willingness to be honest with me demonstrates that you care for me and hold me in your heart. I couldn't be happier. But what about my interactions with Officer Lin? Aren't you upset? Chen Hao asked, bewildered. That was her pursuing you, not the other way around, Du Xueqing replied. Besides, you're a master. Attracting beautiful, exceptional women is entirely natural. Such occurrences are unavoidable. Since I have decided to be with you, I have mentally prepared myself for this. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with deep affection. Chen Hao, no matter how many people like you, as long as you hold me in your heart and treat me sincerely, I shall be content. Xueqing. Chen Hao felt a mixture of guilt and emotion, unable to resist embracing her tightly. At that moment, he truly accepted Du Xueqing in his heart. Silly, I am indeed quite envious, but a clever girlfriend will never show it. Instead, she will be even more gentle and considerate, making you feel guilty and moved, causing you to love me even more. Du Xueqing happily rested her head on a shoulder, a faint smile gracing her lips. The following day, Chen Hao arrived at the Human Resources Department as usual. Although he had requested work the day prior, Euhalion naturally would not assign him any tasks, cheerfully encouraging him to focus on his studies so that he wouldn't be utterly lost in the secretariat. After all, it would reflect poorly on both her and General Gao. Chen Hao did not insist and continued to study the materials. Before long, the day slipped away. Dingling. As it neared the end of the workday, the desk phone rang. Hello, Human Resources Department. Chen Hao answered. Chen Hao, don't forget you are on duty tonight. The voice on the other end was Wang Dali, who added, also, don't eat dinner outside. There's a free working dinner in the cafeteria at 6. Since you are a new employee, I have some important notes to share with you. Make sure to come. Understood. Chen Hao smirked internally, but replied affirmatively. Soon, 6 o'clock arrived, and Chen Hao turned off the lights, locked the door, and made his way to the cafeteria on the 19th floor. Chapter 94. Framing and Conspiracy. The cafeteria was nearly empty, with only the cook at the serving window and a slightly plump young man in a security uniform sitting near the entrance, continually glancing towards the door. You must be Chen Hao. Hello, I'm Wang Dali. Upon seeing Chen Hao enter, the young man quickly rose and extended his hand with a warm smile. Hello, Officer Wang. Chen Hao shook his hand. I've already prepared your meal. Please sit down and eat with me. Wang Dali gestured towards 2 plates filled with food on the table. Thank you, Officer Wang. You are too kind. Chen Hao replied with a smile. Well, it's just the two of us. It was convenient for me. Wang Dali said. The two sat down and began their meal. The The cafeteria's food is quite good, and there's soup too. Chen Hao remarked while eating. If you like it, eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, you can get more. Wang Dali observed Chen Hao devouring his food with a hint of relief in his eyes. By the way, Chen Hao, remember the key points for the night shift. Wang Dali began outlining the important notes. Chen Hao nodded along, though internally he was scoffing. This information had long been detailed in the duty regulations. Wang Dali was merely reiterating it, clearly intending to lure him to the cafeteria. Before long, they finished their meal. Chen Hao, you should head to the duty room. I need to return to the security department. There was a minor issue with the surveillance that needs fixing. Wang Dali said. Chen Hao nodded, discreetly flicking his fingers and casting a surveillance spell on Wang Dali before leaving the cafeteria. Wang Dali arrived on the first floor and entered the surveillance room, locking the door behind him. Inside, all the surveillance feeds were functioning normally, devoid of any issues. Wang Dali pressed a button on the control panel, magnifying the feed from the duty room. He watched intently as Chen Hao entered the duty room, lay down on the bed, and began looking at his phone. There appeared to be nothing unusual. However, before long, Chen Hao started yawning repeatedly, displaying evident fatigue. Chen Hao seemed slightly puzzled but did not dwell on it. Turning off the lights, undressing, and soon falling asleep under the covers. Seeing this, Wang Dali smirked and took out his phone, dialing a number. He.s. asleep. Hope he doesn't wake up midway, came Wu Liang's voice from the other end. Don't worry. I put a sufficient amount of sleeping pills in his meal and soup. He should sleep until tomorrow morning. Wang Dali replied. Now I will turn off the surveillance and begin our operation. Good, Wu Liang responded. Wang Dali hung up and began shutting down the surveillance feeds. He exited the surveillance room and knocked on the duty room door. There was no response. He knocked again, louder this time, calling Chen Hao. Still, there was no reply. Wang Dali glanced around, produced a key, inserted it into the lock, and gently turned it. The duty room door opened. Wang Dali stealthily entered, casting a cautious glance at Chen Hao, who was snoring loudly, clearly in a deep slumber. Wang Dali felt relieved, approached the bedside, picked up Chen Hao's discarded outer clothing, exited the duty room, and closed the door behind him. Then, Wang Dali made his way to the 18th floor advertising company. Got it. Wu Liang was waiting in the office and quickly greeted him upon arrival. Wang Dali nodded, handing over Chen Hao's outer clothing. The security patrol begins at 8. We must hurry. Wu Liang swiftly changed into the clothes, then turned around and asked, How do I look? Very convincing. Wang Dali nodded in approval. The two left the office and approached the finance room. Wu Liang produced a key, unlocked the door, and went to the corner where the safe was located. He crouched down, using his phone's flashlight to illuminate the combination lock. How do you know the code? Wang Dali asked curiously. Just come a few times and pay attention. And you'll see, the finance staff hardly notice, Wu Liang boasted. As he spoke, he opened the safe, retrieving several bundles of cash. 300,000. That should be enough to get that kid a few years of sentence. After counting, Wu Liang sneered. He took out a plastic bag, stuffed the money inside. And then he and Wang Dali left the finance room, heading to the stairwell. Wu Liang handed the money and phone to Wang Dali, turning to feign opening the door. Wang Dali stepped back, using Wu Liang's phone to take several pictures. Perfect. After reviewing the photos, Wu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the office, Wu Liang removed Chen Hao's outer clothing, handed it to Wang Dali, and changed back into his own clothes. The final step is yours. I'll take my leave now, Wu Liang said. Rest assured, Wang Dali nodded. They turned off the lights, locked the doors, and exited the advertising company. Wu Liang left the Xia building, striding away. Wang Dali returned to the duty room, where Chen Hao was still sound asleep, seemingly oblivious to what was to come. Poor fellow, unaware of what awaits him tomorrow. Wang Dali mused, casting a pitying glance at Chen Hao. He laid Chen Hao's clothing back on the bed and stuffed the bag of money under the bed before exiting the duty room and locking the door. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief, his expression lightening with the sense of completion as he turned to leave. Inside the duty room, Chen Hao abruptly ceased snoring, opened his eyes, and sat up, a cold smile forming on his lips. The earlier fatigue and deep sleep had been a ruse. Everything Wang Dali and Wu Liang had done was captured through the surveillance spell, and Chen Hao had observed it all. The real show was just beginning to unfold. Chen Hao reached out, and the bag filled with money flew from beneath the bed into his hands. He donned his clothes and departed the duty room. Moments later, Chen Hao arrived at the 18th floor advertising company. Although Wu Liang had locked the office before leaving, it posed no challenge for Chen Hao. With a mere gesture, the door swung open. Chen Hao stepped inside, stuffed the money into Wu Liang's cabinet, and then relocked the door as he exited. Returning to the duty room, Chen Hao sat on the bed and began his cultivation. Before long, the night passed. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, a sudden, vigorous knocking resounded from outside the door. Chen Hao opened his eyes and checked the time on his phone. It was 8:30, half an hour into the workday. Perfect timing. Chen Hao opened the door. Voices shouted from outside, the knocking growing louder. Chen Hao waited a moment longer before revealing his drowsy appearance, getting out of bed to open the door. A group of individuals stood outside the door. In addition to Shui Pingyan, Wang Dali, Li Hongliang, and other members of the security department, there was also Wu Liang and several unfamiliar faces, all clad in the company's uniform, suggesting they were employees from the advertising firm. What is going on? Chen Hao feigned surprise and inquired. It's him. Wu Liang pointed at Chen Hao and declared loudly. Chapter 95, The Doubts of Gao Xie. Upon hearing this, the employees of the advertising company glared at Chen Hao with hostility. What do you mean it's me? Who are you? Chen Hao was utterly baffled. Chen Hao, here is the situation, Shui Pingyan explained. Last night, the safe in the advertising company's finance room was stolen, with 300,000 in cash missing. Discovered only this morning. We wanted to check the surveillance, but unfortunately, it was out of order. Wang Dali spent all night repairing it, and it has just been fixed. However, Manager Wu from the advertising company claims to have seen a figure while working late, suspecting it to be you, which is why we came to ask. Suspect me? Chen Hao was taken aback. You can't possibly think I stole it, can you? It was you who stole it. Wu Liang exclaimed. The security department has already questioned all employees who worked late last night, all of whom have alibis. They left before 7 o'clock. And there are security guards stationed at the building entrance around the clock. No outsider could have slipped in. Who else could it be but you, the one on duty? Manager Wu, you cannot make baseless accusations without evidence. I trust Chen Hao's character. Perhaps you misidentified him, Shui Pingyan retorted, visibly displeased. I couldn't have misidentified him, as everyone else was in uniform, while he was the only one wearing a light-colored jacket and dark blue jeans. It was obvious, Wu Liang sneered. The crowd glanced at Chen Hao's attire, which indeed matched Wu Liang's description. The uniforms of Xie Group were custom-made, requiring at least half a month to complete. And Chen Hao had only joined recently, thus lacking one. Manager Wu, you assert Chen Hao is the thief, but that is merely your word against his, without any proof. Why should we believe you? Li Hongliang interjected coldly. Exactly, you declare someone guilty without evidence. It's utterly absurd. Others from the security department chimed in. Chen Hao's standing in their eyes surpassed even that of Shui Pingyan, and they would not tolerate unfounded accusations against him. Who says I have no evidence? Wu Liang sneered, pulling out his phone to display a photo. This was taken last night. Feel free to take a good look. Everyone leaned in to see. The photo depicted a figure walking toward the staircase, clearly wearing a light-colored jacket and dark blue jeans. See clearly? Although it's just a silhouette. Don't tell me there is anyone else in the group dressed exactly like him, Wu Liang taunted. Shui Pingyan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions changing. They certainly did not believe Chen Hao capable of such theft, but how could they explain this photo? Chen Hao, do you still wish to deny it? Wu Liang pressed. Deny it? When did I claim that was me? Chen Hao replied calmly. Wu Liang was momentarily taken aback. This was not how he expected Chen Hao to react. He had anticipated a shocked denial followed by desperate attempts at justification. So you admit it was you who stole it? He quickly retorted. I have not admitted anything. Chen Hao remained unflustered. Yes, the person in the photo is indeed me, but I was merely fulfilling my duty as the on-duty officer, patrolling various floors to ensure fire and theft prevention. Is there something wrong with that? So it was a routine patrol. I knew it. How could Chen Hao commit such an act? Indeed, the truth is finally revealed. The others realized that while other on-duty personnel simply went to sleep in the duty room, Chen Hao had earnestly adhered to protocol, checking the floors and ensuring safety, only to be suspected of theft. It was utterly absurd. Wu Liang, astonished and furious, had not anticipated that Chen Hao would not only acknowledge the photo but also provide an impeccable rationale to exonerate himself, while simultaneously earning a reputation for diligence. However, Wu Liang quickly regained his composure, a cold smile creeping onto his face. He understood Chen Hao's intentions, surely. Chen Hao was unaware of how to explain the photograph and had concocted this excuse in a moment of panic. Perhaps he was still feeling smug about it. Unfortunately for you, Chen Hao, you are unaware that Wang Dali has hidden the money in the duty room, waiting for my decisive strike. With this thought, Wu Liang declared loudly, since you refuse to admit it, do you consent to let us search the duty room to prove your innocence? Manager Wu, isn't that excessive? Without evidence, how can you demand Chen Hao to prove his innocence? Shui Pingyan's expression darkened. Minister Shui, we previously questioned other employees who worked late last night, and they could all provide proof. Why can't Chen Hao? Or is the security department attempting to cover for him? Wu Liang asserted confidently. You. Shui Pingyan's expression shifted. It's all right, Minister Shui, Chen Hao interjected, raising his hand. Standing tall, I fear not the shadows, a search is fine. lest they continue to harbor doubts about me. Xue Ping'an huffed in response, nodding. Manager Wu, you can proceed to search the duty room, but I have a condition. Speak. Wu Liang said, grinning with anticipation, believing Chen Hao still thought himself innocent. Chen Hao, you need not prove anything. I believe in you. A sudden, soft voice broke in. As the words fell, Gao Xie approached with a group of people. President Gao. The crowd exclaimed in unison. I am already aware of the situation. All personnel, return to your posts and resume your duties, Gao Xie commanded. President Gao, what about the stolen safe? Wu Liang's expression changed drastically as he anxiously inquired. If the duty room wasn't searched, his plot to frame Chen Hao would amount to nothing. I will handle this matter separately. You may leave, Gao Xie said. Casting a glance at him, Wu Liang's eyes flickered with deep resentment, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. After all, the entire group belonged to Gao Xie, and she would decide how to manage it. President Gao, I appreciate your trust, but perhaps it would be best to allow them to search. After all, the other employees have provided their alibis, and if I cannot do the same, my colleagues from the advertising firm may harbor doubts about me. I wouldn't want them to feel uneasy, Chen Hao added hastily. He was quite surprised by Gao Xie's actions. While she had thwarted Wu Liang's scheme, she also disrupted his own plans. Come here, Chen Hao, I have something to discuss with you, Gao Xie said, furrowing her beautifully shaped brows as she stepped aside. Beckoning him, Chen Hao hesitated before walking over. The crowd observed this unusual exchange with astonishment. It was rare for the typically aloof and frosty president to exhibit such demeanor toward an ordinary employee. Chen Hao, don't you find this peculiar? Gao Xie asked in a hushed tone. Peculiar about what? Chen Hao replied, confused. You have only just started working here a few days and have been assigned to duty. This doesn't seem quite right. Moreover, the group has not experienced a security incident in years, yet it just so happens that on your watch, the safe was stolen. Gao Xie lowered her voice further. I suspect this is not mere coincidence, but rather that someone intends to harm you, which is why they want to suppress this incident. Chapter 96. You've got to be kidding me. Chen Hao finally comprehended her motives, feeling a mix of admiration and gratitude. It was evident that Gao Xie, despite being unaware of Wu Liang and Wang Dali's conspiracy, had discerned the suspicious aspects simply by understanding the situation. Her keen insight was commendable, and her decision to suppress the theft of 300,000 in cash based solely on suspicion demonstrated her trust in him. President Gao, since you believe in me, please continue to do so. I will certainly handle this matter well and reveal the truth. Chen Hao smiled faintly and spoke sincerely. Gao Xie looked at his sunlit, confident smile, and her heart stirred as she nodded. This boy always exuded an unwavering sense of reliability and trustworthiness, compelling one to believe in him. Manager Wu, I have spoken with General Gao, and she has consented to your search of the duty room to prove my innocence, Chen Hao announced upon his return. Huh? The crowd was left in stunned silence. It was well known that Gao Xie, as the president, was typically assertive and decisive, making it utterly astonishing that a mere employee could sway her. However, Wu Liang was elated. Having lost hope, he was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chen Hao, with Gao Xie assisting you, how can you oppose this and insist on proving your own innocence? Truly, one must not court disaster. He thought excitedly as he strode purposefully toward the duty room. Wait, Chen Hao interjected, raising a hand. I haven't finished speaking. Wu Liang paused, suddenly recalling that Chen Hao had a condition. He shrugged and said, go ahead. Manager Wu, you suspect that I have stolen from the safe and demand I prove my innocence, which I can do. However, I also harbor suspicions about you. As you were among the overtime staff last night, and as the advertising company's business manager, you possess greater opportunity to commit the crime. Therefore, after I provide my proof, I would appreciate it if you could also prove your innocence. That is my condition. No problem. Feel free to search my office. Wu Liang replied, thinking that Chen Hao was merely attempting to retaliate out of embarrassment for the search. He scoffed inwardly, believing it impossible for anyone to uncover 30,000 in cash within his office. Minister Xue, did you hear that? If we find no evidence in the duty room, let us search Manager Wu's office. Chen Hao directed his gaze toward Xue Ping'an. Understood, Xue Ping'an nodded. You may enter. Chen Hao stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. Wu Liang waved his hand, leading the advertising company employees into the duty room. Make sure to inspect every corner. Don't overlook anything. As Wu Liang pretended to search the cupboard, he spoke loudly to mask his intentions, deliberately avoiding the bed to prevent suspicion. It would be best if someone else discovered the evidence, thus rendering the reaction more genuine. The crowd responded affirmatively and began their search. The duty room was small, containing only a wardrobe, a bed, and a desk. Soon, the search was complete. Manager Wu, we found no suspicious items. Neither did I. The crowd voiced their findings. Wu Liang's expression shifted dramatically. No findings? How is that possible? He forced himself to remain calm as he bent down to glance beneath the bed. Upon seeing the emptiness, he froze. Had Wang Dali not hidden the money under the duty room bed last night? Shocked and furious, he could only cast a furtive glance of inquiry at Wang Dali, who wore a similarly incredulous expression, shrugging helplessly to indicate his ignorance of the situation. Manager Wu, have you finished your search? Chen Hao inquired nonchalantly. Yes, Wu Liang replied, seething with frustration but unable to retaliate. He could only leave the duty room. Dejectedly escorting the advertising company employees out, Gao Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Although she trusted Chen Hao, she had still felt anxious during Wu Liang's search. Manager Wu, earlier you repeatedly accused Chen Hao, insisting he was the one who stole the money. Now that he has proven his innocence, shouldn't you apologize? Li Hongliang chimed in. Invigorated. Indeed, we must restore justice for Chen Hao. Otherwise, it would be mere slander. Not only would Chen Hao refuse to accept it, but we all shall not stand for it. The other security personnel echoed. I apologize, Chen Hao. I misunderstood the facts and wronged you. It is my fault. Please forgive me. Wu Liang felt a deep sense of humiliation but could do nothing but apologize. It is all right, as long as the truth is established. Chen Hao replied with a gentle smile. Manager Wu, I have proved my innocence. Now it is your turn. Wu Liang's expression changed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. However, having publicly agreed earlier, he could not backtrack, so he steeled himself and nodded. The group proceeded to Wu Liang's office at the advertising company. Feel free to search. I have no objections, Wu Liang feigned indifference. Yet, an inexplicable anxiety gnawed at him. Of course, we will not hold back, Shui Ping sneered, waving his hand. The security personnel immediately began ransacking the place. Soon, one of them retrieved a plastic bag containing money from a drawer. Found it. The money is here, he exclaimed. Upon opening it, he gasped. The bag contained neatly bundled red notes. Indeed, this is the money that went missing from our finance department. An employee from the advertising company exclaimed, pointing to the bag. I personally tied it. Manager Wu, you've been so animated this morning. Checking the surveillance and questioning for evidence, playing the part of the good guy, yet you are the one who is guilty. You shamelessly framed Chen Hao. Shui Ping remarked coldly. The crowd glared at Wu Liang, incredulous that he had the audacity to store the stolen money in his own office. Wu Liang's mind buzzed. He felt as though he might faint. Wang Dali, you have betrayed me. He glared at Wang Dali, gritting his teeth. The money was not beneath the duty room bed but instead found in his office. It was evident that Wang Dali had not framed Chen Hao, rather. He had ensnared Wu Liang instead. The crowd was taken aback, turning their gaze toward Wang Dali. I don't know what you're talking about. This has nothing to do with me. Wang Dali protested frantically. I told you, the money was indeed stolen by me, but I was not alone. Wang Dali and Wang Heping conspired with me to steal the finance department's money and frame Chen Hao, Wu Liang yelled in anger. Upon seeing the money revealed from the drawer, he realized he was finished. With both witness and evidence present, there was no explanation that would suffice. However, Wang Dali's treachery could not go unpunished. He was determined to bring this scoundrel down with him. Chapter 97. Consequences of one's own actions. The crowd was astonished, unaware of the deeper machinations behind the theft. You lie? Wang Dali shouted back, now panicking. It was clearly your theft. How does it involve me? You mad dog. Why are you attacking everyone indiscriminately? He realized Wu Liang mistakenly believed he had betrayed him, but there was no opportunity to clarify now. He could only deflect blame and clear himself. You still wish to deny it. Wu Liang gritted his teeth, unable to restrain himself as he lunged at Wang Dali. Stop, Shui Ping shouted, waving his hand. Several security personnel quickly restrained Wu Liang. Wu Liang, you just claimed you. Wang Dali and Wang Heping conspired to frame Chen Hao. What exactly is going on? Gao Xia demanded, her anger palpable. No wonder she had sensed something amiss. Indeed, there was a hidden agenda. President Gao, Wang Heping harbored resentment after being dismissed from the group due to Chen Hao. So he gave me 200,000 to devise a way to retaliate against Chen Hao. I agreed. I used 50,000 to bribe Wang Dali, instructing him to schedule Chen Hao for duty and to slip sleeping pills into his meal, ensuring Chen Hao would fall asleep early. Then, I would steal the money from the finance department safe and have Wang Dali place it beneath the duty room bed to frame Chen Hao. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing this. It was indeed a vile scheme. I can't believe you would frame me and instead place the money in my office. Wu Liang glared at Wang Dali, bewildered. I truly cannot comprehend your motives. If Wang Dali felt that the remuneration was insufficient, he should have voiced his concerns from the outset, rather than allowing his frustrations to fester until the end. If his fear was of exposure, then why accept the money in the first place? Was it not merely handing someone a weapon against oneself? You speak nonsense. I have never engaged in such actions. Wang Dali retorted, his face paling with anger. Is it not enough that you have falsely accused Chen Hao? Do you now wish to ensnare me as well? Wang Dali, do you think that by denying it, you can absolve yourself? Wu Liang spat venomously. Let me be frank. When I bribed you, I made sure to safeguard my interests. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and pressed a few buttons. Instantly, a recording played. Wang Dali, as long as you assist me in this matter, the 50,000 yuan will be yours. Rest assured, Manager Wu, it's merely a matter of arranging Chen Hao's shift and administering a sedative. Leave it to me. And the surveillance? It must be disabled. No problem. I am responsible for the Group S surveillance. I can easily fabricate an excuse to shut it down. And I possess the key to the duty room, which perfectly facilitates framing Chen Hao. Everyone heard that, right? Wu Liang exclaimed, brandishing his phone. Wang Dali's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Wu Liang had covertly recorded their conversation while bribing him. How treacherous could one be? I trusted you implicitly, even entrusting you with the surveillance. Only to discover that you were bought off, maliciously scheming against our brother Chen Hao. Shui Ping'an seethed, nearly bursting with rage. Beat him. I have long been displeased with this fatso. Putting on airs, Li Hongyang and others shouted in outrage, advancing to encircle Wang Dali. Terrified, Wang Dali fell to the ground, crying out, "Stop! Since the matter is clear and we have evidence, let us just call the police." Chen Hao gestured for calm, and the group reluctantly ceased their hostility. I will call the police, Shui Ping'an announced, pulling out his phone. Manager Wu, Wang Heping is likely waiting for your good news. Chen Hao turned to Wu Liang, identifying him as the mastermind. If you do not wish to take the fall for him, summon him here. Wu Liang, with a look of despair, dialed the number. President Wang, the situation has been resolved. Please come to my office for a celebration at noon. He hung up, stating, Wang Heping has agreed. He is downstairs and will be here shortly. Chen Hao nodded appreciatively. You are indeed fortunate, Wu Liang remarked. Had it not been for Wang Dali's betrayal, you would surely have been doomed. Indeed, I am quite grateful, Wang Dali. Thank you for your last-minute moral awakening, risking your own neck to save me. Chen Hao smiled faintly at Wang Dali. I did not betray anyone. Wang Dali shot back angrily. I truly placed the money beneath the duty room bed. I have no idea how it ended up in Wu Liang's cabinet. At this juncture, you still insist on arguing? Wu Liang fumed. I speak the truth. If I had accepted the money and then betrayed you, would I not fear your retribution? How could I be so foolish? Wang Dali was nearly driven to madness. Wu Liang's expression shifted, pondering the possibility that Wang Dali might not have indeed betrayed him. But then, how did the money find its way into his cabinet? Could it be that Chen Hao had seen through their scheme and turned the tables on them? Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Liang, and he gazed at Chen Hao in bewilderment. If this were true, the young man's cunning was extraordinary. Seemingly reading his mind, Chen Hao offered him a knowing smile, causing Wu Liang to shiver involuntarily. Wu Liang, this noon, let us indulge in a few drinks together, a jubilant voice interjected. As the words fell, Wang Heping entered the office with a broad smile, only for it to freeze upon seeing the tense atmosphere. President Wang, I apologize, but we have all confessed. The police have already been alerted, Wu Liang lamented, his head hanging low. Wang Heping turned to flee, but several security guards swiftly apprehended him. Why are you detaining me? I merely came to visit an old colleague. I have no knowledge of what transpired. He protested desperately. President Wang, at this point, there is no need for denial. Wu Liang sighed. When you bribed me with 200,000, I secretly recorded our conversation to protect myself, and you cannot escape accountability. Wu Liang, you have betrayed me. Wang Heping's face paled, his voice filled with fury and disbelief. You are the one who has led me to this downfall. Wu Liang retorted angrily. Had you not lured me with promises of profit and incited me to retaliate against Chen Hao, I would not be in this predicament. It is you who have brought this upon yourselves. Wang Dali exclaimed, agitated. I had no connection to Chen Hao. It was you who dragged me into this mess. And now it is all over. No, what has harmed you is your own greed, Chen Hao stated coolly. Had you not sought revenge against me, driven by avarice and blinded by greed, this fate would not have befallen you. It is all a consequence of your own actions. Upon hearing this, the three men fell silent, their hearts heavy with regret. Alas, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Chapter 98, the secretarial office who called the police? At that moment, several officers entered the office. Officer Yuan, hello, it's good to see you again, Gao Xie greeted, stepping forward. The officer addressing her was indeed Yuan Yi, the one who had taken her statement the previous day. Hello, Ms. Gao. What seems to be the issue this time? Yuan Yi inquired with a smile, recalling Gao Xie's striking beauty, rivaling that of Lin Suxin. Gao Xie recounted the events that had transpired, prompting Shui Ping'an to provide the evidence against Wu Liang to the officers. I see. We will take these three suspects into custody, Yuan Yi confirmed. Thank you for your assistance, Gao Xie replied, nodding. Seemingly casually, she inquired, why hasn't Officer Lin arrived? Officer Lin is occupied with other duties and could not make it, Yuan Yi explained. Gao Xie responded with a knowing glance towards Chen Hao, her expression laden with meaning. Yuan Yi and the other officers escorted Wang Heping and the others out. Everyone, return to your tasks. Chen Hao, please stay behind, Gao Xie instructed as the others departed. Are you disappointed? Gao Xie asked with a smile. Disappointed about what? Chen Hao asked, taken aback. Officer Lin did not come, so you cannot give your statement, she teased. Emphasizing the word statement playfully. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly, surprised by her playful banter. It was rare to see Gao Xie joke around, as she typically maintained a serious demeanor, rarely engaging in light-hearted conversations, even with employees. Yet, with Chen Hao, she felt a sense of nostalgia, as if returning to her youth. Unable to resist revealing her true self. By the way, how have you progressed with the materials I provided you? Gao Xie inquired. If you find it challenging, I can arrange for someone to assist you. It's manageable. I can comprehend it, Chen Hao responded. If you struggle, do not force yourself. I will be testing you later, Gao Xie warned, assuming he was concerned about his image. If you do not pass, I will return you to the Human Resources Department. That would be splendid, Chen Hao exclaimed, delighted, as he had no desire to remain a secretary. You are so lacking in ambition. Even if you fail, you will not be returning, Gao Xie said, playfully poking his forehead with her delicate finger before storming off in mock indignation. Then why bother testing me? Chen Hao lamented, feeling dejected. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. At 8:30 a.m., Gao Xie led Chen Hao into the secretarial office. Good morning, Ms. Gao. Several young professionals, clearly office elites, promptly stood up. Hello, everyone, Gao Xie nodded, gesturing to Chen Hao. Allow me to introduce, this is Chen Hao, who will be your new colleague from now on. Welcome, welcome. The group applauded enthusiastically. Li Yin, Chen Haogong has just arrived and lacks experience. Please guide him more. Gao Xie addressed a young man in his 30s, appearing astute and capable. Understood, General Gao, Li Yin replied. Chen Hao, learn from Li Yin and the other colleagues. Feel free to ask them if you have any questions, Gao Xie advised. Got it, General Gao, Chen Hao nodded. After Gao Xie left, Li Yin cheerfully welcomed Chen Hao. Welcome to the Secretariat. Let me introduce you to some colleagues. He gestured towards a beautiful yet somewhat haughty woman. This is Su Xiuli, a master's graduate in business administration from the University of St. Andrews in the UK, primarily responsible for project acquisitions, negotiations, and development. Hello, Chen Hao politely extended his hand. I apologize, but I have a cleanliness obsession, so I want to shake hands, Su Xiuli replied, merely nodding with restraint. She behaves this way with everyone. Don't take it personally, Li Yin chuckled, pointing to another young man. This is Shui Zhanhai, a master's graduate from Columbia University, mainly in charge of strategic planning for the group. He then indicated the last girl, and this is Ho Shanshan, a master's graduate in modern enterprise management from Kyoto University, primarily responsible for corporate culture. Chen Hao shook hands with both. Which prestigious university did you graduate from, Chen Hao? Shui Zhanhai casually inquired. Given your age, you must have just completed your master's, right? Ho Shanshan also asked. I graduated from Donglin Medical College, specializing in integrated traditional and Western medicine. Chen Hao felt slightly embarrassed, clarifying that he was neither from a prestigious university nor a master's program, merely an ordinary undergraduate. The four exchanged glances, surprised. Wasn't the entry standard for the Secretariat a top 10 domestic university or a renowned overseas degree? When did it lower to an ordinary undergraduate? A flicker of disdain crossed Su Xiuli's eyes as she remarked, moreover, your major is irrelevant. Ho Shanshan shrugged. You must have experience in business operations or management, right? Shui Zhanhai asked. Chen Hao shook his head. I worked as a sales representative in an advertising company for 2 years after graduation, and I've been here for less than 10 days. Huh, a sales representative. Su Xiuli couldn't help but scoff, her disdain evident. Without work experience and an irrelevant major, why would General Gao bring you to the Secretariat? Li Yan's smile faded. General Gao mentioned that a lack of experience is not a barrier to learning, Chen Hao replied. Moreover, before joining the Secretariat, she provided me with extensive materials that I've studied for a week. I should be able to handle some basic tasks. A week. The others exchanged expressions of disbelief. As far as I know, General Gao's books and materials are not only specialized, but also largely in English. Can you comprehend them? Su Xiuli sneered. I manage, I suppose, Chen Hao replied vaguely. He had indeed mastered English, but sensing their skepticism, he doubted they would believe him. Su Xiuli smirked but remained silent, while Ho Shanshan and Shui Zhanhai revealed their disdain. Chen Hao, please wait here for a moment. I need to step out, Li Yin said, frowning slightly as he walked away. You're going to find General Gao, right? Su shouting suddenly asked in English. Yes, Li Yin replied, surprised. How did you speak English? Because that way, he cannot understand what we are saying. Su Shili shot a glance at Chen Hao, a smirk appearing at her lips. If you intend to ask General Gao why she transferred Chen Hao to the Secretariat, I advise against it. You know the reason? Li Yin was taken aback. Shui Zhanhai and Ho Shanshan also looked curiously at Su Shili. I happened to overhear two security guards chatting yesterday after work. They mentioned that General Gao was kidnapped by a wealthy suitor, and it was Chen Hao who brought the guards to rescue her, Su Shili explained. That's why General Gao arranged for Chen Hao to be in the Secretariat, undoubtedly as a form of gratitude. Li Yin and the others suddenly understood. If General Gao intended to express gratitude, she could have offered Chen Hao material reward. Why place him in the Secretariat and expect me to mentor him? A low-educated sales representative, how could I possibly guide him? Li Yin voiced his dissatisfaction. Indeed, with so many departments and enterprises in the group, why must it be us? Lacking education, experience, and competence, the threshold for the Secretariat has been lowered. Shui Zhanhai and Ho Shanshan echoed his sentiments. Well, this is General Gao's decision. We can hardly oppose it, Su Shioli remarked. I suspect General Gao placed him in the Secretariat to embellish his resume for future advancements. So long as he does not disturb us, it's inconsequential. We can treat him as a mere idle figure. The three nodded in agreement. Apologies, Chen Hao. Due to our learning habits, we often converse in English, not to conceal anything from you. If you're interested, feel free to respond in English. Li Yin explained in Mandarin. Yes, we were just praising your youth and potential, Su Shili teased. Ho Shanshan and Shui Zhanhai stifled their laughter. You all continue. I prefer to speak Mandarin, Chen Hao replied calmly. Although he understood English, he had no interest in clarifying their misconceptions, given their biases against him. The four exchanged disdainful glances, thinking him to be someone who merely refused to admit his lack of English proficiency. Chen Hao, take these books and study them, Li Yin said, pulling several books from the shelf and handing them to him. He had no intention of guiding Chen Hao's work, planning to delegate the responsibility with a few books. Wait, Li Yin, Su Shili suddenly interjected. Li Yin paused. Su Shili approached with a thick stack of English documents, slamming them down before Chen Hao. Didn't you claim you could understand professional English documents? We have an acquisition negotiation with General Gao tomorrow. These are the relevant files. Familiarize yourself with them. I look forward to your outstanding performance. Weren't we treating Chen Hao as an idle figure? Why burden him with this? Li Yin questioned in English. Perplexed. Indeed, this project is crucial for the group's future development. General Gao places great importance on it, and we have prepared for a long time. How can we involve Chen Hao, who knows nothing, without risking a blunder? Shui Zhanhai added. Do not worry. Even we find these documents challenging, let alone Chen Hao. He won't be able to contribute, Su Shili scoffed. I'm doing this to expose him to our true differences and instill some self-awareness. Li Yin and Shui Zhanhai finally understood, nodding. All right, Chen Hao, you may start reviewing these documents. Li Yin switched back to Mandarin. Chen Hao remained silent, picking up the files and studying them intently, turning the pages swiftly in mere seconds. The four exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. These documents contained a plethora of specialized vocabulary, convoluted and difficult to comprehend. Even they, proficient in English, would require considerable time and reference materials to understand. It was evident that Chen Hao was merely pretending. As the day drew to a close, Chen Hao returned the documents to Su Shili. You read quickly. Did you understand? Su Shili sneered. About right, Chen Hao nodded. Good. Su Shili was eager for his affirmation, but before she could continue, the office door swung open, and Gao Xie entered. General Gao, everyone quickly rose to their feet. Gao Xie nodded, looking at Chen Hao. How did you adapt today? Quite well, he replied. Chen Hao observed as Su Shioli's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing his name. Chen Hao, just in time, General Gao has arrived. Now that you've finished reviewing the documents, why not share your insights on the project acquisition? Let General Gao hear your thoughts. Indeed, General Gao is yet to know that Chen Hao is quite impressive. He managed to review all the project documents in just one day. His performance far surpasses ours, and tomorrow's negotiations will surely benefit from his input. Li Yin and the others remarked with barely concealed amusement. Gao Xie cast a calm glance at the group. No need to discuss it now. Work hours are over. Let us all depart. With that, she turned and left, beckoning to Chen Hao to follow. The others exchanged glances, disappointment etched on their faces. I was curious to see how he would navigate this, Shui Zhanhai shrugged. It seems luck is on his side. There will be more opportunities in the future. Su Shili sneered. As Chen Hao entered the president's office, Gao Xie's demeanor shifted immediately to one of seriousness. With her keen insight, she recognized that Su Shili and the others had been deliberately antagonistic. There was a slight misunderstanding, but it's nothing I can't handle. Chen Hao reassured her with a smile. Chen Hao, as long as it is within my capability, you need not endure any unfair treatment, Gao Xie asserted. Her words deliberate and authoritative. Chen Hao met her gaze, sensing the sincerity in her striking eyes, and felt warmth spread in his chest. Thank you, General Gao. Would you care to join me for dinner this evening? Gao Xie smiled gently, her icy demeanor melting into a warmth that enveloped the room. General Gao, I have prior plans with my girlfriend. Chen Hao respectfully declined. Although Du Xueqing had claimed to be unconcerned about other women, he felt it prudent to maintain his boundaries. Gao Xie's expression faltered. It was her first invitation to a young man for dinner, and to be refused was unexpected. Even if your girlfriend is beautiful, it shouldn't warrant such a blunt refusal, she thought, slightly annoyed. Her tone shifted as she inquired, what if I, as president, commanded you to dinner? Her face termination. You wouldn't, Chen Hao replied with certainty. Why not? Gao Xie was taken aback. Because you mentioned that no one, including yourself, should treat me unfairly. Chen Hao responded, you are the president, and I trust you wouldn't go back on your word. You certainly have a knack for handling me, Gao Xie retorted, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Now, be off, I don't wish to see you. Chen Hao, bemused, turned to leave. Gao Xie, annoyed, cast a glance toward the door, then sank into her chair, staring absent-mindedly at the sunset outside. Lin Suxin, I might just be beginning to understand your feelings. After a moment, a bittersweet smile graced her features as she spoke to herself. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Chen Hao arrived punctually at the secretary's office. Li Yin and the others were already present, impeccably dressed in sharp suits and professional attire, with Su Xiuli and Ho Shanshan having taken extra care with their makeup. Why aren't you in your work uniform? Don't you know we have negotiations with foreign merchants today? Su Xiuli inquired. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Chen Hao's attire. Although he wore a suit, it was evidently of a lesser quality. My work uniform hasn't been completed yet. Chen Hao replied. Then at least we're something branded. We are negotiating with individuals of stature. It's rather impolite to appear in something akin to streetwear. Su Xiuli raised her voice. I believe that politeness is determined by one's cleanliness and attitude, not the brand of clothing. Chen Hao replied calmly. Who are you speaking to? Su Xiuli's expression darkened, ready to retort. Enough, Xiuli. You are the lead negotiator today. Do not let trivial matters distract you, Li Yin interjected. Chen Hao, it would be best if you sat this one out, considering you weren't involved previously. Perhaps read a book in the office instead, he suggested. Very well. Chen Hao acquiesced, indifferent as he had little interest in the negotiations. Feeling better now? Li Yin chuckled in English, addressing Su Xiuli. That's more like it. She replied with a huff, her irritation fading. At that moment, Gao Xie entered. Are we all ready? Let us depart. The group responded in unison. Chen Hao, why aren't you leaving? Gao Xie noticed him seated with a book. General Gao, Chen Hao isn't in a uniform nor wearing branded attire. I'm concerned that the foreign merchants might find it disrespectful, hence I suggested he stay back, Li Yin explained. What does brand matter to respect? We are not attending a fashion exhibition, Gao Xie frowned. Li Yin, taken aback, replied, I merely wished for a more formal appearance. Wearing a brand equates to formality? What kind of logic is that? Gao Xie was displeased. Li Yin, can you focus on the negotiations and not dwell on trivialities? Yes, General Gao, I was wrong. Li Yin admitted, feeling embarrassed as he exchanged a glance with Su Xiuli. Su Xiuli, blushing, kept her head down in silence. Chen Hao, you will ride in my car. Gao Xie instructed, turning to leave. Chen Hao followed her out. I apologize, Li Yin, for causing you to be reprimanded by General Gao, Su Xiuli said, biting her lip in regret. Not a problem, Li Yin waved dismissively. I want to let your troubles go unpunished. I will ensure that Chen Hao faces repercussions during this negotiation, Su Xiuli vowed defiantly. Let it go, Xiuli. Don't let this minor issue affect the negotiations. It would be counterproductive, Li Yin advised. Indeed. Besides, General Gao seems quite supportive of Chen Hao. Targeting him would yield no benefits, Ho Shanshan added. You all need to worry. I am eager to see what happens if Chen Hao makes a blunder during negotiations. I wonder if General Gao will still support him then. Su Xiuli sneered. Chen Hao accompanied Gao Xie to the underground parking lot, entering a striking blue Lamborghini. Did you enjoy a romantic evening with your girlfriend last night? Gao Xie asked, glancing at him. Her curiosity piqued despite her attempts to remain reserved. It was nothing romantic, just a simple meal, Chen Hao replied. That is still quite warm, unlike me, rejected by someone, left to eat instant noodles alone, Gao Xie sighed, her tone tinged with bitterness. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. Then suddenly had a brilliant idea. That's why I'm here with you today. You're working, not accompanying me. Gao Xie retorted. Although it's work. Being with the intelligent, talented, and extraordinarily beautiful General Gao, fills me with joy and passion, making every task feel meaningful. Isn't that the essence of a romantic companionship? Chen Hao asserted earnestly. You certainly know how to flatter, Gao Xie mused, unable to suppress a smile despite recognizing his flattery. Chen Hao felt relieved. It seemed his instinct for self-preservation was quite sharp. At that moment, Li Yin and the others arrived at the parking lot, entering another vehicle. The two cars departed in tandem. After an hour's drive, they arrived at a modern factory on the outskirts of the city. A group of men and women stood outside. And in the center was a foreign man in his 50s, sporting blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a crisp white suit, exuding an air of authority. As Chen Hao and the others alighted from their vehicle, the foreigner welcomed them. Welcome, President Gao of the Xie Group, and esteemed guests. A bespectacled young man approached enthusiastically, pointing to the foreigner as he introduced, "This is Mr. Jackson John, the chairman of the pharmaceutical company. I am his assistant and translator, Lu Zhenze." "Hello, Mr. John." Gao Xie politely extended her hand. "Hello, Miss Gao. You are truly, exceptionally beautiful," Mr. John remarked, his eyes glinting with admiration as he performed a rather classical gentleman's gesture before expressing his gratitude in somewhat imperfect Mandarin. "Thank you, Mr. John," Gao Xie replied. "Given your manners, you must hail from the nobility of London, correct?" "Indeed, Miss Gao has a keen eye." Lu Zhenze beamed with pride. Mr. John was a genuine noble of London, bestowed with the title of Baron by the British royal family, and his family upheld the ancient traditions passed down from the medieval era. Gao Xie nodded and turned to indicate Li Yin and the others, saying, "Mr. John, this is my team." "Hello, Mr. John. I am Li Yin, Miss Gao's secretary." Li Yin quickly stepped forward to introduce himself in English. "Hello," Mr. John shook his hand. Though his demeanor was not as warm as it had been with Gao Xie, no one found this strange, as Mr. John's esteemed status naturally lent him a special regard for Gao Xie, while the others did not warrant the same attention. Su Xiuli gracefully approached, revealing a sweet smile as she extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. John. I am Su Xiuli, also a secretary to Miss Gao. Having studied in the UK, your London accent feels particularly familiar." She greeted him in English, deliberately employing a self-taught London accent in an attempt to bridge the gap. However, upon hearing her, Mr. John's expression subtly shifted, and he merely shook her hand without uttering a word. "Mr. John, I greatly admire British noble culture and hope to visit England again in the future, to pay a visit to your family. That would be my utmost honor." Su Xiuli continued, oblivious to the change in his demeanor, still holding his hand in an attempt to establish rapport. Gao Xie furrowed her brow, sensing that Su Xiuli's demeanor was excessively subservient. After all, they were here to negotiate. If one appeared overly humble, it could lead to being taken advantage of. "Stop. Do not say another word." Suddenly, Mr. John exclaimed, his face darkening as he turned and stormed away. The group was taken aback. What had provoked Mr. John's ire? Su Xiuli was left in shock. "Miss Su, did you just converse with Mr. John using a London accent?" Lu Zhenze asked, his expression grave as if he had come to a realization. "Yes, I noticed Mr. John's accent was London, so I used it as well." "What is wrong with that?" Su Xiuli responded in astonishment. "What do you know?" Lu Zhenze exclaimed, "Your London accent is far from standard, and Mr. John, being a descendant of ancient nobility, despises others deliberately speaking in a fake London accent to him. To him, this is an affront." Su Xiuli's face paled. "I had no idea. I thought Mr. John would be pleased. If someone were to deliberately mimic your native tongue with a false accent, would you be pleased?" Lu Zhenze retorted. "I truly did not intend to." Su Xiuli whimpered, nearly on the verge of tears. She had unwittingly stirred a significant blunder before negotiations had even commenced. "Assistant Lu, we have come to negotiate in good faith. How could we intentionally insult Mr. John? Besides, Su Xiuli is not British. It is quite normal for her not to know such taboos. Ignorance is no excuse, and we can sincerely apologize to Mr. John." "Hoping you will be magnanimous and forgive us," Gao Xie stated earnestly. Yes, I will apologize in any manner Mr. John wishes," Su Xiuli quickly chimed in. "I can convey your sentiments to Mr. John, but I cannot guarantee he will accept them," Lu Zhenze replied with a frown. "This is not merely a matter of Mr. John's temperament. Ancient nobles particularly emphasize etiquette, viewing it as a matter of family honor, often surpassing even life itself." "I understand. Thank you for your efforts, Assistant Lu," Gao Xie said politely. Lu Zhenze approached Mr. John and began a low conversation. "I apologize, Miss Gao. This is all my fault," Su Xiuli lamented, her face drawn. Gao Xie shook her head, choosing silence. The mistake had been made, and blaming Su Xiuli further would serve no purpose. After a while, Lu Zhenze returned. "Miss Gao, After my earnest persuasion, Mr. John has agreed to accept Miss Sue's apology, but with one condition. Su Shili sighed with relief. What condition? The esteemed group previously proposed a purchase of Mr. John's pharmaceutical factory for a sum of 1 billion RMB, Lucian's explained. Now, Mr. John insists on raising the acquisition price by 20% to 12 billion RMB. What? The faces of the group shifted dramatically, merely due to an inadvertent offense. The acquisition price was increased by 2 billion. Was this not a blatant attempt at extortion? This is unacceptable, Gao Xie replied, displeased. What you view as a minor error is, in Mr. John's eyes, a matter of dignity and honor. He is a British noble, of significant status, and cannot simply accept a light-hearted apology. Sincerity must be demonstrated, Lucian's stated with a wry smile. Originally, Mr. John was disinclined to cooperate with you, but it was my persistent advocacy that secured this outcome, so do not be ungrateful. You are raising the stakes, which I cannot accept. Gao Xie's eyes flashed with anger. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Mr. John has stated that if you do not accept, the acquisition can be declined. We are not without other buyers. Lucian's said, shrugging as he turned to leave. Assistant Lu, please wait. Let's discuss this, Li Yin urged urgently. You had best hurry, Mr. John's patience is limited. Lucian's remarked without turning back. Miss Gao, do not act impulsively, Li Yin whispered to Gao Xie. Acquiring Mr. John's pharmaceutical company is crucial to our future business strategy. If we abandon it, it will adversely affect the development of our group, and finding such a fitting project again will be exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Miss Gao. It is merely an increase of 2 billion, which still falls within our acceptable range. Moreover, this 2 billion is merely a proposed price. We can negotiate to lower it further, Ho Shanshan and Shui Zhanhai also urged. Miss Gao, I assure you I will negotiate to lower this 2 billion. To redeem my earlier mistake, Su Shili declared, taking a deep breath. Gao Xie remained silent, her expression wavering. The arguments presented by the four had merit. As president, her priority must be the greater good of the group, rather than acting on impulse. Should she acquiesce to Mr. John's demands? A sudden wave of unease washed over Gao Xie. Miss Gao, I suggest halting the acquisition and rejecting their demands. Chen Hao interjected unexpectedly. Gao Xie was taken aback. This is not your place to speak. Li Yin admonished him. Indeed, you know nothing of this matter. Can you refrain from interjecting and clouding Miss Gao's judgment? Su Shili was furious as well. Having already been anxious due to her prior blunder, she was further incensed by Chen Hao's disruption at such a critical moment. Why? Gao Xie asked, raising her hand to silence the others as she turned to Chen Hao. Miss Gao, the matter is quite simple. If Mr. John were genuinely intent on defending his so-called dignity and honor as a London noble, he would simply refuse to negotiate with us, rather than imposing this condition. They are merely capitalizing on our eagerness to acquire this project, using the offense as a pretext to elevate the price, Chen Hao explained calmly. If we agree to Mr. John's terms, regardless of how we negotiate, we will inevitably incur a loss of at least 2 billion, and we would begin the negotiations from a position of weakness, being at a disadvantage throughout. Well said, Chen Hao. Gao Xie's eyes sparkled with approval, unable to restrain her praise. She had indeed considered these matters, but weighed against the project's significance to the group, her heart was beset with indecision. After listening to Chen Hao, clarity suddenly dawned upon her. Li Yin, Shui Zhanhai, and Ho Shanshan were also taken aback, falling into silence. It was hard to deny the validity of Chen Hao's analysis. It is easy for you to say, if we do not acquire this project, will we not miss a monumental opportunity? If the future development of the group is hindered, will you bear the responsibility? Su Shili, however, was even more incensed. She fervently hoped that Gao Xie would proceed with the acquisition, as she was the one who had stirred the pot. Only through negotiation could she redeem herself and rectify her previous mistakes. If the acquisition fell through, she would be forever burdened with the blame. Chapter 102. Did I ever say I could not understand? If we agree to the acquisition, we must accept their terms. In seeking to atone for your errors, you would impose an additional 200 million loss on the group? Are you prepared to shoulder that financial burden? Chen Hao, recognizing her thoughts, let out a cold laugh. You. Su Shili's face turned crimson with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Chen Hao, let us proceed as you suggested. We will not acquire it, Gao Xie declared decisively. Miss Gao, you need not worry about the impact on the group's development, Chen Hao interjected. If I am correct, once we express our refusal, they will undoubtedly strive to retain us, rescinding this condition and seeking to continue negotiations. Everyone, including Gao Xie, was momentarily stunned. Why? Gao Xie inquired curiously. You should speak to them first and verify if my assertion holds true, Chen Hao replied with a slight smile, teasingly withholding the details. This is your claim. If it proves incorrect, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Gao Xie huffed in response, yet felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Assistant Lu, Gao Xie called out promptly. Ms. Gao, have you reached a consensus? Lu Zhenzo approached, his demeanor exuding confidence. Indeed, please convey to Mr. John that we do not accept his terms, and thus, we have decided against the acquisition, Gao Xie stated. Thank you for your hospitality. We hope to collaborate in the future. Goodbye. Lu Zhenzo's smile froze immediately. Wait, Miss Gao. As Gao Xie turned to leave, Lu Zhenzo hastily called out. Is there anything else? Gao Xie turned back, inquiring. Ms. Gao, is it necessary to be so resolute? Please reconsider, Lu Zhenzo implored with a forced smile. 200 million is not a trivial sum for you, and negotiations allow for bargaining. I am aware that your group desperately needs this project. Would it not be a pity to miss out? You are correct. I do need this project, Gao Xie replied, a cold smile gracing her lips. However, I abhor being coerced by others. Therefore, I would rather forego it than compromise my principles. Did you not assert that you are not lacking buyers? Then sell it to someone else. With that, she opened the car door, preparing to enter. Miss Gao, please do not leave just yet. Let me discuss this further with Mr. John, and I will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response. Lu Zhenzo urged, his urgency palpable. Then you had better be swift. My patience is limited, Gao Xie replied coolly. Lu Zhenzo's expression stiffened again. This was precisely the ultimatum he had issued earlier, and now it was being returned to him, leaving him to simmer in frustration as he hastily approached Mr. John. Chen Hao, you were indeed correct. Gao Xie finally smiled, glancing excitedly at Chen Hao. Li Yin and the others shared her astonishment and joy. Although Lu Zhenzo had not explicitly retracted the conditions, his eagerness to retain them had made everything clear. It seems I shall not face any repercussions, Chen Hao remarked with a grin. Had you not disclosed the reason, I would have had to reprimand you. Gao Xie playfully huffed, shaking her delicate fist at him, her captivating beauty radiating a hint of childlike charm, rendering her exceptionally endearing. Chen Hao found himself momentarily entranced and hastily clarified. The reasoning is quite simple. Apart from us, there are no other buyers. Mr. John is actually more eager to sell the pharmaceutical factory than we are. The group fell silent, bewildered. How do you know there are no other buyers? Li Yin could not help but inquire. First, if there were other buyers, competition would inevitably arise, prompting Mr. John to raise the price. However, we have been in contact regarding this project for some time, and aside from some tentative negotiations, there has been little alteration to the initial offer. Second, Mr. John's pharmaceutical factory has not been publicly auctioned, nor has any information been disseminated through other channels. At least, I found nothing online, indicating that very few are privy to this information. Furthermore, from my investigations, no enterprises in Donglin City capable of purchasing this project currently have plans to expand into pharmaceuticals. Third, if there were other buyers, Mr. John would have long since leveraged that to pressure us. Rather than resorting to the clumsy excuse of an unintentional offense to negotiate a higher price, claiming it was for some ancient noble family's honor, which is rather low-handed. In summary, I deduce that there are no other buyers, or if there are, none have reached a cooperative agreement with Mr. John. Chen Hao spoke eloquently, leaving the others astonished. Chen Hao, how did you arrive at these conclusions? Gao Xie's eyes sparkled with interest. The project documents contain all the necessary information. Once reviewed in conjunction with related data, it becomes quite straightforward to analyze, Chen Hao explained. You can comprehend the project documents? Li Yin asked in disbelief. Did I ever claim otherwise? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. The four exchanged glances, having assumed that Chen Hao pretended to understand the documents the previous day, but were astonished to discover he genuinely had. How is this possible? It has only been a day. They recalled that when they first encountered the project files, it had taken them nearly a week of collaboration to grasp the overall concept. Yet here was Chen Hao, a newcomer, who had just finished reviewing the documents yesterday, able to derive such conclusions. Gao Xie turned to them. Did you not complete your review earlier? Why did no one inform me? The four felt exceedingly awkward, realizing they had overlooked the details. Ms. Gao, I have finished my discussion with Mr. John, Lu Zhenzo announced, rushing back, breathless. After my persuasion, Mr. John has agreed to rescind the previous conditions, and we may continue negotiations. They exchanged glances, and although they had anticipated this outcome, they could not help but reveal their delight. Su Xiuli felt an immense wave of relief. However, Ms. Gao, while the conditions have been lifted and Mr. John understands that your actions were not intended to offend, it is important to acknowledge that your side was at fault initially. Therefore, I hope Ms. Su can sincerely apologize to Mr. John, mending any rift and allowing the negotiations to commence in a cordial atmosphere. Lu Zhenzo emphasized. Absolutely, I will apologize to Mr. John immediately. Thank you, Mr. John, for your magnanimity and overlooking my indiscretion, Su Shili responded with enthusiasm. Assistant Liu, Su Shili's London accent is not quite standard. But neither is Mr. John's. They are both far from authentic. Merely 50 paces laughing at 100, Chen Hao remarked with a cold smile. The group was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? Liu Zhen's face darkened at once. I introduced Mr. John as an authentic London noble, with a lineage spanning centuries, born and raised in London. How dare you, a Chinese individual, claim his London accent is inauthentic? That is utterly absurd. Chapter 103. The Standard London Accent. Ms. Gao, on behalf of Mr. John. I must express my strong discontent with your side's malicious provocation, he retorted angrily at Gao Xie. I will convey your remarks to Mr. John verbatim. You shall see the consequences. As he spoke, Liu Zhenzi dramatically swept his sleeve and stormed off. The group's expressions shifted. Chen Hao, are you unwell? Su Shili was both anxious and furious. Mr. John had finally rescinded his conditions, and I had agreed to apologize. Negotiations were about to commence. Why did you have to meddle? You think you're so capable. Without me, you wouldn't even have had the opportunity to apologize. Chen Hao replied coldly. I am willing to apologize to Mr. John. What business is it of yours? You criticize his London accent as inauthentic, yet you think you're qualified? Su Shili retorted angrily. Do you think I'm standing up for you? Chen Hao was equally incensed. You do realize that you represent the Xie group. Your apology equates to the company's apology. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize? If you wish to fawn over foreigners, that is your prerogative. But don't drag President Gao and us into your disgrace. You. Su Shili's face turned pale with rage. You claim to have a phobia of shaking hands with strangers, yet when you see a foreigner, you eagerly extend your hands. It seems your phobia only applies to your fellow countrymen. No wonder many foreigners label Chinese girls as easy. It is because of women like you. Chen Hao, still seething, mocked. Su Shili's expression shifted, and she burst into tears. Shili, please don't be upset. Li Yin hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Casting a furious glance at Chen Hao. President Gao, look at Chen Hao. He could have let it go but chose to stir trouble instead. This time, the negotiations are likely to be difficult. Indeed, isn't this a classic case of making a situation worse? Shui Zhanhai and Hou Shanshan also walked over to Su Shili, offering comfort while reporting to Gao Xie. Chen Hao. Gao Xie sighed in resignation. Although Chen Hao's intentions were good, his approach was too rough. Regardless, one cannot claim Mr. John's London accent is inauthentic. It's akin to a foreigner accusing a news anchor of speaking Mandarin poorly. It is utterly absurd. Suddenly, Mr. John's expression grew agitated as he strode over, shouting something in English. Liu Zhenzi quickly followed, seemingly attempting to intervene, but Mr. John brushed him aside. Soon, Mr. John stood before Chen Hao, fervently delivering a lengthy tirade in rapid English. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Even those proficient in English could not decipher what Mr. John was saying. Mr. John was utterly incensed. Even I could not calm him down. Liu Zhenzi sighed, believing that Mr. Chen Hao had severely insulted his dignity and felt compelled to seek clarification. How could he assert that Mr. John's London accent was inauthentic? If Mr. Chen Hao could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would stop at nothing to pursue the matter. Now, not only were the negotiations in jeopardy, but new troubles had arisen. Li Yin sneered. Are you still reveling in this misfortune? Gao Xie shot him an angry glare. Li Yin fell silent. Gao Xie took a deep breath, composed herself, and was about to address Mr. John. Mr. John, the essence of your London accent. Suddenly, Chen Hao interjected loudly with a string of English. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Mr. John was also taken aback, pausing his speech. Chen Hao continued, his voice steady and authoritative, yet devoid of aggression. Chen Hao speaks English? Shui Zhanhai exclaimed, unable to suppress his gaze toward Li Yin and the others. They were equally stunned. Indeed, if Chen Hao could comprehend project documents, his command of English could not possibly be lacking. Subsequently, Shui Zhanhai seemed to realize something, awkwardly stating, Li Yin. The expressions of Li Yin, Su Shili, and Hou Shanshan were equally disconcerted. They had previously conversed in English before Chen Hao, believing he couldn't understand, and had felt a sense of superiority. Now they realized that Chen Hao was not ignorant. He simply deemed them unworthy of his attention. Gao Xie, however, felt both surprised and delighted. She had not anticipated Chen Hao's proficiency in English. His fluency rivaled, if not surpassed, that of her and Li Yin. Most importantly, she now discerned that Chen Hao was pointing out the inaccuracies in Mr. John's London accent. Could it be that Chen Hao was not merely making baseless accusations but was indeed well-informed? How could this be possible? Chen Hao had presumably never been abroad. Even if he were adept in English, it would be inconceivable for him to match the accent of a London aristocrat. The defining characteristic of a standard London accent is the non-pronunciation of the letter or following vowels, elongating the vowels, and possibly adding in a sound. However, you failed to do so. For instance, in the word hurry, you blended the R with the vowel. Furthermore, words with a high consonant count in a standard London accent must be articulated clearly. For example, the T in duty should be pronounced as AT. Yet you pronounced it as AD, rendering it as duty. Additionally, when pronouncing the suffix ing, the G sound must be emphasized, resulting in ing rather than in, which you also neglected. Chen Hao articulated these highly specialized points in English, logically enumerating Mr. John's pronunciation errors. The audience was left dumbfounded. Had they not known Chen Hao's identity, they might have mistaken this for a standard London accent English lesson. Mr. John, too, was rendered speechless, his anger gradually dissipating, replaced by uncertainty. Based on these observations, I conclude, Mr. John, that your London accent lies somewhere between the working-class dialect of East London and that of the aristocracy. It is not authentic aristocratic pronunciation. After a moment's pause, Chen Hao delivered his final verdict. Have you lived in London before? Mr. John asked, astonished. I have never been abroad, Chen Hao replied, shaking his head. Then how do you know the pronunciation of a standard London accent? Mr. John asked incredulously. Mr. John, are you unfamiliar with the internet? Chen Hao replied nonchalantly. The vast majority of languages can be found online with standard pronunciations, especially English, an international lingua franca, which has an abundance of online resources. I do not need to travel abroad. A simple search can reveal how the most authentic London aristocratic accent is pronounced. Once I learn it, I can easily discern where your pronunciation deviates from the standard. He took out his phone, opened a search engine, and typed in English London aristocratic accent, which immediately yielded numerous links. Chapter 104, Factory Inspection. The crowd suddenly understood. Could it be that Chen Hao had mastered the standard London accent solely through online study? Subsequently, Shui Zhanhai exclaimed in shock. Li Yin, Ho Shanshan, and Su Xiuli also wore expressions of disbelief. They had studied abroad for years, absorbing the language naturally to speak fluent English. Yet, Chen Hao had entirely self-taught himself, mastering the standard London accent and even identifying the pronunciation errors of London's local aristocrats. The difficulty of this achievement was unimaginable. Online resources are not credible. You have no right to criticize my pronunciation since you've never been to London. Mr. John's expression darkened. Mr. John, would you dare to wager with me? Chen Hao replied calmly. Let us fly to London now and find a local Londoner. I will say the same words as you, and let them judge whose London accent is more authentic. If you win, you can set the acquisition price at your discretion. If I win, you will unconditionally transfer your pharmaceutical factory to us. What do you say? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Chen Hao to be so audacious. Only President Gao could determine the acquisition price. What right did you have to boast here? Li Yin fumed. I trust Chen Hao, Gao Ziye replied coolly. Li Yin fell silent at once. Mr. John's expression turned grim as he remained silent. The onlookers understood. Evidently, Mr. John did not dare to accept the wager. President Gao, let us not waste time on trivial matters. We should focus on the negotiations. Lu Zhenze interjected, attempting to mediate the situation with Gao Ziye. Chen Hao, let it go. Gao Ziye smiled gently, offering her counsel, yet she felt a swell of pride within. Chen Hao was the one she had chosen. And indeed, he did not disappoint her. Even before negotiations commenced, he shone brightly. Since our leader has indicated a willingness to negotiate, we have one condition, Chen Hao stated. What condition? Lu Zhenze's expression darkened. This fellow was proving to be quite a handful. Our intended acquisition price has been reduced by 20%, from 10 billion to 8 billion. Chen Hao replied, reiterating in English. What? Lu Zhenze and Mr. John were taken aback, both astonished and furious. This is an outrageous demand. We cannot agree to that. Lu Zhenze exclaimed. Then there's nothing to discuss. If you refuse, we will not proceed with the acquisition. Let us see if you can find another buyer, Chen Hao replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender before turning to leave. Gao Ziye stifled a laugh, secretly reveling in the situation. It was clearly a show of dominance. And she felt a rush of satisfaction as the grievances she had endured from Mr. John and Lu Zhenze were finally avenged. Mr. Gao, do you truly have no intention of negotiating with us? Lu Zhenze's face turned a shade of green with anger. To casually lower the intended acquisition price was to treat the negotiations as child's play. Did you not also exploit Su Xiuli's offense to arbitrarily raise your acquisition price? Gao Ziye retorted coolly. Chen Hao merely returned the favor in kind. What is there to be intolerable about? Lu Zhenze was left speechless. I will accept your conditions, Mr. John bit down on his teeth, conceding. Mr. John. Lu Zhenze's expression shifted. Mr. John waved a hand, whispering a few words in Lu Zhenze's ear. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhenze nodded, remaining silent. Mr. Gao, please enter my pharmaceutical factory. We can discuss matters on site. Mr. John gestured invitingly. Very well, Gao Xia nodded. Proceeding with the group towards the factory. You all plan carefully how to utilize the 200 million saved by Chen Hao, ensuring a swift commencement of production post-acquisition. Understood. Mr. Gao, the four responded with complex expressions. Even before negotiations had begun, Chen Hao had already made a significant impression, saving Xia Group 200 million, thus earning substantial merit. Meanwhile, they, who prided themselves on their superior education and experience when compared to Chen Hao, had done nothing and nearly made a blunder, naturally feeling a twinge of discomfort. Rest assured, Chen Hao is merely proficient in English and fortuitously encountered Mr. John's less-than-standard London accent. He had the opportunity to showcase himself. When actual negotiations commence, he will have to step aside. Ultimately, Mr. Gao will rely on us. Li Yin consoled softly. Su Xiuli and the others nodded, their expressions softening slightly. As they entered the pharmaceutical factory, they were instantly dazzled. The spotless marble floors, the impeccably clean assembly lines, the gleaming machinery, and the sophisticated electronic instruments exuded a modern ambience. Mr. John's factory had been constructed to the highest standards, fully compliant with ISO 9000 international certification, with equipment and assembly lines imported from Europe and America. Even after years of use, the quality remained impeccable, with a depreciation rate not exceeding 20%, far surpassing domestic manufacturing standards. A young technician approached the group, enthusiastically introducing the facility. What do you think, Mr. Gao? Isn't my factory impressive? Indeed. It is quite commendable, Gao Xia nodded. Mr. John, would you mind if we conducted a few tests? Though the factory appeared flawless, spending nearly 10 billion required due diligence. Not at all. Mr. John gestured for them to proceed freely. Gao Xia signaled, and Li Yin and his colleagues produced calipers, measuring tapes, and electrical testers to inspect various areas of the factory. While they were not professionals, they had prepared adequately, focusing on a few key indicators to ensure compliance. Chen Hao surveyed the surroundings, occasionally tapping on pipes and instruments. Mr. Chen, it is essential to use measuring tools for inspecting factory equipment. That is the most basic of knowledge, Lu Zhenze mocked. Just tapping with your hand, even if you break your bones, will reveal nothing. Let Mr. Chen tap away, Mr. John sneered. Perhaps he possesses a unique ability to discern issues through mere tapping. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Chen Hao previously, they seized this chance to retaliate with scornful jibes, prompting muffled laughter among Mr. John's subordinates. Chen Hao, if you cannot conduct a proper inspection, it would be best not to meddle. It only makes us appear incompetent. Li Yin could no longer restrain his frown. Exactly. If you don't understand, do not feign expertise, or we will all be ridiculed, Su Xiuli added disdainfully. Chen Hao paid them no mind, his focus unwavering as his expression gradually became serious. Is something amiss, Chen Hao? Gao Xia inquired, though she too doubted he could glean any insights. Mr. Gao, I need to examine other areas. A comprehensive assessment of the factory is necessary before drawing conclusions, Chen Hao stated, turning to depart. The others assumed he was merely saving face after the ridicule, dismissing him with disdainful smiles. Mr. Gao, we were merely jesting. Why did Mr. Chen leave? Lu Zhenze asked with feigned innocence, reveling in what he believed was a victory. You are mistaken. Chen Hao left out of consideration for you, to spare you the pain of remembering the 200 million lost, Gao Xia retorted coldly, unrelenting in her rebuttal. Lu Zhenze's smile faltered, and the mood among Mr. John and the others turned sour. Indeed, in light of the 200 million loss, the fleeting advantage of verbal sparring paled in comparison.